you results of this election. And right now we can project that George W. Bush, the President of the United States, will carry several states in among these first states that are up for grabs. The President will win. We can project Indiana and its 11 electoral votes, Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes, and Georgia and its 15 electoral votes. We can project that John Kerry will carry the New England state of Vermont and its 3 electoral votes. So far, we do not have enough information yet to be able to project a winner in either Virginia or South Carolina. But Jeff Greenfield, the race for the White House is moving forward right now at this extremely early moment in this night. Bush already, according to our projection, has 34 electoral votes. Kerry has 3. The blue state, Vermont, is for Kerry. The red states are for Bush.
That's right. This is the calm before the storm. None of these results are anything but expected. But I think the best way to tell these voters where we expect to be is where we wound up 4 years ago in 2000. If we can switch to that map, and I'll start talking before that map is on. Back in 2000, George W. Bush won. He won the South, he won the Mountain West, he won, of course, Florida, he won Ohio and Missouri, and Al Gore won New England, the Middle Atlantic states, the Upper Midwest, the Industrial Midwest, with the significant exception of Ohio. He won, of course, Florida. Now, if the map looks like this when tonight is over, George W. Bush will be reelected with 278 electoral votes because population shifted into the red states. So, the Kerry strategy, obviously, takes something away from the president. For instance, if he were to win Ohio, a state beset by almost 250,000 job losses, that alone would put Kerry over the top. He also has designs, not surprisingly, on Florida, with 27 electoral votes, by far the biggest battleground state up for grabs. He's looking as well at New Hampshire, up here in New England, which Al Gore lost by only 7,000 votes. That's a state that Nader affected. So, what about the Bush strategy? They say they have a shot at Pennsylvania, a state that George Bush has visited more than any other state except his home in Texas. They're looking at Michigan, where they think social conservatism might play among the so-called Reagan Democrats, and Wisconsin, another state that Al Gore only carried by 0.2% of the vote. So you can see throughout the night, Wolf, we'll be showing viewers how these states affect the outcome. We need one more thing to show you. If we can go back to the 2000 map and give John Kerry New Hampshire with 4 electoral votes and Nevada with 5 electoral votes, guess what we have? A tie at 269 votes each, and welcome to 2004, where the House of Representatives would choose the president. It's unlikely, Wolf, just as unlikely as an election that came down to 537 votes and hanging chads in Florida.
The new House of Representatives as well would be making that decision if there were a tie. Let's talk about some turning points, some moments that you are looking at right now, what we should be looking at throughout these hours to come.
Right. As we look back at this campaign, I think we can see a couple of critical turning points that affected this campaign. The first one was Iowa. John Kerry was virtually counted out before 2000 began. He said, I'm going to make Iowa a do-or-die state. He won those caucuses and was never headed. The second turning point, and this one may turn out to be the most significant one of all, money. The Republicans assumed that the nominee of the Democratic Party would be bankrupt by the spring, but thanks to the Internet, thanks to John Kerry following Howard Dean and opting out of public financing, and thanks to a loophole in campaign finance that let very rich people pour millions into advertising and vote mobilizations, the Democrats played this game on equal grounds. Third, the conventions. This has been looked at by a lot of Democrats as a missed opportunity for John Kerry, stressing his Vietnam experience, not stressing his Senate record or what he would do. The Republicans came out of their convention with a big lead, which survived until this other turning point, that first debate, that put John Kerry right back into the mix of things. And finally, the question that lingered throughout this campaign, Iraq and terror. If Iraq is seen as part of the war on terror, George Bush should do well tonight. If voters see Iraq as a diversion and a quagmire, a slog, as Donald Rumsfeld called it, that's probably good political news for John Kerry. How this turns out, Wolf, I think we ought to ask the viewers to stick around.
They will be sticking around. We'll be sticking around all these turning points throughout the night. Judy Woodruff is anchoring our coverage from our CNN Election Analysis Center over at the Time Warner Center. Judy, tell our viewers, first of all, what you're looking at and that team of experts with you, what they're doing.
Well, Wolf, this is what we are calling the Election Analysis Center. It's a team of people, a combination of veteran election political analysts and statisticians. And they have been looking at numbers coming in all day long, Wolf, the so-called exit polls. These are interviews with voters as they left the polling places, about 1,500 precincts around the United States in every one of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. So they're looking at that, and it is on the basis of those exit polls, Wolf and Jeff, that CNN is felt comfortable enough to make the calls that you just did, Wolf, and that is in the state of Georgia, in the state of Kentucky, and in the state of, let me get the other, Indiana. Those three states for George Bush, based on exit polls that show a comfortable enough margin that tends to match other information CNN had about the direction those states were going in politically. But on top of that, we are going to be looking at sample precincts and calls coming in from those sample precincts. We are all obviously also going to be looking at the raw vote. The Associated Press tonight is calling in from 3,500 counties across the United States. We're going to be taking in that information, and our team right here in Manhattan in New York City is going to be watching those numbers. We've got layers of information, the exit polls, the sample precincts, and finally the raw vote numbers on top of the expertise of these people, which you cannot underestimate.
All right, Judy, just to be precise, the fact that we cannot project a winner in Virginia and South Carolina, that simply means that we don't know enough about those two states. Is that right?
That's correct, Wolf. At this point, we do not have enough information to be able to call the result either in the state of Virginia or in the state of South Carolina. That should not be read to mean that either one of these states is too close to call. I will add, however, that the Democratic governor of the state of Virginia said just a couple of days ago, maybe we're going to see a surprise in that state. The public opinion polls in Virginia have been showing a race of somewhere between 3 and 6 points. Closer, of course, than some of these other southern states, but in no way do we have information at this point that would lead us to believe that this is a state that's not going to go to George Bush.
And just to be clear, Judy, because after 2000, I think we want to bring the viewers in as close as we can. If you do get enough data to say the state is too close to call, CNN will call the state that way, correct?
That is correct, and that will be a specific call we make at a point in the evening when we have enough information in from a combination of these exit polls, sample precincts, and the raw vote. When we get enough information in that makes the men and women on this team comfortable to make that call, we will say it is too close to call. But that is not what we're saying at this point about either Virginia or about South Carolina.
Judy Woodruff at the CNN Election Analysis Center, thanks very much. We'll be getting back to you. Let's walk over, bring in some other members of our team, no strangers to our viewers in the United States and around the world, Larry King and Carlos Watson. Larry, what are you looking at this early stage?
Well, I'm looking at, first, this amazing setup we have here tonight. And I think we're going to be here a long time. I know we can't project certain winners in certain areas based on what happened 4 years ago. The question I'd ask you and you, how are we preventing 4 years ago?
Well, we've learned a lot of lessons, Larry, from what happened 4 years ago. The data, the new research that's coming in. This is a much more sophisticated operation, but I think it all boils down to, when all is said and done, is this. We're much more cautious this time than we were 4 years ago. And if we don't know something, we'll tell our viewers we simply don't know. Carlos, tell our viewers what you're looking at right now.
Well, I think we're testing history, frankly, today. History says if you're an incumbent president, certainly if you're a president during war, if you've raised a lot of money and you have a lead going into Labor Day, you should win. John Kerry wins. We haven't had a senator get elected in 44 years. Would be the second Catholic to get elected. Wasn't ahead in the polls, even the Democratic primaries coming into this year, January 1st. So a lot of convention will get turned on its head tonight. So lots of big historical importance, not just importance in terms of the 2004.
And what, Jeff, surprised you the most?
That
in this whole campaign?
That after 4 years, when everything changed, every assumption we had going into 2000 had changed. From invulnerability to an attack that we could never have dreamt of, from peace to war, from economic security to anxiety. The country remains apparently evenly divided, with the red and the blue states, by and large, as we showed, lining up pretty much the way they did 4 years ago. You would have thought that those events, those hammer blows to the United States, would have resulted in a political upheaval. Looks pretty much the same.
What's the turnout story?
We don't know specifically specifically what the turnout story is, because the results won't be coming in till all the states are closed, and then we'll get the hard, raw numbers that are coming in. Anecdotally, as we've seen on CNN all day, there are long lines in many of these key battleground states, and you know what? There are long lines in some of the non-key battleground states as well, Carlos. What do you make of that?
Well, again, I think people are as energized as we've seen in a long time. We might get the highest turnout since 1968, which would be significant. And one of the things I note in my home state of Florida, which Larry knows well as well, close to 2 million people voted early. And I've had a number of people say if that early voting hadn't taken place, the system wouldn't have been able to handle all the people who ultimately did show up today.
And there were reports earlier today about some snafu in Philadelphia. Then they said that didn't happen. Any reports of any major occurrences occurring anywhere that are causing lawsuits and people upset?
It's been going more smoothly than one would have thought, especially when you throw 10,000 lawyers into the mix. They're capable of making mountains out of any molehill. But I think people are surprised so far that it's gone relatively smoothly, especially because people on both sides were so keyed up to spot any instance of voter fraud or voter suppression. And unlike 1968, at the end of that tumultuous year, the electorate was so exhausted that the turnout went down from 4 years ago. I think the one thing everybody expects this year is a turnout way up. And that's something we're not going to know till the end of the night or maybe even tomorrow.
Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is taking a look at the exit polling data. What's on the minds of Americans based on what we can tell, Bill?
Well, there are three big issues that define this election, three big ones, and they seem to be working in different ways. Let's take a look at our exit poll results. George Bush wanted this election to be a referendum on the war on terror. So we asked people, do you feel safer from terrorism than 4 years ago or less safe? And the answer is 52 to 44 say they feel safer from terrorism. That is good news for President Bush. But another issue, the economy. How do people feel about the nation's economy right now? Only 44% say the economy is in good shape. A majority say it's not good or poor. 4 years ago, 85% said the economy was in good shape. So the economy is working on behalf of Senator Kerry. Two issues, different directions. What's the tiebreaker? How about the war in Iraq? What do voters think about the decision for the United States to go to war in Iraq? And the answer is they're split. 49% say they approve of the decision to go to war in Iraq. 47% say they disapprove. The Iraq issue is an issue that divides the country, but it could be the issue that defines this election.
And we're going to be sharing these exit poll numbers with our viewers around the world all throughout the night. So Bill Schneider will be talking with you again. Do you want to ask Bill a question?
Yeah, these are national exit poll numbers, right? You're not breaking it down by state, and this election is electorally.
That's right.
It's not a national election.
This is the national electorate, and we see three issues pulling the voters in three different directions.
Senator Ted Kennedy is joining us now from Kerry headquarters in Boston. I'll start, Senator. What surprised you, if anything, today?
Well, I think the extraordinary turnout. I know John Kerry was hoping for a big turnout, and there was a big turnout. I think the number of young people that turned out has been very positive and very constructive. Many people thought that the young people really weren't involved, turned off the system, but clearly they want to be involved. They want to be a part of the future. I think that's going to be a real challenge for John Kerry about how you're going to make sure the number of people that turned out in this election are going to be part of the political process over the period of the next 4 years.
Senator Kennedy, you've been with the junior senator from your home state all these many months. How do you feel that he's done over the past, let's say, year or so?
Well, we're very proud of John Kerry. You know, sort of the ripple around here tonight is that we have the Super Bowl champions with the New England Patriots. We have the World Series champions with the Red Sox. And now, above all, we got John Kerry, hometown boy, that's won the presidency. We're very hopeful about it. He has demonstrated, I think, over the period of the last year, the kind of inner toughness, the kind of strength of character, the kind of determination that's going to be so important in a president, in any president, and I think particularly now.
Let me just point out, Senator Kennedy, he hasn't won the presidency yet. It's still relatively early in this night.
Well, I think it is important that those that haven't voted go out and participate and vote. It's amazingly important that they do. I know John Kerry has certainly urged that. All of us would certainly do that. But I say that we are encouraged with the kind of response that John Kerry has received.
Senator, are there key states that you, as a political pro, and you're a pro among pros, are looking at? Are there certain things that will indicate to you early on where this is going?
Well, I think your analysts have gone through the major states with the major electoral college numbers, and they are clearly the Ohios and Floridas and Pennsylvania and Michigan and the North, and the cluster of other states that appear, in Wisconsin and Minnesota and Iowa. But what I think is enormously important and impressive is that there's a whole movement and a whole tide. The turnout has been uniform, really almost uniform across the country, and the numbers of turnout. Americans wanted to participate in this election. Americans want to have a voice in their future. And I think what you're seeing, at least my impression, is that they want a new leadership. They want to have a restoration of American prestige and influence and leadership abroad. And they want a president that's going to focus on the middle class working families here at home, and education and health care and these other issues.
Senator Kennedy,
they're going to receive that.
Senator Kennedy, a lot of people think that the country is about as divided today as it was perhaps during the Vietnam War in '68 or '72. Have you seen the country this divided in a long time?
Well, it's clearly divided. These races are going to be close. I think it's going to be close in the United States Senate as well. I'm hopeful that we'll do well in the Senate races, because in order for a president really to get his program on through, you need the support in the Senate and obviously the House of Representatives. So I'm hopeful that in some of these tight races for the United States Senate, it'll go John Kerry's way. But, you know, I find in my colleagues and friends in the Senate on both sides, they really want to get about the business of addressing the challenges that we're facing at home. There's a general sense among, I find, Republicans and Democrats alike, that we're just not dealing with the real problems and challenges that we're facing here at home. And I think that the John Kerry, his great challenge will be to try and bring people together. But I think with those efforts and being sincere about it, he'll work hard at it, and I think it can be done. It has to be done.
If he is elected, can he work well with a Republican majority Senate and House?
Well, that's going to be certainly a challenge. I think there are members in the leadership in the Republican Party and among the Republicans that really want to see progress made on our domestic issues and also in foreign policy. And I know John Kerry, it'll be a challenge in trying to work out these differences, and because there are a lot of raw endings, from the result of this campaign. But I think he's up to the task. I think he is ready to take that challenge on as well. It's going to be necessary. It's going to need the kind of skills that John Kerry has, but I know he's capable and will do it.
Well, there's still a possibility, Senator Kennedy, as you well know, that John Kerry might not be elected, that George W. Bush might be reelected. If he is reelected, how disappointed will you be?
Oh, I'll be very disappointed, but I don't think I'm going to be very disappointed. Every indication is moving in John Kerry's favor. This has been a hard, tough-fought campaign. I respect the candidates that obviously have been out there, the presidential candidates, President Bush. But I think tonight is John Kerry's night, and I think we're going to see some good outcomes for our Senate races as well. This has been, people have gone to the polls and said they want a new direction, new leadership, and I think that's going to be the outcome.
What do you hear from your Senate Majority Leader? How's he doing?
I talked to
Minority Leader. Thinking ahead again.
Hopefully he'll be Majority Leader by our next meeting. He's in a tough race. He's always known it. That's a very close election out there. But I think that people in that state know that in South Dakota know that Tom Daschle delivers for them. Why would anyone in South Dakota, when you have the chance, what I believe, and you're going to have a Democratic president, want to give up having someone who is the Democratic leader in the United States? The Senate has a good chance of becoming the majority leader. If you're concerned about all of the challenges that they're facing, particularly the Native Americans who need to turn out, and no one has been a stronger supporter for Native Americans than Tom Daschle. But why in the world would they want to turn out someone who's highly regarded, highly respected, and is able to get things done for South Dakota, particularly when he has a good friend, and John Kerry is a good friend of Tom Daschle, they have the opportunity to have such an influence. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Tom Daschle is coming back.
All right, we will soon find out. Senator Kennedy from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He's been with Senator Kerry from the beginning. Thanks very much for joining us from Boston. Anderson Cooper is standing by to give us some word on the United States Senate. What do we know so far, Anderson?
Well, we were following a number of Senate races very closely. Some of the most fascinating stories of this election are happening in the Senate. We can project 3 states right now. First, Georgia, a win for Johnny Isakson, a pickup for the Republicans. This, of course, is Zell Miller, a Democrat's old seat. Johnny Isakson, not a great surprise, though, picking it up in Georgia. CNN projecting Johnny Isakson is the winner there. Also, Indiana, Democrat Bai is the winner in Indiana and in Vermont. Of course, Patrick Leahy is the winner there. Really no 2 great surprises in the state of Indiana and Vermont, nor in the state of Georgia. Johnny Isakson up against Denise Majette, a representative, but who did not have the name recognition that he had, really not have the money. She entered into the race rather late, she from Atlanta. These are the 9 key races we're watching. I want to bring in Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report, who's also been following this all with us. Amy, thanks for joining us. These races are fascinating. If you have not been following these 9 races, you've really been missing out on one of the great stories of this campaign. Let's just briefly go around the board, take a look. Let's look at where we have numbers first. Right down here, South Carolina. It is, at this point, Jim DeMint, Inez Tenenbaum. Jim DeMint seems to have a firm lead, but at this point, it is still very early days. This is really virtually meaningless, only a couple hundred votes here. The race is surprisingly close.
Well, it's amazing that this race is even on the board. It is a Democratic-held seat. This is Fritz Hollings' seat down in South Carolina. But the fact is, this is a state that's so Republican. It's quite remarkable that Inez Tenenbaum is able to keep the race as tight as she has.
A very conservative district. Jim DeMint has raised some eyebrows. He at one point said that gay men should not be teachers. Also, he said unwed pregnant women should not be teachers as well, which I think he apologized for that. But again, we're still getting results in. It looks like Jim DeMint in the lead, but again, these numbers are very early. Kentucky, another fascinating race. Jim Bunning, former Major League ball player, pitcher, pitched a perfect game for the Philadelphia Phillies against Dan Monjardo.
Right, again, another race that wasn't supposed to be on this board. In fact, this was a race that broke very, very late, in part due to Senator Bunning. Dan Monjardo made a big deal of the fact that Bunning, he's questioned his fitness. The 73-year-old has made some comments. This has been a real issue in this campaign. Remember, Bunning very narrowly won his race in 1998, so it was supposed to be a close race. Now it is.
Polls have closed in South Carolina, in Kentucky, but at this point we do not have enough information to call any of them. I want to talk about some of these races a little bit later on. Most importantly, though, South Dakota, you just heard Larry King, you just heard Senator Kennedy talking about it. This is a remarkably close race, a big money race, some more than $30 million put into this race by both candidates, and there are only about 350,000 voters in the state.
That's right. This is a state that has been inundated with money for the last 4 years. Remember, 2 years ago, there was a very, very close race. John Thune, yes, exactly.
Ran against, lost by some 500 votes.
524 votes. So this is a state that will be very, very close. It's obviously very important watching it very closely.
There's some 700,000 people in the state, but only about 300,000 or 350 registered voters. A lot to watch tonight. These are the 9 races we're going to be keeping a very close eye on for you all night long. It is going to be a fascinating night.
Those races are very, very important for the American public. Anderson and Amy, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. In only about 6 minutes, 3 more states will be closing. 6 minutes and 13, 12, 11 seconds to go. Ohio, North Carolina, West Virginia coming up. We may have some projections, we may not. Stick around. We're at Times Square in New York.
Get Getting to a Hyatt is now easier than ever. Leaving, that's still pretty hard. The new Hyatt.com Best Rate Guarantee. Quick, simple, and only at Hyatt.com. Book on Hyatt.com now and get 1,000 Gold Passport bonus points.
Today, 2 billion people in the world have no access to energy. Yet electric power is not a simple commodity. It's essential to everyday life. EDF is committed to making the right to energy recognized as a basic human right. EDF, the energy to make the world a better place.
To help your business succeed, at UBS we give you all the resources you'd expect of one of the world's most highly awarded global investment banks. But to understand what your business really needs, we bring something more to the table. We work with you, like it's the world's most powerful two-person financial firm. You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
Inside the Middle East, real people, untold stories.
From Bath Party member to common man, this month, why some Iraqis now call the United Arab Emirates home. Also, a Nazi hunter says there's still time to get the job done. And why Islamic art is breaking records in Western auction houses.
Expect the unexpected inside the Middle East in association with Orascom Telecom. Friday on CNN.
Welcome back to the CNN election headquarters here in New York City. We're picking up our coverage right now. I think we have, how much time? We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds before the half hour, and we'll be able to presumably maybe make another projection or so. But let's show our viewers, Jeff, what we can do on these walls. Let's put up all 50 states and the District of Columbia and give our viewers a sense. Obviously, Alaska, that's going to be way, way, way on the West Coast, 1 a.m. But these early states, in fact, let's walk over to the early states on the East Coast and give our viewers a sense of some of the numbers that may or may not be coming up right now. Maine is a state, it's an interesting state because it can split its electoral votes.
That's right. It last did it in 1828. They think there might be one electoral vote up there for George W. Bush this time, but that's one of the states that we're all watching. It's a state that Bush won by 7,000 votes. Nader widely credited or blamed with making the difference, and John Kerry's campaign really wants that one.
Vermont, we've already projected, will go for John Kerry. Not a surprise there. Massachusetts closing at the top of the hour. 8 o'clock, Rhode Island and Connecticut still to come as well. Pennsylvania closing in what, about 32 minutes from now.
The Bush campaign wants that more than any other. 21 electoral votes. They think they have a shot because it's a state with a lot of pro-life, gun-owning Democrats. Everybody's poured in tens of millions of dollars to that one.
Let's continue walking down this wall and take a look at some other states we're going to be looking at the top of the hour. How about that one right there called Florida?
I think we all remember Florida, Wolf. I think it's fair to say that 27 electoral votes were decided by 537 votes, or if you ask the Democrats, 5 members of the U.S. Supreme Court. A big kahuna would be in Hawaii, but there's no state more in play than that one.
Florida. Georgia, we've already projected, will go for the President of the United States. Kentucky as well. These southern states pretty much expected to go for the President as well.
The Democrats cast a covetous eye on Arkansas. Bill Clinton was down there the Sunday before the election. There's no data we have yet, but that's one the Democrats would love to pluck out of the Republican column.
All right, we'll see what happens in Arkansas. We'll be watching. No doubt about Texas, I think it's fair to say, the home state of George W. Bush.
Safe call. Missouri, the Democrats pulled out of Missouri 3 weeks ago, and some Democrats think that may have been a mistake. That's a state that's voted with the winner all but one time in 100 years. We'll see whether that was a mistake at the end of the day.
Michigan is also a state that the Republicans seriously covet.
That state, along with Pennsylvania, are the two Gore states from 2000 that Bush campaign most wanted. This, again, these were where the Reagan Democrats were born in reaction to patriotism, where the Nixon Democrats deserted the party on busing. Social issues in rural Michigan play a big role, but it's also a state that's been hard hit economically. That affects the Democrats.
It's 7:30 exactly now on the East Coast, and CNN is ready to project that George W. Bush will carry the state of West Virginia. Jeff Greenfield, West Virginia is a state the Democrats hoped to be able to carry, but this state and its 5 electoral states we project will go for the president.
Michael Dukakis won this state. It was about as reliably Democratic as possible, but social issues, gun ownership, abortion plays very badly here for the Democrats, and it's a state that is now in George Bush's pocket once again.
And want to alert our viewers, we do not have enough information yet to make projections in the other 2 states that are closing right now, North Carolina and Ohio. Ohio is about as important as it gets.
You know how they say that blue is the new black in fashion? Ohio, a lot of people think, is the new Florida, not just because it's in play, but because huge pre-election controversies grew up about whether or not provisional ballots would be counted and how. Everybody's eye will be on Ohio.
The fact that we can't project a winner in Ohio or North Carolina, what, if anything, does that mean?
We don't know. Could mean nothing. Could mean we don't have enough information, which it probably means, and eventually down the road it may mean it's too close to call. But we really want to emphasize, Wolf, that the fact that we're not calling a state doesn't mean it's close. We are being cautious. All of us have, we don't have Georgia on our minds, like the great Ray Charles said. We got Florida on our minds, 2000.
All right, let's go to Judy Woodruff. She's over at the CNN Election Analysis Center. Judy, Ohio, North Carolina, why can't we make a projection there?
Well, simply because we do not have enough information to call either state. We are only calling these states exactly at poll closing time when based purely on the exit polls, those interviews with voters as they leave their polling places. When based purely on that, we feel comfortable that there's a comfortable, wide enough margin that we feel it's safe to make that projection. Otherwise, we are holding off. And at this point, both in Ohio, Wolf, and in North Carolina, which is we know is the state that John Edwards has represented in the Senate, neither one of these states do we have enough information. Now, Ohio, both of these candidates have focused on it about as hard as you can. Ohio was in George Bush's pocket 4 years ago. He won it by 4 or 5 percentage points, actually just under 4%. But John Kerry has made a run at it because they've lost over 200,000 jobs in that state. That's what has made Ohio the competitive state that it is. But North Carolina, we're keeping an eye on, too.
Judy, those 2 states that closed at 7 o'clock at the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Eastern, that we have not been able to make a projection on, Virginia and South Carolina. We're beginning to get real numbers, raw numbers in that will help us when combined with the exit poll numbers and the earlier surveys that we've done.
That's right, Wolf. And our team of election analysts and statisticians here at the Election Analysis Center, they're looking constantly not only at the exit poll information that's been coming in throughout the day, but now they are looking at the sample precinct numbers that have been called in and at the raw numbers. And when they feel comfortable that they've got enough information and they are all in agreement on it, then we will make a call. But as of now, we're not there yet on South Carolina. We're not there yet on Virginia, and as you just said, we are not there yet on either Ohio or North Carolina, comfortable enough to make any presidential projection. And of course, Ohio, we knew it was going to be that way. These other 3 states, you know, we know those states have been, you know, the polls have been a little closer in those states.
Judy, I mean, this might be a good time to spend a minute or so and tell our viewers some of the lessons that our experts, our statisticians, our poll pollsters, our analysts learned from 4 years ago that they've incorporated into the new system not only CNN, but all the major news organizations are using to make these projections?
Well, for one thing, Wolf, we have built up from the ground a whole new system, if you will, using the latest computer technology, and we're able to feed in now even more political analysis and information so that when these calls are made, everybody feels more comfortable about them. We all remember that what happened in Florida 4 years ago, among other things, is that, frankly, there were just some mistakes made. Some numbers were called in wrong from various counties around the state. There was an error in projecting how many absentee ballots were still out. And when you put all that together, coupled with an old computer statistical model, if you will, mathematical model, it was a recipe for a problem, and everything seemed to come together the wrong way. This time, everybody is trying to do everything we can here at CNN to make sure that doesn't happen again, and that means layers of information, double-checking with a lot of smart people who've been doing this for years and years and years.
Judy, you'll remember back in 2000, one of the big milestones on the way to that disaster was a computer took thousands of votes away from Al Gore up in Volusia County in Florida. I'm told that our system and the other network system have a built-in red flag, so that if that kind of number shows up again, you're going to have more bells and whistles than we do here in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Exactly right. And don't ask me, Jeff, to explain how the computer works, the inside of it, but the fact is that these newer, we all know that computers get better and better every few months practically. We now have a computer system that is able to factor in history in a particular county, right down to the smallest geographic political area that you possibly can get. And they're constantly, the computer is constantly comparing the new information that's coming in with how that county voted in the past, or that precinct. So this is constantly going on, and all of this is informing our decision making here at CNN and the Election Analysis Center.
Judy, I want to point out to our viewers, if they see that man behind your left, that's Tom Hannon, our political director, who's in charge
Take a
of
good
all
look.
of
There
this.
he is.
He's working feverishly now, getting information. We don't want to bother him. He's shaking his head.
No,
He's getting
busy.
information together with our other team, making sure that all the information we have is precise. Jeff, right now, by our count, by our projections, George W. Bush has 39 electoral votes, and John Kerry has 3 electoral votes. Some people will be saying, you know what, that looks like George W. Bush is really doing well.
Well, it's not exactly like a sports event where, you know, the runs come randomly. These are all Bush states. There are no surprises that we've seen so far. When the New England states come in and the Middle Atlantic states come in, it may look like John Kerry has a big lead. Everybody knows there are 6 to 10 states that are going to decide this election, and we have no idea when we'll be able to tell the viewers what's going to happen.
And as we take a look at the popular votes, these are raw numbers that are coming in right now. Bush at 58% with nearly 1 million votes. Kerry at 42% with 662,000 votes. And that will be changing. Nader already has more than 6,000 votes in the raw numbers that are coming in. We shouldn't read much into that either.
No, we learned 4 years ago, I think a lot of people were surprised, you can get more votes than the other guy and lose because of our system. One of the numbers I think all of us are going to be looking at the end of the night, there were about 105 million votes last time, 100 to 105 million. People are expecting as much as 120 million votes. And that's going to tell us whether there was a surge in turnout and whether that surge helped one side or another.
Let's walk over to Larry and Carlos and bring them into this discussion as well. Larry, you're watching all these numbers go by.
I have a few questions. West Virginia was late night 4 years ago. That was touch and go. Surprised that it went so quickly to Bush tonight.
That's one of those states where a heavily rural population has been trending Republican for years. It's one of the biggest problems the Democrats have in Ohio, in rural Pennsylvania, in Michigan, Wisconsin, is that rural and small-town Americans, mostly on values, have just been moving away from the Democrats. That and a lot of coal miners who don't like the Democrats' environmental policy.
And Wolf, do you think Senator Kennedy was maybe overly optimistic?
Well, you know, he's obviously feeling very, very upbeat right now based on anecdotal information and earlier information that he was getting. It's certainly possible that John Kerry will win. It's certainly possible that he won't.
But he was acting like it's a done deal.
One of the things, and it didn't surprise me, and I'll let Carlos weigh in on this as well, because both of these sides learned a lesson from 4 years ago. They want to exude victory. In case there is a problem, they don't want to look like they were spoilers. They want to look like it's theirs, and they're on top.
Very much so. And what's interesting are the hundreds, literally, of what they call satellite interviews on television, on radio, the thousands, millions, if you will, of phone calls and door knocking that's still happening today as we speak, particularly in some of those western states. So no one's giving up at this point. The vice president, just 24 hours ago or so, was in Hawaii. So there's a lot of effort being made in the western half of the country where lots of states are still open. I wanted to say one thing about Ohio. One of the big stories of this election is that in Ohio and in Pennsylvania, two of the big three states this time, no Ralph Nader on the ballot. Could be a big deal. We won't know till it's all said and done. But remember, Ralph Nader scored about 2.5 percentage points in Ohio last time. Didn't do poorly in Pennsylvania either. Could make a difference.
He is on the ballot, though, in Florida.
He is on the ballot in Florida, one more time.
And Democrats will never forget what happened 4 years ago.
You know what is on the ballot in Ohio and Michigan? Gay marriage. And one of the reasons why the Republicans think they have a shot there is that they believe that's the kind of issue that mobilizes their social conservative base. Whether that's true or not, only time will tell. The coin.
By the way, you think Pat Buchanan will get any write-in votes in Palm Beach? He's not on the ballot. He was 4 years ago.
If there's a butterfly ballot and some hanging chads, perhaps there will be some people who will make that mistake.
And I know you guys deal with computers, but how could Nader have no percent?
Or not quite 1% yet.
Yeah, right.
Maybe not enough to justify 1%.
That's right. In order to get up to 1%, he has to have a specific number, and it's just shy.
We don't do fractions.
not yet.
We don't do fractions.
You know, another one of the really interesting storylines when we talk about Nader and we talk about Florida and Ohio and some of these other places are the very different strategies the two sides took to getting out the vote. Republicans, leaning on some success in 2002 in some Senate races, decided to get very centrally organized. So coming out of the Republican National Committee and the Bush campaign, they organized things down to the precinct, had volunteers, had paid staff members. Democrats on the other side, though, decided to partner, not officially because it's not legal, but effectively had help both from unions and from these independent political groups called 527s. If Democrats ultimately succeed, that may become the new model on both sides. If, conversely, Republicans succeed, this will be a transformational change in that Republicans who normally haven't been good on get-out-the-vote efforts will have succeeded not just in Senate races, but in presidential races
let's take a quick look ahead, and Larry, I want you to take a look ahead. It's the top of the hour. What in the top of the hour is only less than 20 minutes or so from now. There are going to be a lot of states closing, including Florida, Pennsylvania, states that potentially could play a decisive role. New Hampshire, one of those battleground states as well.
I have a feeling, just a gut feeling, that we're not going to predict Florida and Pennsylvania at the top of the hour.
Well, what makes you think that?
I don't know.
16 states will be closing at the top of the hour.
You remember we talked earlier about one of the turning points might have been money, that the Republicans thought they were going to be able to face a bankrupt Democratic Party. You realize in Ohio, if you add up Kerry's spending, the Democrat spending, and the so-called 527s, these independent groups, they outspent on advertising the Republicans by a factor of almost 2 to 1. I think if Kerry winds up carrying Ohio and carrying some of these battleground states, this is going to be as significant a factor.
How much did George Soros spend?
I believe he spent more than $10 million out of his own.
North of 20.
Really?
The most recent things we have are 23, 24
George
million.
Soros, the billionaire who's been passionate about his opposition to George W. Bush.
You know what's interesting about the numbers that Jeff mentioned is that if you talk to Democrats 4 years ago, they say one of the reasons they believe they lost Florida was that they ran out of money, and they were outspent by some $700,000, almost $1 million in the last week alone. You look at the 11 most contested states, Democrats and the Democratic National Committee have outspent Republicans in 10 of the 11. Big deal in the final week.
Money talks in these kinds of races, huh?
Oh, I thought you were going to finish that sentence another way. This is the number that is going to jump out at everybody. And the 527s, these independent groups, that loophole in the McCain-Feingold finance law turned out to be literally $100 million or more loophole. And the Democrats filled it, so far, it looks like, better than the Republicans.
Although one thing that the Republicans did very well is you'll see that they coordinated with the Republican National Committee by putting a key phrase in their ads that allowed them to spend money. I'm sure Chairman Gillespie will talk about that a little bit later.
I think we want to talk to them right now. In fact, let's walk up there. The chairman of the both parties, Ed Gillespie, the Republican Party, Terry McAuliffe of the Democratic Party. Ed Gillespie, how are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I am very excited about it. I'm looking at the numbers coming in from the field, and the fact is we have busted through our targets for key precincts that we know are strongly supportive of the president. In Florida, absentee ballots, they process in Florida by registration. It's a party registration state. We're running 2-1 ahead, probably a margin of between 150 to 200,000 votes for us in the absentee ballots. They've yet to be counted, but when you look at the partisan breakdown, looks very, very good for us, and our ground game is better than we had even hoped for, so feeling very good, Wolf.
How are you feeling, Terry McAuliffe?
Wolf, I've never felt better. You can feel the excitement. I'm in Boston today. The millions of people, I said on the morning show today on CNN that we'd have 120 million people vote. I think that's what we're going to have. But, we had 1 million volunteers on the street today. I announced that the DNC today raised over $350 million in federal money. We had 80 million in 2000. Extraordinary. We were able to do everything that we needed to do with a great nominee in John Kerry. Everything's happening. People, record numbers. I just talked to Stephanie Tubbs Jones, the congresswoman from Cleveland. She said there are lines for hours still out in Cleveland, people waiting to go vote. It's exciting. It's great for America. It's great for democracy.
Ed, it's Larry King. You both can't be right. So let's try it this way. What, Ed, concerns you tonight? What are you worried about?
Larry, I feel good about the fact that West Virginia has already been called as one of the states that the Democrats targeted early to try to take back from the president when we surprised them in 2000. We were both on the ground strong there for 2004. You're not worried about anything? I'm not worried about anything right now. I'm waiting. I'm sanguine. I'm waiting for the votes to be counted and feeling good that we have executed against a very well done plan. The president ran a fantastic campaign, and I have faith in the American people. And I know that from what I'm seeing in terms of the where our precinct goals were and what I'm seeing coming in from the field, that we have met and exceeded our goals in our battleground states.
Terry, do you have any worries?
Yeah, the only worry I have right now, Larry, is to make sure that we keep these polls open. As I say, I just talked to the folks in Cleveland. They have people waiting still hours in line. The polls are supposed to close in about 20 minutes. Let's make sure that everybody gets in. If you're in line, let's go in and vote. There are so many people who have come out. And as you know, these record amounts of people are not coming out to support an incumbent president. They're coming out because they want a fresh start for this country. And we need to make sure that all these people who are out there in the pouring rain out in Ohio and other places stay in line, call your friends, tell them to stay in line. Get out there and vote. It's exciting what's going on. A fresh start for America starts tonight.
Ed, did the huge turnout concern you at all?
No, not at all, Larry. We were hoping for a big turnout. The fact is, when you look at our governor's races and the Senate races in 2002, Republicans benefit from big turnout. We registered 3.4 million Republican voters in this election cycle. We were turning them all out. I anticipated between the growth in the population between 2000 and 2004 and the extra emphasis of both parties. I think one of the most important things that both Terry and I do as party chairs is bring people into the political process. On the Democratic side, frankly, they contracted out to these outside groups. By the way, to answer your question about George Soros, he spent $24.5 million. He and two other gentlemen accounted for $50 million in soft money in this election cycle. But that's fine. We were able to raise plenty of resources as a result of the president's strong appeal amongst Republicans and a lot of Democrats and independents as well. So we'll match them dollar for dollar, I think, at the end of the day with our federal dollars against their soft dollars. And the fact is, I think you're going to see the benefit of our strong turnout effort tonight as the votes start being counted.
We're going to wrap it up. A quick question to you, Terry McAuliffe. Do you see any evidence out there that there was any hanky-panky out there across the country? By our anecdotal reporting, it looks like things are going relatively smoothly.
Yeah, I agree, Wolf. I think things have gone very smoothly. We had all of our folks out there to monitor situations. I'm very happy that people went in, they cast their votes. But as I say, we had a record amount of people that came out and put their footwork out there to say, I want to go vote for John Kerry. I want to change this country. So it was a great day for democracy, great day for America, and President-elect John Kerry a couple hours from now.
Wolf, if you give me one more second, I'm happy to let Terry respond to this, but I do think that needs to be remarked upon because there has been, unfortunately, hanky-panky, as you put it out there. We had in Wisconsin 40 of our vans for Get Out the Vote had their tires slashed. We have seen in the precincts, MoveOn.org, a group that supports Senator Kerry, intimidating and harassing Republican voters in line. We have seen constant reports on the ground of Republican voters being intimidated by MoveOn.org and union members supporting Senator Kerry. It's unfortunate. It ought to stop, and I hope Terry will call on Senator Kerry supporters not to engage in those intimidation tactics, as I have done for President Bush's supporters.
All right, Terry McAuliffe, you want to respond quickly?
Yeah. Sure, I could sit here, the letters that went out the other day telling people to vote on November 3rd, all the types of antics. I'm not going to do that tonight. You know what?
Right.
This is about democracy. This is about people going to vote. It was a great day for America. Let's move on. It's exciting. John Kerry will be elected president tonight, and it'll be a new America starting tomorrow.
One of these guys.
Hold on one second. Terry McAuliffe and Ed Gillespie, we're going to say thanks to both of you for joining us. We'll be checking back with you. What were you saying, Larry?
One of these guys is wrong.
Right. Yeah.
You don't know which one.
You figured that out.
I figured it out.
They're both very happy, supposedly. Dana Bash is joining us now, our White House correspondent at Bush headquarters, with information. What have you learned, Dana?
Hi, Wolf. Well, you just heard Ed Gillespie talking about the fact that the Republicans believe they have almost a 200,000 vote advantage when it comes to absentee ballots. Well, folks here at the Bush campaign are saying that they have now heard from the election supervisor in Miami-Dade County in Florida, who says that they are likely not going to be able to count majority of the absentee ballots. That is perhaps as many as 65,000 ballots until Thursday. So they are telling us that, essentially bracing for perhaps not just a long election night, but perhaps a couple of days now. You heard the president today say that he wants election night to be over on election night, but they are looking at this and saying that because big part of their strategy is absentee ballots, because Miami-Dade County is a place that is very Republican, they say they are certainly thinking that perhaps this might not be over tonight. Of course, that depends on the rest of the margin in the state of Florida. Wolf.
All right, Dana Bash, we'll be checking back with you as well. 16 states about to close their precincts, their balloting, coming up at the top of the hour. We'll take a look, see if we can project any winners. We'll let you know. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break from the NASDAQ market site here at Times Square in New York City. Much more coverage coming up.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Tens of thousands of civilians fled their homes.
People on both sides of the disputed line of control were
The United Nations University is working to understand and offer solutions to the small and great issues of peace and conflict. United Nations University.
On a special hour-long insight, the day after the polls. A look at how votes were cast in the U.S. election, the results, the controversies, and the international reaction. A special extended edition of Insight, only on CNN.
Unequaled anywhere. A newscast that gives you a view of the world from a unique global perspective. One newscast, many voices. CNN World Report. Only on CNN.
This month on Living Golf, we're in the Scottish Highlands. The exclusive Carnegie Club at Skibo Castle, where membership is purely for the wealthy. We'll show you who can afford it and what they get. Plus, America's golfers in chief and what their game says about the personality inside the Oval Office. That's Living Golf with me, Don Riddell, Mondays on CNN.
Living Golf in time with Rolex. This is CNN.
There it is, the CNN Election Express bus. Look where it is, in the heart of Times Square, right across the street from where we are, the NASDAQ market site for CNN Election headquarters. Complete coverage of election night 2004. Welcome back. Paula Zahn is joining us now from the CNN Time Warner Center. She's got the Crossfire crew over there, and they've got some opinions, I suspect, Paula.
Oh, no, not those guys. Let me introduce our audience now to men by now that are familiar to them. Tucker Carlson, Bob Novak, Paul Begala, James Carville. And I think we've been talking here throughout the last hour about the only story we seem to be in agreement on and that we can arrive at some conclusions about is that we believe we're looking at record turnout here. And we know that through our exit polling, 15% of the folks we talked to coming out of the polls today did not vote in the year 2000. I don't have a comparative number for the year 2000, but we know that we have some 10 million new voters out there who probably a majority of them will vote.
And that's nothing but good for the challenger. Some of them, now Karl Rove, the president's chief strategist, has long believed that there were 4 million Protestant Christian evangelicals, conservatives, who did not vote in 2000, who should be voting for the president this time around. So maybe some of them are Karl's phantom 4 million. But I think the better bet is that when you get 10 million new voters turning out, the likelihood is very strong that they want to vote for change, they want to vote for the challenger.
I guess the question I have for you, what would bring the evangelicals out? These are folks who are against the war. These are folks who think this president has run up the deficit.
I don't think the evangelicals are against the war. I don't think they worry about the deficit. I think they like George Bush. But, Paul,
you agree with that? I've had a number. Pat Robertson on the air told us that.
But we're at a point now where this was the debate that was going on during the campaign. We're now down to the short strokes on who's going to win the electoral votes. And I've been on the phone to some Republicans in Ohio, and they're very pessimistic. The polls have closed in Ohio, but looking at the returns, they think it's going to be very tough for President Bush to carry Ohio. Now, no Republican has ever been elected president without carrying Ohio. It's always the first time. But let's say he loses Ohio. Then, of course, he must, under any conditions, carry Florida. But in addition to that, he's probably got to carry Iowa and Wisconsin, which are not gimmies. That makes it a very tight thing. And I understand, too, that the NAACP is suing to keep the polls open in Toledo. Maybe even till midnight, as well as in some neighboring states.
Well, yeah, in fact, Bob, I just talked to a friend of mine with the Kerry campaign in Ohio who was a lot more optimistic than maybe your sources in the Bush campaign, and he told me that in Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland is the dominant city in that county, that 20 minutes now, 25 minutes after the polls closed, African Americans were still waiting in line in predominantly black precincts, and they're going to be able to still vote. And so Kerry people, based on turnout patterns, they feel pretty good about Ohio, which, as Bob points out, is a Bush state, and it would be the first takeaway that Kerry would get.
It's interesting, though, because we've seen those numbers continue to erode throughout this campaign, sometimes in our own polling showing that the issue of the economy trumped the issue of the war on terrorism and the war in Iraq. The economy is a huge issue because of the number of jobs lost, manufacturing jobs lost.
I don't buy that for a second. I've never bought that. I think, in fact, the Kerry campaign, which for most of the last 2 years was, I think, even by the agreement of most Democrats, extraordinarily badly run, just not a great campaign, only pulled itself together when it narrowed the themes down to one, Iraq. That's why Kerry is competitive and indeed may win. They spent, again, 2 years trying to convince people we were in a second worldwide depression. People didn't buy it, and the economy is soft. But all the polling on people's attitudes about the economy show it's going to be pretty hard to win on that alone. I really think, and I'm not saying this for any partisan reason, I just think it's true, that the only issue that really matters is the war on terrorism and Iraq.
Do you agree with that, James?
No. I mean,
what do you think is the issue that's emerged
I think people,
in the waning days
I
of this
think
campaign?
people say, the President of the United States gets a huge house. He's got office buildings, a gazillion staff. He has 12 cabinet departments. He's got all of this. And you know what? He ought to be able to protect us and help make us prosperous and keep the budget in balance all at the same time. And it's not a choice between we can protect you from the economy, but we can't keep the deficit under control at a crime rate or something else. And I think that people actually will expect both. They pay taxes, they have these people, they actually expect to keep them safe and to do the best they can. I understand that there's a limit to what the president can do, but there are a lot of people in places that 22, what is it? I forgot, a high percent, 22% of people voting for Kerry had a family member that lost a job. When you're fired, when you walk out of there, you're worried about your job.
But here's the problem. Kerry was never able to articulate how his economic program was substantially different from Bush's. He said, well, he's for cutting taxes for the rich. I'm against it, which is fine as a talking point. Beyond that, he never explained how
it was different. Get in here. The Republican pollster, Ed Goes, shows that the people who think that the economy is the most important issue jobs, Social Security, are overwhelmingly voting for Kerry. The people who think that Iraq and terrorism is the most important issue are overwhelmingly voting for Bush. So I have to disagree with Tucker. I believe that the economy is the issue that has made the Republicans in Ohio so nervous. Let me say, they still think they might barely carry Ohio, but they're very nervous right now, and that's going to be a very difficult thing for Bush to be elected. He has to really clean the board on other states if he loses Ohio.
Although, haven't we seen in the last couple of days John Kerry closing that gap a little when it comes to the issue of leadership in the war on terror and in prosecuting the war in Iraq?
Significantly, the president's lead on terrorism was 22 points about a week or two ago, halved it down to 11. It's cut in half down to 11. I mean, that is a huge break for John Kerry, and it hurts the president.
And the one thing we'll be watching very closely from here, Wolf, as the polls close at 8 o'clock, in particular what happens in Pennsylvania, Florida, and New Hampshire. James Carville thinks is very important. He'll explain why the next time we come back. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Paula. Thanks to the entire Crossfire gang as well. Look at this. 43 seconds to go, and we're going to be able to make some projections right at the top of the hour once the polls in the 16 states that are closing at 8 p.m. Eastern. Once all of those polls are closed, we'll be able to make some projections. These are important states for both of these candidates, a lot of them widely anticipated. We're going to see shortly whether there are any surprises in store for our viewers in the United States and around the world. We got new projections. All of these projections that we're about to make are projections that have come to us as a result of our exit polls and other data that we've collected from sample precincts in all of these states. It's now exactly 8 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can project these states for the precincts reporting these states going for George W. Bush and John Kerry. Illinois, we don't know yet. We don't have enough information. Connecticut, we don't know yet. We don't have enough information. The District of Columbia, we don't have yet. But let's take a look at what we do have. And I'm going to look into the camera and tell our viewers, because here we go. Here we are. Here are the numbers that the states we can project for Illinois. John Kerry wins that state as expected. He wins Connecticut as well as expected. The District of Columbia, there was never any doubt there. New Jersey, a big win for John Kerry. This state supposedly had been contested. We will project it goes for John Kerry. Maryland as well expected. Here's a very interesting development in Maine. There are 4 electoral votes. The 2 at-large votes we project now will go to John Kerry. The first district will go to John Kerry, but the second district, we don't have enough information yet, so we can just project now that 3 out of those 4 electoral votes will go for John Kerry. We don't know about the 4th electoral vote. His home state of Massachusetts and those 12 electoral votes will go for John Kerry. Delaware, and 3 electoral votes as well. The president, we project, will carry Tennessee, as expected, Alabama, and Oklahoma, both as expected. 3 states in this 8 o'clock Eastern time zone. So right now, just after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, we project that President Bush has 66 electoral votes. John Kerry has 77. 270 needed to be elected President of the United States. You see those various colors, Jeff Greenfield. Red states are Bush, blue states are Kerry. We've got a little purple up there as well in Maine.
Well, we don't know yet about one of those 2 districts. And as I say, this is one of the 2 states in the country, Nebraska being the other, that doesn't allocate its electoral votes winner take all. Could one vote be important? Bush's margin of safety 4 years ago was exactly 1 electoral vote. New Jersey, as you pointed out, Wolf, may have been a minor disappointment for the Bush campaign. The polling in New Jersey was looking at times as though that race were tied. New Jersey, 5 counties around New York lost some 500 people on the morning of September 11th. Security seemed to be playing very well. They had an unpopular Democratic governor who had to resign, Jim McGreevey. As it turns out, apparently the voting pattern is, as it's been now for the last 4 elections, a safe Democratic state.
And we don't have enough information. I want to alert our viewers to project a winner in 2 important battleground states closing at this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right now the polls are closed then in Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And to say that the 2 campaigns and the army of political journalists are kind of interested in those 3 states, I'd like to claim that as the understatement of the night.
Point out to our viewers, Jeff, those are the white states. Those are states that have closed their polling booths, but we don't have enough information yet to project a winner.
Right. New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia. This is a geography contest. North and South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. What's interesting so far is that none of the states that we have called have flipped yet. That's what we're all looking for. Will any state move from one to the other? I'm sorry, this is not, by the way, Louisiana. This is Mississippi.
Let's go to Judy Woodruff at the CNN Election Analysis Center to give us some information on why we have been able to project some winners and why we haven't been able to project some winners.
Wolf, I'm sure a lot of people are asking why, particularly in some of these states that we thought George Bush was comfortably ahead, Mississippi, South Carolina, why we still have not been able to make a call. I'm going to quickly try to get the attention of our political director, Tom Hannon, who's overseeing our Election Analysis Center. Tom, I think I know what you're going to be able to say at this point, but what can we tell our viewers about those states that we still can't call, especially those states where we thought there was a larger margin?
Well, I mean, in any of these states at this point, we're just going to wait for more information. Right now, we're operating almost entirely off of exit poll responses, which serve us well in races where there's a wider margin. But I don't know if you can get around and see this, but see this TCTC here?
Yes.
That's their language for saying that this is too close to call based on the information now. Now, we don't think it's going to be necessarily a close race, but we're saying that right now we don't have enough information to make a call there.
All right, and that's the state of Florida, which we knew was going to be close. Tom, just quickly, what about a state like South Carolina? The polls closed an hour ago.
Right, we're still looking at the vote in South Carolina. We want to make sure that we're not seeing some biases in the exit poll. It's not a character. I wouldn't characterize it as a state that's going to have a close outcome at the end of the night necessarily. But right now, we just don't have enough information.
And what about the state of Virginia, where the polls were a little
all
closer?
of these are the same.
Okay.
The same.
All right.
Same answer.
All right. We'll let you go right back to work. Tom Hannon, of course, Wolf, our political director, and they're trying their best to get all this information in. But as you know, as we've been saying for days now, we don't want to jump the gun. We're not going to make any projections until we are entirely comfortable with them, even though it may seem conservative to some people out there who think, gee, you know, South Carolina, that's surely going to be a Bush state. We're not going to jump to any conclusions.
But once, Judy, we get these raw numbers coming in through the Associated Press, presumably we'll have more information, and at some point we might be able to make projections in those states like Florida and Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, key battleground states.
That's right. As what we're doing is we are layering information from those exit polls that have been coming in all day long, the sample precinct information that we're getting from about 3,000 precincts around the country, and then, as you just said, the actual raw vote. We are going to be looking at that. Our statisticians, our election analysts, all the people you see sitting around these computers right here at our Election Analysis Center, part of CNN's offices in the Time Warner Center right here in Manhattan. They are looking at all this information, and at some point there will be enough, either through the sample precincts, combination of that with the raw vote, to make them comfortable. But as you just heard Tom Hannon say, we're not there yet. And if there are any anomalies in those numbers, I mean, we all know there's been a lot of discussion this year, Wolf and Jeff, about the public opinion polls. We've seen them. It seems like they've been all over the map, and we're not taking any chances because it may be that the models that were used in some of those polls were a little bit off. We don't know. And so we're just being extra cautious.
All right, Judy Woodruff, we see a lot of those experts sitting behind you, drinking a lot of coffee. They're going to have a long night. We're going to have a long night as well. Stay with us. To our viewers, stay with us as well. Anderson Cooper is watching some key Senate races. What have we learned, Anderson?
Wolf, we can now project a winner, of course, in the race in Illinois. Not a great surprise. Democrat Barack Obama is the projected winner in the state of Illinois. Again, this is widely expected. He ran against Alan Keyes, who was really at no point during this race any great threat to him. Alan Keyes came under some criticism for comments he made about Mary Cheney, but he really never got any traction in this race. Barack Obama, rising star in the Democratic Party. He is on his way to the United States Senate, and he has actually, Wolf, and what's interesting about this race is he has actually gone out and campaigned for a lot of other candidates around the country. Just this last weekend, he was campaigning in Kentucky for Dan Monjardo, who's running in a very contentious race against Jim Bunning. So Barack Obama, as we said, a rising star in the party, and he is now on his way to Washington, D.C. He is the projected winner tonight. Wolf?
All right, you want to make a point about Barack Obama?
This is the first Democratic pickup. This is an open Senate seat of the retiring Republican Senator Fitzgerald. It was never in doubt, but as we look to see the balance of power that you'll be telling us about all night, with a Georgia pickup for the Republicans we've already called, now we're back to square one.
And we should point out to viewers who haven't been following this as closely, in order for the Democrats to take control of the Senate, they would need to pick up 2 seats. That's if George Bush stays in office. If John Kerry stays in office, they need a net pickup of 1 seat. So at this point, Barack Obama picks up 1 seat. But as Jeff mentioned, you have Johnny Isakson picking up 1 seat for the Republicans from Fritz Holling's old seat. So at this point, there is I'm sorry, from Zell Miller's seat in Georgia. So at this point, there is no net gain.
All right, Anderson Cooper, thanks very much. And the reason they would only need 1 seat, the Democrats, if John Kerry's elected president, that's because John Edwards would become the vice president of the United States. And by definition, he's the president of the Senate. He'd be able to break a tie. That's why they would only need 1 seat. Bill Schneider is looking at exit polls, as he always does for us. What else have we learned, Bill?
We've learned something very interesting about New Jersey, Wolf. New Jersey lost the 2nd largest number of people on September 11th, and 3/4 of the voters there said they are worried about another terrorist attack on the United States. But New Jersey voted for John Kerry. Let's take a look at those voters in New Jersey who said they're worried about another terrorist attack. And look at this. 55%, a majority of those voters worried about another terrorist attack, are voting for John Kerry, only 43% for George Bush. That's got to be a big disappointment for the White House. And do they trust Bush to handle the terrorist issue? Let's look at what New Jersey voters said. That was about an even split. 47% said no, 46% said yes. They are divided on whether they trust Bush on the terrorism issue. So this was a big blow to Bush that he didn't do better in New Jersey, a state where terrorism was the #1 issue of concern to voters.
Bill, is that, would you say, so far, the surprise of the night, the early call on Jersey?
Yeah, New Jersey was supposed to be a more competitive state. Republicans had some hope there. It's a state that historically has voted Democratic, but Republicans felt, you know, after the September 11th attacks, they had a real chance in New Jersey. But look at this. Even those who are concerned about terrorism were voting for John Kerry.
And the president did go to Jersey.
He did go to deliver that major foreign policy speech only a few weeks ago, although it was in southern New Jersey, near the Philadelphia television market, so he knew he would get a lot of pickup in a much more important state for the Republicans. At least the hope was for Pennsylvania.
With a little over an hour, what's surprising, Jeff?
Actually, not much, because every state that we've called so far is in line with 2000. I think you've actually put your finger on it. The fact that New Jersey went this early, given so many pre-election polls that had it 2 or 3 points, a lot of us were scratching our heads saying, this is a state that's been comfortably Democratic for 12 years. What's going on? Well, apparently not much, except the pollsters were talking to the wrong people.
You know, we can't draw too much. Again, we're being cautious about our calls, but I will be interested to watch and see what happens in North Carolina. That early on, when John Edwards was picked as the nominee, first nominee on either portion of the ticket since the mid-1800s. People thought it might become competitive. The polls later on showed the president reopening up a lead. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
What about the Senate race there?
You know, I think the Senate race, one of the interesting things about that Senate race there, where you have former President Clinton's former chief of staff, Erskine Bowles, running against a Congressman, Richard Burr, there, is that it's another one of these places where the presidential race seemed to have opened up, but the Senate race remained very close. You saw the same thing, for example, in a place like Ohio. You had a close presidential race, but the Senate race seemed to open up. So it's interesting. You're not seeing the dovetail between Senate races and presidential races that you've seen in the past.
You know, it's very interesting also, Larry, that the Democrats, the Kerry campaign never gave up on North Carolina. They never pulled their staff out of North Carolina like they did other states that they once thought they might have a shot in, like Missouri, for example, or Virginia. They never left North Carolina, I think in part because of the impact it could have on Erskine Bowles, the Democratic Senate candidate, and also in part because they don't want to embarrass John Edwards, who's the vice presidential nominee.
What is the rule of people online? If you're online, do you vote? They're reporting that they may be open in Toledo till midnight.
Yeah, generally speaking, if you're online, you get to vote. I mean, the states run this.
So when the precinct closes, does someone come and put a rope? So if you show up at 5 after 8, you don't vote?
That's right.
Yep.
It's like
if you had to be there before
you had to be there and online.
Right.
Although every state, and Jeff, I think you'll agree, they have their own rules, they have their own regulations, and precincts may have their own rules as well. So
I could let you vote, and he may not let you.
That's right.
And sometimes you'll have 4 years ago there were big court fights in Missouri about whether the polls in St. Louis should stay open. Is it legal or not? One quick point. In most of the competitive Senate races, with the exception of Colorado and Florida, the Democrats are under this big disadvantage. They're running in deep crimson red states, and those Senate candidates, including Senate Minority Leader Daschle, have to overcome a top-of-the-ticket spread that could be as much as 20, 25 points. That's a difficult problem.
Carlos, let's get back to New Jersey for a minute, because as Larry King accurately points out, this is the first major state that has we've been able to project a win for John Kerry. New Jersey, so many of the 500 residents of New Jersey were killed in the World Trade Center bombing. There was a sense the Republicans had that perhaps they had a shot there a few weeks ago, but something changed.
Or were the polls wrong? I mean, one of the things that Jeff and I have discussed a number of times, one of the things that obviously our viewers out there are wondering about are all these polls that constantly showed close contests. And by the time we get to the end of the night, will we be surprised that so many places we thought were going to be tight weren't?
Were we fooled by the governor having to resign?
I don't know if that had direct impact. What do you think?
I think initially there was some thought that it did, that controversy might have caused people to sour a little bit on Democrats generally. But, you know, given that we called it this early on, boy, that's meaningfully good news for John Kerry there. I think, by the way, West Virginia was similarly good news for the president that we called it that quickly.
Let me just try on our humility hat. We don't know why the pre-election polls in New Jersey called a close race when it apparently hasn't. I think the phrase "we don't know" may be useful as we get through the rest of the night after 4 years.
Although I will point out in defense of the pollsters that in the most recent polls over the last few days, we did see a growing gap in favor of John Kerry in New Jersey. In fairness to all those hardworking pollsters who make these phone calls and get this information, easy to deride them. Let's bring in two of the finest political reporters out there. John King is over at the White House. Candy Crowley is in Boston. First to you, John. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Well, first let me say election night here at the White House is a Bush family reunion. The former president is here, the current president's brothers, other family members. We have Karl Rove set up as the go-between, if you will. He's in the old family dining room in the residence behind me watching results, also shuttling back to the Roosevelt room where other senior staffers are watching on several walls of television screens, tracking the results, working the telephones, trying to talk to people around the country. They insist here that their turnout operation in Ohio and elsewhere is doing quite well. They say wait for the votes to be counted. One quick word on what you were just discussing about New Jersey. Nobody here at the White House ever expected to win New Jersey. What they hoped to do by going to that Philadelphia market, as you noted, was get some airtime in Pennsylvania, perhaps convince the Democrats to put some late time, effort, and money into New Jersey. The Democrats didn't take the bait. It is not a state the president expected to win. He did hope to force John Kerry to spend more time and money there. He failed in that regard, and obviously that state goes Democrat tonight.
So, John, the whole family, the Bush family, is basically behind you in the residence at the White House right now watching television, we presume.
That is right, watching the results, and it's a great irony here. Step back for just a minute. It was 12 years ago when this president's father found out he would be a one-term president. This president campaigned aggressively. He said today that he was content with the campaign he had run, win or lose. He said he expected to win, but one of the Democratic rallying cries, if you will, in this election was, like father, like son, 4 years, he's done. This President Bush finding out tonight if he will get a second term, unlike his father, or if he will suffer the same fate.
I know Larry wants to talk to you, John, as well. Go ahead before we bring in Candy Crowley.
Just one thing, John. Jeb Bush was on our show last night. He's not there. He said he was going to stay in Florida.
Because of all the questions about whether his state would have a rerun of 4 years ago, Jeb Bush thought it was best that he stay home, keep his eye on the vote count.
He's the only one not there, right?
Not here. Jeb is not here.
He was a no-show at the Republican convention, also, as our viewers remember, because there were hurricanes. I believe there were 4 hurricanes in Florida that preoccupied him. Let's bring in Candy Crowley. She's in Boston at the Kerry campaign headquarters. What's the mood over there, Candy, at this hour? It's about 8:17, 8:18 on the East Coast.
Well, I can tell you right now they have CNN on, so the crowd that has started to gather here, you are hearing cheer. Look, the senator actually just finished campaigning about half an hour ago. He spent almost 4 hours satelliting in interviews where his ground troops told him that, in fact, an interview might help. So usual suspects, Ohio, Florida, places like that. John Kerry's been doing interviews for 4 hours. Now he's over at his house having some dinner. Let me add to the New Jersey discussion and just tell you that the reason the Democrats didn't fall for what looked like a George Bush play for New Jersey is that they had internal polls showing them that New Jersey wasn't that close. They said, in fact, you all have just seen a head fake, referring to the president. They knew he was looking at that Pennsylvania market. They never thought that New Jersey was much in play.
Larry, you want to talk to Candy?
Candace, would you call the mood there upbeat? Are they excited by what they see so far?
upbeat is okay. Well, you're talking about the crowd because I think you can hear them. If you're talking about the Kerry people, yes, absolutely. Look, they are seeing the kinds of things come in that, in fact, we are seeing. They feel good about it, but they felt good about it for the past week. What they are keying on now is the turnout and the reports of the turnout. Obviously, we don't have numbers, but they see the long lines. They are talking about places that are asking for later closing times because the lines are so long. So they believe that all of those new voters that Bill Schneider talked about earlier and all of those that are now coming out that didn't come out in 2000 are mostly Kerry voters, so they feel pretty good.
John and Kerry. John, is anyone down? Everyone we talk to is flying high. I guess Nader is down.
Well, Larry, one of the challenges on election night is to keep your spirits up. You were joking earlier with Wolf that somebody, when you had the two chairmen on, Ed Gillespie and Terry McAuliffe, one of those guys isn't telling the truth. They don't know right now, so of course they're both going to say they think they can win. And one of the reasons they say that is because they worry a bit about psychology. There are some people who are in states where the polls are still open, so if you seem down, then the people might not get up and go out and vote. So everyone wants to keep their spirits up, and they simply say this is so close. What other choice do you have?
Right now, there's time for all sides to be up because there'll be plenty of time for one side to be down. John King, Candy Crowley, thanks very much. Bill Hemmer is over at the CNN Election Analysis Center. You've got this tool, the spatial logic, Bill, and you want to focus in right now on Florida, what we know and don't know.
Yeah, we're starting to see a trend here, Wolf. Now, we want to repeat here, it is too close to call in this state. And we're only seeing a trend here through this great technology we're using this year. Spatial logic allows us to take specific states and look at them county by county and then start the gauge by the vote count which way it's going, George Bush or John Kerry. Stu Rothenberg, CNN political analyst, with me again here tonight. And good evening to you. I want to show our viewers and really use the telestrator to help demonstrate our point tonight. The I-4 corridor, many believe this is where this state will be decided. What are you finding out already?
Well, let's look right at the map here, Bill. The I-4 corridor is in this part of the state. It's critical. A lot of voters, the Democrats did very well 4 years ago. But if we look at where the votes are coming in now, starting at Polk County, Osceola, Orange County, Volusia, and let me clear that right in there, Lake County, we see the president leading in 4 of the 5 counties. One of them is a tie. If you compare that to 4 years ago, Al Gore won 3 of these 5 counties. So the Republicans needed to make gains, and with some significant partials in each of the counties, George Bush is doing better.
Let me just be clear here. The trend you're seeing is that he's doing better this time, at this point in the vote, compared to 4 years ago, which would portend good news for the White House now for Florida.
That's right, but there are significant parts of the state that are not in. For example, if you look again at this map at the southeastern corner, you can see there's no color in Miami-Dade, and Broward, and Palm Beach. There should be some significant Democratic votes there. And elsewhere, some of the colors may change from red to blue, but at the moment in that central part, it's pretty good for the president.
Just so viewers know, red denotes Bush, blue denotes Kerry. The gray on the screen you show shows no information at all from that county. Now we can show another map comparing the counties from 4 years ago, perhaps to emphasize the point a little more. There is a dark red and a pink almost, a light red.
Boy, look at that. Again, that's the I-4 corridor. The darker the red, the larger the gain. Pink is a Republican loss. We have very few votes over here in Pinellas, significant number of votes over here, suggesting that the Republicans, George Bush, is getting more votes out of this area.
That's the trend we're seeing so far. And again, as you point out, significant parts of the state not reporting just yet. That's why we're here, to watch it more. Thank you, Stu.
Sure.
Back to the NASDAQ and Wolf now.
All right, Bill Hemmer, Stu Rothenberg, thanks very much. Let's take a look at the raw votes. These are actual votes that have already come in from the state of Florida. The president now, with only a quarter of the vote in, 24%, has just over 1 million votes at 55%. John Kerry at 45%. Ralph Nader with 9,000 votes has not yet reached 1%, still 0%. That's a quarter of the vote in Florida. So we'll be watching. You see the numbers change even as we're speaking. CNN's Aaron Brown is here with us as well. He's got some thoughts that he wants to share with our viewers about what, incumbents?
Well, election nights are supposed to be about suspense, and in one important race, the most important race certainly is. But while I hate to be the night's party pooper, in 95% of the elections going on in the United States today, they are not only lacking in suspense, they were virtually decided when the incumbent decided to seek re-election. For all the grousing we do about our government, we send the same people back each year. Tonight, a couple of sitting senators may lose, but the change in the Senate will come not by tossing the incumbent, but because the incumbent decided he had better things to do than run again. Lobbying is more lucrative, retirement more fun. The same holds true in the House. A decade ago, Republicans championed term limits. Then they took control of the Congress. Term limits are only cool if you want the job, not if you haven't. Maybe we're just content with government, or maybe the special interests from the drug companies to the labor unions just like doing business with the people they know. Plenty of money to incumbents, the challengers campaign on food stamps. One way or another, the process is stacked, rigged to keep new blood and perhaps new ideas out. Someday the country may decide that ought to change, but it won't be tonight, and it won't come from the Congress, at least not from those with power.
Anything standing out at this early, relatively early stage in your mind, Aaron?
I enjoy how much I have heard we don't know.
We're not ashamed to say that.
Well, if we were, we learned 4 years ago not to be. It'll just play out. I mean, we just saw a Florida vote that, you know, we had about 2 million votes counted, a little less than 2 million. Got a long way to go in Florida. Ohio, we haven't even seen numbers yet. We don't know in that race, but we sure do know in a lot of others.
How many incumbent congressmen will lose tonight?
Oh, congressman? 6 maybe?
No, we're talking about senators. Congressmen, 400. There are about
how many in the House?
Maybe 30 or 40 races that are competitive in the House of Representatives.
Right. But a handful.
Right.
A handful. And that's the way it is. 95% go back every year, every 2 years.
That's right.
And maybe they're just doing a terrific job. I mean, that's one way to look at it.
It's an optimistic way of looking at it.
I'll be an optimist for a while.
All right, let's bring in Vanessa Kerry. She's joining us from Boston, the daughter of Senator John Kerry. You're smiling broadly, Vanessa, but then again, I always see you smiling. Do you ever not smile?
You trust me, I do. You should see me in the morning. It's not necessarily always pleasant, but I'm smiling tonight because it's been an incredible journey. And I'm just very proud of my father, and I'm optimistic about this evening.
Well, take us behind the scenes. You've spent time with your father back there. What's it like with your dad?
Well, he's still working away. He's really, he's still working, trying to get Americans out to vote. This is a really important election, and I've heard many people say it's the most important election of their lifetime. I mean, I would say that too. I'm 27 though, so I don't know how much leverage it actually has. But I do feel a real gravity to this election. I think that there's so much at stake, and it's really important that people get to the polls and they vote because it is their future in their hands. And my father's the first to say that this election is not about him. It's about the American people and the next century, really. It's about health care and jobs and education, and that's what we're fighting for. And we're fighting to try to give America the kind of leadership it deserves.
Vanessa, is there anything encouraging or discouraging you so far?
I'm not one for watching the polls, and I'm not one for taking it all in. I mean, I've been listening to some of the stuff, and it's been a great turnout, and that's incredibly exciting, and I think that's really encouraging that this many people have chosen to be a part of this process. I hope people continue to on the West, and many polls aren't closed yet. People should keep going and really being a part of this process. I can't say anything's discouraging me yet. I'm just watching and waiting, and I'm somebody who will finally really accept things when things are really done, but I feel really good about tonight.
Does your father expect a long night?
I think we expect a long night, but I also think that, we expect this to be decided into maybe the early morning of tomorrow, but hopefully not longer. I think if everyone gets out there and votes, and every vote that deserves to be counted is counted, we are going to have a decision. We are going to have our next president of the United States, and I hope we do, because this country needs to heal from 2000.
Vanessa, your dad is a little superstitious. He does certain things on election days throughout his political career. Tell our viewers in the United States and around the world some of the superstitious things that he's onto.
Well, I think the thing that is most well known is that after he votes, he goes to the Union Oyster House and has a long neck clam lunch, and he did that today. My sister and I actually did not join him because we never have, but we did go vote with him because we've been with him every vote we've made for our father when he's been on the ballot, we've done with him. So we joined him today to vote, and it was a pretty emotional moment to see your dad's name on a ballot for President of the United States. But I have to tell you, it was extraordinary, and it's probably the best vote I've ever made in my life.
Are the Edwardses there yet, Vanessa?
I don't even, to be honest, I don't know if the senator is here yet, but Kate is here, and I've had a chance to see her. She's been working away, and they are going to be in tonight if they're not yet, and we're looking forward to being all together again. We've been crisscrossing this country, fighting for every vote for the last weeks, and it's been an incredible journey as two families, and I really look forward to what I hope is going to be the next 4 to 8 years.
I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but if you do, maybe you can share it with us. I'm interested if the speechwriters for your dad prepared 2 speeches today, a victory speech and a concession speech.
Tell you what, I think you just have to watch and wait.
How will we know?
I'm sorry?
How will we know if he had 2 speeches?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, and that was my attempt to buck around the question. But I don't know. Look, what I can tell you is we're feeling very good. We know that this country wants a fresh start. We know this country has been frustrated with the last 3.5 years, the underfunding of education. If you look at Ohio, there's been 100 school districts that have to pay $500 in order to be able to, have their children be involved in after-school activities. In the state of Nevada, you have veterans that are going to be underfunded by $35 million based on the president's proposed budget for next year. This country deserves more, and I think the American people know that, and I'm optimistic that we're going to see that in the voting process tonight.
All right, Vanessa, Kerry, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us.
Thank you for having me on.
And this note to our viewers, we'll be hearing shortly from Ken Melman. He's the Bush-Cheney campaign manager. We'll talk to him. He's in Washington, D.C. I want to reiterate what we just heard from Vanessa Kerry. Still polls open in much of this country. This is still a good time for you to go out and vote. Go ahead. Don't turn off the TV. When you come back, you continue watching CNN. We'll take a quick break. Much more coverage from CNN election headquarters. Also, CNN.com if you need any additional information, up-to-the-minute information on all the races. Go to CNN.com. You can find up to the counties what's going on in states around the United States. The best information out there. CNN.com, a great companion to watching CNN on television. We'll be right back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
Solutions for producing, transmitting, and distributing the energy the world needs.
7 leaders, one place, one time, one reason. The ultimate leadership experience. Join these extraordinary leaders in Dubai at the International Leadership Summit on November 29th and 30th, where they will share their insights on leadership and what it takes to be a great leader. Register online at www.leadersindubai.com.
Getting to a Hyatt is now easier than ever. Leaving, that's still pretty hard. The new Hyatt.com Best Rate Guarantee. Quick, simple, and only at Hyatt.com. Book on Hyatt.com now and get 1,000 Gold Passport bonus points.
just after 8:30 here on the East Coast. Bill Clinton's home state of Arkansas, the polling is closed there. We don't have enough information to make a projection there. We do have enough information to project that the president will carry Virginia and its 13 electoral votes. Virginia had closed earlier based on exit polling numbers and real numbers, raw numbers coming in. We can project that the president will carry Virginia. This had been expected, 13 electoral votes. Also, we can project the president will carry South Carolina and its 8 electoral votes. Once again, this had been expected. South Carolina had closed earlier. Real numbers coming in, raw numbers together with all of our analysis, exit poll numbers, both of these states going for the president of the United States. Judy Woodruff is joining us once again from the CNN Election Analysis Center over at the Time Warner Center. You got some news, Judy?
Oh, Wolf, we do. No, there's no state that President Bush has wanted to take away more from the Democrats than Pennsylvania. And we do have something to tell you about in the western part of the state, the Pittsburgh suburbs, Allegheny County. This is an area that Bush and Kerry have fought very hard over. We are learning that Allegheny County is extending the poll closing time an hour and a half. Pennsylvania, as you know, the polls closed across the state at 8 o'clock, but because the lines are so long, we have now been told from 3 different sources that the county has decided to keep those polls open until 9:30 Eastern Time. Now, this is an area of the state where blue-collar, some socially conservative voters, so this is an area presumably very much up for grabs. We are keeping a close eye on that part of the state. It's Allegheny County. Perhaps you want to take a look at a map to look at exactly where it is, but it is part of the Pittsburgh suburbs in the western part of Pennsylvania. So in a nutshell, Wolf, the polls are staying open an hour and a half additionally in this one county so far that we know about in Pennsylvania.
All right, Judy, presumably that same thing could happen elsewhere around the country where polls are still open and there are long lines as well. This is a decision that individual counties and states will be making, right, Judy?
That's right. I mean, and presumably if there were issues all over a state, a Secretary of State might do it, but typically this is something you would see made at the county, judgment made at the county level, because we know that it's the officials in those county election boards that have to answer for how an election is managed.
All right, Judy Woodruff reporting for us. Thank you very much. Let's recap where it stands right now. The race for the White House, 270 electoral votes needed to be elected president. At this point in the night, 87 so far we've projected going for President Bush. 77 we've projected so far going for John Kerry. That's pretty close. It's expected to be close throughout the night. We'll have all the latest information. Let's go to Washington right now. CNN's congressional correspondent Ed Henry is joining us. Ed, you've got some information on what's going on out there. What's happening?
That's right, Wolf. Everybody paying attention to the South Dakota Senate race. Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle in a dead heat with Republican John Thune. Now, in the eastern part of South Dakota, the polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time. But in the western part, they're open for about another half hour. Just got off the phone with the Daschle camp. They have people literally at this hour combing through voting rolls in precincts, checking for people who have not voted yet, and then calling them at home and saying, get to the polls. There's about 25 minutes left. You have to get to the polls. Now, in 2002, John Thune lost by only about 524 votes. Tom Daschle knows that if he wins, he's only going to win by somewhere less than 1,000 votes. This race is again going to be decided by a very small margin. Now, Republicans not being outdone. John Thune also working the polls at this hour. Some 6,000 volunteers throughout the state of South Dakota for Republicans between the Republican Party and John Thune's campaign itself. Significance here. Major. There has not been a Senate leader who has lost re-election since 1952, Ernest McFarland. Before that, 1950, also a Democratic leader lost. That created a power vacuum that LBJ filled. Lyndon Johnson became Senate leader. Same thing could happen again here. If Tom Daschle loses, there's a lot of talk that there would be a Democratic leadership race between Harry Reid, Tom Daschle's number 2, and someone like Chris Dodd. His name keeps coming up. In fact, Democratic people are saying some phone calls have been made very quietly by Harry Reid and Chris Dodd in recent weeks. They obviously don't want to see Tom Daschle lose, but they're calling colleagues saying that if he were to lose, keep me in mind. There could be a very interesting leadership battle here if Tom Daschle were to lose to see who is going to take charge of the Democratic leadership, Wolf.
And give our viewers around the world a little perspective how important this race is. There are a bunch of Senate races, 34 Senate races out there, but this one, as far as the Democrats are concerned, I think it's fair to say is the most important.
Absolutely, because of the symbolic nature of it. Also the fact that President Bush has personally had himself and his surrogates going out and going after Daschle in recent years, but also the numbers game here. 9 Senate toss-ups. South Dakota the most significant because Democrats have high hopes of picking up some Republican seats like Colorado. They've already picked up Illinois with Barack Obama. But if they were to lose the Tom Daschle seat, that would obviously be a real hard blow for the Democrats. They're only 2 seats down. It's 51 to 49 for the Republicans, a 2-seat margin. If Democrats pick up some seats but then lose Tom Daschle's seat, that could prevent them from taking back the majority. A lot at stake here. Both John Kerry and President Bush paying attention to the Senate battle because whoever wins the White House, they're going to need their party to be controlling the Senate.
We'll be watching South Dakota with you, Ed Henry, in Washington. Thanks very much. Jeff Greenfield, well, we just heard from Judy Woodruff about what's happening in Pennsylvania, a key battleground state. That's pretty fascinating stuff.
Allegheny County, which is the city of Pittsburgh, went solidly for Al Gore 4 years ago. It also happens to be the home, or was the home, of Teresa Heinz Kerry. It is the headquarters of one of her foundations, which has poured tens of millions of dollars into that community. So anything that keeps the polls open later in an area of Gore's strength, you would kind of conclude would probably be helpful, that was to the Democrats, that is to John Kerry.
What's the key counties in Florida?
You know, when you look at Florida, a lot of people focus on Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, but I think a really interesting place to look this year is the northern part, in Duval County, where Jacksonville's located. Last time around, the President Larry won that by 45,000 votes, but about 27,000 votes were thrown out. Many believe those were Democratic, African-American votes. I would keep my eye on that over the night. If that's a place where the president is doing well, good news for him. If that's a place that's close, 10 or 20,000 votes separating it, suggests good news for John Kerry.
And no reports, no major reports, Wolf, of any problems, right?
Well, we did hear Ed Gillespie complain about what he called, right, Ed Gillespie, the chairman of the Republican Party. I suspect there are incidents happening around the country that we don't yet know about, but presumably we'll learn about.
One of the things we're doing here is some very old-fashioned notion called making telephone calls. We've got all these computers, and there are 2 pieces of information that may be worthwhile. In the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania, which Gore won by about 1 percentage point, it is a swing district in a swing state. According to one of the local newspaper reporters there, the Kerry Get Out the Vote operation is massively outperforming. All right, hold on one second. I'm going to interrupt for a second. We have an important projection to make right now. Let's go to the projection board. The CNN is now ready to project that North Carolina, and its 15 electoral votes will go to President Bush. This had been expected, although it was some that thought it was in contention. But CNN can now project that North Carolina, the home state of John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential nominee, will go to George W. Bush. Important enough for us. In fact, let's take a look at the map right now where it stands with North Carolina going to George W. Bush, at least our projection. Right now, at this point, 102 electoral votes for George W. Bush, 77 for John Kerry, 270 needed. Just to remind our viewers, the blue states are Kerry states, the red states are Bush states. This state is Maine. We see a little purple there, 4 electoral votes. We can only project that 3 of those electoral votes will be going to John Kerry. 1, still, we don't have enough information to know where that 4th electoral vote will be going. North Carolina, I guess it's not much of a surprise, but the Democrats had hope that maybe they could cause a surprise there. This is from the time that Larry and I were young, many decades ago, when the solid South meant Democratic. The South is now virtually solidly Republican, except when they run a Southerner. The last Northern Democrat to carry a state, Hubert Humphrey carried 1 state, Texas, in 1968. John Kennedy got a few. That's it. They have been shut out, the Northern Democrats from the South, for the better part of 44 years, and this is just another example of what's gone on.
Although, you know, one interesting thing when you talk about Northern Democrats and Southern Democrats, if John Kerry wins tonight, it'll upset a whole lot of conventional wisdom. You know, for the last several decades, we've heard that the only Democrat who can win the presidency is a Southern Democrat, right? It's got to be Lyndon Johnson, it's got to be Jimmy Carter, it's got to be Bill Clinton. If John Kerry ultimately succeeds and wins tonight, be a big piece of conventional wisdom that's gone, along with, as Jeff is saying, the old map. And the reason they would have won is winning without strength in the South, but probably in other areas like the Midwest and Southwest.
Does anyone know where 4 years ago, right at this time, it stood?
Oh, yeah.
Was it still like 102 to 77?
We called Florida for Gore.
This early?
Well, we called Florida for Gore at 10 minutes of 8 Eastern time, Larry. That is burned in my memory, and I will
10
never...
to 8?
It was even before all the precincts in the western part of Florida had closed Pensacola, because that's in the central time zone. And as you remember, Larry, we were hammered because we made a projection, then all the networks made a projection, even before all the polls in one state had closed.
That early.
And the fact of the matter is that we promised, and we will not do that again. We will not make a projection in a state where polls are still open.
You know when you drive a car into your neighbor's garage, it's kind of, you don't forget that? That was what it felt like. I just remember thinking, that's just awfully early to call so important a state, but we don't make a mistake like that.
You wrote a book about it.
You know, Judy Woodruff, I want to bring Judy Woodruff in. She's at the CNN Election Analysis Center because Judy Woodruff knows a great deal about North Carolina. I believe you went to school in North Carolina, so you know the place quite well, Judy. Give us your thoughts, if you can, on what this projection that Bush-carrying North Carolina means for George W. Bush right now.
Well, it means, as I think I heard Jeff just saying, because I was distracted here by something going on here at the Election Analysis Center, it means that the Republicans' solid hold on the southern swath of the United States persists. North Carolina is a state that for many years did have Democratic governors, governors like Jim Hunt, who were reelected again and again. But in recent years, the Republicans, by virtue of people like Jesse Helms, who was reelected a number of times to the United States Senate, the Republicans have gotten a very strong foothold in that state.
All right, Judy Woodruff, thanks very much. I want to go up here and bring in Ken Melman, the Bush-Cheney campaign manager, who's joining us from Arlington, Virginia. He's got a smile on his face. Is that because of North Carolina, Ken?
I was happy about North Carolina. I was enjoying your discussion of when you called Florida 4 years ago. I remember that well, Wolf, and one of the reasons you called it was because a county that was called a bellwether county was a place called Orange County. It's Orlando. 4 years ago, we lost it. We got 48% of the vote. Right now, we're at 55% of the vote. And one of the interesting things, if you look at the actual returns in Florida, is all along that I-4 corridor, places where last time we lost, this time we're winning. We're also seeing improvements in places where Democrats did better last time. Alachua County, which is Gainesville. Last time we got 39% of the vote. This time we're at 48% of the vote. If you look at the actual returns, we're in a stronger position in terms of returns that have come in Florida today than we were 4 years ago.
What are you seeing in Ohio, for example?
Ohio returns are very early. What's interesting so far, what we're seeing again, is consistent with the George W. Bush victory in the state. In Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland, which is the Democratic stronghold in the state, if you look at the numbers in terms of absentee ballots that came in early this time, the Democrat numbers and the Republican numbers were almost exactly the same as the last time. You also see a very strong Republican turnout in the southwest part of the state, in a lot of the rural parts of the state, and a lot of the ex-urban counties. When I look at the results of both Florida and of Ohio, I feel very good about what's going to happen tonight.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania obviously is going to be a state that we always said we thought was going to be a close state and a tough state. We have a great organization in that state. You have Lancaster County. Lancaster County is the #1 Republican vote, gold-producing place in the state, in what's called the T, the central part of the state, and we're blowing off the doors of our numbers. We have an incredible organization there and great turnout as well.
Were you disappointed? Did you really ever expect that New Jersey would go for President Bush?
Well, we certainly hope so. And as you know, there were a lot of different polls that came out in New Jersey. Obviously, the other side thought so too, since Senator Edwards visited there a number of times. But look, we got a great organization in New Jersey. The folks that work there feel great about the effort they put in, and we're real proud of them.
Since everything's great, Ken, are you forecasting a victory?
I am forecasting a victory, absolutely.
You want to tell us how many electoral votes you're going to get?
The number I give you is called 4 more years. I'm not forecasting electoral numbers, but I do think, based on what we've seen so far, we're going to win Ohio, we're going to win Florida, and then some of those states that Al Gore won last time that, in the 2000 campaign, the Democrats had won 3 times in a row, states like Wisconsin, states like Iowa. Those are states I think we're in a strong position. I think we're in a strong position in New Mexico, and I think we're in a strong position in a number of the states out west. So we look forward to what we think is going to be a very good night. But if you look at the results from Florida, what you see is the Democrat fortress areas are now swing, and some of the swing areas we're actually winning and doing very well.
So you're not worried about anything then?
Well, obviously, we think this is going to be a very close election. We've always thought that. We planned for it. We expected the night to be like this. My point is that this big grassroots organization that occurred particularly in places like Florida and Ohio are now producing, when you look at the fact that we're right now winning Orange County, we're right now winning Pasco County, places that we lost 4 years ago, but because of this grassroots organization, because of all these people making the calls and knocking on the doors, we're doing well right now.
Ken Melman joining us from Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. at Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters. He's the campaign manager. Less than 12 minutes before the top of the hour, we'll be making some more projections at the top of the hour. Anderson Cooper is joining us. He's following the Senate races. Have you got some projections, Anderson?
Wolf, we have a number of projections we can make at this point. Let's look at the board here. We're going in Oklahoma, most notably, Dr. Tom Coburn is the projected winner in the state of Oklahoma. This is a very closely watched race against Representative Brad Carson. Tom Coburn had been a representative 2 terms. He fulfilled his pledge to resign after 2 terms, serving his term limits. Brad Carson had run against him, run a very tight campaign, very contentious at times, saying that Dr. Tom Coburn was too conservative for the state of Oklahoma, a very conservative state. Voters clearly not buying that line. They have, we can now project, elected Dr. Tom Coburn to the Senate from Oklahoma. We have a number of other projections we can give to you now. None of them really big surprises. Of course, in Missouri, Kit Bond. In New Hampshire, Judd Gregg. We have, of course, George Voinovich in Ohio. Barbara Mikulski in the state of Maryland, a very liberal Democratic senator in Arkansas. Blanche Lincoln. That is, of course, also a Democrat seat in Connecticut. Democrat powerhouse Christopher Dodd remains in his seat. And, of course, Richard Shelby remains in Alabama. None of these really big surprises. These seats are really expected to go this way, so it's not a big surprise. We're still watching that balance of power in the Senate very closely, though. Democrats need to pick up 2 seats if George Bush is elected president, need to pick up 1 seat to regain control of the Senate. At this point, we have no change. Barack Obama in Illinois picked up a seat, but Johnny Isakson, a Republican, picked up Zell Miller's old seat. So at this point, there's no change in the balance of power in the Senate. We also have 1 governor projection we can make here. Mitch Daniels, the winner in Indiana. This is a change. Joe Kernan had been the Democratic governor in this state, but Mitch Daniels running a very effective campaign over the last 16 months or so, really going all around to every small town in the state, making it a very long campaign and one that has paid off for him in Indiana. Wolf?
All right, we'll be watching all those races with Anderson Cooper. Thanks very much. Only less than 10 minutes till 15 states plus the District of Columbia close their battling. We'll take a quick break. Much more coverage from CNN election headquarters in Times Square when we come back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the 2 of you? Could it be the most powerful 2-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner? How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
This is CNN.
When design and music collide. On the next edition of Design 360, hip-hop moguls making a mint by selling their lifestyle. P. Diddy opens a fashion store on New York's Fifth Avenue. We speak to dynamic duo Russell and Kimora Simmons. Plus, we tour the first venue designed specifically for jazz acoustics. That's Design 360, Sunday on CNN.
Design 360, in association with Siemens.
This month on Living Golf, we're in the Scottish Highlands.
The exclusive Carnegie Club at Skibo Castle, where membership is purely for the wealthy, will show you who can afford it and what they get. Plus, America's golfers-in-chief and what their game says about the personality inside the Oval Office. That's Living Golf with me, Don Riddell, Mondays on CNN.
Living Golf in time with Rolex.
This is CNN.
Just before 9 o'clock, actually, we have about 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes before 9 o'clock. 15 states closing at the top of the hour, plus the District of Columbia. We'll be able to make some projections coming up at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's go over to CNN's Paula Zahn. She's over at the Time Warner Center with the Crossfire guys. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. We've been talking an awful lot here about the importance of winning, we think, 2 of 3 states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, to become president. Hundreds of ways I guess you could cobble together otherwise. But I guess I have been struck by what we just heard a Bush campaign operative, Ken Mellman, said when he came out and predicted that the Bush campaign would take Ohio, which is contrary to what you're learning from your contacts in the field.
Well,
How does it look in Ohio from those folks'
I think it's an uphill climb in Ohio. It hasn't been lost yet. But I think the Republicans have got to count on possibly losing Ohio. If they do, of course, they have to win Florida. I think they're looking pretty good in Florida. And then 2 states that are not on many people's radar screen, Wisconsin and Iowa, become crucial. And they're going to be very, very close. And we're going to be worrying, perhaps, on who's the next president of the United States, on who wins Wisconsin and Iowa. Usually we think of those as primary, Democratic primary states.
Let's come back to the issue of what it's like at this stage of the night when you're running a campaign and you got to face the public. You've got your own internal exit polling go. How many times did you lie when you were working for the Clinton campaign about a state that you know that's not going to go for you? We don't know that about Ohio yet.
But you have to spin, and my heart went out to Ken Mellman, who's a decent guy and an able operative, because every state that they asked him about, he said, well, we have a good organization there, and we've got fine people. First off, because they do have good people working for them, but more importantly, all across the country, there are other Republicans still running where the polls are still open who are going to worry if the Bush campaign manager says, gee, you know what, Pennsylvania just doesn't look like it's going our way, and it doesn't. But if he were to say that, you can't commit this in a full candor. I don't think he lied, but that's what spin is trying to sort of marshal your arguments and put them in the light most favorable to your client. And I think Ken did a pretty good job of it. I mean, it's a mixed night for Ken so far, but I think he tried to do his best.
We're still trying to get a better understanding of turnout tonight. And I know the thing that's really ticking Tucker off at this point is because of the incredible lines in Pennsylvania, at least in one polling place, they're going to extend the voting hours. And you think that's a disgrace?
Well, I mean, no, I think if there's a line
Why is
out
that such
front,
a big deal?
You ought to let people vote. I think people can, show up at the polls on time. That's, not too much to ask. I think the outrage, however, is in Florida, where apparently the Miami-Dade Board of Electors has called the Republican National Committee or the lawyers and said, look, we may not be able to count the absentee ballots fully until Thursday. That's just third world. I mean, look, for 4 years, the country's been focused on voting in Florida. The election's coming. Right. Kind of important, not simply for procedural reasons, not simply for us, watching to find out who wins, but also for people's confidence in the process itself, that the votes can be counted on time, accurately. And that, I think it shakes people's confidence in the process. It's bad.
Tucker, I called, the only 2 words I need to know about Florida are Nick Baldick, not a guy most people know. He ran Florida for Al Gore. He's running Florida again for John Kerry. He's reprising his greatest hits. And I called him a moment ago, and he says, no, they're going to count the absentee votes tonight, that there is some sense that maybe some people are dragging their feet about releasing them, but they were all counted in 2000. When it was too close to call.
But even if there's a question right now, on election night itself, I think shakes people's confidence, and that's what you don't want to do. You want people to believe when they cast a ballot, it'll be counted.
Paul, can I raise one surprise or one mild surprise? Sure. My sources, my Republican sources, tell me they think that Senator Jim Bunning of Kentucky is gone. That he is going to lose. He ran a very bad campaign. He was erratic. Jim Bunning was a Hall of Fame baseball pitcher for the Phillies. 6 months ago, he was one of the safest senators in the country. But I am told that there's great pessimism, and that would give the Democrats one more seat up in trying to get the Senate. But I have to say that Tom Coburn we have called him as the winner Republican, Dr. Tom Coburn in Oklahoma. Talk about mixed emotions. Republicans are glad to keep that seat Republican. They hate the idea of Tom Coburn in the Senate because he is a principled conservative. He's against pork barrel spending. He doesn't take orders from the leadership. He is going to give the leadership hell. I just can't wait to see Tom Coburn.
This bunning race, though, I mean, this shouldn't come as a great surprise when he actually, accused his opponent's son of looking like Saddam Hussein. That
like Saddam.
probably didn't go down with
the worst thing he did.
Did he look like Saddam Hussein?
He ran from a fight.
Tucker.
His opponent there is a guy named Daniel Mongiardo, who is also a medical doctor. So now we're going to have 3 doctors in the Senate if Bob's sources are right and Bunning loses. And this guy Mongiardo has a great story, and Democrats hope he gets to the Senate because they believe he can take on Bill Frist, the Senate Majority Leader, a Republican who is a doctor himself.
James, what is striking you at this stage of the evening?
Nothing that struck me so far is unusual at this stage of the evening. And I think, look, of course, Kerry has to carry Pennsylvania. And if he doesn't, he's not going to be president. But if he carries Pennsylvania, you know, he needs a split in Ohio and Florida. In all probability, if he wins Ohio, it becomes very difficult for the president.
What are you hearing on the ground from Pennsylvania?
I mean, people feel I could tell by Ken Meltman that they're very worried about Pennsylvania. You can kind of watch. I think they feel better about Florida, less well about Ohio, and less well about Pennsylvania.
James,
I mean, even through the spin, you could hear what the guy was saying.
But James, Wisconsin and Iowa, if those were blue states, if Bush can take those, that compensates for Ohio.
They do. And New Hampshire, New Hampshire and Nevada come into play. You're right. But the math becomes considerably harder if the president loses Ohio.
All right, gentlemen, that wraps it up for us here at this hour. Let's go back to Wolf now and see you in the next hour.
Thanks very much, Paula. Only a few seconds to go before the top of the hour, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. 15 states closing down at the top of the hour. We'll be able to make several projections coming up in only a few seconds. We're going to be watching very, very carefully to see if we can project any of those key battleground states closing at the top of the hour. We know that we'll be able to project some of the obvious states for Bush or for Kerry. Let's walk over and see what we can project right now, exactly 9 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can make some projections for the president. He will carry his home state of Texas 34 electoral votes. The president projected to win also in North Dakota, Kansas, South Dakota, Wyoming, the home state of the Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, as well as Nebraska. Those states we can project, at least as far as Nebraska, by the way, a split right there. We can project that he will get 4 out of the 5 electoral votes because Nebraska can split its 5 electoral votes. He'll get at least 4. He may get 5, but right now we can project a split for the president in North Carolina, at least 4 of those 5, in Nebraska, 4 of those 5 electoral votes. Speaking of splits, by the way, there's been a very interesting amendment, a ballot initiative in Colorado to split the 9 electoral votes according to the population. CNN can now project that Amendment 36 will go down, will fail, that will not be passed. All 9 electoral votes in Colorado will go to the winner of that state. There won't be any opportunity to go 5-4, as some Democrats had thought, because they thought that the Republicans would carry Colorado. Let's take a look at how John Kerry is doing at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock right now. We project 31 electoral votes in New York State. As expected, will go to John Kerry. 4 electoral votes in Rhode Island, in New England, his home area, will go to John Kerry as well. Those are the projections we can make right now. Let's tally where this race stands right now for the president, the electoral votes, the race for the White House right now. We could project that, here it is right here, 155 electoral votes for the president so far, 112 for John Kerry, 270 needed. Jeff, why don't you go over there and show some of those blue states, some of those red states, and there's a purple up in Maine that similar to the purple in Nebraska.
Because we don't know whether or not John Kerry in Maine or George W. Bush, Nebraska, will get all the votes. Once again, Wolf, in all of these calls, no state different from it was in 2000. But the polls that we're not calling yet, that have just closed, this is where the Bush campaign is resting a lot of its hopes should Florida or Ohio not go its way. In Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota, and later on when Iowa closes, all 4 states that Al Gore narrowly carried in 2000, all 4 states that were seen as competitive by the Bush campaign, if they lose Ohio or Florida and Pennsylvania stays for Kerry, this is where the Bush campaign's hopes for a recovery from those losses, if they were to happen, lie.
Interestingly, we can't project the winner in several of those key battleground states. The white states are states that we cannot yet project the winner in because we simply don't have enough information. The upper Midwest, those states are going to be critical, presumably, this time.
All of the states that I mentioned, with the exception of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, were carried by Michael Dukakis in 1988 and have been carried by every Democrat since. And I make that point because, no disrespect to the former Massachusetts governor, but given that campaign, if Michael Dukakis can carry a state for the Democrats, you would think that most Democrats could carry it. Yet all those states trended very close in 2000. The social issues were cutting against the Democrats in all of those states. And this is where the Bush campaign is looking for redemption should something go wrong in Ohio or Florida. And New Hampshire, even though it has only a few electoral votes, that's still, we don't have enough information to project that one either. No, the one call that I did make into New Hampshire was from an expert on this man spends his life studying New Hampshire, and he says that the Kerry Get Out the Vote operation down in Hillsborough County, that's where Manchester and Concord are, is outperforming the Gore Get Out the Vote operation. That doesn't tell us who's going to win. It's anecdotal information. But there you are. Gore lost that state very narrowly 4 years ago. 7,000 votes, and Ralph Nader got 22,000, and had he won it, he'd be president today. Let's walk over and talk to our analysts, Carlos and Larry King. Larry, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, more projections, all of them basically as expected.
No surprise. I'm not an analyst. I'm just asking questions. You guys said the actor. Were you surprised at that Colorado turning down that electoral split?
I wasn't. You remember Colorado had that unusual thing, as Jeff described, where they were thinking about splitting up their electoral votes. But about 2 weeks ago in the polls, you started to see the numbers who were supporting it down below 50%. For that kind of ballot initiative to pass, you kind of need to be at about 2/3 at that point out, because you know your support's going to continue to erode.
What's doing Jim Bunning in? I mean, we're both baseball nuts.
Former Hall of Famer.
Senator
is
from Kentucky.
I don't know that we have not called that race. He got into trouble because of some behavior that the Kentucky press thought was odd. He left Kentucky just before debate, went up to Washington, said, I have to be in Washington for urgent business. The Senate was not in session. He debated from a closed television studio where it was clear he was using a teleprompter, and some of the press in Kentucky openly questioned whether or not Jim Bunning was having some kind of problem. Now, we don't, the last polls out of pre-election polls were that Bunning was in a tight race. You're right, as a man who pitched a perfect game for the Philadelphia Phillies, you would think he'd be invulnerable. But 6 years ago, when Jim Bunning left the House and won in the Senate, that was one of the 2 closest Senate races in the whole country. So that was not a slam dunk.
All right, Judy Woodruff over at the CNN Election Analysis Center watching all of these states for us. Judy, Pennsylvania is an important state. You've got some new information.
That's right, we do, Wolf. We were saying a moment ago that in Allegheny County, which is a county where Pittsburgh is, the western part of the state, long lines, and there's been a decision made in Allegheny County to keep the polls open an extra hour and a half. I want to quickly bring in our legal analyst, Jeffrey Toobin. Jeffrey, it turns out it is one precinct, downtown Pittsburgh, near the University of Pittsburgh. Help us understand what's happened there.
Basically, what has happened is one polling place will be open until 9:30, which is 90 extra minutes from the usual closing time, to allow people to file provisional ballots. Those are the famous new innovation that anyone who is denied an original chance to vote gets to file a provisional ballot. But Judy, keep in mind, this is one precinct. There were thousands of lawyers out. I think the real story about the legal story is that the dog that didn't bark. There have not been many controversies, and I think that's a surprise to a lot of us who saw all those lawyers out there.
But quickly, Jeff, you've had long lines all over the country that have been reported. Many people have been voting early. Perhaps that absorbed some of the high interest in this election.
And one law that every state has is that if you are online when the polls close, they have to keep the polls open for you. And we're getting reports that they will be keeping the polls open, particularly in Ohio, for hours because there are so many people still online, still trying to vote.
All right, Jeffrey Toobin. So, Wolf, there you have it at this point. It's one polling place in Pittsburgh where there were long lines. There was a request, and a judge did grant that request that the polls stay open an additional hour and a half. It's now 7 minutes after 9, so we're talking about another 20-some minutes.
All right, we'll be watching, Judy. We'll get back to you right away. Thanks very much. By the way, the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania is holding a news conference in Harrisburg right now. Our Deborah Farrick is there. We'll get a full report from her. We're hearing he's saying that so far there have been very few problems in Pennsylvania, but obviously we don't have enough information to make a projection in that key battleground state. Jeff, you heard Judy. What did you think?
Actually, it's kind of a sign that some of the pre-election jitters, that we would have massive confusion, there may be less there than meets the eye. If we're talking
a little like Y2K. Yeah. Remember all the build-up to Y2K?
Boy, do I remember that.
Right? And,
If you stay the polls open, let's say, for an extra hour and a half, how long does it take to count them? Or how long can we expect to hear?
Each state has a different formula, a different way of doing it. Some have the old-fashioned ballots, others have the touch screen, others still have those butterfly or hanging chads, if you will, the kinds of ballots that we're not supposed to be used.
We could be conceivably waiting on Ohio and Pennsylvania until 4 or 5 in the morning.
Or longer. And the other thing, or if it's close, these provisional ballots, some of the states have granted themselves, Larry, 10 days to count. They say, we don't have to get back to you for 10 days. So if it's really close, we could be waiting.
All right, Bob Woodward of the Washington Post is over in Washington, I assume. That's right. There you are. We see you in Washington. Bob, this is a night that all of us are going to remember for a long time, but you've watched a lot of elections over the years. At this moment in time, what is going through your mind?
Well, I think there's a lot of contradictory information out there, and Jeff Greenfield was rightly remembering somewhat fondly and the searing memory of the Gore miscall, and I suspect there are limitless chances to still get things wrong. So I think that you all have taken a Valium cooler or something, and everyone is being careful, and I think there's good reason to be careful. So what I'm thinking about is it's important that it be right rather than early, premature, and wrong.
Do you have a feeling, Bob, at all? From what you see so far, do you have a gut?
Well, if you look, and you were talking about this, Democrats like Clinton and Carter have won only when they got some southern states. It looks like Kerry won't, but the new center of the Democratic Party might be the Midwest if he carries lots of those states like Illinois and if Ohio comes in. But clearly it gets down to Ohio and Florida, and your people are saying there's not enough information to make some projections. I think there's some contradictory information, and when you have that, you ought to just back off, and you're wisely doing that.
What do you read as contradictory, as an example?
Well, I think there's some exit polling that shows one thing, and then some of the hard numbers coming out of some of the counties in Florida seem to indicate something else, at least at this point. Now, again, it depends on what parts of the state you're measuring. So when you get in that situation, we in the newspaper business, we always say, when in doubt, leave it out.
What does the what does the Washington Post do if this goes all night? Do they have a morning winner? What do they do? They got to come out in the morning, right?
They're as careful as anyone, and they will make sure, and there's centuries of political experience there among the reporters and editors, Dan Baltz and David Broder and Len Downey, the editor, and you can just hear them kind of saying the old rule that the late managing editor had, which I said, if in doubt, leave it out or don't go there. And so I think no one's going to be embarrassed. We all worry about the famous Chicago Tribune headline, Dewey beats Truman. No one wants that in their newspaper or on their network.
And I assume as cautious as the television networks are, the newspapers, Bob, will be just as cautious in avoiding any kind of hard and fast conclusions when we simply don't have those hard and fast conclusions.
That's exactly right. And, the headline in the Washington Post was unpredictable. and that this is, and I think that's the case, and so take it slowly. I think people are still going to be watching. Don't think you're going to lose your audience tonight.
There'll be no mandate tonight, will there, Bob?
There might be. I mean, this
really?
could, sure, if Florida clearly falls and Ohio, falls the same way, somebody's going to get close to 300 electoral votes, but, let's wait and see. People are watching. I'm sitting here just listening to it and enjoying it.
Are you surprised, quickly, Bob, that so far it seems to be going relatively smoothly out there across the country, although polls are still open in much of the country?
Yeah, that's a great question. I looked at the picture on the front page of the New York Times this morning of lawyers and election experts peering over ballots, and my stomach fell because it reminded me of what happened in Florida 4 years ago. And then you hear about the thousands of lawyers who are out there looking for trouble. Well, those are thousands of egos looking for trouble, and lawyers often think they solve problems with litigation or causing disputes. Maybe they've also taken some of that Valium cooler that you're serving there.
All right, Bob Woodward of the Washington Post, thanks very much. I want to take our viewers over and show our viewers what's happening in Canton, Ohio. Look at this picture. These are workers, election workers. They're counting absentee ballots in Canton, Ohio right now. These are volunteers. They're going through the process, a tedious process, as we all know, but they want to make sure that every vote is counted. These workers in Canton, Ohio, counting voters right now. Let's take a look at that as we go, and we bring in a special guest, Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City. Mr. Mayor, sit down and join.
Guest is actually here.
Can you imagine we actually have a guest here in New York City?
This is, in fact, your office.
My office is right across the street. Hello there.
You wouldn't know it, Larry, because he's been doing a lot of traveling lately.
I haven't been here much in the last 2 weeks.
You have worked your head off for Bush. You have gone everywhere. What do you think so far? What is it?
I think the president can win this election.
Or can lose.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. He can win it or lose it. There's no question about it. I have a tremendous personal devotion to him because of what he did for my city and personally for me, the support he gave me and what he did for the city of New York. I am enormously grateful to the man. I think he's been a great leader.
Anything surprise you to this minute?
Not yet. There's been no surprise to this minute. This reminds me of a heavyweight boxing match. Where you go through the first 4 or 5 rounds and everybody's real careful and everything goes as planned.
So far, every state that we projected was expected to go that way.
And everything went as going according to the plan of 2000, right?
But you must be disappointed that your city, New York, and we're in Times Square right now, and New York State went overwhelmingly, at least according to our projection, it clearly went for John Kerry.
But, I'm used to it. The city's 5-6 to 1 Democratic, and you got to really struggle if you're a Republican in New York.
There's a Republican mayor in New York. There's a Republican governor in New York. It could have gone the other way.
We haven't had the state vote for Republicans since Ronald Reagan in 80 and 84. That was the last time. In fact, Ronald Reagan got a big win here in 1980 and a pretty good one in 84. Since then, it's been straight Democratic.
The dominant Republicans in New York are moderate, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, yes, it's a little different. I mean, it's a little more like what you'd see in California with Schwarzenegger.
So what are you going to watch for now? What are you keying on?
I'm looking at the same things you're looking for: Florida and Ohio. I was in Florida all day yesterday, so I have a really good sense of where to look for the vote. I've been in Ohio, I think, 4 times in the last 2 weeks. So.
You really went all out and made a major push for the president.
I really feel I owe the man. I mean, it's both political and personal, but I feel that he was there for us, and he's kept our country safe. I mean, it's something that everybody's been kind of reluctant to point to because we're all afraid there's going to be another attack, and I think there is going to be another attack. But you can't escape the fact that on September 11, 2001, and in the days after, everyone expected numerous attacks on the country. And George Bush's policies, I believe, and I think history will record this, George Bush's policies kept us safe. Thank God.
Do you want this job?
Do I want his job?
No. I know everyone wants his job. No, do you want the presidency?
That's a good job. I mean, you get to comment. You don't have to have agita worrying about whether you're going to win or lose. Right?
You thinking about 2008?
No, I'm thinking about tonight, and I'm not thinking I mean, that's so far away.
If the president is reelected, would you like to come back in the federal government? You used to work in the federal government.
No, I'm happy across the street at Giuliani Partners with Bernie Kerik and Tom Von Essen and.
No, you wouldn't want to be Attorney General.
All my guys. I mean, we're doing security consulting all over the country.
You don't want to be Attorney General.
I'm happy where I am. I know people have a hard time believing this. This is all done out of personal loyalty to a guy that I think is just one heck of a leader.
Because as you know, a lot of people speculating, pundits, that the amount of travel that you did going out, not only working for the president, but key races in the House and the Senate, that's designed to set the stage for 2008.
Do you ever think, among other things, I enjoy it? I mean, I like campaigning. Why do you think I ran for mayor of New York City? And I mean, I enjoy it. It was an honor to do it. It was tremendously educational. It was not about leading to anything else in the future. After going through prostate cancer, and after going through what we went through in this city, you know, just a few miles from here, I don't plan the future quite that way anymore. You know, this was a great opportunity to get involved in a campaign for a man that I have tremendous respect for, George W. Bush. And that's what it's all about.
Did you expect closer in New Jersey?
No. No, Jersey, it doesn't surprise me. Pennsylvania, I have more hope for, from the Republican point of view. And obviously, Ohio, Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, those are the states.
That's where it's going to be decided, right?
Absolutely.
Those 5, 6
Those states are going to decide it depending on how it goes.
And will the country, no matter who wins this, come together?
Of course it's going to come together.
Of course?
Of course, absolutely. We're Americans. I mean, I have no doubt about it. I believe President Bush is going to win. I hope and pray for that. I've worked for it. John Kerry wins. He's our president. Both of them are going to get the support of the American people. They're going to get an opportunity to bring us together. And if they reach out to the other side, as I believe both of them will do, if the president gets reelected, you put some Democrats in the cabinet, the way John Kennedy did, the way President Bush, the way President Clinton did, or the other way around. If John Kerry's elected, you put a few Republicans like a Bill Cohen that Clinton put in.
What about Rudy Giuliani?
Nope, I'm here. Giuliani Partners across the street. We do security consulting all over the world. It's great.
And it's also money-making, isn't it?
It helps take care of the college bills and everything else and the other things that...
The President of the United States comes to you. It's hard to say no, as you know.
It is, but that's something, that's...
But you're saying no tonight.
I'm saying I'm not interested. No, you never say no to the President of the United States. Absolutely not. You can say no to Larry or to you, Wolf, but you can't say no to the President of the United States. Thanks.
Say no to us. What do you think of that?
He says no to me all the time. He says no to me all the time. I invite him on my shows. He keeps saying no. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much for joining. Got a beautiful city. We love being here at Times Square. As you can see, we got a big crowd out there.
Crossroads of the world, capital of the world.
Nothing like it.
Isn't it? Greatest city in the world.
Stick around, listen to Bill Schneider. I want to bring in Bill Schneider. He's got some exit poll numbers that he wants to share with us. Bill, tell our viewers and tell the mayor as well.
Okay. Fear and anger were the two dominant emotions in this election. Fear of terrorism and anger over New York. And nowhere did they play together as significantly as here in New York, which we've already said is voting for John Kerry. But what's interesting is Iraq was a dominant issue more than terrorism here in New York. Let's take a look at how voters who said their top issue was Iraq voted. 85% of them voted for John Kerry, just 12% for Bush. Those are voters who are angry over the Iraq war, and they were more numerous than those who said they were concerned about terrorism. So in New York, despite 9/11, despite the tragic loss of so many New Yorkers, anger over Iraq was a more important emotion than fear of terrorism.
Fascinating information. I know you're collecting a lot more information from those exit polls. We'll check back with you, Bill Schneider. Anderson Cooper, you've got a projection.
Got two projections to make for you, Wolf. In Arizona, we can now project John McCain, the winner there. No great surprise, of course. John McCain winning again, widely expected to, of course, perhaps have an interest in running for president in 2008 if President Bush does not win re-election. Also in the state of Wisconsin, we can project Russ Feingold, the winner. There had been some who thought that Tim Michels might be able to run a strong campaign against him. Didn't work out. Russ Feingold, the winner in Wisconsin. I want to bring in Amy Walter from the Cook Political Report, because we are monitoring a number of very close races right now in southern states, Kentucky, Louisiana, South Carolina, Florida, and North Carolina. Fascinating races all. Amy, let's start off in Kentucky. Jim Bunning, Dan Margiardo, who knew?
This is one of the most unexpectedly close races here. This was not
a race that we expected to be this close, simply because Bunning had an advantage going into the last few weeks of his campaign. Monjardo just really couldn't get his campaign on the ground, didn't raise a whole lot of money. But
Jim Bunning is a sitting senator, a major league pitcher from way back, 224 major league wins. He's had 9 election wins so far. If he pulls it out, this would be his 10th, but it is looking extraordinarily close, and they have been pouring millions of dollars into this race.
That's right. The real question was, would the fact that Monjardo got such a late start in terms of the outside money coming in, would that hurt him against Bunning, who had such a tremendous money advantage? Remember, though, in 1998, Jim Bunning won his race, his first race for the Senate, by only 6,766
Mitch McConnell has been
votes.
campaigning very strongly for him in the last week or so.
right.
They're almost full time, but Bunning has made some stumbles, had made some comments that raised some people's eyebrows. He talked about the events of November 11th, not September 11th, and he said he hadn't read a newspaper in 6 weeks. We'll see if voters really cared about that. South Carolina, pretty close, although right now Jim DeMint, with 43% of the precincts reporting, seems to have a couple-point lead over Inez Tenenbaum, a state election official.
You know, again,
this is official, I should say.
Exactly. You know, again, this is a state, North Carolina, Louisiana, Florida. These are all seats where Democrats had incumbents and they retired.
Fritz Hollings, of course, 38 years in the Senate.
Right. And in North Carolina, John Edwards, of course, John Breaux in Louisiana, and then, of course, in Florida, where you have Bob Graham.
This other race we're watching, 20% of precincts in North Carolina, Representative Richard Burr against Erskine Bowles, former chief of staff for Bill Clinton. A couple-point lead in that, but again, only 20% of precincts reporting. Let's look at Louisiana, though. A fascinating system here. This would be amazing. David Vitter, a Republican. They haven't sent a Republican to the Senate since Reconstruction. If these numbers hold, he's getting 55%. The reason you see 3 people here, they have a Cajun system. It's basically a primary today. Right. Anyone who gets 50% plus 1, they go on. If no one gets 50% plus 1, 2 people go to a runoff a month from now. But this is amazing. David Vitter in the lead.
You know, that's what we've been seeing for a while, that David Vitter was actually getting to the 50% mark in some early polling, which was a big surprise. It was expected that Chris John, congressman, was going to get into a runoff with David Vitter from the New Orleans suburbs. This would be a very big surprise, and again, also would be a big blow
Let's
for Democrats.
caution here. 1% of precincts in reporting. The numbers are tiny here. It may mean nothing. Florida Senate, a closely watched race, a big money race, a lot of interest in this. Mel Martinez, of course, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Betty Castor, state education official. The numbers changing as we speak. 54% of precincts in. This thing is very close indeed. It's
going to look much like, I'm sure, just how close we've seen the presidential contest in 2000. The Martinez-Castor race, of course, very close here in an evenly divided state. Martinez is hoping, he's Cuban-American, he's hoping that he can really coalesce Hispanics, not just Cuban-Americans, but Hispanics, a very big growing population, especially in the middle part of the state.
If Mel Martinez wins, he will be the first Cuban-American to serve in the United States Senate, a point he makes frequently. Amy Walter will continue to watch these races, some very close races indeed.
Anders?
We haven't called Chuck Schumer?
At this Hey, at this point, we're still, still collating the information.
Okay.
Chuck Schumer is the incumbent in New York State.
Yes.
We're still waiting to see what happens on that, although I doubt there's going to be much done.
I don't really think anybody's waiting to see what happens.
Not holding, exactly.
I think Chuck went to bed.
Anderson and Amy, thank you very much. I want to bring our viewers up to date. You see a lot of numbers at the bottom of your screen. We're showing our viewers numbers that are coming in from the Associated Press. The Associated Press bringing us the raw data, the raw election numbers. Sometimes you see a 0 there. It's the polls have closed. That doesn't mean it's going to be 0. It only means that we haven't received any numbers from the Associated Press yet. We'll give you those numbers certainly as soon as we get them from the Associated Press. They're bringing us all the general raw election tabulations into the CNN election headquarters. Much more coming up. Much more coming up from here at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square in New York. We'll take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Your UBS financial advisor can work with nearly 66,000 people in 50 countries. He can work with all the resources of one of the world's largest wealth management firms. But to understand what you need, he will always work right next to you. Could this be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner?
How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
This is CNN.
On a special hour-long insight the day after the polls. A look at how votes were cast in the U.S. election, the results, the controversies, and the international reaction. A special extended edition of Insight, only on CNN.
As the US and European trading sessions close, join World Business Today for full analysis of the day's top financial stories and breaking news as it happens. That's World Business Today on CNN.
Inside the Middle East, real people, untold stories.
From Ba'ath Party member to common man, this month, why some Iraqis now call the United Arab Emirates home. Also, a Nazi hunter says there's still time to get the job done. And why Islamic art is breaking records in Western auction houses.
Expect the unexpected inside the Middle East in association with Erascom Telecom. Friday on CNN.
When the world's newsmakers have something to say, they trust the King of Talk. 40,000 interviews, and I'm just warming up. Larry King Live, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
CNN election headquarters, Times Square, New York. Let's recap where we stand. Almost 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast. The popular vote, these are real numbers, with 16% of the vote now in. George W. Bush with 53%, just over 12 million votes. John Kerry with 46%. Ralph Nader has 50,000 votes. That's less than 1%. Let's take a look at the all-important Electoral College. 155 votes so far for Bush, 112 for Kerry, 270 needed to be elected president of the United States. Key battleground states that we have not yet been able to project winners in. Florida, look at these numbers. 53% so far for Bush, 46% for Kerry. Nader with 1%, almost 20,000 votes. 54% of the precincts reporting, almost half the vote in. Pennsylvania, 14% of the precincts reporting. Bush with 29%. Kerry at 71%, very early in that state. Ohio, 9%, less than 10% of the vote in. Bush with 53%, Kerry 47%. Jeff Greenfield, help us understand what we're seeing.
The problem is we don't know where these votes are coming from. It's as big a mistake to assume that Bush is actually leading in Florida as it would be to assume that Kerry is ahead in Pennsylvania. The only thing that caught my eye was that Bush is running slightly better than from Kerry than in the Senate race Martinez was against Betty Castor. If those votes are coming from the same place, it suggests a slight increase for Bush. But, for instance, South Florida, supposed to be a Kerry strength, if that's in the mix, that's one thing. If it's not, it's another. So I think we're doing this because, as a viewer, many of us have often been frustrated by just percentages. We want to see where the votes are. Here they are. They haven't told us the story that we're going to be telling in the hours ahead.
In Pennsylvania, for example, 71% for Bush, 20% for Kerry, 14% reporting. Those votes could predominantly be from Philadelphia. As a result, there could be a lopsided number. We don't know that, but that's possible. Let's take a look at these other states. Iowa's not yet closed. They're 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Wisconsin and Michigan. Wisconsin right now only less than 1% of the vote in, very early, slight lead for Bush. Michigan only 2% in, slight lead for Bush as well.
Right. The picture you have in these 9 states, when it unfolds, is probably going to be the picture that reveals who the winner of this election is. Because in this mix, you've got states that the Republicans really want to take away from the Democrats. That's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, which Al Gore won by 366 votes. Florida, Ohio, and New Hampshire are the 3 biggest targets the Democrats have had for the Republicans. We're showing you this not because we can tell you what's going to happen, but because all of you out there want to keep your eye on these 9 states as much as any others. Whether there are any surprises coming up in the next hour or two, we really don't know.
Look at New Hampshire right there. 24% of the vote in, a quarter of the vote in. Kerry slightly ahead, 51.48%. Now it's 51.49%.
And Ralph Nader is clearly underperforming from what he did in 2000 in terms of a percentage of the vote.
We have a projection to make right now, so turn around and we can find out what we're going to project together with our viewers right now. Look at this. Louisiana going for George W. Bush with its 9 electoral votes. I don't think any of us could be overly surprised, Jeff, about that.
That's right. This is underwhelming news. This is a state that even Lyndon Johnson couldn't carry in 1964.
Louisiana going for Bush. Let's be able to tell our viewers where the Electoral College stands now with these 9 electoral votes going for George W. Bush. We'll get that ready, put it up on the screen, have an updated tally for our viewers. I believe we have that right now. Bush with 164 electoral votes, Kerry with 112, 270 needed to be elected president. Once again, to remind our viewers, the red states are Bush states, the blue states are Kerry states, and as a result, the white states are states that have closed, but we don't have enough information to project a winner.
And what we do know, and you'll be hearing this until something changes, not a single state has changed from where it was in 2000. All the red states were red states in 2000. All the blue states were blue in 2000.
All right, we have another projection to make right now, and let's put it up in this board over here. CNN can now project Mississippi going for George W. Bush with its 6 electoral votes. Once again, this is not a surprise.
That's putting it mildly.
I think the only thing that's surprising is that it's taken us this long to be able to make that projection.
Jimmy Carter actually won the White House by carrying Mississippi narrowly in 1976. That's been about it for the Democrats since about Harry Truman. Now, he didn't even carry Mississippi.
With that, Mississippi going to George W. Bush, the president is now at 170 electoral votes, 100 shy of the 270 needed to be elected president. John Kerry with 112 electoral votes right now. We'll continue to watch this situation. Let's walk over to our friends over here. Larry.
This count in Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, when you don't know where the counties are, this is all just, it's figures, right? I mean, you don't know.
That's why we're going to go to Stu Rothenberg in a few minutes, along with Bill Hemmer, who has a county-by-county look at where some of these votes are coming from. He's the one who already told us that Bush was running strong in the I-4 corridor in Florida. That's the kind of information that will tell us something about a state. When South Florida comes in, if it's running stronger for Kerry than for Gore, that tells us something.
Or as you said, is that Philadelphia?
Right, that could be totally misleading. Yeah. Carlos, are you surprised that so far on this night, every state that went for Al Gore is so far, we're projecting going for John Kerry. Every state that went for Bush 4 years ago, still staying with Bush. Among those states that we have already projected, there has been no change, given the fact there's been a war, the economy has been a little stagnant, as we all know. There's been so many changes in the country, but so far at least, the voters are remaining very steady.
So far, but let's not forget that there are some bold bids that both campaigns have made. In the case of the president, as Jeff alluded to earlier, a very bold bid to transform the political geography in the Midwest, going after Wisconsin, going after Iowa, going after Minnesota. Minnesota hasn't voted Republican since 1972, so it would be fairly dramatic if that happened. And conversely, you see the Democrats, and we're going to hear more about this as the night goes on, in the West, in Colorado, in Nevada, and other places, try and leverage what they think is potentially a new base, the Hispanic vote, to make a difference.
All right, I want to bring in David Gergen because he knows a lot about this, and he's watching this together with all of us. You've served 4 presidents, Democratic and Republicans. David, give us your thoughts where this stands right now.
Well, Wolf, the building suspense and this long suspense over the 3 big states, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, along with these recent projections with regard to the Senate races showing a number of Republican victories, this long suspense is bound to raise Republican spirits. Just as the evening opened, there was a lot of anecdotal evidence, and people were looking at exit polls and the like. And among Republicans, there were some long faces of deep concern that the president seemed to be underperforming in many places around the country. In a sense, as Bob Novak was saying earlier tonight on your program, that Ohio looked like it was uphill for the president, that James Carville was saying Pennsylvania looks like it's going for Kerry. if Kerry can take 2 of those 3 states, that's going to make a dramatic difference. But now as these actual numbers come in, and I think Bob Woodward is alluding to this point, the numbers seem to conflict with what people were feeling earlier in the night. And I think this must be rallying Republican spirits, because they went in about 2 hours ago. Many Republicans felt this was getting away from them. Now they must feel we've got a really big fighting chance here. Let's see how these numbers come in on places like the I-4 corridor.
David, is it just a fighting chance, or is this even?
Larry, I think it's, we just don't know because of the 3 big states. If President Bush wins 2 out of those 3 states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, he very likely will win the election. If, on the other hand, John Kerry wins 2 out of those 3 states, let's say he were to win Pennsylvania and Ohio, then the president still has a fighting chance out in the big Midwestern states that Jeff Greenfield was just pointing to. If he could pick up Wisconsin and Iowa, for example, he can still get over, even if he were to lose 2 of the 3, whereas John Kerry can't afford to lose 2 of those 3 big states.
But if Kerry wins 2 of the 3 and they split the upper Midwest, that would favor Kerry, right?
It would, but Kerry has to win 2 out of the 3 there, too. I mean, Bush can come in. If President Bush wins Florida, which has 27, then if he takes Iowa and Wisconsin, loses Minnesota, loses Michigan, he's very likely going to be reelected. So in the next hour or so, perhaps we'll get these numbers. But right now, I have to tell you, Republicans must be feeling very differently from where they were 2 hours ago, because it does appear that in places like Florida, and I think they were smart to send Ken Melman out here on your program to rally Republicans and say, look, when you actually look at the numbers that are coming in, it's more encouraging than you may think.
Are you surprised, David, that the states that we've been able to project winners in are exactly the states that went Democratic or Republican 4 years ago? Despite all the changes in the country, the voters are still voting similarly to the way they voted 4 years ago.
I guess not, because the fact is that you know, we've been looking at numbers from these states for a long time, and all of these states so far have been ones we expected. I was a little surprised earlier in the evening when it took a while to project in Virginia. It took a while to project in North Carolina. That suggested those were closer than we thought. But in these Senate races, the Republicans are doing pretty well. Maybe we'll have to wait and see how Kentucky comes out. But if you look overall at the Senate races, the Republicans seem to be doing well in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and in Louisiana. And that would be a big pickup if Vitter could come through with more than 50% and not have a runoff. That would be a major pickup for Republicans.
We're going to be watching all those races. Briefly, David, give us some perspective. You watched a lot of presidential races, a lot of campaigns, a lot of angry campaigns over the years. Give us some context to what the American public and people around the world are seeing in the United States tonight.
Well, the good news is that we've got this huge turnout, and that we seem to have so few problems at the polls. We seem to have gotten past that peril. We'll have to wait and see before the night's out. But I think that we have not gotten beyond the poison and the divisions. And I think the real issue for the next president, whoever it is, with all the problems that will be on his desk on January 20th, can he heal the nation? Can he put things back together? And in that sense, the 2000 aftermath and the way it was handled, I think, is the wrong model. The right model for how to handle the aftermath of this bitter, close election is going to be the 1960 election matchup between Richard Nixon and John Kennedy, when both men were extraordinarily gracious, both reached out to the middle, both tried to unify the country, and we came out of that, you know, welded together. And I think the world saw a more united America. That's going to be the real test for us when this election is over.
All right, David, you're going to be with us all night, so stand by. We're going to be getting back to you. Let's walk over, take a look at Missouri. This has been, at least many considered it to be a battleground state, with 11% of the vote in. George W. Bush with 52% of the vote. John Kerry with 48%. Only 11% of the precincts reporting. You're looking at the state very closely for a specific reason, Jeff.
I am indeed. There is a rule in Missouri called the 6% rule, and it applies to St. Louis County. Now, that is not the city of St. Louis, which, as you might expect, rolls in huge majorities for Democrats. It is this part, a suburban county. And the rule in Missouri is if a Democrat wins St. Louis County by 6% or more, the Democrat likely carries the state. Under 6%, the Republican carries it. Here's what's interesting. With 40% of the vote in St. Louis County, John Kerry is running apparently exactly 6% ahead of President Bush. Now, this is a state that the Kerry campaign effectively pulled out of 3 weeks ago. I was told by one of their top advisors, we just don't think we have the horses to compete in Missouri. And if, in fact, this state runs really, really close, and John Kerry winds up losing Missouri with its 11 electoral votes, Democrats may look at this as a golden opportunity that they, in effect, conceded away. We don't know whether that 6% rule will hold. We just point to it as a potential straw in the wind, Wolf and Laura.
That's why he's so wise.
He's a smart guy.
He makes you think.
It's got those little nuggets there. Jeff, we'll be getting back for some more wisdom shortly. In the meantime, let's bring in the Senate Majority Leader, Bill Frist, joining us from Bush headquarters in Washington. Mr. Leader, thank you very much. Give us your sense, how you feel right now, what you see happening across the country.
Well, you know, as I've looked at the Senate races, I'm very, very upbeat. We're going to pick up seats in the Republican Party. I'm confident. Right now, you can feel the atmosphere here as we get information from around the country that the president's going to do very, very well. About an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, people felt a little bit guarded inside. Now people are very excited. They feel the momentum coming in from around the country.
Do you think, Senator Frist, that you're going to win this tonight, or is it still too close to call?
You know, I think we are going to win it tonight just because you feel the momentum. A lot of information is being fed in here like it is with you, but the excitement that you feel, we're going to pull it off. And again, with the president winning, us picking up 1 or 2 seats possibly in the United States Senate, it'll give us a real clear direction of how to move America forward.
Senator, the key states of Pennsylvania and Ohio and Florida, which one of those states do you think the president has the biggest problem in right now?
Well, Pennsylvania. I feel pretty good about Ohio right now. Both the phone calls we're getting in from around the state as well as the returns itself. Florida obviously looks very good at this point. Pennsylvania I'm still concerned about. But if we can take Florida and we can take Ohio, we'll do it.
Will this country, no matter who wins this, come together?
Yes. I mean, you know, right now you're seeing a heated election, both sides, a lot of partisanship. Afterwards, and I say this as the majority leader of the United States Senate, we will come together. We will govern. We will address the issues of the war on terrorism, of the economy, of creation of jobs. I can promise you that after we get through tonight or the next day, whenever these elections are over, we'll pull together to govern. And of course, we'll be governing with Republican principles, but reaching out across the aisle to pull everybody together.
You are friends with Senator Daschle. Is that kind of mixed emotions if he's in trouble for you? I know, as a minority leaders, you have to get along in a sense.
Well, we do. You know, it's been interesting. Even during the campaign, people have tried to pit one of us against the other. And in truth, we are good friends. I admire him tremendously because he's a very effective leader for the other side of the aisle, the Democrats. So obviously we don't agree all the time. But I do have a real affection for him. He's been a very effective communicator, a very effective leader for the Democrats. On the other hand, John Thune is the person who I can work with most closely in moving America forward.
You may be friends with Senator Daschle, Senator Frist, but that didn't stop you from going to South Dakota and campaigning for John Thune, which is traditionally not something a majority or minority leader is supposed to do against his colleague.
True.
But it's been, you know, people say, well, tradition, people haven't done that before. But in truth, I care about America. I care about empowering individuals and moving America forward, of being tough on the war on terrorism, of supporting our military, of making sure seniors have prescription drugs. So I was there campaigning for John Thune, who agrees with every one of those. And unfortunately, his opponent, who happens to be the Democratic leader, does not. So clearly I'm going to fight for our principles and do everything I can to get John Thune in the United States Senate.
Senator Bill Frist, the Majority Leader of the U.S. Senate, watching this together with all of us. Thanks very much for joining us from the Bush-Cheney headquarters in Washington, D.C. We'll take another quick break. Much more coverage coming up. You thought it was close 4 years ago. It's still very, very close here tonight. But we're sticking around. We hope you will as well.
7 leaders, one place, one time, one reason. The ultimate leadership experience. Join these extraordinary leaders in Dubai at the International Leadership Summit on November 29th and 30th, where they will share their insights on leadership and what it takes to be a great leader. Register online at www.leadersindubai.com.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
The Croatian National Tourist Board presents Sights and Sounds. Croatia, the Mediterranean as it once was.
In the heart of Times Square, NASDAQ, the market site. It's our CNN election headquarters. On this night, we're watching all of the races coming in. They're coming in all of the time, all the races, clearly the state races for the presidency, for the Senate, for the House, for the governor races as well. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is watching this. He's over at the White House. John?
And Wolf, the president is watching well, and we're about a minute away from hearing his remarks, optimistic remarks from the White House residents. Just a short time ago, the White House travel pool, a small group of reporters brought up to see the president, his father, and some close aides, family, and friends watching the election returns. We will hear from the president in just a moment, but Mr. Bush will tell us here and tell the American people, especially those in states with the polls still open, that he is optimistic. So the president watching the results tonight, and they are waiting, of course, to decide when and where he might give a big speech to supporters. He obviously wants to know the results before he does so. So they did decide, as the polls are still open in some states, to bring reporters up to the residence of the White House to get a glimpse of him watching the returns. And again, they have operations throughout the White House, watching monitors, working the phones to supporters in key states. The president obviously wanting to offer his perspective to us, and we'll hear it in just a moment, Wolf.
You know, John, earlier the president didn't seem overly enthused. At least some people were making that conclusion. Right now, he's feeling much better, clearly, and he wants to go out there, make a statement to get those voters who have not yet voted, especially in the Midwest, in the western part of the country. He's going to need all of these states, the president of the United States, allowing, as you point out, these reporters, the camera crews, to come in. Let's listen.
Barney, have you got something to say?
Barney.
Don't let him come any closer. Come here,
Barney. Barney. Oh, Barney. Come on, Barney.
How's it going, Mr. President? We're very upbeat, thank you.
We're going to get a winner tonight?
I believe I will win. Thank you very much. I feel good about it. I'm glad to be able to watch the returns here with my family and friends, and it's going to be an exciting evening.
It is an exciting evening, John King, that goes without saying. Tell our viewers who was there, who has the president brought into the residence to watch these returns come in?
Well, you saw the 41st president of the United States, his father, George Herbert Walker Bush, his mother, Barbara Bush, the first lady, two of the president's brothers on hands, other family members as well, some of his wife, Laura Bush's
friends and also some friends from his home in Midland, Texas. Now, a bit of psychology at play here. Wolf, remember, Nevada and New Mexico, key states for this president. The polls are still open there. Colorado, a state that he has believed he will win in that state, but there are Senate races on the western part of the United States. Mr. Bush being both a good Republican and an optimistic candidate for his own chances, I'd say anecdotally they're getting good results. Now, of course, Ohio is the state we're all watching, and that is one where they say they're getting good results from the people on the ground. So you see the president tonight saying he believes he will win, and that is the yellow room in the residence there. He believes he will win. Aides say the mood here has improved as the night has gone on, as they've watched the actual results come in and matched them up against the early exit polls they reviewed. They think they're doing better. They say they're still optimistic here, but obviously a few key states for the president still in play. That's why he's watching so closely.
All right, John King at the White House. I suspect that John Kerry is watching as well as advisors are watching, and presumably won't be long before we see a camera crew go into his room where he's watching these results. He'll want to do what the president is doing as well. John King at the White House, thanks very much. We're ready to make another projection. Nebraska, earlier we had said 4 of its 5 electoral votes would go for the president. Now we can project that all 5 of Nebraska's electoral votes will go for the president, with 7% of the vote in. He's has 62% of the vote, 37% for Kerry, 1% for Ralph Nader. Nebraska, like Maine, one of those states that can split its electoral votes. Paula Zahn is standing by with the Crossfire gang. Paula, pick it up. Let the Crossfire guys weigh in on this very dramatic night.
Well, that's about all we've been doing, actually, for the last 15 minutes or so. A lot of mathematical calculations. There are a bunch of different scenarios that could get either candidate to an electoral victory. We've talked a lot about the candidate needing to win 2 of the 3, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Florida, but James Carfield thinks it's even more simple than that. How do you see it?
I'm like Jethro. I've been doing a lot of ciphering here. And the way that I cipher this whole thing is it comes down, if Ohio and Florida split, the math becomes very, very difficult for the president. If the president carries Ohio and Florida, then the math comes very, very difficult, or the ciphering, if you will, comes very, very difficult for Senator Kerry. That is what this whole thing boils down to. And the ciphering, you can figure it this way, you can figure it that way. Senator Kerry needs a split, at least a split in Ohio and Florida. The president needs to win them both. I'm not saying it's impossible either way, but the scenarios get dicey.
Let me suggest how President Bush can win with a split. That if he wins Florida, loses Ohio, but also wins Wisconsin, where the Catholic vote, I understand, is going for the Republicans, wins New Mexico, where I think he's looking good, but loses Iowa, which is very close. My calculations come out to 269 to 269, and the House of Representatives.
Oh, say it ain't so, Bob.
We are ciphering away.
Let me get off the hook on one thing, though. I said my sources have said Jim Bunning was dead.
Kentucky.
It's Kentucky senator, the great baseball pitcher. Right, he was behind with 2/3 of the vote out, 5 points behind. Now with 90% of the vote in, he's 20,000 votes ahead. Looks like Bunning's going to win.
Right.
That would have been a great gift for the Democrats to win that seat.
Let's not bury the 269 tie lead here. What is the possibility of that happening?
Well, I mean, Bob has it's plausible. It's plausible. But now, let me throw one more fly into the ointment, and that is, this will shock you, Florida doesn't seem to have its electoral act together.
Oh, really?
The Kerry campaign, I was on the phone to their boiler room in Florida, and as I said before, the same guy who ran Florida for Gore is now running it for Kerry, and they tell me that the absentee votes in Miami-Dade, in Broward County, and in Palm Beach County, 3 of the biggest Democratic counties in that state, may not be counted and reported until Thursday. Now, that's 250,000 votes.
Now, wait, and the deadline is Thursday.
It has to be reported by noon Thursday. But even in 2000, where everything went wrong, they counted all the absentee votes on election night. The only ones they didn't get to were overseas military ballots, about 4,000 of them that trickled in late.
So what are you implying here?
They're even worse than they were 4 years ago.
I know, you're not assigning an ulterior motive or a conspiracy theory.
No,
here.
I'm not.
Just the fact that you don't think they were organized enough to get this
There's plenty of time for that, but no.
Well, there is plenty of time.
It seems to be simple. Well, who knows what it is, but it's outrageous that they can't count the votes. And the word I got was, well, gee, there were more absentee ballots than we were prepared for.
I mean, that's,
is there any excuse for that?
There's no, I mean, death penalty
and who
too
do you blame
strong,
for
but
that?
someone ought to go to jail. Seriously, I mean, I think this is an invitation to lawyers, for one thing. I mean, this is where we're going to see, lawyers bad for America, definitely bad for the processes. We're going to see the most lawyers in Florida. And there is absolutely no excuse for it. 250,000 votes, it stops the process entirely. You cannot call the election until you find out what those votes are. Even if, they're likely to be Democratic votes, you don't know. And, I mean, there's after 4 years, I mean, this is very much the parties tonight, I need my dry cleaning. That's it. I need it now.
But don't you think because of the scrutiny that comes to the year 2000, they will find a way to bring in truckloads of people? If the problem is opening the envelope,
bring them up
those
here.
people
Send
aboard
a plane. Send a CNN corporate jet. These people are counting for us right now. Man, how hard is that?
There has to be another explanation for this.
Yeah.
It can't be that you're sitting there knowing everything, that the eyes are on you. You know the election was going to be November 2nd. You've been knowing it since the last election. There has to be an explanation. I just refuse to believe that there's not something extraneous that we don't know. Because if the facts are, if we hear them, they're right. It does. It's going to look silly.
Silly? Yeah, at very least.
One of the things we haven't had a chance to talk a whole lot about are some of the what are called the sliver issues to some that are driving people to the polls in record numbers this election. How do you see that arc turning out?
There's been this huge tension, particularly in Ohio, where we're now turning our attention between the economic voters and the social-based voters. And the truth is, it's usually the same person. The same guy who's likely to have a union card and as well as going to have an NRA card there as well. And with the gay marriage ban on the ballot in Ohio, social conservatives coming out in droves. At the same time, Ohio has lost 230,000 jobs since Bush came in. So the Democrats have been pushing that economic button. It looks like the Republicans have done almost as well, or maybe equally well, on those social conservative issues.
The striking thing about one of these poll numbers, our exit polling showing that about a third of all the voters who've gone to the poll have a family member who have lost a job. We're not just talking about Ohio, on a national level during this administration.
Well, those are the people more likely to vote for Senator Kerry. There's no question. Can I raise one other thing that we skipped over? That Indiana today has elected its first Republican governor in 20 years. It's a Republican state, but they elect Democrats as governor, and it's Mitch Daniels, who you may remember was the OMB director under in the first 2 or 3 years under President Bush. The appropriators just hated Mitch Daniels, but he turned out to be the first time he ever ran for public office. But it just kind of slips through the crack, but an interesting result tonight.
Walk us ahead to the next hour, what we need to be looking for, this 10 o'clock hour, James.
In Florida. It's all we need to be looking at. Everything else is that New Hampshire's going to be interesting to see what happings there. But you want to look at Ohio and Florida, and you want to look at Iowa, Wisconsin, and Bob's right, New Mexico and Nevada. But the big thing, 90% of everybody's attention ought to be focused on, is there a split in Ohio and Florida, and what happens to the ciphering from that point?
One would expect this mantra from the keep it simple, stupid guy from the Clinton campaign.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that the president's watching the election returns or what they think. It's all boils down to everybody is, except for people maybe in the Pacific time zone, have already voted now, and they're in line, and it's done. It's Ohio and Florida, period.
All right, we got the message, Wolf, here. Ohio, Florida. Come back to us in the next hour, and we'll bring you up to date on what we think's happening out there.
We'll be checking back with you, Paula, and the entire Crossfire team throughout the night. The next poll closings, 4 states, 20 electoral votes at stake coming up in, 45 seconds or so from now. We're going to be watching that, seeing if we can make some projections, seeing if these votes, the Electoral College votes, will change. Presumably they will. The 4 states that will be closing, Iowa, Nevada, Utah, and Montana. Those 4 states, as we can see them right here, closing in only a few seconds. All of these states had been, at least 3 of them, Iowa and Nevada, not Utah or Montana, at least 2 of those states had been in play by all accounts, had been relatively close. We'll see what is going to happen. That's coming up. We got less than 10 seconds to go, and we're going to be able to make a projection or 2, I assume. Let's find out right now, and I'll turn to our projection board to find out. 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and we can project as expected. No great surprise. Utah and its 5 electoral votes going for the President of the United States. This has been widely expected. Doesn't look like we can make any other projections right now. Nevada and Montana and Iowa, we don't have enough information yet to make a projection. But let's move on and get a sense of where this stands right now. Jeff Greenfield, come on up here. We're going to tell our viewers what we know, what we don't know as this dramatic night continues. Let's see see if we have a new updated tally in the race for the White House. If we have it, we'll put it up right there. Actually, Jeff, come over here, and let's go coast to coast, border to border,
and border to border,
wall to wall, as we say here at the CNN election headquarters, and review where it stands right now. Go ahead and let's start with Maine.
Maine, we know Kerry has 3 electoral votes at least. We have not yet figured out whether Maine, which splits its congressional district, is going to give 1 vote to George W. Bush. The way it's going tonight, that could be significant. New Hampshire, a close Bush state 4 years ago. It's very close right now. Whether Ralph Nader will be a figure there, a spoiler there again as he was in 2000, we don't know. Rest of New England looking very good for
all of these blue states. We should remind our viewers the blue states are states that we've projected going for John Kerry. The red states, as you'll see, are states we've projected going for George W. Bush.
But here are the ones that one of the ones we're most looking at. Pennsylvania. You can look at this margin of 63 to 37%, and if you're a Democrat, take heart from it. But it doesn't tell you anything about how that state's going to go because, as I said before, we don't know where the votes are coming from. Virginia has gone for Bush, no surprise. North Carolina, New Jersey, as we mentioned earlier, the Bush people had some hopes there. That went handily for John Kerry.
With 68% of the vote in New Jersey.
But let's come over here, Wolf, to a state that we've talked some about already. Florida, 77% of the vote in, and you'll notice that the president has a lead of more than 250,000 votes. But because we don't know whether South Florida, Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade is weighed in, we can't tell how significant that is.
How significant, with 77% of the precincts reporting, is that 1% for Ralph Nader?
Well, Ralph Nader is performing sufficiently badly so that he's nowhere near the spread in this. He doesn't look like unless this thing closes up dramatically the way it did in 2000, we can't say whether Ralph Nader's margin would make the difference or not at this point.
Florida, we can't project a winner yet because we don't have enough information, but all these other states, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, we have called for the president.
But let's come back here. I just have a feeling there may be a bit of drama developing here in the bellwether state that has only missed the presidency once in the last 100 years. As I said, the Kerry campaign said, nope, we don't think we can compete in that state. Now, there's only 19% of the vote in, but that is an awfully tight margin.
51-49%, 19% of the precincts, almost 20% of the precincts reporting. Michigan, also very important. So far, only 5% of the vote in, 55% for Bush, 44% for Kerry. That could be totally misleading when 100% of the precincts have reported.
Well, that's right. And the same thing is true of Ohio. The same thing is true of many of these states. Wisconsin, same thing, 9% of the vote in. These states divide depending on where the geographic location of these votes are so dramatically that's why we can't say much. If Milwaukee isn't reporting, big Democratic area of Wisconsin, then these returns really don't tell you much.
All right, I want to take a quick break from this wall-to-wall analysis. Joe Lockhart, a senior advisor to the Kerry campaign, is briefing reporters over at the Kerry Edwards headquarters. Let's listen in.
A long day for him, and is now having dinner with his wife. John Edwards arrived in Boston about 9:30, and I believe he is at the Westin Hotel now, having been reunited with his family. That's what I have on what's going on with the candidates. Let me talk a little bit about where we think things are. We are, I think, in a remarkably strong position as we stand here tonight. We think, let me try to do this in some semblance of order. The first state that will flip, we believe, is New Hampshire. We've had a very aggressive campaign up there, very aggressive ground game, and we expect to win that state. Ohio was a state that stayed close throughout the campaign, but we are very bullish based on the turnout in the state. We had very positive turnout within, as I was saying earlier, the Democratic precincts, particularly in African-American communities. We had our precincts, the Democratic precincts, performing at 115% of our expectations, and we had the Republican precincts reporting in at 94.3% of expectations. A similar spread exists in the so-called Gore precincts and the Bush precincts from the year 2000. We had African American precincts reporting in very high at about 115% of what we expected, and Hispanic precincts reporting in at about 150% of what we expected. I think if you look at the vote that's coming in, what you have to keep in mind is there's a series of Democratic counties that we only have very limited reporting in now, and let me give you those counties, and with that, the margin that Gore had in 2000. Cuyahoga, obviously Cleveland, a strong Democratic area. Gore won by 160,000. Lucas County, the Toledo area, Gore won by 35,000. Montgomery County, the Dayton area, Gore won by 5,000. Summit, which is Warren, which is where we had the rally over the weekend, Gore won by 25,000, and Mahoning County, which Gore won by 30,000. If you look at the numbers now, these are very underreported, and these are the ones that are coming in late. On Florida, we think as I said earlier today, we started with...
All right, so Joe Lockhart briefing reporters in Washington, D.C., trying to project a very upbeat assessment where this election is going. Don't be misled necessarily. The Republicans are saying they're very upbeat as well. The Democrats are saying they're upbeat. In the end, we'll see what the real numbers, the raw tally is, and then we'll know who the next president of the United States is. We may know tonight, then again, we may not know. We're also standing by, I want to alert our viewers, Barack Obama is about to speak to his supporters in Illinois. He's the Democratic candidate in Illinois. We've projected he will be the next senator from Illinois, replacing Peter Fitzgerald, the Republican who is retiring. Jeff Greenfield, Barack Obama will become the third African American to serve in the United States Senate.
Ed Brooke, a Republican from Massachusetts, and Carol Moseley Braun, a one-term senator from Illinois. He was also, of course, the keynoter at the Democratic National Convention, where he probably gave the most electrifying speech of anyone. This is a fellow, as he calls himself, a skinny kid with a funny name, who people are looking very seriously at already, even though he's not even got into the Senate, as a possible future national candidate. He has a remarkable ability to connect with people very different from his own background. Rural whites in southern Illinois who are more like Southerners than they are like Northerners, and he has had the stories that came out of Illinois from the time he entered that primary where this is some exceptional political figure.
He also had the fortune of having a Republican challenger, a Republican opponent, Alan Keyes from the state of Maryland, who was brought in by the Illinois Republican Party to challenge him. I don't know what the Republican leadership in Illinois was thinking.
They were thinking that nobody else wanted the job. The likely Senate nominee had to retire after a rather embarrassing private matter. They could not recruit anyone. You'd think in a state of Illinois, the land of Lincoln, they could find a Republican. So Alan Keyes came from Maryland and may get 30% of the vote, may not.
While we're waiting for Barack Obama to speak to his supporters, Judy Woodruff is at the CNN Election Analysis Center. Let's bring her in. You've been crunching those numbers, looking at some information, Judy.
And that's right, Wolf, focusing on absentee ballots. It's sort of a tale, two tales of absentee ballots. In Florida, Miami-Dade County, we are hearing that there is a backlog of something like 90,000 absentee ballots. And these are some pictures coming in from the Miami-Dade election office there. 90,000 ballots that have not been counted yet. I'm sorry, about a third of them have been counted. The Secretary of State of Florida, Glenda Hood, is saying that it will take until Thursday at noon to get those ballots counted. Now, skip across the country to the state of Iowa, where we are told something like 450,000 absentee ballots were submitted, a number in that range. But the Iowa election officials are saying those ballots will get counted tonight, even if they have to work at it all night. So, Wolf, two different perspectives on counting for whatever reason. We don't know whether it's because of staff or whatever. The Democrats have done a little complaining in South Florida. They're saying maybe the Republican Secretary of State dragging her feet, but we have no evidence of that.
And so, Judy, it's possible we may not have a final result from the state of Florida tonight or even tomorrow.
It's possible, Wolf. If Florida turns out to be very close, those 90,000 ballots, however they may turn, and Miami-Dade is is a community with Cuban Americans, other Hispanics. It's a mixture of Democrats and Republicans, presumably a Kerry vote and Bush vote there. Those votes could be very important. If it's a wider spread, they might not make any difference. Same thing in Iowa. If Iowa turned, which those are both states, as you know, we have not called either one of them yet. If Iowa were close, those absentee ballots would be important. But again, the Secretary of State in Iowa is saying they will get counted tonight.
Judy Woodruff, thanks very much. I want to back up over here and show our viewers this picture that we're seeing here from Illinois. Barack Obama expected to walk out into this crowd, speak momentarily. We have projected he will be elected the next United States Senator from Illinois. Barack Obama, a very popular figure in Illinois, a very popular Democrat now around the country. We see members of the family, his supporters, his friends walking in there. This is going to be a very exciting moment for Barack Obama and his supporters in Chicago and throughout the state of Illinois. Indeed, Democrats across the country have been watching this race. There's no doubt, there was ever, I guess, never much doubt that he would be elected, but we see, I think this is his wife who's about to speak right now, Mrs. Obama in Illinois. Carlos Watson, help me a little bit, set the stage. You spent some quality time with Barack Obama recently. Give us a little flavor who this man is.
He's a guy who, as a biracial family, grew up in Hawaii and in Indonesia. Didn't seem to be on his way to the Senate as a young man, but after getting into Harvard Law School, did very well, moved to Chicago, became a professor and civil rights attorney. But when he ran Wolf, what was interesting is that no one thought he was going to win the primary earlier this year. He was running against 3 millionaires, but ultimately prevailed there. And then, as we said in the general election, things worked out really well.
All right, hold on one second. I'm going to walk over and make a CNN projection now. CNN can now project at 10:12 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can project the state of Arkansas will be carried by George W. Bush and its 6 electoral votes. Democrats in the last few weeks, last few days especially, thought they had a slight chance to go there. George W. Bush carrying Arkansas. As we know, the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton, had gone to Little Rock only this past Sunday to make a last-minute push. George W. Bush, we project, will carry Arkansas, giving him an additional 6 electoral votes. So at this moment, we now have this tally, 182 electoral votes for the president, 112 for John Kerry, 270 needed to win. The blue states for Kerry, the red states for Bush. Those white states that you see are states that have closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project who will win those states. Jeff Greenfield, Arkansas, I guess we shouldn't really be surprised by this at all.
No, I think the notion that a former president of the United States, who after all has moved to New York, and whose wife now represents New York in the Senate, is going to hold the emotions of Arkansans in his hand may have been a little overstated. I think it was one of those long shots, one of those very long shots, and it didn't pay off like most long shots.
Still, Wolf, not one state has shifted.
That's correct, Larry. All the states that Gore carried 4 years ago, we're projecting, among the states we've projected will remain in the Democratic column. The states that Bush carried 4 years ago at this point, among the states we've projected, will remain in the Bush column. Bill Schneider, you're looking at the exit polls, and you got some new numbers for us.
Yes, I do. This election is close nationally. It's close in a lot of the big states. Why? The election is a referendum on George Bush, and voters are of two minds about George Bush. Let's take a look at voters in Michigan and what they told us about President Bush today. We asked them, do you trust President Bush to handle the economy? And the answer is a majority said no, 56 to 44. Negative ratings on the economy. Then we asked them, do you trust President Bush to handle terrorism? And the answer was yes, 52 to 43. Terrorism, Bush looks good. The economy, not so good. It is a referendum on Bush much more than on Kerry because, you know, Wolf, when we asked voters in Michigan, do you trust Kerry to handle the economy? They were split. Do you trust Kerry to handle terrorism? They were split. They're not so sure about Kerry, but on Bush, they are of two very different minds.
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks very much. We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project at 10:14 p.m. on the East Coast, Missouri and its 11 electoral votes will be won by the President of the United States, George W. Bush. Missouri had been in place. Supposedly, the Democrats sort of gave up on Missouri a few weeks ago. They came back and thought that maybe they had a shot, but right now, Missouri and its 11 electoral votes will go for the President. Here's the new tally that we have in the race for the White House. Right now, the President has, according to our projections, 193 electoral votes. John Kerry with 112. But remember, this is the number, 270, not 269, but 270, that you need to be elected President of the United States. Missouri, not a great surprise. It's a state that went to the Republicans 4 years ago as well, Jeff.
It is. It went narrowly. I still want to see when all the numbers are in, thanks to our wall of numbers, how close did the Democrats come? Is this going to wind up a substantial lead, or is it going to wind up where Democrats are going to look at those 11 electoral votes as a missed opportunity? Yes, we've called it for Missouri. That's done. But let's just see whether that turns out to be one of those storylines that we'll be looking at a few days from now.
Carlos?
Well, two interesting things to think about in Missouri. Missouri has chosen the winner in presidential elections 24 of the last 25 times. So if you're President Bush sitting in Washington, this sounds like good news, and you hope that they're as right as they've been, with the exception of 1956. The second thing that's interesting in Missouri is it's one of the few places in the country that has a really interesting gubernatorial race. We've talked about the presidential race, we've talked about Senate races, but they actually have a really interesting gubernatorial fight there.
And we'll be covering that as well, Larry.
And while we're waiting for the apparent senator-elect to speak in Illinois, this could be the longest wife introduction in the history of elections.
She's a lawyer, too.
Oh,
maybe that explains it. She's
still at it.
We'll dip in and listen to Barack Obama once he eventually gets to that stage. Barack Obama. A lot of Democrats have a lot of hope in this young man.
Well, I must say that, in an era when conventions are scripted to the nines and you go to conventions because you sort of have to go, every once in a while somebody gets up and does something that absolutely blows the place apart. And I think when Obama began to speak, the sign for me of a really great speaker as a retired speechwriter is not when people jump up and yell. They always do that. They'll jump up and yell for the phone book. When he quieted the crowd down as he told his story and the story of America. This guy is a compelling figure.
Was he the first president of the Harvard Law Review?
First African-American president of Harvard Law Review.
That's what I meant, yeah.
He's made it. I think he's coming.
He's coming up.
Let me take a look. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but she looks like she's about to introduce her. Let's listen in.
My baby's daddy, Barack Obama.
You know,
yeah. Come here, little kid.
Thank you, Illinois. Thank you. Thank you, Illinois. I don't know about you, but I'm still fired up. I am fired up. Look at this crowd. Thank you, Illinois. Let me begin by thanking all the people who have been involved in this effort, from downstate to upstate, city, suburb, from every community throughout the state. Let me say how grateful I am to all of you for the extraordinary privilege of standing here this evening. Let me thank, because I will forget later on, it's a thankless task. Let me thank right now the best political staff that there has been put together in this state. They are wonderful. You know who you are. You guys have been outstanding. I appreciate all of you. Let me thank my pastor, Jeremiah A. Wright, Jr., of Trinity United Church of Christ, fellow Trinitarians out there. Let me thank all the elected officials who stood by me
through thick and through thin. But most of all, let me thank my family. I am so grateful to my nephew Avery, my niece Leslie, my mother-in-law Marion, my brother-in-law Craig Robinson, his wonderful girlfriend Kelly, my sister Maya, my new niece Suhaila right there, my brother-in-law Conrad, and most of all, my two precious daughters, Malia Obama and Sasha Obama. And the biggest star in the Obama family until the two girls grow up, the love of my life, Michelle Obama. Give it up for Michelle. Give it up.
Barack Obama, a very happy man. He's going to be the next United States Senator from Illinois, the first African-American Democrat to be elected to the United States Senate, the second African-American to be elected from the state of Illinois. Anderson Cooper, you've got some other Senate races you're looking at.
That's right, Wolf. We have two projections we can make in the state of Nevada and also in South Carolina. Let's take a look at what's going on the board. In Nevada, South Carolina first, Jim DeMint. We can now project as the winner. Inez Tenenbaum, the state superintendent of education, had run a tough race against Jim DeMint. Democrats had poured in millions of dollars hoping Inez Tenenbaum might be able to make a move on Jim DeMint. This, of course, for the seat held for 38 years now by Fritz Hollings, a Democrat. So this is a pickup by the Republicans in the Senate. It's not a complete surprise, however. This is a very conservative area. Fritz Hollings holding on to the seat for 38 years as a Democrat, but it was very much expected that this seat would go to the Republicans. Jim DeMint, proponent of a national sales tax. Inez Tenenbaum had tried to use that against them. Some voters had a hard time understanding what Jim DeMint was talking about, national sales tax to replace a federal income tax. But in the end, his conservative values won him this election in South Carolina. Also in Nevada, we can call the race for Harry Reid, the Senate Minority Whip already, a Democrat, so he holds on to his seat. That not really a big surprise. It wasn't a close race at all. And we are closely following the race in Kentucky between Senator Jim Bunning and Senator Dan Monjardo, State Senator Dan Monjardo. A very close race there. We're watching closely. We hope to have some results on that one soon. Will?
All right, Anderson, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the United States Senate. So far, I don't think we've seen any major surprises, except that Kentucky race is surprisingly close.
The Kentucky race is close. The Democratic problem is 5 southern states, 4 of whom were red states, with Democratic incumbents who chose not to run again. I mean, Zell Miller is barely a Democrat, but at least he voted to organize with them. And what we're seeing is a couple of pickups there that make the Democratic effort to retake the Senate, particularly with Oklahoma remaining Republican, just very tough. I mean, this is the pattern we've seen throughout the South. It began a defect from Democrats at the presidential level, and over the last 10 years, more and more in the House, in the Senate, in the governorships, people who used to call themselves Reagan Democrats now have a different name for themselves. They call themselves Republicans.
And also with 35% in the national elections getting closer to total votes, it's 52 to 48, and it was 54 to 46.
No,
California hasn't closed. Okay. We just don't know. I think Mr. Nader is...
Let's listen in to Ralph Nader. He's speaking to his supporters. Let's see what he has to say. He's got 150,000 votes so far. Nationally, 151,000, with 36% of the precincts reporting. All right, we'll get some sound from Ralph Nader once we fix that. Maybe we'll listen to hear what he has to say at this moment, almost 10:30 on the East Coast. Ralph Nader doesn't seem to be doing as well this time as he did 4 years ago.
There were a number of people who backed Ralph Nader 4 years ago in 2000 who have kind of formed committees to persuade other one-time Nader voters not to do this. Michael Moore, the controversial filmmaker who backed Nader in 2000, has done everything but, send him a one-way ticket to the Azores to get him to stop running. He literally got on his hands and knees on a television show because a lot of people on the left feel Nader cost Al Gore the White House, and they really don't like the president's policies, and they don't want to see Nader do it again.
You know, you got to watch, though, Nader, in a couple of Midwestern states. Remember, in Wisconsin, just short of 4% last time, and that's one of the places the president's targeted. And then Minnesota, 5.2% in 2000, Ralph Nader did. So you got to watch his potential impact. They sent out an email today saying of the 3 states they thought they would do best in, Alaska was one, but Minnesota was another.
But he is down everywhere. He's down in New Hampshire, so it appears that might hold true. Yeah,
he's down from where he was 4 years ago.
Disappointed, very disappointing.
Read his. You interviewed him several times, Larry. You've known him for many, many years, going back to the '60s and seatbelts and all that stuff. What makes him tick?
I don't know. I know he had a stroke. He had a mild stroke some years back, and that might have affected him. Because he never wanted to run for office. The Ralph Nader I knew in the '60s. Take a quick Ralph Nader story. We're driving over. I just interviewed him in Miami, Channel 4. We're driving over a causeway, and I stop and it was a dime for the car to go through. I hit the window, window goes down, drop the dime in. We pull out. He says, pull over. I pull over. He says, why did that window go down so fast? I said, I don't know. He says, don't you think going up and down that fast could hurt somebody? Kid put his arm out. I said, I guess. He sends me reams of material, letters to car companies, medical examiners. How many kids' arms were hurt? Deaths that might have been caused by a little kid sticking his head out the window, and all windows now go up slowly. Another Nader measure. He's great. He was a
clean water, right? Been involved in
Ralph Nader did a lot of things. Yeah. Democrats are still very angry at him, no matter how many good things he did. All right, stand by. I want to show our viewers. People are still voting all over the country. The polls are still open in California. This man is voting. Doesn't look like he's got a lot of colleagues voting over there. In Washington State, they're voting. Looks like there's some empty polling booths over there. Some machines are still waiting. And in Alaska, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, that's when they'll close. In Alaska, we'll continue to watch. To our viewers, here's a recommendation. If the polls are still open where you are, this would be a good time to still go out and vote. It's important. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
The Croatian National Tourist Board presents Sights and Sounds. Croatia, the Mediterranean as it once was.
at Times Square. That was Times Square. We're in Times Square at the NASDAQ market site. We're covering this election night, 2004. Take a look at this. Dan Mangiardo, the Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate from Kentucky. We have not projected who's going to win this race. We're getting one report that he may be prepared to concede. We'll actually listen to hear what he has to say, but this has been a surprisingly close race. Dan Mangiardo, the Democratic candidate for the United States Senate, running against Jim Bunning, the Hall of Fame pitcher. Let's take a look at the actual vote in Kentucky. Here it is. Jim Bunning with 51% of the vote, 49% of the vote from Dan Mangiardo, with 99% of the vote now in. Jim Bunning, the incumbent, and there's not much of a spread there, Jeff Greenfield, but we'll continue to watch and see what happens.
Well, it's an 18,000 vote spread for Bunning, 2% of the vote, but if you look down below, you see that 99% of the vote is in. And that must be what persuaded State Senator Mangiardo to go and concede. It is a disappointment to the Democrats because once the stories began to be publicized about Senator Bunning's conduct, they really thought this was one of those surprise things. Nobody had it on anybody's radar, and suddenly the race tightened. They thought maybe in our march to 50 or 51 seats in the Senate, this will be one that we didn't expect to win that they did. They haven't.
This is a Senate race that was very, very close, Carlos, in a state like Kentucky where the presidential contest, I don't think, was very close.
And we're seeing that in a lot of different places. This is also, by the way, the second time in a row where Jim Bunning's had a race that if he does win, he wins by 1%, maybe 2%. Contrast that, by the way, with Nevada, which we just called for Harry Reid 6 years ago. He also had a 1% election. Now we're calling it this early that he's won. So very different stories.
Pretty safe to say the Republicans are going to keep control of the Senate.
Well, you know, how about after 2000 we just wait? We haven't seen what's going to happen in Colorado. We haven't seen Alaska. We haven't called South or North Carolina yet, I believe.
We did call South Carolina.
Okay.
Inez Tannenbaum is going to go down to Jim.
What we can say is it makes it very, very unlikely.
You know, two other...
Okay, that's good.
How about that? All right. Let me put it in a way that
I'm just asking.
You would understand it in your old days. You're all in and you're hoping for the river card to give you a flush.
You know, two other interesting things, though, about these Senate races are worth remembering. We talked about Barack Obama, but he may not be the only minority member to join the Senate this year. You might also see one or maybe two Hispanics. Mel Martinez in Florida, Ken Salazar is running in Colorado. We don't know what's going to happen, but if either or both wins, it'll be the first time in almost 30 years you've had a Hispanic member of the U.S. Senate.
All right, there's a lot of drama still unfolding. I want to walk over. Our Deborah Farrick is joining us now. She's in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg. There's been some concern about what's going on there, Deborah. I know you've been speaking with election officials, the Secretary of State. Update our viewers what's going on.
Well, we can tell you, Wolf, that people in Pennsylvania are still waiting to vote. We were told that in Berks County, 8 to 10 precincts still experiencing about 2-hour delays. The Board of Elections there sent out a number of people to help facilitate. They're sorting people out in alphabetical order right now. We are told there was a huge registration drive there, a large burgeoning Latino population. So right now they're still waiting to vote in Berks County. In Chester County, also one precinct, we were being told there are 300 people remaining online waiting to cast a ballot. Now, in at least several counties, judges did have to step in, both in Allegheny County and in Lackawanna County. In Allegheny County, they simply ran out of provisional ballots. So a judge extended voting by up to an hour and a half at one polling site, saying that anybody who still wanted to vote could do so, and as long as they were online by 9:30, they could cast a provisional ballot. In Lackawanna, we are told a judge extended voting at 2 different precincts. In one reason, because the polling site simply opened late by an hour and 7 minutes, so the judge extended voting for an hour and 7 minutes. In one case, in another case, a machine broke, so the voting was extended there. Now, there are an estimated 300 provisional ballots. Those ballots will be verified over the next 3 days. Counting will begin on Friday, so those ballots could make a difference. There is one outstanding court challenge in Philadelphia. Absentee ballots will not be counted tonight. A judge stepped in and said that the ballots would not be counted. The reason for that, the Republicans are in court fighting to look at the absentee lists and challenge any voters who they think may have registered as an absentee improperly. So right now, voting's still going on in Pennsylvania, even though the polls officially closed at 8 o'clock. Wolf?
Deborah Farrick, thanks very much. Let me just show our viewers the numbers that we have in Pennsylvania, with slightly more than half of the vote now in. The precincts reporting 54%. John Kerry seems to have a pretty good lead there, 59% for John Kerry to 40% for George W. Bush. Once again, let's bring in CNN's Aaron Brown, is looking at this, analyzing it, assessing it, and got some thoughts.
Well, we're thinking a bit about civility. It's something we've talked a lot about on the program. We've long lamented the coming of the day when nobody will even listen to, let alone entertain, an idea different from their own. We're more than halfway there already, it seems. Part of the passion animating this campaign derived from the idea of taking the country back from them, or by the same token, keeping it out of their hands, whoever they and them might be. A viewer of ours and a frequent emailer wrote tonight that if the Democrats win, it'll only because they committed massive voter fraud. It just never occurred to her that in the field of ideas, they might just have won. With that in mind, a blogger, Jeff Jarvis, posted this pledge on his website. After the election results are in, it goes, I promise to support the president, even if I didn't vote for him. Criticize the president, even if I did vote for him. Uphold standards of civil discourse in blogs and in the media while pushing both to be better. Unite as a nation, putting country over party, even as we work together to make America better. Given how little we agree on as a country these days, maybe it's too much to ask, but ask yourself this tonight. Isn't anything better than what we call political discourse these days?
Aaron, you know, it's fascinating that, 3.5 hours after the first polls closed, this is as close as we thought it was going to be in the days and weeks leading up to this election night. Some people are saying you're hyping it, you're going too far. You know what? It's as dramatic as we thought it was going to be.
We looked at polls Sunday night. We came in to do a special on Sunday night, and our CNN USA Today Gallup poll had the thing at 49-49. That's about where we are.
It's amazing, Larry, that it's shaping up the way we actually thought it would shape up.
Yeah, they read it. It looks like they read it right.
But and by the same token, we don't yet know. There's these four big puzzle pieces still out there. What's going to happen in Florida? What's going to happen in Ohio? What's going to happen in Pennsylvania? How is Michigan going to play out? Those are a lot of electoral votes that are going to change the map pretty quickly, if and when they come in.
And as important as that general vote, that popular vote is, it's the electoral vote that's all important.
Aren't we discouraged, though, that we may have to wait till Thursday on absentee ballots in two states?
Aaron and I and everybody will wait until it's over, because that's the nature of the business.
Not as discouraged as we'll be if we have to wait for a month from Thursday. We've been there and done that, too.
35, 36 days the last time, Aaron. Thanks very much. Joe Lockhart, a senior advisor to the Kerry campaign, is joining us now from Washington. Give us your read on what's going on in some specific states, for example. Let's take a look at Florida. What do you see happening in Florida, Joe?
Very close race. We knew it would be close, but I think the huge turnout in southern Florida, where the Democrats are the strongest, Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, that turnout will bring us to victory. I think those are the last ones reporting in. I've heard reports that there are people still voting based on the length of the lines. So I think this unprecedented turnout in Florida, the unprecedented effort to get people registered and then out to the polls, 30% of the state voting early with a big lead for John Kerry, I think that'll take us over the line.
Joe, that the votes not yet counted are Dade and Broward?
Yeah, we know that in Broward County, where we have, I think, somewhere in the range of a 200,000 vote lead, you still have a quarter of the votes yet to be counted. Palm Beach County has just started to vote. Miami, we're still waiting to hear from. So these are the big vote areas for Democrats in the state. They're not yet factored in. I think once they are, we'll be very strong in Florida.
What about Ohio?
Listen, Ohio, I think, looks again very strong for us. The story of Ohio this time is not what people expected, the legal challenges every place. It's the massive turnout. We have a report of one polling station in Columbus, Ohio, that's now projected to stay open until midnight. There's so many people that were online when the polls closed. I think everyone agreed going into this election that the larger the turnout, the better it would be for John Kerry. There's no other place that I think that's going to be as significant as Ohio. All of our numbers tell us in heavily Democratic precincts, we are exceeding our expectations by 10 to 15%. Ohio will be in our column tonight.
three Midwestern states that are potentially could be pivotal: Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. What do you see happening there?
Well, listen, I think President Bush put a lot of effort into those three states. I think about 3 or 4 weeks ago, he decided that Ohio was difficult for him. He didn't go to Ohio for 3 weeks. Spent all of his time in those three states. But I think we're going to win all three. I think Minnesota, it'll be a comfortable victory. Wisconsin, we fought hard for. I think we're well on our way there based on our projections and our turnout. And Iowa was the toughest one for us. So we were behind a week ago. But we started to surge late last week. I think we took the lead this weekend, according to our numbers and the Des Moines Register poll, and we have an incredible ground game there, and I think that's going to give us a couple points, so I think we'll sweep the three.
Are you therefore saying, Joe, you're going to win tonight?
I think we've been saying for the last week we were going to win. We expect that to be confirmed tonight.
Why haven't we heard from Senator Kerry yet? We heard briefly, as you saw, from President Bush. Will he make some sort of statement in advance of any final outcome?
Well, we'll see. I mean, the night is young. I think you all can stay up for a little while longer. You've had some practice at that. I don't know what the president was doing all afternoon, but John Kerry was working. He did 4 hours worth of interviews, 38 different interviews with local TV stations in battleground states. That's 38 interviews without a break. He went home, took a little rest. Now he's having dinner with his wife and some of his family members. And, he'll come out when we've got something to say.
Do the question about these absentee ballots in Florida and Pennsylvania concern you, that we may have to wait till Thursday to find the results in both of those states?
I don't think so. Certainly not in Pennsylvania. I don't think the state is going to be that close. I think if you look at the numbers now, John Kerry's got a very healthy lead. We had an overwhelming majority and great turnout in Philadelphia. Did well in Pittsburgh and other parts of the state. So I don't think the absentee ballots are going to be a problem there. My understanding of the absentee ballots in Florida is the area that they're talking about is the heavily Democratic area. So I don't really think they're going to be an issue there either.
Joe Lockhart, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us. Joe Lockhart, a senior advisor to the Kerry campaign. Bill Hemmer is watching all of this. He's got an interesting analysis from our spatial logic machine that's looking at these two battleground states of Ohio and Florida. And what do you see? Explain to our viewers what's going on, Bill.
We have some excellent technology, Wolf, that literally allows us to watch as the votes come in, how it breaks down according to counties in favor of George Bush or in favor of John Kerry. We've zeroed in on about 18 different states across the country, but as you mentioned, Ohio and Florida is still outstanding and still so critical and so crucial for this fight for the White House. Back to Stu Rothenberger with me here, our CNN political analyst, and good evening again, Stu. We want to show our viewers through the telestrator what we're picking up in Ohio and essentially why we cannot call this state at this point.
Well, if you look at the map, Bill, you can see a lot of red in the central part of the state, northwestern part of the state, but we want to hone in on three areas. Hamilton County, that's Cincinnati. Down here in Montgomery County, this little island of blue and a sea of red, that's Dayton, Montgomery County. And then up here in the northeast, that would be Stark, Canton. That's often described as a bellwether county. And what we see is John Kerry doing better in these three counties. At this point, with some limited results in, he's doing better than Al Gore did 4 years ago. The president is still doing fine in many of these rural areas. But it's the smaller cities, and in this case, Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati and a suburb, a significant percentage of the population in the state, that the Democrat is doing better.
We have also talked about the job loss in Ohio for many, many months. In Lorain County, west of Cleveland, we have used this as an example, too, with job losses there, how they would respond. What are you finding in that suburban area west of Cleveland?
If we go to the map and look at Lorain, this is west of Cuyahoga County, west of Cleveland. Al Gore won this county with 53%, and with partial results in now in Lorain, John Kerry is winning with 57% of the vote. It's only at the margins, but if Senator Kerry increases his margins in a number of these communities, he can certainly carry the state.
But again, just simply too close to call with 20 electoral votes in the balance there in the Buckeye
State. There were more votes to come in.
Indeed, you're right about that. In Florida now, it was about 2.5 hours ago when we first reported the trend we saw in the I-4 corridor. This is named because it's the interstate that runs from Tampa up through Orlando up to the Daytona Beach area. We saw heavy gains for the president as compared to the year 2000 from 4 years ago, and we can show that.
We did, and let's go to the map again, and I think we were right in this I-4 corridor. Osceola Lake, Orange County, some blue, but a good deal of red, particularly in here. And as you pointed out, we have not projected this state because of this area down here that Joe Lockhart has talked about. This blue in the southeastern corner of the state. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, areas that deliver some pretty good Democratic majorities, particularly Broward. We're waiting for more votes to come in there. There's also an issue of absentees. But it's interesting, if you look here in the Panhandle in North Florida, Bush country. 27 electoral votes this time around for Florida, up from 25, 2 added on from 4 years ago. An important state.
These are the trends, and again, at this point, we can't say in the end what's going to go for Florida, what's going to go for Ohio, but fascinating stuff. We'll have to watch the votes come in, and we can literally tabulate them here through our spatial logic technology and see how the counties are leaning at this point, and try and glean some sort of direction as we go throughout the night. Back to you now.
All right, that was very fascinating. Bill Hemmer, Stu Rothenberg, thanks very much. Bill Schneider, looking at those exit polls, I believe you have some new numbers on what we're seeing in Florida.
Florida. What do you think of when you hear Florida? You think of seniors. It has the oldest population in the country, and you think of a large population of Latino voters. But they're moving in opposite directions. In 2000, Bush carried the senior vote in Florida. How are they going now? Very narrowly for John Kerry. 51 Kerry, 49 Bush. Seniors in Florida have been moving to Kerry, possibly the prescription drug issue. Now, Latino voters, they're a big group. They split evenly. Cubans and non-Cubans in Florida together split evenly in 2000. How are they voting now? A majority, 54%, are voting for George Bush. They've moved in a Republican direction in the last 4 years. Seniors more Democratic, Latinos more Republican, including a lot of Cuban-American voters in Florida who have remained heavily Republican, and even more so this year than before. So the cross currents in Florida are moving in opposite direction, and that's why the state is still very close. Wolf?
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks very much. Tom Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader, the minority leader, has been watching what's going on. This is videotape of what he was seeing, his mood. He seems to be smiling. He's facing the political challenge of his life from John Thune, the Republican candidate in South Dakota. He's sitting there, he's watching, he's waiting for all the results to come in. We'll see what happens to the Senate Democratic leader, Tom Daschle, through the course of this night. In the meantime, much more coverage coming up here on CNN. We'll take another quick break. South Dakota, 50-50 right now, at least according to these numbers. These are Associated Press numbers, real numbers coming in. It's about as close as we possibly could have imagined, only 4 votes different. We'll talk about that and much more when we come back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the 2 of you? Could it be the most powerful 2-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner? How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
This is CNN.
When design and music collide. On the next edition of Design 360, hip-hop moguls making a mint by selling their lifestyle. P. Diddy opens a fashion store on New York's Fifth Avenue. We speak to dynamic duo Russell and Kimora Simmons. Plus, we tour the first venue designed specifically for jazz acoustics. That's Design 360, Sunday on CNN.
Design 360, in association with Siemens.
Global challenges, highlighting technologies, helping people. This week, Lost and Found. Mayan cities dating back thousands of years come under threat from modern man. Preserving Palau, the island's president dives into conservation, but finds himself swimming against the tide. And monkey business. Incredible research gives monkeys, and maybe humans, the power to move objects just by thinking about it. These are the global challenges. This Sunday, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to the CNN election headquarters at the NASDAQ market site right in the heart of Times Square. Jeff Greenfield, let's recap for our viewers now. Those states that CNN has been able to project as winning states for the two candidates. First, the states going for the President of the United States. And we'll just show our viewers, let's go through the top, and Indiana, Kentucky, Georgia, West Virginia, Alabama, Oklahoma. I think it's fair to say, Jeff, as we walk down and let our viewers take a look at these states that we've projected will go for the President, the so-called red states, there are no surprises here yet.
That's correct. Unless you thought Bill Clinton was going to pluck Arkansas away from Bush for Kerry, all these states for George Bush, 21 if I've done my bad arithmetic, all of them voted for Bush last time, all of them for Bush this time.
And let's move on and take a look at the states that John Kerry, we've projected, will go for John Kerry. And no huge surprises here either. Vermont, for example, Massachusetts, Delaware, all these states went for Al Gore the last time. And guess what?
Yes, true. They've gone for John Kerry. Vermont, a state as liberal as you can get it, has the only self-professed socialist congressman, Bernie Sanders, in the United States House of Representatives, the home of Ben & Jerry's, the politically correct ice cream. So there really isn't a single surprise, and it really feels, I hate to quote Yogi Berra, but it really feels like deja vu all over again.
Let's point out to our viewers what's happening in Maine. 4 electoral votes. We projected 3 of them will go for John Kerry. We're still waiting to find out what happens in that 4th electoral vote.
It is not impossible that one electoral vote, if it goes to George Bush, could tip the balance. It is not impossible. We're waiting to see what the 4 electoral votes in Hawaii do, votes that are normally reliably Democratic. We still don't know about Nevada, Colorado. The polls are still open out there. And Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, all sitting out there waiting to be decided.
1 electoral vote could make the difference, and 4 at stake in Maine. 3 we project will go to John Kerry, 1 still remaining at large. We'll see what happens. We don't have enough information yet on that 4th electoral vote.
Okay.
All right, we can now project the major win for John Kerry. Pennsylvania, CNN can now project, CNN is projecting Pennsylvania will go for John Kerry right now with 63% of the vote, in 57% for Kerry, 43% for Bush. This is a state that Al Gore carried the last time, but it's still a huge win for John Kerry.
This is the first real disappointment for either campaign. George W. Bush made, I believe since last March, 41 visits to the state of Pennsylvania. The only state he visited more was Texas, where he happens to live. They thought these 21 electoral votes, if they could pick them up with the votes of socially conservative, gun-owning, pro-life Democrats, a lot of them in Pennsylvania, this could insulate them against the loss of Ohio or Florida. It has not happened. And if I may be corny, the tension mounts.
The tension mounts. Let's recap the race for the White House. Right now, with 193 electoral votes for Bush, 133, we've added Pennsylvania to that category for Kerry. 270, though, needed to be elected to the White House. So it's still a contest. Everyone had been assuming that Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, whoever got 2 out of those 3 would be in good shape. We now know that John Kerry, at least according to our projection, will carry Pennsylvania.
Let me be the first to point out that the last time the United States had 2 razor-thin close elections was 1884 and 1888. It looks like we're back there again with a slightly advanced technology.
All right, Candy Crowley is in Boston. She's covering the Kerry campaign. Any instant reaction from what we've just projected, Candy?
No, but I think what will surprise them about this is what appears to be the size of the margin. Now, I suspect it will come down just a little. Rural areas generally are the last to report. I can also tell you that the Bush campaign, as early as 2 or 3 days ago, so they didn't actually expect that they would win Pennsylvania. So this was the most predictable of what they've called the trifecta: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida. So they kind of knew both sides where that one was going. The other 2, obviously, are the ones that everybody was more iffy about.
Candy Crowley in Boston will be coming back to you. Paula Zahn is with our Crossfire colleagues. They're watching all of this as we are. Paula, let's hear what they have to say.
Well, Wolf, just to give you a sense of how close this election is and how unpredictable it is, let's go back and revisit some of the predictions the Crossfire Gang made several hours ago when I guess it was you, Tucker, who had John Kerry winning by 2. You were going to make that call at 10:31.
Didn't happen.
I don't think that's quite right. James, you made a call at 9:37, Kerry up by 5. Paul, you still have till 11:30 to have Kerry up by 5.
Yeah, we're not going to know by 11:30 either.
And Bob, you predicted Bush by 11:03. Where are we right now, Tucker?
We're deep in the woods, Paula, because this is going to be a long, hard fight. The word I get is that Ohio, which a lot of the Republicans had given up to Kerry, is coming back to Bush. And it's very, very close. And you've got punch card ballots in Ohio. They haven't even finished voting in Ohio. That's going to be a long sucker, and so is Florida.
And you have evidence now of some, what did you say, under-reporting going on in Ohio?
In Ohio, usually, in most states, and we just heard a moment ago, the rural areas come in late, the urban areas come in early because of technology. In Ohio, the opposite is happening because the lines are so long in some of these urban counties then that the vote is not coming in yet, so we're getting a disproportionately rural vote early in Ohio. That favors the president early, but we'll just have to wait. It looks like Ohio will actually count all the votes. It's sort of a quaint, old-fashioned Midwestern notion. Florida doesn't seem to have gained that sort of expertise yet.
I have to say, the feeling, I've probably talked to 20 people in the last hour, all of a sudden is changing. I mean, there was this kind of consensus, certainly in the press, which is obviously overwhelmingly for Kerry on a personal level, but just among observers.
Wait a minute. You're saying that
the press is overwhelmingly for Kerry on a personal level. Most reporters no, it's just true. But I'm just saying,
do you want to counter that, James?
People thought Kerry was going to win. And everyone knows this. But people thought Kerry was going to win. Now I feel there's this feeling Bush is going to win. I will say, someone needs to reassess exit polling because it does stink. It doesn't predict, at least tonight, tomorrow morning we're going to put the exit polls, when we can make them public, against the actual results, and you will see that it doesn't. Are
you putting any stock in the exit polling tonight?
As the night goes by, less.
Has your mantra?
I think that, look, I don't know what difference it makes what an exit poll says because the only votes that count are the votes that they count.
Sure.
Let's wait and see. We got Ohio left to go. We got a lot of key states out there left to go. So before we jump to conclusions, but
has your mantra changed at all in the last 45 minutes? Your mantra: Ohio, Florida, Ohio, Florida.
No, it has to. And if the president carries both Ohio and Florida, it is extremely difficult, almost impossible.
May happen.
Could happen. It could happen.
Very possible.
It's very possible that it could happen. If it does, I'd be the first to tell you the math becomes very difficult.
I enjoy political funerals, and I want to recite the death of a couple of famous politicians. The senior Republican in the House of Representatives, Phil Crane of Illinois, 75 years old. He replaced Don Rumsfeld in a special election in 1969. Looks like he has been defeated today. And 2 middle-of-the-road Texas Democrats, Charlie Stenholm and Martin Frost, have been defeated. The day of the white Texas Democrat Bagala is gone.
You're the last one. I'm still a white. I'm still white. I'm still a Texan. I'm still a Democrat.
But you ain't in Congress.
Let's talk about your state of Illinois, though, Bob. In that race, the senior Republican Phil Crane apparently is going down to defeat to Melissa Bean. This was a bit of a proxy war. House Speaker Denny Hastert, being from Illinois, swooped in these last few weeks to try to prop up Phil Crane, practically ran his campaign, my sources tell me, while my friend and former Clinton White House aide, Rahm Emanuel, who's a congressman, a young Turk freshman Democrat from Illinois, swooped in to kind of help Melissa Bean. It looks like this is one that's going for the young Turk and the Democrat against the old guard of the Republicans.
I want you to walk through the time zones now. Let's move beyond James Mantra, Ohio, Florida. What do we look for next then?
Eastern time zone, Ohio, Florida. President carries both. It becomes almost impossible for Senator Kerry to win. If it splits, Senator Kerry carries Ohio, then Bush has got to take Iowa, Wisconsin. Then you go out to the mountain time zone where New Mexico and Nevada is in the actual Pacific. Yeah, Colorado. Most people think that Colorado.
So far, everybody's holding their serve if this were a tennis match. Ohio and Florida were 2 states that went for Bush
We'll see if he can hold both of them. If he does, that's very good for him. Then Iowa and Wisconsin, 2 states that went very narrowly for Al Gore. John Kerry has to hold them or he's through. And then Nevada and New Mexico split the last time, and we'll see who picks them up.
Let me say one thing. This has been a very vicious campaign, negative campaign,
Thank God.
divisive campaign, and a lot of trouble in this country. You know, terrorism, the economy has not been good. We've got a war in Iraq. And after all of this, you look at the election, it's the same as it was 4 years ago.
That's exactly
There's
right.
no
Talking
change.
headphones, same as it ever
Nothing
was.
changed.
Right, David Burns, same as
Well,
ever.
there is one change. In spite of the skepticism about this process and the negativity of both campaigns, people seem to have voted in record numbers. And we'll have the hard numbers later on.
As Paul points out, despite the negativity, but because of it, they vote.
Right, it's true. We believe
However you want to
Crossfire helped
cut
at least
that way.
to feed that negativity somewhat. We're very proud of that.
All right, gentlemen. We'll be back in the next hour. Wolf, see you then.
Thanks very much, Paula. It's almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Only a few seconds to go. 5 states are going to be closing polling at 11 o'clock for a total of some 81 electoral votes at stake. We're going to be able to make some projections, but we'll wait another 10 seconds or so until it hits exactly 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and then we'll be able to project some winners. Let's take a look right now at 11 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can now project California, and it's 55 electoral votes. As expected, we'll go to John Kerry. A big win in California, fully expected. Those 55 electoral votes, the largest prize out there. We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project for the president in Idaho, 4 electoral votes. Once again, as expected, Idaho will go for President Bush. Let's take a look and see where it stands right now with the Electoral College, the all-important Electoral College, the President of the United States with 197 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected president. The blue states, Kerry; the red states, Bush. The white states, they're closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project winners. There's only one state left, and that would be Alaska. In 2 hours, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, Alaska will close, and we'll be able to project what's going on in Alaska. I want to show our viewers also what's happening in Iraq right now. These are U.S. troops. They're watching the elections right now. They're sitting in an area in Iraq. And in Fallujah, in fact, or outside Fallujah, an area that's been hotly contested. Battles have been fierce there. But these American troops, and this is a live picture for our viewers, they're watching the election. They're seeing what's going on. It looks like a little cafeteria. You see the trays there where they've been eating. Our men and women, U.S. forces, serving in Iraq, and making sure that they get a sense of what's happening all the way back here in the United States. Let's bring in our analysts once again, Jeff Greenfield. California is a huge prize. If you look at the numbers right now, 197 to 188. It's pretty close.
California was a state that went Republican for 20 consecutive years. It was a state that Democrats almost couldn't win. Clinton took it away from the Republicans. Gore put it in his pocket with about $1.2 million. And it's now one of the solid foundations of any Democratic electoral majority. The fact that you mentioned Iraq, how people feel about Iraq may wind up deciding who sits in the Oval Office.
And as Carlos just pointed out to me, we're going to have 120 million people vote. If this holds up, you got over 61 million now with 50%.
Of the precincts.
Would be a record. Remember last time we had about 105 million, so that would be not just a jump, but a significant jump. I want to go back to Pennsylvania, though. A couple of interesting things in that victory there. One was the fact that Nader wasn't on the ballot. And remember, he captured about 2% of the vote last time. The other significant thing that Democrats did is they added to their registration lead. Remember, going into 2000, Wolf, they had about a 500,000 vote lead in terms of registration. They added another 100,000 additional voters, net voters, in terms of the lead.
What's the Native American vote in South Dakota?
You know, interestingly enough, that's one of the few places where it could play out. So not Hispanic, not African American, but the Native American vote could be decisive when Tom Daschle runs. Could add up to 5%, maybe 7 or 8% of that vote. also may play out in New Mexico a little bit. So we don't normally talk about the Native American vote, but could matter.
When Jim Thune, who's running against Tom Daschle, lost to the other Democratic Senator, Tim Johnson, by approximately 500 votes, they just don't have a lot of people out there. The Native American vote was the key. In fact, some Republicans felt that there was chicanery. One more quick point about South Dakota. There are about 300,000 votes. The estimate is they are spending $80 a vote in South Dakota. It would have been cheaper for one of the candidates to load up a pickup truck with $100 bills and drive around the state scattering them at undecided voters.
And I don't want to sound redundant, but at this point, 4.5 hours, a little over 4 hours since we started with this total, exact as 4 years ago.
Exactly. Those states that we projected for Kerry so far were states that Gore won 4 years ago. Those states we've projected for Bush are states Bush won 4 years ago.
Here we go.
You're absolutely right. Judy Woodruff is joining us from the CNN Election Analysis Center. You've been looking at some of the states, Judy, that we haven't been able to project a winner on. What are you and your colleagues there seeing?
Well, Wolf, one of the things you just noted, yes, you did call California because the polls closed in California 4 minutes ago, and we were able to do that because of a comfortable margin that John Kerry has in the state of California. But Oregon, which sits right next to California, just north of it, as all of us know, we have not called yet. Oregon is the one state in the country where people vote only by mail. They mail in their ballots. They were able to bring in their ballots as of today. I was told the Secretary of State in Oregon is promising that 50% of those ballots, up to 50%, are going to be counted by sometime pretty shortly now. So we should know that number. What we don't know then is how long it's going to take them to count the rest of the ballots. That's one thing we're keeping an eye on. Another, if you just move all the way to the other end of the country, Wolf and Jeff, Larry, and Carlos, we heard Joe Lockhart, who is speaking for the Kerry Edwards campaign, say not too long ago that the Kerry campaign is looking for a good Democratic turnout in those South Florida counties, Miami-Dade and Broward, the suggestion being that a lot of those votes are still out. But in checking with our folks here and the analysts here, it does look like we've got over 85% of the vote already counted, 88% even in Broward County. So a lot of this vote is already in. And so when Joe Lockhart says a lot is outstanding, I think some of us are scratching our heads wondering where it's going to come from. There are votes still out. There are people still in line, we are told, and there certainly are absentee ballots that have not been counted. And I reported a few minutes ago about the dispute over when those ballots are going to get counted. But we don't want to leave anybody with the impression that there are still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes that have not been counted, because that's not our sense at this point.
And that's the number of precincts reporting at this point, some precincts being bigger than other precincts throughout the state of Florida, in fact, throughout the country. Judy, anything else you want to add at this point?
Not right now. I mean, we are, as you know, Wolf, we've got, what, a dozen or so states that we still have not called. We are being cautious. You still have not just Ohio that closed at 7:30, but a number of other states, New Hampshire, that we still haven't called yet. So, we're watching those numbers coming in. We may be close to a call, but we're not ready to call those states yet.
All right, Judy, thanks very much. I want to walk over, and Jeff Greenfield's going to help me. These are the states, and we're putting them up on the screen right now, that we have not been able to project a winner for. This is where the election is going to be determined, Jeff. And let's go through these. Come on over here and let's go through these one by one. Ohio has about 53% of the precincts reporting 20 electoral votes. Very, very close.
It is. This is the number, actually, if I can jump ahead, that I think Judy was referring to. 92% of the precincts in Florida, with the president holding, the last time we checked the popular vote in Florida, a couple of 100,000 vote lead. Now, if in fact Judy's right, that a lot of those votes in the heavily Democratic areas of Broward and Palm Beach and even Miami-Dade have been counted, that's actually very good news for the president. On the other hand, his folks are looking at Ohio and knowing that there's a lot of votes left to be counted in heavily Democratic Cuyahoga County. The math begins to get narrower and narrower and narrower for each of these candidates. With Pennsylvania for Kerry, of the big three, it would be very damaging, maybe fatal for Bush to lose even one of those two, unless, of course, he can pick up those upper Midwest states or some other Democratic
Let's talk
states.
about
Okay.
these. Some of these states have been closed for hours, like New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral votes. 60% of the precincts reporting. We're not yet able. We don't have enough information to project New Hampshire. People think 4 electoral votes is not much, but you know what? It could be a lot.
We know what we think is going to happen in some of these states. I mean, I think they're not the most loyal Democrat. I'll tell you, they think that John Kerry can take Montana or Arizona. Colorado with 9 electoral votes, which has defeated the proposition to divide it. Those votes are sitting out there. That could be a very close state. It's a Bush state from 2000. So the mix of these states, as the night goes on, the math gets more and more in a narrow corridor of who has to win what. You want to keep going on some of these.
Let's talk a little bit about Nevada, Washington State, Oregon, and even Hawaii, a state that the vice president visited on Sunday at literally the last minute with its 4 electoral votes, a state so many experts thought was simply automatic for the Democrats.
The general rule in Hawaii is the state goes Republican when there is a massive historic landslide. Nixon in 72, Reagan in 84. That's it. This state has come into play for a variety of reasons. The Democratic Party, which was entrenched, had some scandals. There's a new population in Hawaii, more entrepreneurial, less pro-government. That's why Dick Cheney went there at the end of the campaign. And between those 4 electoral votes and 1 electoral vote in Maine hanging out, that is entirely possible that that'll decide the election.
The Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and Washington State, we don't have enough information yet to project a winner for either of these 2 states. The Democrats had been simply assuming it would be in their column.
These states have gone Democratic, Oregon and Washington, for the last 4 elections. Again, they are 2 Dukakis states where Nader threatened Al Gore but didn't force him to lose the state to George W. Bush. So the Democrats believe they have those. There are states out here the Republicans believe they have. And then there are those that everybody's going to be sitting and watching. Anybody planning to leave here in the next half hour or so had better change their plans.
I think it's fair to say Larry King and Carlos Watson as we walk over to join you. Larry, I hope you have no plans in the next several hours or maybe even days.
I'm always so busy at 2, 3 in the morning, Wolf. It's incredible. No, I'll be here and I'll do a show here for tomorrow and then head back to California tomorrow night and look at it from there and then maybe come back east again because this may not be over.
What do you think, Carlos?
Well, remember, some of the places have told us that they may take 10 days to count the provisional ballots, so we may be here for a while. The other really interesting thing in a couple of these states that we don't know about yet, they've got this thing called same-day registration. You can kind of walk up in Minnesota, you can walk up in New Hampshire and say, I'm ready to register today. That could cause it to take a little bit longer to count up all the votes.
Now, American Morning goes on at 7 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
They will be on.
7 a.m. Eastern.
So
unless we pull an all-nighter.
that would give us another almost 8 hours here.
Well, in 2000, we signed off, the CNN anchor analysis team signed off at 6:30 a.m.
Last time.
Sure, and we didn't know who had won. And I'll tell you something, a lot of us who got burned in 2000 did one thing very smart this year. We made no expensive vacation plans.
Correct.
For weeks.
At all.
The sun will be up then.
We'll soon find out. We're in Times Square. A lot of nice people watching us
still
and
hanging out.
our coverage here at the corner of 43rd and Broadway. Bill Schneider, you're looking at exit polls as you always do, specifically this time California.
California went for Kerry as expected, but you know what? The governor's a Republican, name of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger endorsed and campaigned at the last minute for George W. Bush. What do they think of Governor Schwarzenegger in this heavily Democratic state? Well, look at this. More than 2/3 of California voters say they like Arnold Schwarzenegger. 69% approval rating. President Bush would kill for a 69% approval rating. Why didn't it translate into a Bush victory? Because almost half of the people who like Governor Schwarzenegger, the Republican, voted for John Kerry. The lesson here is Schwarzenegger's appeal goes way beyond the Republican Party. That's how he got elected. He gets a lot of support from Democrats.
Bill, any report on the stem cell measure which Schwarzenegger supported for the state to spend a ton of money on stem cell research?
All the pre-election polls indicated that that measure was likely to pass. I haven't seen any results, however, since the polls closed.
You live most of the time, Larry, in California. I guess you're not surprised by any of this. What's happening out there?
No, California. In fact, Barbara Boxer, she appears to, we can't say this, but I think she might win as handily
that was
as Chuck.
widely expected.
Polls are up by double digits.
As Chuck Schumer will win. I don't know what happened to the, you mentioned the Republicans, California was a stronghold. other than Schwarzenegger, they don't have a strong Republican in that state.
California is one state where the social issues cut heavily against the Republicans. It is a state where even most of the Republicans who get elected, look at Schwarzenegger. He's pro-choice on abortion. He's pro-gun control. He's pro-stem cell research. He's pro-gay rights. It's one of those states, this is something that, one theory is that coastal states tend to be more socially liberal than heartland states. And California's a state where that, plus the Republican Party, turned very hard on immigration, alienated the Hispanic vote after the 1994 election. It's a state that except for Arnold Schwarzenegger, they have been pretty much shut out of for the last decade.
Well, you know, if you think about that Hispanic vote, when the alienation did happen in 1994, about 1 million new Hispanics registered, and as you said, Gore beat Bush by about 1.3 million. A lot of that number was in the Hispanic vote.
As you point out, Larry, that embryonic stem cell research, other stem cell research was an important ballot initiative, important issue, an amendment in California. We've got some results coming in California on that Proposition 71, the funding for stem cell research. Yes, 69%, no 31%, relatively small numbers coming in. But Arnold Schwarzenegger, as you know and our viewers know, he came out strongly in favor of stem cell research, despite the position of the president who wants limitations on embryonic stem cell research.
I believe it's $3 billion.
It is, you know, they've got two significant health care issues on the ballot this time in California. The other one, besides stem cell, the $3 billion, is one that would mandate some small businesses to pay for health insurance for their workers. That could be pretty significant, no matter whether Bush or Kerry wins, could become part of a new trend. We've seen California usher in lots of things via the ballot initiative.
The big issue in New York is the stadium, right?
No, it's not on the ballot yet. It's just that, look, you know New York. Olympics in 2012, $600 million for a football stadium. I don't think that's going to swing what happens tonight, but we'll be fighting on that one next year, Laura. Come back and we'll talk.
I saw ads on television for it.
Larry and company, all of the polls and all of the states, with the exception of Alaska, have now closed. But there's, what, a dozen or so that we can't project winners yet. Those will be the states that will determine the next president of the United States. To our viewers, if you want more information on specific races and states, local races, governor's races, House races, Senate races, specific numbers, by counties even, the place to go is CNN.com. You can get interactive there and find out what's happening. You can even take a look at the showdown states, move them around, see how the projections are going to work out. Watch CNN, but you might want to also take a look at CNN.com to get some more information. It's the best place to go on the web for this kind of information. The CNN Election Express bus, it's parked in Times Square. We're parked in Times Square as well. Much more coverage coming up when we come back.
Prior to TVs and computers, people would take to the streets for the latest election returns. In the early 1900s, crowds watched as results were projected on the sides of buildings. Then there is the zipper of New York's Times Square. It gave election results for the first time in November 1928, and it continues to do so today.
Qatar Airways is different to other airlines because of the attention to detail.
We have 57 different nationalities working as a crew, flying over 50 destinations.
We're one of only 3 airlines in the world to be named as a premium quality carrier with 5-star rating.
We have Arabic hospitality, so we try to offer passengers with everything we have on board.
It's like in 5-star restaurant at 35,000 feet.
We have a great entertainment system with video on demand and also music on demand.
The seat in first class is the first flat seat in the Middle East.
The phrase, taking you more personally, means we anticipate passengers' needs and try to make the flight a 5-star experience.
It doesn't matter where you sit, you're always going to be receiving the same 5-star service from our 5-star airline.
Qatar Airways, taking you more personally.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
40,000 interviews. When the world's newsmakers have something to say, they trust the King of Talk.
40,000 interviews, and I'm just warming up.
Larry King Live, only on CNN.
Is this a great gig or what?
Times Square, New York City. We're continuing our live coverage, and it could be quite a while that we continue our live coverage from the heart of New York City, the NASDAQ market site. We're watching all of these states, almost the entire country with the exception of Alaska. Polling booths have closed down. Here's where it stands right now. The popular vote for president, with 55% of the precincts in the United States reporting the president has 51% of the vote, slightly more than 35 million votes. John Kerry has 48% of the votes, 33 million plus votes. Ralph Nader with 1%, 252,000 or so votes for Ralph Nader. In the race for the White House, as important as the popular vote is, and it's important, but much more important is the Electoral College vote. You need 270 to be elected president. Right now, look at how close it is, 197. For Bush, we've projected 188. For Kerry, we've projected the blue states, our Kerry states, the red states, our Bush states, the white states, are states where the polling has closed down, but we have not yet been able to project a winner. Alaska closes 1 a.m. on the East Coast, so we'll still wait. Here are some of the states that we haven't been able, except for Pennsylvania, you see up there. Pennsylvania, we've projected a big win for John Kerry with 73% of the vote in, 55% for Kerry, 44% for Bush. Jeff Greenfield, you're looking at the map, you're looking at what's going on, and you're going to put it all in beautiful perspective for us.
Right. We don't know who the next president of the United States is yet. I'm looking at those Florida numbers with 94% of the precincts in and the president having just about a 300,000 vote lead. And remember what Judy Woodruff mentioned to us, some of that South Florida vote from Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County is in. I am certainly not going to step on any projections that we are not ready to make, but that looks like a pretty substantial lead for the president. Take a look at Michigan. We haven't talked about Michigan. That's a 17 electoral vote state. It was one of the top targets of Bush from the Gore states. You've only got 30% of the vote in, and Kerry has a 60,000 vote lead, changing as we see, still about a 60,000 vote lead, with Nader no factor at all so far. So the more you look at this, the more it begins to look like exactly what people thought was going to happen before Election Day, that it's going to come down to 3, 4, 5, 6 states, and we're still waiting for a single state to move out of one candidate's column or one party's column into the other.
Well, look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a state that went for Bush 4 years ago. It's too close to call. We haven't been able to make a projection yet. 66% of the precincts in. Kerry with 50%, Bush with 49%, 1% for Ralph Nader.
This is a state which, we pointed this out several hours ago. If you put the map back the way it was in 2000, if you give New Hampshire to Kerry and Nevada to Kerry, you have a 269-269 tie, unless the president takes that one electoral vote in Maine, in which case he has 270 electoral votes.
This election again, just in New Hampshire.
Well, there's no, we can't find a single state, even in New Hampshire, where the Nader vote exceeds, exceeds a margin. But I see your point. If Nader gets a few thousand votes and Bush winds up taking the state by 2,000, that could determine it. Even at this level.
You're right. Talking about the Ralph Nader effect, you know what? Let's talk to Ralph Nader. He's joining us now live. Thanks very much, Ralph Nader, for joining us. Are you very disappointed in your turnout, in your votes that we've seen so far?
Well, since the Democrats, through their dirty tricks, have knocked us out of almost half of the nation's population, it's obvious that you can't get votes if you're not on the ballot. The other thing is The incumbent being a Republican, a lot of the Democrats who supported us in 2000 come back into the fold with the Democratic Party. I mean, trying to challenge the two-party electoral dictatorship, Wolf, is like trying to climb a cliff with a slippery rope. We're not doing this to be the margin at the narrow confines between the two candidates. We're doing this to put forward for the American people a series of directions and policies that they would really support on health insurance and living wage and getting out of Iraq and cracking down on corporate crime, etc. That are long overdue. I mean, we're trying to change somewhat the trivial and gossipy type horse race politics we're in into something substantive that responds to the necessities of the people.
There was a report that you said you thought Kerry would win tonight. Is that true?
Yeah, at 4 o'clock I thought he was going to win. He may still win.
I know you told me a few weeks ago, Ralph Nader, that if you can't be elected president, and you clearly can't be elected president, you hoped that, you said that John Kerry, I believe I'm paraphrasing, was the lesser of two evils.
Well, I said that anybody's better than George W. Bush. I mean, you know, he's just a big corporation disguised as a human being. Time and time again, as 2/3 of the American people conclude, he sides with big business against workers, against consumers, against the environment. You name it, big business is his mantra, and that's not where the President of the United States should be. We do not need another corporation in the White House. We need a president that responds to the necessities of the people.
Now, just to point out, you had about 95,000 votes in Florida the last time, with about 95% of the precincts reporting. You're just under 30,000 votes right now. You're not doing, clearly not doing as well as you did last time in Florida.
Yeah, that's obviously the case. As I say, once the incumbent in the White House is a Republican, the Democrats tend to go back into the fold. But I think there's something else at work here, and there are more than a few conservatives furious with Bush over the Patriot Act, big government, over huge deficits, over sovereignty shredding WTO and NAFTA. We have a letter to conservatives, which if the Democrats are smart, they could have spun off some of these conservatives the way Reagan spun off what are now called the Reagan Democrats. But we have a letter to conservatives and a letter to liberals on our website, votenader.org, for anybody who's interested in the details.
Ralph Nader, thanks for spending a few moments with us on this historic night.
Thank you, Walt.
The Nader effect doesn't look, at least as far as we can tell, Jeff, to be playing the kind of role it played 4 years ago, especially in Florida and New Hampshire.
I'm looking at these numbers. I don't see a single state where he got much more than half of 1% of the vote, if that.
It could affect New Hampshire. If they finished like dead even and Nader got 1%, that might give Bush the victory, and he would affect New Hampshire and affect the election.
Not unusual, though, to see a third-party candidate decline after running pretty well the first time. We saw that with Ross Perot. We're seeing that probably with Ralph Nader going from 2000 maybe to 2004. But Jeff and I were just talking for a bit about Florida and where things stand with Florida with 95% of the precincts in. If things ultimately go well for the president, he's got to give a big familial hug to his brother Jeb Bush. And what will be interesting there is Jeb Bush, who was embattled himself in that state leading up to his gubernatorial reelection campaign in 2002, ultimately pulled out a surprisingly big win that year, winning by 13%. If these numbers hold up, they'll say this is a surprisingly big win and say the ground game worked, particularly with evangelical Christians in Florida.
Do you think it's close to 4 years ago that we're holding off? Because I lived in Florida for 20 years and we're 95% in a 5% lead. That looks awful.
Those are 95% of the precincts reporting, and some precincts are bigger than other precincts, and that doesn't necessarily include the absentee ballots. I don't think it necessarily includes the absentee ballots. You know, they're going to still be counted.
Here's the other interesting tweak. Of the 67 counties, 15 of them are using electronic voting. We don't know whether or not there will be issues because for many counties the first time they're doing it. During early voting, we did see some hiccups where computers had trouble linking up to the main central database. So I'm not saying that's happened, but I'm saying it's certainly an issue that both sides will look at, especially since this is a state that was so close last time.
So you're saying we could reach 7 o'clock tomorrow morning in Florida not known?
We could hand off to the team and have neither side at least concede.
You agree with that?
Well, I think that that's what Democrats may be telling themselves right now. But I'm just saying that spread with that percent of precincts in, I'm just going on past performance of states. That is an awfully big spread to make up, even with these explanations. Now, I agree. We got to hold off. We got to wait. We got to see, are there votes not being reported? That's just a lot of votes.
And I want to remind our viewers what Jeff pointed out at the very beginning when we started our broadcast. Seems like a long time ago, 7 p.m. Eastern. If both of these candidates hold on to the states they captured the last time, George W. Bush has a certain advantage because the states he carried the last time have increased population, so the shift in population gives him a certain advantage right now.
Right.
Of course, Florida may not matter if Kerry wins Ohio and splits the upper Midwest.
What Wolf is saying is if you allocate every state the way they did in 2000, Bush got 271 electoral votes last time. This time it'd be 278. Florida has a couple more votes. Other Sun Belt states do. The Frost Belt has lost electoral votes in, I think, New York and Illinois. So Kerry, we said this hours ago, and everybody's known this for weeks, Kerry needs something substantial from the Bush list to become president.
Like New Hampshire, for example, would be a good start for him.
A start, but it wouldn't do it. Ohio would do it. Colorado would do it.
The only other interesting thing he could do without Ohio is hold on to the 20 and maybe grab Nevada and Colorado together.
To give our viewers a tennis analogy, we're going to see who breaks serve first.
Excellent.
And that's a pretty good analogy.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
See, I like
So
to play
far,
tennis.
no one has.
No one has broken serve yet. Yeah. It's an analogy all of us can relate to.
Schumer, we call a Schumer one in New York.
Anderson Cooper is with us, and you're looking at some initiatives out there, referenda.
That's right. There are some interesting initiatives happening in various states around the union. There are 11 states in the union today voting on whether or not to ban gay marriage, various amendments or propositions, different names, but it's all the bottom line to ban gay marriage and in some cases eliminate some of the rights from civil unions. 10 of the 11 states so far we can project have voted to, the people have voted to ban gay marriage in that state. The only state at this point we cannot project is Oregon. If you look over here, right now, yes, 52%, no, 48% yes would be a vote to ban it, but only 39% of the precincts are in Oregon. But 10 of the 11 states in this union have voted to ban gay marriage and eliminate some of the rights for civil unions. Wolf?
You know, that's a fascinating, I guess it's a statement on where the country stands right now on this issue of same-sex marriage. And we want to point out, Anderson, both of these candidates said they oppose same-sex marriage, although both seem to indicate, including the president, to our own Larry King, that they support civil unions for gays and lesbians.
That's right. And especially just in the last couple of days, President Bush gave some interviews in which he said he did support civil unions, so that is certainly not the case in the Republican Party platform.
He told you that a few months ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know, Oregon was the only hope that those who support same-sex marriage had in defeating, and Oregon has had a history of defeating some of these pushes against gay marriage and gay rights, and so Oregon was really the only hope. And in addition to these 11, the other interesting thing is we had states like Missouri and Louisiana earlier in the process hold votes during their primaries to ban same-sex marriage.
Jeff, what state is the most independent? The most that where 1 year it's Republican, 4 years later it's Democrat?
That's a very good question. Well, in terms of swing states, up until recently, Missouri always voted with the winner. Ohio is a state that's always up for grabs. Those two. In terms of maverickness, though, you have to go to a state like Maine, which gave Ross Perot a huge, I think they gave him the single biggest percentage of the vote. You look at some of those western states, a state like Minnesota that elects Jesse Ventura governor, people who flirt with third-party candidates.
Oregon, Wayne Morse, right?
So, but in terms of who moves back and forth, I think Missouri is moving out of that category now. And I think so Ohio looks like one of those states, and Florida.
And when did it used to be as Maine goes, so goes the nation? Was that Roosevelt?
Even before our time.
Well, it used to be as Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Maine had an independent governor, Angus King, who was elected governor of Maine, Jesse Ventura. They used to have a caucus of the non-Democratic, non-Republican governors. They'd get together and have a news conference.
You know, that's right. I mean, basically what you have here, more seriously, is you've had a shift over the last generation. The rock-ribbed Republican New England has moved, except for New Hampshire, solidly into the Democratic camp, and the solid Democratic South has moved almost solidly into the Republican camp. And the Republicans benefit from that in pure electoral terms.
And the Southwest has become...
Well, the Southwest has been traditionally Republican, and the Democrats are looking to think maybe with the Hispanic vote that they can break through there. That's one of the things we're going to be looking at later tonight.
New Mexico was super close last time, and that could be one of those that you start to see
Is
move back.
Erskine Bowles conceding?
I want to just point out to our viewers, Erskine Bowles, the former White House chief of staff who served under President Clinton, running a second time for the Senate in North Carolina. We haven't projected who's going to win in this contest, but we're told he may be getting ready to concede. Erskine Bowles lost the last time to Elizabeth Dole. Now he's running against Richard Burr, and it looks like he's getting ready to concede. Are you surprised by that, Jeff?
Well, that was a tight race. Once again, you're talking about a Democrat running in an increasingly red state in a presidential year, and even though coattails don't work the way they used to, you just are building in a difficulty when you have to overcome an 8 or a 10 or in some states a 15 or 20 point break for the president.
That's the seat that John Edwards is giving up, a Democratic seat that would be a pickup for the Republicans. So when Senator Frist, the Senate Majority Leader, said he thought they were going to gain seats, he may well be right.
Well, if he's not conceding, that's the unhappiest looking winner I have ever seen.
Those faces behind him are not very happy either.
Well, remember that Bill Clinton was brought into the race, and Bowles served as his chief of staff. And whereas the race was very close, when everything is said and done, it may have been the specter of Clinton and the ads that Burr, the Republican candidate, ran that showed the two of them close together that may have hurt Erskine Bowles in this race.
The other reason why Mr. Bowles may not look too happy is he is an extremely wealthy man, and he poured several million of his own dollars into the Senate race. And I think that would make any candidate unhappy. To spend that much money and lose is just not a happiness-inducing moment.
But when the president, the Republican presidential candidate, does that well in a state like North Carolina or South Carolina, a lot of Democrats thought Inez Tenenbaum had a pretty good shot at that race, and clearly she didn't have a very good shot. She might have a better shot if Bush wasn't carrying South Carolina as decisively as he clearly was.
And the popular vote is very indicative of the electoral vote.
Well, let's show our viewers.
48% in the popular.
Yeah, there it is right there, right behind me, with 59% of the precincts across the country reporting so far, 51% for Bush, 48% for Kerry, 1% for Ralph Nader. It's very, very close. All 50 states, with the exception of Alaska, they've closed their polling, although people may still be in line to vote if they were in line before the polling, before the hour ended. In many of those states, they're going to let them vote until they finish.
Without jumping the gun, Wolf, that's about a 2 million vote lead for the president. A man who lost the popular vote by 500,000 votes last time, and there has been some speculation that this might be the year when it was reversed, that the president would win the popular vote and Senator Kerry would win the electoral vote. It's still too early to know how that popular vote comes out, but it is looking, just from these numbers and the fact that every state is closed, that the president may wind up tonight, as the last pre-election poll suggested, with a small lead in the popular vote. We don't know where the electoral vote is.
Well, just as interestingly, the question is, will he be the first candidate in 4 cycles to actually get 50%? Remember 1992, no one got 50%. 1996, no one got 50%. 2000, we may finally be getting back to a point where the winner actually can get 50% of the popular, or the loser. Well said.
Let's check in with our senior White House correspondent, John King. John King is at the White House. I think a lot of people thought, John, you might have been over at the Reagan building, the Reagan Center, the International Trade Center in Washington, where we had anticipated the president would eventually make his way there to deliver either a concession or a victory speech. I see you're still at the White House. That says to me the president is still at the White House.
The president is still at the White House. By the time he makes it to the Reagan Center, Wolf, he may be serving breakfast. White House officials telling us that the plan still is that the president will go to the Reagan Center tonight if there is a winner. If there is a winner tonight. Now, how long they will stretch tonight, whether that means midnight, 1 a.m., we still don't know. The president is still watching the results, and I can tell you the mood here has changed quite a bit over the last couple of hours. One of the worst kept secrets in a campaign is that perhaps we don't put the exit polls on the air, but both campaigns are well aware of what the exit poll data is. And here at the Bush White House at 7 o'clock, even 8 o'clock tonight, and at the Bush campaign headquarters, they were scratching their heads looking at the exit polls and saying, how could we have been so wrong? Those exit polls showing a Kerry win in Florida, those exit polls showing perhaps a Kerry win in Ohio, and in several other states that have already been called, a Kerry margin very different from what the actual results are showing. So what the Bush campaign believes now is that the exit polls were flawed. They say that there is a bigger Democratic representation, and if you look at a state like New Jersey, yes, Senator Kerry won it, but not by the margin that the exit poll projected. If you look at a state that we held out on for a while, North Carolina, President Bush won it by a bigger margin than the exit polls showed. So they are hoping that that now holds up. In places like Florida, the president has spoken to his brother at least 3 times, we are told, the governor of Florida. They are confident they will pull that state out. And they say that their workers are now looking at those lines of people still waiting to vote in Ohio, and they're worried about that one because of the aggressive Democratic turnout operation. But they say their people on the ground are telling them they think they will eke out Ohio as well. So a much more optimistic mood here at the Bush White House. They're not saying the president will win, but they're saying now they believe he can win, and they're hearing very optimistic reports, again, both from Florida and Ohio, Wolf.
And John, take us behind the scenes, and you make an excellent point. Throughout the afternoon, as those exit polls were coming in, and here at CNN, we never reported what those exit polls were showing, although we certainly knew what was going on. People all over basically knew, although we always recognize that these are polls, and polls can be accurate. They don't necessarily always wind up being accurate. But this mood shift that you've seen, are you ready to say that the White House officials, based on what you're hearing, are optimistic now that he's going to be reelected?
Some of them would say they're optimistic. Others would say they are more optimistic. It depends on who you talk to and exactly when you talk to them. Some get off the phone calls from Ohio and they're a bit nervous. Someone else makes a phone call 10 minutes later and they feel a little better. They're watching the results coming in Wisconsin, a state the president heavily targeted. They're quite happy about that. They're a little disappointed from what they see in the results in Iowa so far. They're still hoping that the precincts still out perhaps bring things their way. So it can depend literally from minute to minute how it goes here. But the mood is much better than it was at 7 and 8 o'clock. And one thing they're complaining about, Wolf, is that we did not call any states based on those exit polls, but what the White House would say is that CNN and other news organizations, they're certainly not singling CNN out, that the tone of the coverage is influenced by what we think we see in the exit polls. They say that after this, much like 4 years ago, and they're certainly hoping we don't have a recount and we don't go on forever, but what the Bush campaign is already saying tonight is that we're going to be looking at our exit polls again, even if we do clean all this up tonight, and saying something went wrong.
All right, John King, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. Could be a long night for you, for the president, for all of us, for the American people as well. Let's take a look and see what the results are. With 97% of the precincts reporting in Florida, Bush with 52% of the vote, 3.5 million. Kerry with 47% of the vote, 3.2 million, approximately 300,000 spread right there. Ralph Nader, 30,000 votes, a lot less than he came up with last time. He had almost 95,000 the last time. In Ohio, another key battleground state with 64% of the precincts reporting. The president is atop with 52% of the vote, 1.8 million. Kerry with 48%, 1.7 million, 100,000, 120,000 or so votes separating the two, 64% still to go. Judy Woodruff is going to help us better understand at the CNN Election Analysis Center what we know and what we don't know. Judy?
Well, Wolf, there's still a number of these states outstanding, but what I do want to share with you is that a well-placed source inside the Kerry campaign is telling me that they think they have lost Florida to George W. Bush. There is no state in which I think the Democrats have invested more emotion, more energy, more effort. So if this bears out, it is obviously an enormous disappointment for the Kerry campaign. This is not official. We are not calling Florida. CNN is not calling Florida yet. But as you just showed on the boards a minute ago, Wolf, you and Jeff, we do have a lot of the vote in Florida in from all over the state. George Bush has done well in the so-called I-4 corridor, the Orlando to Tampa area. And even though the Democratic vote is high in the South, it does now appear the Kerry campaign pessimistic about the chance that those late counting absentee ballots and the rest of it are going to push push John Kerry over the top. They've known all along Florida was tough. The president's brother is the governor. They know the Republicans have an outstanding organization in Florida. But believe me, we know they put their heart into it. So if this bears out, it is an enormous disappointment. Having said that, they are still looking to other parts of the country. They're still very much looking to Ohio, feeling good. Cautiously optimistic about Ohio. They're still looking, of course, at Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. They still see a way to win. But I would say the mood I'm hearing from the Kerry people, and I'd like to get Candy Crowley to confirm this, is somewhat the mirror opposite of what we just heard John King say from the White House, where the Bush people were down. Now they're a little more up in terms of the Kerry people. They were up. They're not so much down, but they are realistic that some of these states are still out there and they're waiting.
In Florida, Judy, with about 97% of the precincts reporting about a 300,000 spread in favor of the president, 52 to 47%. With that kind of information, with the exit polls and the raw numbers that are coming in, why can't we project a winner in Florida yet?
Because, Wolf, the spread is just not far big enough, and we don't want to take any chances. We do look at the exit polls, and John was just talking about some unhappiness with the exit polls, but we're not making calls tonight in states where it is anything like close unless we have sample precincts and unless we have the raw vote, and that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for some hard numbers and a comfortable spread, so that we know when we make that projection, it's a projection that is real and that is based on the best information that we have and the best knowledge in terms of, folks, again, here in our Election Analysis Center who've been covering politics and watching elections for years and years. We don't want to be in a position of going out on a limb and calling or projecting a state and then turning around and having to pull it back. That was a very painful lesson that we learned 4 years ago. Nobody wants to go through that again.
All right, Judy Woodruff, we'll be getting back to you. You wanted us to talk to Candy Crowley. Well, Candy Crowley is joining us now from Boston with a little insight. What the Kerry people are saying, Candy.
Well, honestly, it depends on which one you talk to. I asked about the mood. They said, well, it's one of anticipation. Before they were, it was more upbeat. Obviously, this is a more realistic look. They said, look, we always knew this would be close. I think there was more eager anticipation earlier on in the night. I mean, they say, look, we're still going to win Ohio, we're still going to win Minnesota, we're still going to win Wisconsin, we're still going to win Iowa. I asked about New Mexico. They said, well, it's going to be a late night in New Mexico, but we'll still win there. So there is you talk to others and it's more couched. They'll say, well, I still expect we'll win this. I expect we'll win that. So they obviously, there's sort of a tonal difference, but what they're saying is we still expect to win these things. Florida, they have considerably dialed back the lingo on that. I think they're watching these numbers. They know there are not that many more votes out. So Florida, they seem to have come to terms with. Others, they still insist they're going to win, including Ohio, and they base it, again, on a lot of Democratic areas in Dayton, around Columbus, around Cincinnati, which they say have not come in yet. Those are Democratic votes. They still feel very strongly that they'll win Ohio. And the senator is, where is he watching all of this, Candy? He's at his home here in Boston, watching. At some point. He is expected to come down here. There's a crowd gathered here, and so they will expect, if there's a definitive result sometime tonight, that he'll come down. But right now, he's up at his home in Boston with his wife and family. Candy Crowley reporting from Boston. We'll be checking back with you. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at and bring in the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, Mark Roscoe. There he is, right there, the former governor of Montana. Governor, thanks very much for joining us. Give our viewers your assessment of what's happening in Ohio right now.
Well, it's trending, obviously. It has been all night in the right direction from our perspective. I think there's about 5 points, and it's been that way almost since the very beginning of the vote count. Cleveland is in my understanding, and Franklin County is almost completely in. And as a consequence of that, we're very hopeful that there's still about 35 to 40% of the vote left to be counted. But we think it's moving, obviously, in the right direction. A couple of other news organizations have already projected Florida will go in your column for the president. We have not yet been able to project that. What do you sense right now? I assume you think Florida is going to be a Bush win. Yeah, I do. When you total up the number of votes that are still left outstanding, it doesn't make up for the margin that's there. It's quite a significant change from 2000, obviously, when there were 537 votes ultimately that separated the two candidates. But at the end of the day, when you take a look at how we performed with Latinos and Hispanics and with people all throughout the entire state, I think that we feel pretty good about Florida at this moment in time. I'm the son of a coach, Wolf, and I'm always reticent to dance in the end zone until they've called the final whistle.
Mark, what do you make of the other states? How does this outcome look to you? Very close? Very close?
I do think. Obviously, New Hampshire's still up in the air, and that's probably a state that that is a state we're keeping a very close eye on. It looks good for us in Wisconsin, and we think in New Mexico, and you add that to the other Bush states that we're depending upon, Nevada, Colorado, and take a look at what's left then is Iowa and Michigan that are the large target states. And at the end of the day, even without New Hampshire, even without Wisconsin and New Mexico, we're obviously still in a very good position. But we've been competitive all night long in both Wisconsin and New Mexico, leading. Not that many points separate us in Iowa. That's still something that's not out of reach. But we think that probably the brightest prospects are in Iowa or in Wisconsin and in New Mexico.
Governor? Go ahead, Carlos.
Governor, this is Carlos Watson. Do you expect any of the automatic recount provisions in any of these states to kick in, meaning that the race is so close in a state less than 1% that we'll see an automatic recount?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question. I think, though, when I had the chance to spend privileged to spend some time with Larry King a couple of nights last week, we talked about this topic of voter registration and fraud that might be present and difficulties surrounding election counts across the country. And I think at that moment in time I said that I did not expect that there was going to be a wholesale problem across the country because people had worked so hard to build the confidence of the American people and to do the right things. And I think that has borne itself out tonight. There certainly are always human errors here and there, but we have not seen the kind of difficulties that some were predicting. At the end of the day, in Florida, when you think about the potentially contested ballots that they've been talking about throughout the course of the evening, they wouldn't make up the distance. So I can't see that there's just an automatic recount there. So I don't know which states that might be a possibility, and I haven't seen one of those states present itself yet this evening.
Governor Roscoe, I was going to say, Governor Roscoe, do you think we'll know tonight or in the early hours of the morning who will be the next president of the United States?
You know, I really do. I think we're going to know Florida here before too long. It won't be long after that where we'll have a beat on Ohio. And then I think the other states will follow rather rapidly. Nevada and Colorado, I think, will follow fairly closely thereafter, New Mexico. So I do think we will have a fairly significant amount of definition, and people will be able to go to bed, although somewhat late. It'll be a longer night, perhaps, than what some would have liked, but I do believe that we'll know this evening.
And Mark, what do you think happened wrong with the exit polls?
Well, you know, I just don't know how much they invest in the effort, but that's a real disappointment, I'd have to tell you. And I think it's something that's dispiriting to people across the country. Obviously, I think it's dispiriting to those in the media as well. They'd like to have a reliable vehicle for them to be able to inform the public. And I think if it was reliable, it would be helpful. But when you have circumstances like in North Carolina where the model reflected 63% of the voters were female, and you know that's just simply not true, or in Florida where the Hispanic population had actually decreased from the year 2000 when we know it had increased, there's obviously something very, very wrong with the process that's producing those numbers.
Joe?
So, Governor, it's Jeff Greenfield. So after all of our media's attempts to say, yes, we know we got Florida wrong, we know it was flawed, you know, and everybody in the business knows that all afternoon these exit polls, even though we don't talk about them publicly, are flying over the internet. Every political operative, every political junkie knows them. People are lining up and saying, what went wrong? You must have been getting a lot of frantic phone calls. But are you saying that it in any way affected how people voted?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. I know that because I grew up and voted out west, that naturally we always paid attention and listened to what was taking place in other parts of the country, and we were 2 hours behind. And sometimes I believed that what was happening, what was being predicted, which seemed to be so accurate for so long, sometimes would influence the choices that voters would make after they got off work and whether or not they'd go forward and vote. And so even though it may not impact a presidential race, and I have no way of knowing that, I can tell you plainly that it impacts races up and down the ballot. And so we've got to get it right somehow, or simply not use it as a tool in this process. And I've sensed that people in the media who would like to have this tool available to them are somewhat disappointed this evening as well.
All right, Governor Roscoe, thanks for spending a few moments with us on this night. Governor Roscoe, the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, the former governor of Montana. Let's move over and bring in the other side right now. Mike McCurry is joining us from Kerry headquarters, a senior advisor to John Kerry, former White House press secretary. Give us your latest understanding of what's happening, for example, in Florida and Ohio.
Well, I think you've summarized it pretty well. It's obviously very, very close in Florida, but looking beyond Florida, the Kerry campaign is obviously waiting the results in Ohio, Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, states where we feel we have an excellent chance of winning, and very strong organizations that are reporting to us that they are producing a fabulous vote for Senator Kerry. I think particularly in Ohio, and listening to the chairman right now, the only way the electoral math works well for him is if Ohio is in the Republican column. We don't think that's where it's going to be, Wolf, by the end of the evening, or is now very soon into the morning, because we think Ohio is going to go to the Kerry column, and then that opens up a lot of possibilities on the electoral math that favor Senator Kerry. So we're waiting here, very confident in the work that we've been doing on the ground, and looking forward to the results we're going to hear.
Mike, if you win Ohio and lose Florida, what will be your key? What will you look at to win this for your candidate?
Well, then you go to those upper Midwest states where we've campaigned extraordinarily hard. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. That's where, we spent a fair amount of time in the last 2 weeks of the campaign. The reports we're getting from our organizations in each of those three states are very, very positive. And I think that's, of course, that would make a big, big difference in the outcome right there.
What about Michigan? We haven't projected a winner in Michigan yet because we don't have enough information yet. Mike, what are you hearing about Michigan?
The last report I've had is a very favorable one. I think we've been looking at some of those states where we campaigned harder, but I think we're very confident about the work that we're doing on the ground in Michigan. The reports there about turnout, particularly in the Detroit area, have been very good and matching, frankly, what we're hearing everywhere. One of the obvious stories tonight is the extraordinary number of Americans who went out and voted today. They clearly were motivated to participate, and we felt from the very beginning that if turnout inched towards 120 million, closer to 120 million than 110 million, that it would be a very good night for Senator Kerry, and he would likely wind up as president-elect.
Mike, this is Carlos Watson. In the last couple of hours before polls closed, other than Senator Kerry's satellite interviews that he did, I think Joe Lockhart said, with about 38 different stations, was there anything else unusual that you did that you maybe did not do in 2000?
Well, you mentioned the big difference in your earlier discussion about the impact of these exit polls. We didn't sniff that glue. We said, we've got to work very, very hard and continue to campaign right up to the very end. Senator Kerry sat in that chair talking to the voters across the country for almost 4 hours, precisely because we didn't want to listen to that information that came in early. It's just we don't know how reliable it is. What's more reliable is what we hear from those very talented organizers that we've had on the ground, getting the vote mobilized and getting people to the polls. That's who we trust, and then ultimately the final count that we begin to get when the votes are actually counted. And looking at all of that data, which is the important data, we said we think we're going to have a very good night now into the morning, and we're very confident that at the end of this, when the votes are counted, John Kerry is going to be elected president.
Mike McCurry is confident, Mark Roscoe is confident, everyone is confident, but we'll have to wait and see who's going to be more confident when all of the voting is in. Let's go over to Paula Zahn. She's watching all of this together with the Crossfire gang. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. And we're trying to get a sense of where this election stands now in advance of calling Florida. How do you see it, James?
I think Senator Kerry's got to draw an inside straight here.
Can he do it?
It's possible, but I think it's time to acknowledge that the president has a superior hand in this election right now. Senator Kerry obviously is going to have to carry Ohio. I've been on the phone, been talking to Steve Ricchetti, who's up there, very smart guy, says there's a way that he can. He obviously has to hold every state, he'll have to hold all but a few states if he does, but the key is Ohio. And Judy reported, and I think that's some validity to that the Kerry people are very pessimistic about Florida. And so we're in a situation here where, like I say, Senator Kerry needs to draw an inside straight if he's going to win this election.
How does it look for the president?
I think James is right, and I would say that James and Paul and a lot of other people in the Democratic Party were wrong about how unpopular they thought George W. Bush was. He was unpopular with the people they talked to, and he was unpopular with the with the people who are activists in the Democratic Party and liberals, but he wasn't that unpopular.
Wait a minute. His approval ratings were below 50% going into this week of election.
That's not unusual. Harry Truman's was below 50%. Very often Bill Clinton's were below 50% before he was re-elected.
You said very rarely.
Occasionally.
Occasionally, 94 for
But the interesting thing is that the Democratic Party now has a terrible burden, which it won't admit, and that is the burden of the solid South. It was a burden that for much of our history the Republican Party carried. They would start every election with the Democratic Party in a huge advantage with the whole South. Now the Republicans, they win every southern state. Erskine Bowles, the former chief of staff, loses in North Carolina for the second straight election. They may pick up 5 Senate seats from the South. You have, in the Democratic Party, a southern exposure problem.
What about the southern exposure
Well, it's a cultural...
and how it relates to the numbers we're looking at tonight?
It's a cultural problem. Democrats are being seen increasingly as liberal on social issues of gay marriage, abortion rights, gun control. And if I can compound the problem, that's okay in the South because the Democrats have solid West Coast and solid East Coast, but it's also bleeding into the Midwest. I mean, Missouri was never even seriously, I shouldn't say never, it wasn't in play for the last month or so of the campaign because of those same social, cultural issues. What's been interesting to me is to watch people voting against their own economic interests. A lot of middle class and lower middle class voters voting for President Bush because they believe in him on those social issues. A whole lot of well-off people who are voting for Senator Kerry, even though Senator Kerry wants to raise taxes if he becomes president on the rich. So those social, cultural issues cut hard against Democrats among middle-class voters.
But don't we also have a rural problem? Democrats have a rural problem, and it is, you can't look at these last 2 elections. I mean, the one thing that you can't do after these last 2 elections is stick your head in the sand. First, you get to acknowledge that there's a problem there, and it's going to be if I hope Senator Kerry carries Ohio. Let me just say that before I go too far into this, I've drawn some inside straights in my life. I hope that he does, but there's going to have to be an assessment of how Democrats can do better in the rural vote. I completely agree with that.
If Senator Kerry loses Ohio, though, what does it tell us? This is a candidate who spent a lot of money, perhaps more money on advertising in Ohio than any other state in the campaign, dozens of visits, 230,000 manufacturing jobs lost during the Bush administration.
It tells us that the party, if you go into an election, and as unified as we were, with the money that we had, if you go in this economy, with this war going, you win 3 debates and you lose the election, we might have to reassess things.
And maybe it would be good to reassess things. The Republicans lost in 1964. Barry Goldwater lost to Lyndon Johnson, and then they spent, more than a dozen years sort of in the wilderness, going to think tanks, writing books, thinking about what they believe. What does it mean to be a Republican? It was a useful period for the Republican Party. They came up with an ideology,
but we don't know.
But I'm just saying, if Kerry loses, I totally agree with James, there's going to be a bloodbath in the Democratic Party, and it may be a good thing for the party.
Conversely, if Bush loses, there'll be a bloodbath in the Republican
Party.
Party.
But I think
with social liberals and social moderates in the Republican Party who feel increasingly squeezed out.
Well, let me add one other thing that is a party to nominate John Kerry has to be is an exercise in arrogance. He's a terrible candidate. He doesn't have a good personality. People don't like him. Democrats didn't even like him. And I honestly believe that somebody like Dick Gephardt, who doesn't like Dick Gephardt, would have done a better job.
But Bob, to be fair, the Democrats
nominated him.
He was chosen in a rebound from Howard Dean, okay? Right. So, no, but it's true. He was actually, I thought, a logical pick for the Democrats at that point. He was a war hero. He was responsible in contrast to Dean's sort of wildness. He made sense at the time. I actually think he was the best candidate they had to pick from.
And he won the primaries in the most overwhelming fashion in the history of the Democratic Party. He
did win 3 debates.
And it is true. His likability numbers went up after these 3 debates. You saw a distinct change in those numbers.
Because he performed well in the debates.
All right, we're all going to
see how he performs in Ohio.
On the edge of our seats in advance.
There is a real basic Democratic problem that the Democrats don't want to look in the mirror and say, what's wrong with me?
Well, that's what I just said.
Well, two of these
we need to do.
Democrats have just looked in the mirror.
Yeah.
I don't think they like what they're seeing at this hour
I'm
either.
very rarely happy when I look in the mirror, I have to tell you.
You get my age, Bob, ain't no fun to look in the mirror.
All right, gentlemen. We will leave it there as we hit close to the top of the hour here. We can't even talk at this hour. The bewitching hour of midnight. Back to Wolf now.
Thanks, Paula, very much. Just after midnight already, we still don't know who the next president of the United States is going to be. The drama continuing here at the CNN election headquarters, Times Square in New York. 270, the magic number. Jeff Greenfield, tell our viewers how these candidates can get to 270 votes. Right now, Bush, we project, has 197. Kerry, we project, has 182. There's still 152 electoral votes at play.
All right, well, here goes high technology, and keep your fingers crossed. You heard James Carville say that he thought that Senator Kerry needed to draw to an inside straight, assuming Florida's lost. Let's show you what he had in mind. Let's put Florida in red and give those 27 electoral votes to George Bush, which seems likely. Let's do what most people think is obvious. Let's give Alaska, with its 3 electoral votes, to George Bush, which we will do in a minute. And let's give Hawaii, just for the sake of argument, its votes to Senator Kerry. Let's make Hawaii blue. And you'll see how these votes begin to add up. Oregon for Kerry, because that's what's happened with the Democratic Party over the last several things. And Washington State also for Kerry. You'll see how these numbers begin to crunch here. Montana, let's take a wild stab at it and assume that goes for George Bush. Okay. And remember, folks, these are not projections. These are what-ifs. Now, put New Hampshire for John Kerry, where he has a small lead. And now you see what the problem is. If George W. Bush were to win Ohio, let's make Ohio red, that is going to put George Bush just 20 votes away from the presidency. If you assume that Senator Kerry wins these upper Midwest states and Iowa that Al Gore won closely, let's give Michigan to Kerry. Let's turn that blue. Any minute now. Okay. Let's give Wisconsin to Kerry, even though that state's close. Let's give Minnesota to Kerry. I'm only doing this because these are the states Al Gore carried. Please do not email or write. And let's make Iowa a Kerry state, as it was a Gore state. Okay? Okay, now, what are you left with? You are left with 4 states, 3 states that George Bush won, and 1 state that Al Gore won by 366 votes. If you then give Nevada over here to Bush, make that red, and Colorado, with its 9 electoral votes, all of which will go to Bush because that amendment to split it was defeated, and Arizona to George Bush, here's what you get. You get a Bush presidency, even if Kerry carries New Mexico. So this is why the state of Ohio now becomes the most crucial state of all. Remember, these are not projections. If you put Ohio blue, John Kerry's the president. We all said at the outset that Ohio might be the new Florida, the one we'll be waiting all night to see. If this holds,
He needs a miracle.
John Kerry is the next president of the United States with Ohio, George Bush is it without. And you still have 1 electoral vote in Maine, which in some scenarios could tip the whole thing if George Bush wins it. This is an exercise, not a projection. But you ought to know why the pros are looking at this map the way they are. Ohio still becomes the key, I think. And right now, John Kerry is running behind in Ohio. It all depends where the rest of the votes are coming from, Wolf.
All right, Jeff Greenfield with an analysis of the possibilities, although we're not projecting those by any means. Once again, right now, we've projected 197 for Bush, 188 for Kerry, 152 electoral votes still at play. Karen Hughes has been a senior advisor to the President of the United States. She's in Washington. She's joining us now live. And let's talk to Karen a little bit. There you are at Bush Cheney campaign headquarters at the Reagan Center in Washington. Give us your bottom line assessment about Ohio. Jeff Greenfield just saying that state is so critical, as you well know.
It's very important, Wolf, and it's important that it's not the only path to victory, but we believe we can carry it and re-elect President Bush. Right before I came over to this building, I was at the White House, and Karl Rove and a number of his staff members have been analyzing and talking with county chairmen throughout the state, and they were very optimistic about Ohio. It is close, but we feel that we're outperforming in key areas, that we are doing better than expected in several Democratic areas, that we are carrying some swing counties in the areas around Columbus, and that we've had a big turnout in our Republican base areas. And so we're feeling good about Ohio. And of course, if we do carry Ohio on top of Florida, which I don't know if your network has projected, but several networks have now projected that Florida is in the win column, that would add up to a re-election for President Bush, which we're very excited about.
Karen Hughes, stand by for a moment. We have not yet projected Florida, but we are ready to project here at CNN another state for the President of the United States, Arizona. We can now project will go for the President with those 10 electoral votes. Another win for the President in Arizona. Let's get back for a moment to Ohio. If Kerry were to carry Ohio, Karen Hughes, how does the President reach 270?
Well, there are a number of other options, Wolf. There are a couple of combinations of, say, Wisconsin and Iowa, and several other states that are still in play, where we are, I think, last time I saw the numbers, I believe we were leading slightly in Wisconsin. I have a great feeling about Wisconsin. We spent a lot of time there on bus tours, and I remember the people of Wisconsin coming out in their lawn chairs and sitting on their front lawns and making handmade signs for the president as he drove by. And so it felt like a state that would go for President Bush, even though it went for Vice President Gore in 2000. A number of those states that we're talking about, Wisconsin and Iowa and Michigan, are states that went for Vice President Gore last time, and we think potentially could go for President Bush this time. And there are a number of combinations. New Mexico is another state that we visited yesterday during the final day of campaigning, that we felt that we came very close in 2000, and we think that the president could carry it again this time.
Karen, it's Larry King. How you doing?
Hi, Larry. Good to see you.
If President
Not to see you, but good to hear you.
If President Bush does win, and it's obviously very close in a divided nation, can he bring this country together?
Larry, I know he will work very hard to do that. I imagine one of the first things he would say is that he understands that he would be president of all Americans, even those who did not vote for him. I think a second term would bring a renewed commitment to reach out. You know, I remember when we first came to Washington, the president worked very hard. He reached out to Democrats. We had a number of Democrats to the White House. He worked with Democratic leaders like Ted Kennedy on the education reform bill. And so I think with a new term, the president will make a renewed commitment to do that. I know that he worries about the very polarized partisan atmosphere in Washington. He had a tradition as governor of Texas of working very closely with Democrats to get things done. And so I expect that he will bring a renewed effort to do that to a second term.
And were Senator Kerry to win, would he join with him in trying to help him unify?
Well, I'm sure that should that happen, I'm not really willing to concede that that's going to happen, because I don't expect it will. But I've known the president, as you know, Larry, for a long time. He is a very gracious person, and of course he would want to bring this country together and do what's right for our country.
All right, Karen Hughes, stand by for a minute. CNN is now ready to make another projection. CNN can now project that the President of the United States will carry the state of Florida and its 27 electoral votes. CNN projecting another win for the President in Florida, those 27 electoral votes. Karen Hughes, looking mighty good to you, I'm sure, right now.
That brings a big smile to my face, and I know Wolf and Larry, we talked several times during those excruciating 36 days last time. It's nice to know we won't be going through that again, that Florida is now in the President Bush column.
And with the race for the White House with Florida, our projection now going for the president has 234 electoral votes. John Kerry has 188 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected President of the United States. How's the president doing? I know that earlier in the day, Karen, when those exit polls were coming out, we never reported any of those exit polls here on CNN, but word spreads pretty quickly. It seemed those exit polls seemed to show a slight tilt in favor of John Kerry. What was the mood at the White House among the president's team and the president himself when you got those results?
Well, Wolf, we were actually coming right into Washington on Air Force One as we got the first exit polls. Karl Rove got them over the telephone, and we were landing at Andrews Air Force Base, and the president was standing there watching over his shoulder as he was writing them down. And he looked at me and he said, "I'm surprised." And he said, "But it is what it is." I mean, he was very sanguine about it. I don't think he completely believed them, because we had felt very upbeat going into this election. He had felt a great intensity and enthusiasm among voters across the country. And so as we looked at them more and more throughout the afternoon, I think we began being very suspicious about some of them because there were some very odd things. For example, in the state of Virginia and North Carolina, they showed a very close race, and it has subsequently turned out that President Bush won both those states as expected very handily. And so we thought there were some problems with those early polls, but he was very sanguine about it. He has absolute confidence in the people of America, and he will trust their judgment.
Karen Hughes, as usual, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us. Your supporters behind you they look like they're pretty happy. We'll see if it stays like that. The night is still young. We'll see what happens in Ohio and those other upper Midwestern states. We'll get back to you, Karen. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
Let's bring over John King and Candy Crowley and get some reporting from both of them. I'll go to John first. Karen Hughes sounding pretty upbeat right now. John, what are you hearing?
Well, Wolf, it's safe to say that President Bush loves his brother Jeb, but perhaps loves him a little bit more tonight. Florida, of course, decided by that 537 votes, I believe it was. Last time, it was the state that took this election to the Supreme Court. Mr. Bush knew he needed it this time. His campaign always said, oh, we can win without Florida. They knew they needed it. They know they need Ohio. That is now the central focus for the rest of this night, or at least the next few hours. But the president, much more confident now. They invested a lot of time in Florida. History might record those hurricanes as a potential deciding factor in the race for Florida this time. The campaign was essentially suspended for a while. Governor Bush told President Bush, don't come here, we have to deal with the hurricanes. But Governor Bush's approval ratings went up in that period of time. Most here at the White House think the president fought pretty well, but that his brother's popularity and his brother's advice and his brother's effort helped deliver the state this time by a bigger margin.
It looks like 100,000 votes separating Kerry and Bush in Ohio, with about 75% of the precincts reporting John. Karen Hughes still thinks even if the president were to lose Ohio, there's a way he could get to 270. Is that realistic, though?
It is a realistic strategy, but look, no Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. That is a cliche. We repeat it a lot, but it also happens to be true. They've always said yes, Wisconsin and Iowa. If you look at the voting returns coming in right now, the latest I brought up a few minutes ago, I believe Senator Kerry has a narrow lead in both states. That doesn't say much. There's still a lot of precincts to count there. It is possible the president could win Wisconsin and Iowa. So yes, they have a backup plan if they have to defy history, but Wolf, they don't want to have to do that. They do not want to put that backup plan to the test. And again, a lot of polls left open in Ohio because the lines were so long. Both campaigns have people driving around and looking at who's in the line and then reporting back saying whether they think things are bad in this precinct, not so bad in that precinct. The Bush team is saying their reports are encouraging. They believe they will eke Ohio out, but they're a bit nervous. The turnout operation in Pennsylvania was run by the same people who are running the Democratic turnout operation in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, the Democrats scored a huge success. That's why the Republicans are still a bit nervous about Ohio.
John King, thanks very much. I suspect that John Kerry is pretty nervous about Ohio as well. Candy Crowley is in Boston over at the Kerry campaign headquarters. How nervous are they, Candy?
Well, look, they say, you know, after Florida fell, it's a lot tougher right now looking than it did before Florida fell. They still believe that their votes are not in Ohio. Now, I get pushback on that when I talk to people on the Republican side, and they say that's baloney. We have, in fact, the urban vote, which is largely Democratic, has already been counted largely in Ohio. Obviously, this is where the battle is going. Obviously, so much depends. They believe that John Kerry's candidacy depends on Ohio. It gets so difficult after that, particularly when you look at New Mexico, a former Gore state, which, again, the last I looked was up a couple of percentage points for President Bush. So they obviously know this is now a tougher hill to climb, and they are looking very forward to having Ohio be called for Kerry.
Let's see if that happens. Candy Crowley in Boston. We'll get back to you. Judy Woodruff's over at the CNN Election Analysis Center. We projected a win for the president in Florida. How did we do that, Judy?
Well, you can't say we weren't cautious, Wolf, because we've waited until now 98% of the vote is in and counted in Florida. 94% of the precincts, I'm told 98% of the vote. There is a spread of, I'm told, it's 51.9% for George W. Bush, President Bush, to 47.3% for John Kerry. The bottom line is, Wolf, that the possibility of an error is now so small. The number of ballots that are out, 500,000, in order for John Kerry to overtake President Bush, he would have to win something like 80% of those outstanding ballots, and they don't believe that's statistically possible. There clearly are some ballots still out, but they don't think it can change the results there. Now, just quickly, Wolf, Ohio is a different story. There are provisional and absentee ballots outstanding in Ohio that could make a difference, and so that one is still very much out, and we're not ready to call that.
Ohio still very much in play. Thanks very much, Judy. We'll get back to you. Barack Obama is going to be the next United States Senator from Illinois. He's joining us now live from Illinois. Congratulations, Mr. Obama. Thanks very much for joining us. It's a sweet win for you. But what about the President of the United States? What do you sense is happening across the country?
Well, once again, we've got an extraordinarily close election, Wolf, and I think that it's going to take a little bit of time to sort out. Obviously, Ohio is important. I think that we all knew that this was going to be a nail-biter. It is, and I am still confident that John Kerry can pull this out. This politics is a team sport, not an individual sport, and so although my victory obviously is extraordinarily gratifying, I'm still looking nationally to see what's going to happen, because that'll have an impact on my constituents here in Illinois.
Barack, that's Larry King. What committees would you like to serve on?
Well, a lot of it's going to depend on who's the president and who's controlling the majority, because I think that will dictate what seats are open. I know that I would like to have a voice on those committees that allow me to do something concrete on health care and jobs, two of the primary issues here in Illinois. And I would like to obviously have some voice in what is going to be a continuing challenge, and that is our foreign policy and how we shape our role in the world during this period when we're still fighting terrorism. So, but it's a little premature to find out. I'm going to be the junior guy coming in, and I think that I'm going to have to talk to a lot of people before I make those determinations.
Do you think the country's going to come together?
I think whoever is in power is going to be setting the tone there. One of the things that I think the president made a mistake with when he came in 2000 was pushing a very aggressive agenda that wasn't the way he campaigned. And I would give the same advice if John Kerry wins that I would give to President Bush, and that is that we are deeply divided right now, but there are a core set of values that we share as Americans that we can build on. But we have to start off working on that common ground as opposed to immediately trying to focus on those issues that divide us most deeply. And that would be advice I give Democrats as well as Republicans.
Senator-elect Obama, it's Carlos Watson. Congratulations.
Thank you, Carlos.
I wanted to ask you about some of the other Senate races that people thought were going to be close, but Republicans seem to have done well. Places like South Carolina, North Carolina. Are you surprised that more of these races didn't break for your potential Democratic colleagues?
Well, I think that we always knew both North Carolina and South Carolina were going to be tough. These are strong Republican states that came out heavy for George Bush. But we're hopeful in a number of other states, and I think that there's still the possibility that we retain or regain the Senate. Keep in mind, though, that whoever's in charge technically of the Senate, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, they're not going to have 60 votes. And that means that, again, whoever's in power is going to have to govern with some modesty and some desire to work with the other side of the aisle. That's certainly the approach that I would advise Democrats should we regain control.
Senator, it's Jeff Greenfield. I can call you Senator, even though it's formality.
Well, I'm a state senator, so...
Okay. You did, that's true. You did very well in downstate Illinois, in rural places, very unlike what we think of as a Democrat from Illinois doing. It's an area that your fellow Democrats have done, to be blunt, terribly in over the last 15 or 20 years in small-town rural America. What can you tell your fellow Democrats about how you can connect in a way that many of them, perhaps including Senator Kerry, haven't?
Well, the one thing I'm convinced about as I've traveled around the state of Illinois, and this may be partly just the Midwest, but I think it applies across the country. The American people are not an ideological people. They really are a practical people. And if you can make a persuasive case that you have some meaningful solutions to the problems that they confront in healthcare, jobs, education, without overpromising, and without suggesting that you have a monopoly on all wisdom, then they give you a listen. And that, I think, was the approach that we took in this campaign. It also helps that my mom was born in Kansas, and so I've got some roots here in the Midwest that make it easier for me to, I think, identify with folks during the fish fry.
We're going to let you go very soon, Barack Obama, but give us some historic perspective. You're a student of American history. You're only the third African American to be elected to the United States Senate since Reconstruction. The second man, a Republican, Ed Brooke, was elected from Massachusetts. Carol Moseley Braun from your state of Illinois. Why is it that only 3 African Americans have been elected to the United States Senate in all these years?
Well, obviously, we have the enormous stain of slavery and Jim Crow and all the other issues surrounding race in this country. And I think we have made enormous progress, but we still have more progress to go. I would say more practically these days, the biggest challenge for African Americans running statewide is the extraordinary expense of campaigns. I was fortunate to be able to raise the resources to be successful, but unless you can get on television in a big state like Illinois, you cannot win. And I think that in African-American circles, there's still difficulty raising the kinds of money that's required. So that's something hopefully that I can be helpful with as other colleagues and as people with aspirations to run statewide take on those challenges, and hopefully I can be helpful there.
Barack Obama, the senator-elect from the state of Illinois, once again, congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And we're going to take another quick break, but we're continuing to stay here in Times Square to continue covering what's going on. We don't yet know who's going to be the next president of the United States. Maybe we'll know in the next few hours. Then again, maybe not. We'll continue our coverage when we come back.
Think of it as an open-air roadster that can seat 7. The Cadillac SRX Performance Utility. Cadillac Breakthrough.
This is CNN.
Global challenges, highlighting technologies, helping people. This week, Lost and Found. Mayan cities dating back thousands of years come under threat from modern man. Preserving Palau, the island's president dives into conservation, but finds himself swimming against the tide. And monkey business. Incredible research gives monkeys, and maybe humans, the power to move objects just by thinking about it. These are the global challenges. This Sunday, only on CNN.
This month on Living Golf, we're in the Scottish Highlands. The exclusive Carnegie Club at Skibo Castle, where membership is purely for the wealthy. We'll show you who can afford it and what they get. Plus, America's golfers-in-chief and what their game says about the personality inside the Oval Office. That's Living Golf with me, Don Riddell, Mondays on CNN.
Living Golf in time with Rolex. This is CNN.
CNN is ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project that Colorado and its 9 electoral votes will be won by President Bush. Colorado, as expected, we had thought earlier on there could be some sort of contest there, but Colorado, we project, will go for President Bush, adding another 9 electoral votes for the president. We could make another projection at this moment now, 12:26 on the East Coast. CNN can project, in addition to Colorado, that Montana and its 3 electoral votes will go for the president. 3 more electoral votes for the president. That brings the race for the White House right now at this tally. The president with 237 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270, the magic number. The blue states, as you see, are for Kerry. The red states are for Bush. Another 2 states going for John Kerry, for going for President Bush. Anderson Cooper is watching all these races, as well as some other congressional races for us. He's joining us now live. Anderson?
Yeah, Wolf, at this point, let's take a look at the balance of power in the House. 211 Republicans so far, 181 Democrats. Yes, 211, 180 Democrats. At this point, we can say the Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives. We're still watching the Senate. I want to bring in Amy Walter, the Cook Political Report, monitoring several of these close races, some of these interesting races in the House. Let's take a look at that over here, if we can. We're really looking at 6 main House races that sort of give a sense of what's happening around the country.
Well, what we wanted to do is look at where some of these swing districts are. Now, some of these are interesting parts of the country for the presidential race as well. Places in the Northeast, Connecticut, where we're looking at 2 Republican incumbents in a state that went for John Kerry. They're up there now.
Let's take a look at this. In Connecticut, Rob Simmons maintaining his seat. Also in Connecticut, Christopher Shays retaining his seat.
You know, Democrats are really hopeful that the Northeast, which is starting to now trend much more towards Democrats at the national level, was going to do the same at the congressional level. That didn't happen. Big disappointment there for Democrats. Texas, same.
Texas, a major story, a lot of redistricting going on. Both of these are representatives. Frost is out.
And Martin Frost is one of the higher-ranking members of the Democratic leadership team, redistricted into a very Republican seat. This is what Texas, the redistricting here, means that Democrats really started off back on their heels and really in a hole and trying to dig out of that.
Let's stay down here looking at Kentucky. Some star power in this race.
Yes.
Actor George Clooney's father running as a Democrat, a longtime newscaster there. Not enough to give him the lead here.
Not in a state that went so strongly for George Bush, even Clooney's name ID. And you're right, it was more than just he was George Clooney's dad, but as a longtime TV anchor, he had his own personality and people knew him quite well, but that just wasn't enough in a tough state.
As you look at this Pennsylvania race and also the Arizona race, Republicans winning on both of those, what do you see? What jumps out?
I see that these are 2 swing districts. Again, both were held by Republicans. The 8th district is an open seat. This is Bucks County, Pennsylvania, county in the suburban Philadelphia area that had been going for Republicans for a long time. It is moving, but unfortunately for Democrats, they couldn't do that, any better there. Fitzpatrick winning quite handily. And in Arizona, where Rick Renzi, the Republican incumbent, won very narrowly last time in a very swing district, looks like he's going to have a big win on his part. He ran a very, very good, strong campaign.
So these 6 races giving you a sense of what is going on around the country right now. Republicans, we can project at this point, retaining control in the House. Wolf?
Anderson and Amy, thank you very much. Let's bring in the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert from Illinois. CNN has projected, Mr. Speaker, you will remain the Speaker of the House of Representatives. We are projecting, no great surprise to you, that the Republicans will be in the majority. Go ahead and give us your reaction.
Well, thank you, Wolf. Of course, I always have one more election to go to be Speaker, but we hope that we can put that over the board. I'm pleased. We had some great pickups this year, election. We've had some tough races, tight races. You talked about Rick Renzi in Arizona. He just worked hard, went back to his district, did the things that he needed to do. We also were pleasantly surprised in northern Kentucky, where we picked up a seat. We still have a seat down in southeast Indiana that is in play. We have a seat in the Central Valley of California that we could pick up. And we're holding the seats that we had to hold. We've lost a couple, but that was to be expected.
I assume you're looking at your colleagues in the Senate. Do you sense that the Republicans are going to maintain their majority in the U.S. Senate?
Well, right now, the way it appears, it looks like we've picked up a great pickup and held a seat that was in some trouble in Oklahoma, and had a great pickup there. Jim Bunning held on, which was very helpful. And then we've had pickups, it looks like, in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and of course we're waiting to see what happens in Florida.
Mr. Speaker, this is Larry King. What's the Republican problem in Illinois?
Well, you know, one of the things, it started, I think, at the Senate spot. Our candidate for Senate dropped out in July, which is late, and just kind of took the air out of our party. We've been struggling to come back with some problems that we've had in the last couple of years. But, you know, I look at it as also a challenge for us. We have some great young people coming up in the Republican Party. We have the Republican leader in the House, the Republican leader in the Senate, and a great chorus of young guys coming up, men and women that I think they've been the farm team, but they're going to have to step up and be the first team now. And we have, of course, a governor's race coming up in 2 years, and I think we're going to be back.
One final question, Mr. Speaker, before I let you go. What were you thinking when you brought in Alan Keyes from Maryland to be your candidate to challenge Barack Obama?
Well, you know, unfortunately, our candidate stepped out in July. In Illinois, it takes $6 or $8 or $10 million to get the name recognition you need to get. I interviewed 4 other candidates, which I thought would have been good candidates. None of them thought they could raise the money to do it. To some, Alan Keyes meant that he could walk in, didn't need to have name recognition, and could take over. And it just didn't work out that way.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, and presumably he will remain the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert. Once again, congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a quick break right now, but we're going to continue our coverage. When we come back, we'll take a very close look at the actual numbers in Ohio, that state shaping up to be pivotal, as so many of us expected. We'll see what the actual raw numbers are. We'll see what's happening in Ohio right after this break.
Edward Toaster, you're so handsome.
This is Edward, and this is Emily, Edward's girlfriend. Capture what's inside. In order to find opportunities to build your wealth, at HSBC Private Bank, we take a different view of the world. We assume nothing.
Explorers is sponsored by Philips, proud sponsor of the World Technology Summit.
Aviation legend Burt Rutan has always aimed high and most often reached his lofty goals. Rutan continually creates turbulence in the aviation industry with his revolutionary designs, like the Long EZ, the best-selling kit plane, and Voyager, the first airplane to fly around the world on a single tank of gas. For the past 3 years, he's been designing, building, and successfully test flying Spaceship One, a craft designed to soar to the edge of space. He's aiming for the X Prize, $10 million to the first private group to fly a pilot and the weight of 2 passengers into space in the same craft twice within 2 weeks. Rutan intends to win the X Prize by launching Spaceship One out of this world September 29th and October 4th.
Want to update the Electoral College tally that we have right now. The race for the White House with 270 Electoral College votes needed to be elected president. Right now, we've projected President Bush will carry 246 electoral votes, John Kerry 188. 246 to 188, 270 being needed to win this race. Let's take a look at the popular vote as it stands right now. President Bush has got about 51% of the vote, just more than 45.5 million votes. John Kerry with 48% of the vote, 42.6 million votes. Ralph Nader, 1%, 316,000 votes. This is with 71% of the precincts reporting. Jeff Greenfield, this is almost, what, a 3 million spread?
It's very close to a 3 million vote spread, and we have never in American history seen a situation where a popular vote spread that big could remotely lead to an electoral college win for the other guy. I'm not predicting that because Ohio's still out. The other thing is, this is suggesting a turnout of about 115 to 120 million. Everybody assumed that if the turnout was that high, that had to benefit John Kerry. The numbers in the popular vote simply don't show it, Wolf.
And one other quick thing, the poll showed 49-49. That's wrong.
Well, not wrong yet. Not wrong yet. There's still more than almost 30% to go.
And I think if he wins Ohio and Alaska, he wins, right? Ohio's 20. I think it's over.
Well, Ohio, there's no doubt, is a key state. We're watching Ohio. That sets the stage for Bill Hemmer. No one is taking as close a look at Ohio as Bill Hemmer is. For one thing, he's from Ohio. He knows that state quite well.
Wolf, good evening again, or we should say good morning. It's 12:38 a.m. back in Columbus, Ohio. We're starting to crunch the numbers in the state, trying to figure out with George Bush about a 3-point lead right now and the overall vote count. But where does he need to get votes? And then conversely, where does John Kerry need to get votes? We've been using Spatial Logic, a great new software system throughout the night here, and it's revealing some very interesting things. Stu Rothenberg back with me, our political analyst here. Let's start with John Kerry and show us where he is gaining votes so far.
Well, let's remember, Bill, first, that George Bush won Ohio by 167,000 votes 4 years ago. So John Kerry needs to do better. He needs to make up that 167,000 votes. And let's look at the map where he may be doing it where we thought he needed to. Montgomery County, Franklin County, that's Columbus, Stark County, Lorain, and Cuyahoga. They're all blue. We've been looking at them as places that John Kerry can improve, and he is improving. He's improving, but only marginally. And the question is whether he can eat into that 167,000 vote deficit. At the moment, it looks kind of difficult. In Cuyahoga, he is winning. He's up by about 147,000 with 3/4 of the vote in Cuyahoga. He'll do better than he did 4 years ago, but is he going to get enough of a vote to eat into the Bush
he
margin?
May not do better than 4. Al Gore won that county by 160,000 votes, so he's just below that number.
But he should do better in the raw vote when all the votes are in. There's still a quarter of the
Here's the thing we're seeing, though. That's in the northeastern part of the state. Democrats are strong. But Republicans are strong in the southwestern part of the state, down around Cincinnati and Hamilton County. The word is that the polling lines were so long at closing time tonight in the city and in the suburbs. They continue to vote, and because of that, the tally has been delayed somewhat.
That's right. So in these areas we've talked about, John Kerry is doing better, but only slightly. Now the focus is on Hamilton and Cincinnati. The vote has been very slow. The Bush margin was non-existent for a while. Now George Bush is opening up a lead there. More votes are coming in. So when you put all this together, it starts to look more difficult for John Kerry.
Stu and Bill, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment because we're ready to make another projection. Let me walk over to the CNN projection screen over here. We're ready to project that John Kerry will carry the state of Oregon and its 7 electoral votes. A win for John Kerry in the Pacific Northwest. That would be Oregon, 7 electoral votes, a state that went for Al Gore the last time. It remains in the Democratic column. This time we'll tally up the new electoral college numbers and include Oregon now projected a win for Oregon. I interrupted Stu Rothenberg and Bill Hemmer. Let's go back to them and let them finish up on what's happening. And right now it's shaping up to be a critically important state for both of these candidates. That would be Ohio. Bill?
Yeah, essentially we're trying to find out where each man gets their votes right now. How does George Bush hang on to his lead, and how does John Kerry cut into that? Interestingly, on Halloween night, George Bush drew 47,000 people in Hamilton County. County.
Down here in the
on Monday night,
southwest.
John Kerry was in Cleveland with Bruce Springsteen. They got upwards of 40, maybe 50,000 at a rally there. The question is now, if you make up the difference for John Kerry, in all likelihood, you're going to have to go to the northeastern part of the state to get those votes.
Right. This is one state, but is really 2 or 3 states, and it's difficult to see how John Kerry can make up this 167,000 vote deficit that he had last time. He's doing better in some areas when he needs to, but can he actually overcome that deficit?
You have a few more maps we can show. Possibly if you pull up the gain by county for George Bush. Explain this to our viewers between the red and the really dark red.
Well, it's almost self-explanatory. The dark red is the Bush gain over 4 years ago. The light red or pinkish is a loss. Let's remember right now the president is underperforming in Hamilton County, but that vote has been slow to come in, and his percentage is starting to increase. But if you look at much of the state, you can see that George W. Bush is increasing his showing throughout much of central rural Ohio. Again, when you look at individual counties and the votes that have come in there and the vote totals, the raw vote as well as the percentage, it's not surprising that the Bush people are starting to be rather optimistic.
We have said for months now that the battle for this election, this White House, could lie in the state of Ohio. It appears to be shaping up that way. There are a number of different scenarios still out there across the country that will unfold as we go later into the evening hours.
Right, and John Kerry needs more votes out of Cuyahoga County, and he needs to do better in Hamilton County than expected.
All right, Wolf will continue to watch it for you. 20 electoral votes on the line back in the Buckeye State. Back to you now at the NASDAQ.
All right, thanks very much. Let's bring in our Dan Lothian. He's in Columbus, Ohio. He's watching all of this from the state capital of Ohio. Dan, what are you hearing?
Well, Wolf, what's interesting is that after all this time, there's still one area in Knox County, which is about an hour from here, where they are still voting. They expect that that will take place for at least the next 20 minutes or so. As you know, the polls did close at 7:30, but everyone who is in line will be able to vote. We were told by some officials there that someone brought out pizza and some drinks for the folks in line just to make sure that they stayed happy and that they did stay in line. They didn't want any of those folks to leave. So they are still waiting, have another 20 minutes or so expected in that area until all the votes are finished.
Anybody complaining, based on what you're hearing, about voting irregularities? Any question marks out there, Dan?
You know, Wolf, that's probably the most interesting conclusion, I guess, of the entire campaign here in Ohio. All along, we were talking about all the potential irregularities, about the possibility of fraud, about all of these challenges that might be taking place. And after all was said and done, we were told by both Republicans and Democrats that there weren't any challenges that took place inside of these polling places. So there was a lot of buildup. There were a lot of lawsuits being filed right down to the last minute, but no major problems that we have heard of.
Do we know how many provisional ballots were cast in Ohio? Because they're going to be challenged and they're going to be reviewed after this formal vote goes on.
You know, that's correct, and we were inquiring about that just a few minutes ago. We were told that perhaps in the next 45 minutes or so we'll be able to get a more accurate number as to those provisional ballots, but don't have that accurate number at this point.
All right, Dan Lothian, thanks very much. Let me show our viewers what the actual voting in the raw numbers in Ohio is right now, and I'll walk over here. Right now, with 83% of the precincts in Ohio, the president, the president had 52% to 48% for John Kerry. Ed Henry is in Washington watching a key Senate race for us. Ed, what do you know?
That's right, Wolf. This nail-biter in South Dakota getting ever more focus all evening, in fact. And I'm now talking to people in John Thune's campaign. He's the Republican running against the Senate Democratic leader, Tom Daschle. Thune's camp, his top aide, Dick Wadhams, now telling CNN they think the lead is now increasing for John Thune to about 5,000 votes, and that the precincts that are outstanding are mostly in the western part of the state. That's a Republican stronghold. Thune thinks that now the lead could increase even more. Dick Wadhams telling me, quote, "It's starting to look like the math adds up for us." He said that obviously they're not claiming victory yet, but he added, quote, "I'd rather be us than them." I talked then to Dan Pfeiffer in the Daschle campaign. He admitted it's uphill. Obviously right now Daschle looks like he's behind a little bit, but Dan Pfeiffer stressed that if you think back to 2 years ago, John Thune ran for the Senate in South Dakota, and according to Pfeiffer, the champagne bottles were being popped a little early by the Thune camp. Thune ended up losing by about 500 votes. Also worth noting, Tom Daschle Daschle in 1978 in his first House race only won by about 110 votes after a recount. He's been down this road before, but I talked to a second source in the Daschle camp who told me that the mood is not very good right now. There, in Democratic circles, a lot of pessimism about the way the numbers are starting to turn in South Dakota. As we mentioned earlier, a Senate leader has not lost re-election since 1952. Wolf.
And Henry, yes, I'm going to show our viewers the actual numbers that we have in South Dakota for this tight Senate race. John Thune with, what, 51% of the vote, about 141,000. And the Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle, the incumbent, 138,584, 49%. 80% of the precincts reporting, 20% still at large. Let's walk over and check in with our analyst, Jeff Greenfield, who's itching to tell our viewers something.
I am. One of the things that happened to Tom Daschle was that he and his wife, Linda, bought a house in Washington. And to save some money on the taxes, they had to apply for a homestead exemption, which meant that he had to declare that he was a resident of Washington, D.C. This does not sit well with the home folks in a state like South Dakota. It means you've, quote, gone Washington. And unlike some of you gentlemen who are allowed to live in Washington, politicians are not supposed to not live in the home where they are. And one of the things that happens to a leader in Congress is when the people back home think they've lost touch. Now, Tom Daschle has gone home as often as humanly possible, but that was one of those issues that could have hurt him.
Do other senators and House members do the same thing? File for...
All I know is it was a big deal in South Dakota.
South Dakota is an unusual place. It's a place that votes Republican on the presidential level almost religiously. But interestingly enough, one of only 4 states, Hawaii and Massachusetts being among the others, that actually have an all-Democratic congressional delegation.
North Dakota.
North Dakota, too. And what's interesting here as well is that while Tom Daschle seems to be losing, the woman who is currently the incumbent lone member of Congress there seems to be winning. So a kind of disparity in the two Democratic candidates.
The Dakota's a lovely place to visit.
Quickly, last time a Republican president and a Republican Congress were re-elected together, William McKinley, 1900. Might happen again tonight. Might.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Looks strong.
Stand by, guys. We're going to take another quick break, but we have so much more coverage coming up. We're still waiting to find out who's going to be the next president of the United States. It's a minor thing, but we'll try to find out in the next few hours. Maybe, maybe not. Stay with us.
Getting to a Hyatt is now easier than ever. Leaving, that's still pretty hard. The new Hyatt.com Best Rate Guarantee. Quick, simple, and only at Hyatt.com. Book on Hyatt.com now and get 1,000 Gold Passport bonus points.
Jim has recently started competing. He may not be leading the pack, but there's always a photo finish. Capture what's inside.
When investing, people are always looking for trends. But who said trends can't be broken? To manage your wealth more effectively, at HSBC Private Bank, we look at the world in a different way. We assume nothing.
When the world's newsmakers have something to say, they trust the King of Talk.
40,000 interviews, and I'm just warming up.
Larry King Live, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
You're looking at a computer. Now you're looking at a computer with a broadband satellite connection. Because with Astra, broadband distribution is possible anywhere in Europe, instantly and always. Astra, your satellite connection to the world.
Grand entrances. Revolutions in thought and technology. Windows of opportunity. The world is open for business. And you have the key. Diners Club International.
This is CNN.
Election night 2004 continuing here at the CNN election headquarters, Times Square, the NASDAQ market site. Let's bring in David Gergen. He's been an advisor to 4 presidents, Democrats and Republican. David, what's your take on what's happening right now?
Well, Wolf, at this point, it has come down to Ohio. One network has now called Ohio for President Bush. And we just heard Stu Rothenberg say it looks very uphill for Kerry in Ohio. And of course, if Ohio goes to Bush, I think that's the ball game. But we'll have to wait and see. If the president does win Ohio, if you step back from it all now, you'd have to say the Republicans will have had one hell of a night. If he's not only ahead in the popular vote, but remember last time around he lost the popular vote by 500,000 votes. This time he's up nearly 3 million votes in the popular vote, with many, many more people turning out, and yet he still goes up. And beyond that, I think he's going to possibly have a bigger lead in the Electoral College than last time. Plus those 5 Democratic seats in the South. All 5 appear now to be going toward the Republicans, and Daschle's in trouble in South Dakota. If you add that up, that's a massive victory for the president, for Republicans. I think it's going to have a major impact on our politics. His side will be jubilant, as you can well understand, and Karl Rove will be crowned as the new Mark Hanna of politics, who worked with McKinley way back when. But I have to tell you, someone who's lived in a blue state and teaches kids, there's going to be a sense of devastation among people who have been working their hearts out for John Kerry. It's going to be, for a lot of people in the younger generation in particular, who've worked so hard, I think they're going to be shaking their heads and say, my goodness, what else do we have to do to win one of these things? And I'm not sure how that's going to go, whether it will turn to cynicism about the system or whether they'll be willing to hang in, as conservatives did some years ago when they were in the wilderness, and they worked their hearts out to get back in and then win. Whether those kids will be willing to do that or not.
David Gergen, stand by. We're going to get back to you, but CNN's Paula Zahn standing by with the Crossfire team. They're going to weigh in as well. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. And we've been mulling over the fact that 85% of the precincts are reporting in Ohio showing Bush with 51% of the vote, John Kerry with 49% of the vote. Can Kerry crawl back from these numbers? James Carville.
And I've spoken to Kerry's people on the ground in Ohio, and would probably be drawing a double inside straight here right now. One never wants to give up, but one has to be a realist, and tonight doesn't seem to be a very good night for Democrats.
Are you surprised by these numbers coming out of Ohio?
Yes, I had thought and hoped that we would do better, but we didn't, and the reality is here, and I mean, I think you got to give a lot of credit to the president and his team and Mr. Rove and those people. This was an election I thought would have said it would be very difficult for them to win. They won it, and they'll have a lot of celebration, and the Democrats will have a lot of reassessment.
So you're saying, in the absence of our calling Ohio at this hour, you think it's over for John Kerry?
I spoke to people.
You went a little bit further than that just now, James.
I did.
You were talking about a celebration for the president.
Well, I think. Look, it doesn't matter what I say now. There's no sense in spinning people at it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's no sense in telling people something. I've talked to people on the ground in Ohio, knowledgeable people who would love to give me good news, and they're not. And which tells me, after being around this a little bit, that things are probably going to be difficult here.
Paul, it's not merely that as important as it is that he's lost Ohio and lost the presidency. You lose presidential elections, you lose elections. But let's just step back and see what the great Democratic Party, and it is a great political party, what shape they're in. When you consider 40 years ago, they had total control of Congress. They won most presidential elections. They were a national party with strong positions every part of the country. Now there's vast parts of the country where Democrats can't win. They're very poor in rural America. We're going into 12 consecutive years of Republican control in the House of Representatives, except for a kind of a fluke because one senator crossed the aisle. They've had almost that long Republican control in the Senate, and a president who was not a popular president has been reelected. Now you got to say that there's something the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, is doing wrong. It's the old joke that the dogs don't like that dog food, and by the dogs I mean the American voters. They don't like what the Democratic Party is putting out for him.
Are we able to look at a specific issue? I mean, in the end, was this a Democratic Party that was adamantly opposed to a war, and this was a candidate that was handed every opportunity with the numbers going against the president on this war?
Well, I think it's two big things. It's the war, where most Democrats were more wholeheartedly against the war than Senator Kerry. He voted for the war and had a lot of statements early on about the war that I think a lot of Democrats didn't like, and so there was that ambivalence. You know, no wartime president seeking re-election has ever lost. And no president with an approval rating below 50 has ever won. Now, one of those two rules is going to be broken tonight. I mean, it does, I think James makes a good point. Ohio is looking increasingly bleak for the Democrats. If that goes for the president, it's really almost impossible to see Senator Kerry pulling this off. But I think you have the combination of the war, Democratic ambivalence about it, and solid Republican support for it. And then you have these social cultural issues, which Bob was referring to in rural America, where you have, God, guns, gays, and you have, in this case, a Democratic campaign that really didn't want to talk about those issues at all. I mean, when I worked for Bill Clinton, he was just as pro-choice on abortion as John Kerry is, but he would always say, I want to make sure that abortion is safe, legal, and rare. And I think that helps a lot. It at least tells people that you have something to say about it, and I don't think it worked to walk away.
Well, what was the issue with John Kerry? He was afraid of alienating whom? By talking about those things in a more open way.
Well, I think, maybe for prudential reasons, he wanted to try to focus it on his issues. In other words, he wanted to put the president on trial for the war, and he wanted to put the president on trial on those economic and health care kind of issues, the jobs issues.
Hey, look, since Kerry we did a lot of Senate races we didn't do that well in. We obviously didn't do very, particularly well in some of these House races. It's one thing, my great criticism of this president is they had a problem in Iraq, and they denied it. I think that we shouldn't deny. The party has to reassess where it is. It's probably going to go through a very difficult time. It's necessary that it go through this time. We didn't do that well in 2002. We didn't do that well in 2004. The Democrats around the country gave enormous amounts of money, enormous amounts of energy. They was unified going into this, and I think they're going to be asking some tough questions, and I think people are going to come up and answer it.
If you stand back, it's pretty shocking as a result. I mean, you can't overstate the degree to which all smart people in Washington, on both sides, thought Kerry was going to win. Bush was... except for Robert D. Novak.
Obviously, I'm a dumb person. I'm a dumb person that thought Kerry was going to win.
He was the only one on the panel that got it right.
He was one of the very few. I mean, look,
I'd
rather eat dirt than vote for Kerry. However, I thought he was going to win. Bush was weak. The war is... It is unpopular. At least people have deep questions about it, and he wins anyway. What does that tell you? I think it tells you a couple things. Bush is stronger than he seems, and B, it wasn't only about Bush. Democrats wanted to make this purely a referendum on Bush. Do you want change or more of the same? But on some level, people had to feel comfortable with the guy replacing Bush, and I don't think they were.
Can I say something that doesn't get said very often, and that is that this is a conservative country, and the fact is that John Kerry, he wouldn't even call himself a liberal. And and the country is too conservative for the Democratic Party as presently constituted.
Well, the conservatives certainly are more vocal here this evening at this late hour.
I think those are liberals, actually.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Was it?
Yeah.
You're kind of on both sides here. Thank you, gentlemen. Back to you now, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Paul Azan, and thanks to the Crossfire co-hosts. Only about 16 seconds till the top of the hour. Only one state left to close polls, and that would be Alaska. Alaska is about to close its polls. Alaska has 3 electoral votes. CNN is going to be ready to make a projection right now, and CNN can't project that Alaska, as widely expected, will stay in the Republican column and will stay with President Bush. Those 3 electoral votes for President Bush, that would show the tally, and I think this is the updated tally, with those 3 votes going for George W. Bush. The race for the White House, with Alaska turning blue, this should turn blue any second now. 249, it says 246, but that would be 249 for the president, 195 for Kerry, 270 needed to win, 249 for Bush. CNN's Dana Bash is over at the Reagan Center, a huge building at the International Trade Center in Washington. That's the headquarters tonight for the Bush-Cheney campaign. Give us a little flavor, Dana, what's going on there?
Hi, Wolf. I should tell you that I'm actually still over at the Bush-Cheney headquarters, their campaign headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. But I can tell you that there has been a palpable mood shift over here over the past several hours. When I first came over here late this afternoon, there was essentially tension in the air. Certainly, there was a lot of uncertainty. We were hearing, as we heard John King report earlier, some of the exit polls show that it was very much for John Kerry. They were trying to figure out upstairs here what was exactly going on, looking through their data, trying to figure it out. Now they say they certainly are very happy. They feel that Ohio is very much moving their way. And certainly, as I traveled with the president, as we were sort of with him as he was finishing the campaign, there was nervousness, there was uncertainty as to exactly what was going to go on. But I can tell you that certainly they were confident enough, I'm told, that they only have written, the president's speechwriters, one speech, and that is a victory speech for him to go over to the Reagan Building tonight. And certainly that is a place where Mr. Bush is expected to go, and the mood there is really one of elation, and that is something that the president is likely to see later tonight. Now, of course, they are still being a little bit cautious, but they feel very, very confident. A very big difference in the mood and the feeling over here at the Bush-Cheney headquarters.
CNN's Dana Bash, thanks very much. CNN Dana Bash over at the Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters, Arlington, Virginia. Let's assume, Jeff Greenfield, that Ohio, this is strictly assuming, Ohio goes for the president. 20 electoral votes. Right now, the president has 249. That brings it to 269, which is still not necessarily enough to be elected president.
Well, James Carville was talking earlier about going to an inside straight. I don't know what the sports or poker metaphor is for that one. It's beyond the Boston Red Sox achievement. If you get to 269, that one main electoral vote that might go to Bush, that would be enough to tip him over. Kerry would have to win every other state and hope that Maine breaks for him. If Bush wins Ohio, we can't project him the winner formally, but I think, what did Don Meredith used to sing, Larry? Turn out the lights, the party's over?
It's not over yet. Let's not get carried away. The Crossfire guys can get carried away. They can make some assessments. Yeah, that's right. We'll make sure that we wait until all the votes are counted and make sure that we know precisely what's going on. Still a lot of states that we have not been able to project yet.
Yes.
Ohio being critical.
But we are looking at a president who lost the popular vote 4 years ago by 500,000 votes and is now running 3.3 million votes ahead. And as Carlos pointed out hours ago, at 51% if he stays at that, not since his father in 1988 has a candidate gotten more than 50% of the vote.
Here's two other things that you can say, regardless of what happens with Ohio, so we can wait. One, we can say that last time around, George Bush's campaign in 2000 didn't do a good job of closing. In that last week or two, they lost a lead. Remember, the DUI charge came out at the end. You can say they clearly have closed, if you will, much better. They've finished better this year, almost regardless of what happens. The second thing you can say is that this effort to have a grassroots game at the very end to turn out voters probably, at least in Florida it seemed, worked even better on the Republican side than it did on the Democratic side. You remember at the very top of our show, I said that you had two competing approaches. You had one which was much more centralized down the precinct level, and you had one that relied heavily on third parties. That's one of the things that Democrats will reconsider.
Where did he go right?
I do think that the point that James Carville and Paul Begala were making, partisan Democrats, the question that I was asking Senator-elect Obama, the Democratic Party, if you look at rural and small-town America, if you look at church-going America, has lost touch with that group of Americans. There used to be no difference in how people voted, whether they went to church a lot or didn't. And starting in 2000 particularly, we saw that break. We saw Democrats losing the children of people who regularly voted Democratic. And I believe one of the things we asked about what to watch for, the values part of this election. Just forget who wins Ohio. Look at those popular vote numbers. The values part of this election broke for the president.
But you know what I think is going to be interesting to wait and see in the exit polls is, I know James is referring to the rural voters, but whether or not these weren't just rural voters, whether or not these were Catholics in suburbs and in big cities that in the passive split, but maybe decidedly on social issues and others, tilted towards the president.
All right, stand by for a second because I want to bring in our Candy Crowley. She's in Boston over at the Kerry campaign headquarters. Candy, tell our viewers what's happening right now as they see these states, apparently, some of them, at least Alaska, we've projected, going for the president, which is not a surprise.
Just listen for a second. Not a sound, Wolf. This has been, we're getting ready to hear some music, but very quiet crowd, very different here in Copley Square than it was when the evening began. There's been this steady, misty rain. Obviously, that dampens, clothes, but what's dampened the spirits here is seeing up on their giant TV screens. These numbers begin to come in. We're already, we're going to get Dave Rust here to pan a little and just show you this crowd. It has steadily gone down. It never was all that large to begin with. But they are losing people walking out as we go along. So there has been a huge mood shift in this crowd here. You can see some of them, the diehards here with the umbrellas. Obviously, they came expecting to see their candidate come out and accept or declare victory. Not sure we're going to get that. It is not over by any means. I will also tell you that aides who we have been talking to throughout the night, who have said, "Oh, what about Wisconsin? We're gonna win Ohio. We're gonna win Wisconsin. We're gonna win Minnesota." No longer returning phone calls. Definite change in mood here. Doesn't mean it's over, but they sure are looking at an uphill climb.
I suppose we would call that the sounds of silence, which can be very powerful and very thunderous, if you will. Kenny Crowley will get back to you. Let me walk over to the race for the White House, our electoral college map, and go right up here to Maine. 4 electoral votes. CNN can now project that John Kerry will capture all 4 of those electoral votes. Earlier we had projected he would capture 3 of them. One of the districts was unclear. That district now, CNN can project, will go to John Kerry. That brings the total now to President Bush, 249. 270 needed, 196 for John Kerry. Maine, all 4 going. These white states, New Hampshire, Ohio over here, obviously the very important state, Michigan, these upper Midwestern states still so critical. We think about that one electoral vote, Jeff Greenfield, in Maine. It could have been very powerful. He has to breathe a little bit easier, John Kerry, right now, even if he loses Ohio.
If he loses Ohio and wins everything else, including Hawaii, we have that tie we talked about at 269 and 269. The election goes into the House of Representatives. Guess who the House of Representatives votes for president?
The new House of Representatives.
Which will be a Republican House.
Bush wins Ohio, he wins.
Yeah.
That would be the math.
Right. The math works.
Unless there's some renegade Republicans in the House of Representatives.
There is an elector in West Virginia, a Republican. I don't mean to keep plugging this adequate novel of mine, but there is a Republican elector in West Virginia who has said he might not vote for the president. He's the mayor of a small town. And my hunch is that if it gets to him, there'll be a fair amount of pressure on that gentleman to vote the way he promised to.
Well, we saw last time around in D.C. an elector didn't cast his vote in favor of Al Gore, and consequently Gore had 266 technically and not 267.
But it didn't matter.
Didn't matter that time.
David Gergen understands all of this quite well. He's been watching politics for a number of years. Give us your bottom line right now, David.
Well, I think what's impresses me is that is the popular vote. The conventional wisdom on popular vote is if someone wins by more than 1%, it really sweeps over the Electoral College, and whoever wins by more than 1% in the popular vote goes on to win the Electoral College. And here all night, Bush has had a steady lead. It's 51-48. That's bigger than I think anybody thought he would have coming out of those final polls. He clearly has delivered on the vote here in this last week. But I think what many of us assumed was if new voters came out, they would be mostly young and people who hadn't voted, and they would tilt toward the challenger. We will look now and see, did in fact the Karl Rove strategy of believing if he could get evangelicals out, that there were as many as 4 million evangelicals who didn't vote last time, in part because they may have been persuaded by the DUI charge that was revealed against Bush on a Thursday before the election. If he could get them out, that would be enough to boost the popular vote and go on and win the election. And I think maybe that's what we're seeing tonight. And it's very impressive on the part of the Republicans to deliver this. The Ohio margin, I gather, while we've been on the air in the last few minutes, has narrowed some, but it still looks very uphill for Kerry. I want to come back to this point about how the Democrats come back. The problem, Wolf, as I see it for a lot of Democrats, is this is not a difference over policies between Democrats and sort of moving more to the center on, say, economic policies. This is a sharp difference over values and what country we live in and what you believe in. If you really believe in sort of gay marriage, it's really hard to change your party and say, well, we don't believe in gay marriage, or we don't believe in those kind of values. And I think for an awful lot of people on the losing side tonight, there's going to be a sense of sort of almost alienation or sort of isolation from the majority, and feeling like, how do we relate to this? How do we? Is this the country we thought it was?
What about, David, a war that has split America, an unstable economy, a lot of things going wrong? What went wrong for the Democrats? You mean an issue like a gay marriage would sweep it this much for a 3 million vote difference?
Well, we do know 10 states voted against a gay marriage today, and we do know that the war is not popular. And if in my judgment, if Bush wins, he's going to win despite Iraq, not because of Iraq. Right. Terrorism clearly helped him, but it's very clear that underneath the surface, there are these large cultural divisions now in our society, where some people have a set of more traditional beliefs and some people have a set of different, what they would call progressive beliefs. And it's very hard to compromise on beliefs, on something that fundamental. And I think that what the president and his team have shown is that there are an awful lot of people out there, the people who live in blue states don't know very well, but there are an awful lot of them who care about these values and will come out to vote when they're rallied.
And if he's elected, re-elected, George W. Bush will be able to do, David, what his father was not able to do, an incumbent president get re-elected. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, you know, from a historical point of view, this is it would be dramatic. We've only had one other father-son combination, of course, the two Adams, John Adams and John Quincy Adams. They both lasted only one term. This would be the first father-son combination in which the son actually won the 2 terms. This is, in some ways, is a personal triumph for the son, because so often in life he's been overshadowed by his father. And this will be the first thing he's done in a very dramatic way that it actually, you know, is sort of like his father, hey, my dad didn't do this. But beyond that, he joins a pantheon of just a dozen or so Americans in our whole history who've ever been elected to a second term.
David Gergen is going to stick around with us. We're going to come back to you. Judy Woodruff is watching all of this as closely as anyone. She's watching it with Jeffrey Toobin as well. Judy, pick up our coverage right now. Give us a little analysis of what's happening in some of those key battleground states like Ohio that we haven't projected yet.
Well, Wolf, specifically Ohio, everybody's focusing on Ohio. Frankly, some of our competitor networks have already called Ohio for George W. Bush. We are not prepared to do that. Right now, the difference in the popular vote in Ohio, with 88% of the precincts reporting 2,478,000 votes for President Bush, 2,361,000 for John Kerry, 116,000 vote difference. And at this point, our analysts are saying that is not a comfortable enough margin to give them the confidence to call. Now, what has happened, Wolf, in the last several minutes is that we have been talking to both campaigns, and in particular the Kerry camp, about provisional ballots, these ballots that are still out there. And I want to bring Jeff in right now on this, because, Jeff, you just got off the phone with someone in the Kerry camp.
Right. The Kerry campaign's strategy at this point is they think that the actual counting of the votes tonight will narrow the gap to something like 50,000 votes. At that point, they think the provisional ballots will be counted, and they assert, and we don't know this to be a fact, but they assert there may be as many as 50,000 provisional ballots out there. Now, if you go to 2,000...
50 or more, 200.
200, I'm sorry, what did I...
You said 50, you meant...
I'm sorry, 200,000. They believe
it's late.
That there is in the order of 200,000 provisional ballots out there. Now, they think if you count those ballots, that will make up what they believe will be a 50,000 vote margin at that point.
And based on what we know about Ohio in the last election, there is some reason to believe what?
There is some in 2000, Ohio was one of the states that did have a provisional ballot rule. So they did have provisional ballots for years, and our research indicates that 90% of the provisional ballots wound up being counted as valid 4 years ago. So if you extrapolate, if there are 200,000 provisional ballots, 180,000 of them are valid. The Kerry people believe they can make up the 50,000 out of those 180,000.
And Wolf, we don't want to make it sound like we're dancing on the head of a pin here. This is important. 116,000 votes separating, and clearly some smart people have looked at that difference and said they feel comfortable going ahead and calling Ohio for President Bush. At this point, given the small difference and given this provisional ballot issue, we're just not comfortable at CNN making the call. And again, it's developing and changing as we speak, the votes coming in, but we are being very cautious here.
And let's show our viewers, Judy, the actual vote that we have right now, with 89% of the precincts reporting in Ohio. The president has 51% to Kerry's 49%, but I'll walk over here and you can see the hard numbers, about 2.5 million for the president, 2.37 for John Kerry. That spread, Jeff Greenfield, as we see it in Ohio, still 11% of the precincts have not yet come in. Is it doable given the provisional ballots that are out there? One of the reasons we haven't projected yet is because we're going to be extremely cautious and precise. The last thing we at CNN would ever want to do again is call a state for a presidential candidate and have to retract it later.
You can understand the caution because arithmetically it is possible that if the last 10% of these votes comes in and shrinks the president's margin in Ohio to that 50,000 vote, you have to see what those other ballots are.
You have to see where that 10 or 11% still is. Is it from Cleveland? Is it from Toledo? Or where is it?
But I mean, if we hadn't gone through what we went through in 2000, I have a hunch we'd be calling this for Bush, but we've seen what happens when numbers can change rapidly. It's just what David Gergen was saying earlier, and what I was saying was the national popular vote spread makes it statistically almost unimaginable that John Kerry could wind up the electoral vote winner. The spread in the popular vote is not half of 1% as it was in 2000. It's 3 full points. That's just
the people are speaking.
Okay.
All right, we have another projection. I'm going to interrupt and go over here because CNN can now project after all of these hours that John Kerry will carry the state of New Hampshire. This is a state that narrowly went for George W. Bush 4 years ago, 4 electoral votes. It's a win for John Kerry. New Hampshire, one of those states that has now flipped, gone from the Republican candidate, Jeff, to the Democratic candidate. I believe that's the first state so far tonight that has switched sides.
Yep.
Right.
First time, first one, and yet you have the sense that in the Kerry headquarters, this is not being greeted with the kinds of screams and cheers it would have been 3 hours ago because of what's lying out there in Ohio and out west. But it is, first switch.
You know, well, I want to take off on something that David Gergen said earlier, trying to put this in historical context. One of the other reasons this would be so significant is that if you think about the 3 presidents before who were elected after having lost the popular vote but winning the Electoral College, people like John Quincy Adams and Rutherford B. Hayes and Benjamin Harrison, all of them lost their re-election bids.
Or didn't run.
Or didn't run. This would be unusual if George W. Bush actually goes on to win re-election. Be a pretty significant historical event in that context.
This has been some surprising night.
It's not over with yet, Larry. I don't want our viewers to think. There have been moments in American history when people have gone to sleep thinking that one candidate was going to be the next president of the United States, only to wake up in the next morning. There have been candidates who have gone to sleep thinking they may have won or may have lost, and they wake up the next morning and they discover, guess what? It didn't happen.
The man who ran against Wilson.
Charles Evans Hughes went to bed thinking he'd been president, and a reporter called him, and the butler said, the president has gone to sleep, and the reporter said, yeah. When he wakes up, tell him he's not the president. Because California switched it to...
That's right.
Were you there?
I suspect
My grandmother told me about it.
I suspect that neither of these candidates, Bush or Kerry, going to sleep anytime soon. Well, let's walk over here, Jeff, and take a look at these 9 states that we are not yet able to project. And let's go through them one by one. We'll show our viewers the numbers that we have, with 89% of the precincts reporting in Ohio, 51% for Bush, 49% for Kerry. Look at that spread.
This is the state that Jeffrey Toobin just told us the Kerry campaign is hoping they can get this margin down to 50,000 and bring in the provisional ballots. But we'll take a look at Iowa, a state that Al Gore carried 4 years ago with 90% of the vote in, just about dead even. Bush with a 4,000 vote lead. And guess what? Here's a state where Ralph Nader would make the difference.
Iowa. Let's go down to Wisconsin, a state you lived in when you went to college. Look at this. John Kerry with 50%, Bush with 49%, 1% for Nader, 73% of the vote in.
Gore took this by 0.2 of 1 point back in 2000. Kerry's doing a little bit better. Quarter of the vote left to go. You know, if there's hope for the Kerry campaign, it lies in the fact that these states aren't yet gone. But how about this one?
New Mexico.
Al Gore took this state by 366 votes. Right now, with 83% of the vote in, the president has a 22,000 vote lead.
That's not exactly what Bill Richardson, the governor of New Mexico, was anticipating or hoping for. Michigan, 65% of the precincts reporting. Kerry is ahead 51 to 48%, about 100,000 spread in favor of Kerry in Michigan. It still looks potentially close for him.
Right, but now look at Nevada. This is another state that the president carried 4 years ago. And in this state, 40% of the vote in, Kerry has a tiny 1% lead.
And let's move on to Washington State, a state that Al Gore carried 4 years ago. Kerry ahead 37, about a third of the percent of the vote in. Kerry is ahead 53% to 46%. Hawaii, Kerry is ahead, but very little precincts showing, only of 69,000 to 55,000, 55% for Kerry, 44 for Bush.
There's another once reliably Democratic state, the one that the polls seem to suggest we're tied. Kerry's ahead. And in Minnesota, another state that Gore narrowly carried, Kerry seems to be ahead. So,
with 64% of the precincts reporting 52% to 47%.
Here's the irony here. It is possible that we could wind up with John Kerry, the only candidate that got a state away from the other guy, and still lose, because the movement of population south and west into the red states made the Bush states from 2000 278 electoral votes. It is conceivable that Bush will do this with a 3 million vote plurality, having taken no state away from Al Gore, and still be reelected. It is just really an amazing election.
Let's walk over and bring back our colleagues. Larry, you're smiling. You're looking at this and you're saying to yourself, "I'm not."
Where did I go right? Is what Kerry would have to say. I turned it around. I won New Hampshire. Yeah. Gore didn't.
But he also, I keep looking at those numbers.
Those are the popular votes.
He's 3.2 million votes behind. And while I understand that's not how we elect presidents, it's really tricky to get elected president when you run 3.2 million votes behind the other guy.
I think one of the other, we've got a ways to go before it gets called one way or another, but, we talked earlier about whether or not there'd be criticism of the Democratic message. I think there'll also be some questions about the campaign itself and how it was run. So when the Monday morning quarterbacking starts, one direction or another, I think the message will only be part of the story. Some people will look back to August and the Swift Boat veterans issue and how that was responded to, and I think there will be other things that are called.
All right, I'm going to bring back Anderson Cooper. He's been watching both houses of the United States Congress. You've already projected, Anderson, CNN has projected the Democrats will retain the majority in the House of Representatives. What about the Senate?
We can now project that the Republicans will retain control of the Senate. Let's look at how that's going to happen. Again, CNN is projecting the Republicans will retain control of the Senate. Democrats had hoped that if they could pick up 2 seats, if George Bush was reelected, they would be able to take control. That is not going to happen. We're projecting the winner in Kentucky, Jim Bunning. This is a closely watched race, but Jim Bunning with a convincing lead. CNN can project he is the winner in the race in Kentucky. In North Carolina as well, we are projecting the winner, Representative Richard Burr. He will be the new senator from the state of North Carolina, replacing Senator John Edwards. So that's a pickup. That's a win for the Republicans, had been a Democrat seat. And in Pennsylvania, we are projecting Arlen Specter will be the winner of that race. So that, again, because of those 3 races, we can now project that the Republicans will retain control of the Senate. Obviously, that is very good news for Republicans around the country. As we said, Democrats had hoped they might be able to pick up a couple of seats, just enough to give them the edge. That will not happen. In fact, Republicans picking up a couple seats.
I may have misspoken. I may have said the Democrats were going to retain control of the House of Representatives. Of course, the Republicans.
Yes.
The Republicans are the majority in the House of Representatives. They will remain the majority in the House of Representatives. And now you're projecting, CNN's projecting, the Republicans will retain the majority in the United States Senate, both houses of Congress remaining in Republican control.
And there's still some Senate races we're watching closely, most notably in Alaska and, of course, South Dakota. But, of course, the Republicans, no matter what happens in those races, Republicans will retain control.
All right, let's bring in our congressional correspondent, Ed Henry, in Washington. He's watching all of this together, and you're getting some more information. Ed, what are you hearing?
That's right. A huge night for the Republicans on Capitol Hill. I mean, the bottom line, you mentioned they are going to retain control of the House. They're going to increase their majority in the House. This is the first time now that the Republicans will control the House for more than a decade straight, since the beginning of the 20th century. Big milestone for them there, but also in the Senate. Not only hold on to Senate control, they went into it with a 2-seat majority. Now they could gain maybe 2-3 more seats, depending, as Anderson mentioned, on how some of these outstanding races across the country go. I can tell you, I've already been talking to Republican senators who have been saying now that it looks like they're increasing their majority in the Senate, they're going to be very aggressive. More tax cuts. They're talking about getting conservative judges through the Senate. They're talking about now they should have the votes to get an energy bill and open up the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge to oil and gas exploration, a major issue President Bush has been pushing in the Congress, but he has not had the votes to pass. Obviously, a lot of that will be contingent upon whether or not President Bush actually wins the White House. But I can tell you Republican senators hoping he will, and they're saying they will have a very, very aggressive agenda now that they are holding on to both chambers of Congress. And on the flip side, for the Democrats, if in fact Tom Daschle loses, that is not a done deal yet. He is down, but a lot of absentee ballots out there. That race has not been called. But if, I stress, if Tom Daschle were to lose, there's going to be a leadership race there for the Democratic leader. Harry Reid, his number 2, will definitely be in that race. Chris Dodd, a name you keep hearing, another Democratic senator who might run for that. And as you were talking about, there could be a bloodbath among Democrats about what's happening in this presidential race. There also could be a very divisive race for who's going to be the next Democratic leader. Harry Reid thinks privately, people close to him, that he'll have the votes to lock it up. But there's going to be a lot of finger pointing, a lot of guessing about why the Democrats lost more seats in the Senate.
And given the arcane rules, very briefly, Ed, in the United States Senate, in order to pass important legislation, you usually need 60 votes, not 51, because of the filibuster rule in the Senate. So they're not going to get near the Republicans anywhere near that 60. Is that right?
That's right. The Republicans will fall far short of 60 votes, but they're going to get closer to 60 votes now. Again, they started with 51 votes at the beginning of the night. If, in fact, they gain 2 or 3 seats here, that gets them closer to that 60-vote margin in order to make sure that they can break off and break out filibusters and stop Democrats from filibustering on judges, energy bills, etc. There's been a lot of talk about obstructionism, and Republicans will see this as a major victory.
Ed Henry in Washington for us. Thanks very much. We're going to take another quick break. Much more coverage coming up from the CNN election headquarters in Times Square. We still don't know who the next president of the United States is going to be, but we're going to continue to try to find out together with you, our viewers. Stay with us.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
You understand that it's more important to bring back stories than souvenirs. And that it's still a buzz being in a city for the first time. Intercontinental Hotels and Resorts. One hotel understands you.
What actually makes our IT infrastructure so unique? It's more than just security. It's more than just mobility. And it's more than just reliability.
It's the sense of responsibility we feel for your success. Experience the exhilaration of true mobility with wireless communication on a Lifebook T with Intel Citrino mobile technology. Lifebook T with Intel Citrino mobile technology. From Fujitsu Siemens Computers, we make sure.
This is Michelle, and this is her husband. Capture what's inside.
The Fourth World Water Forum, Mexico, 2006.
Samsung.
The lights are still bright here in Times Square at the NASDAQ market site, CNN election headquarters in New York. Welcome back to our coverage just after 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. We're still covering the story. We're still trying to see who's going to be the next president of the United States. Welcome back to our viewers in the United States and around the world. CNN's Candy Crowley is up in Boston at the Kerry campaign headquarters. Candy's joining us now live. I understand, Kerry, the Kerry campaign has put out a statement.
They have. You know, it's not over until somebody hits 270 and not one electoral vote sooner. This from Mary Beth Cahill, who, of course, is the campaign manager of the Kerry campaign. She says, quote, "The vote count in Ohio has not been completed. There are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio." No concession speech here. They're still waiting for the votes to be counted. Wolf?
Let me show our viewers those votes, Kerry. Stick around. Right now, with 91% of the precincts reporting in Ohio, Bush has 51%, 2.5 million to Kerry's 49%, 2.4 million plus. Still a very, very close race in Ohio. Let's try to get a little assessment of what that, Larry, when you see that, that close vote in Ohio, and we're not projecting a win yet at this point, you have to say to yourself, it could still go. Maybe the Democrats know what they're talking about. Then again, maybe they're just spinning.
Well, they said they want to get within 50,000, and then if there's 250,000 of those provisional votes, so I don't know how they're going to go, but they assume they'll get a majority of those. They can still win Ohio. Then what they got to do? Then they've got to win most of those other states.
Right.
So it's a real crapshoot. They've got to. If he pulls this off, I would say that would border on, that would top the Red Sox coming from 3 down.
All right, let's make another projection now. CNN is ready to make a projection. CNN can now project Washington State in the Pacific Northwest. Washington State will be won by John Kerry, and it's 11 electoral votes. John Kerry capturing Washington State. This is a state that went for Al Gore 4 years ago. Kerry retains it. Let's see what we can do now. Let's move over to the race for the White House. This is an updated tally. With 270 needed to be elected president of the United States, the president has 249. John Kerry has 211. And we're still going to continue to watch what's going on here on this very, very long night. Judy Woodruff is watching all of this. Judy, we expected a long night. It is a long night, and it could be an even longer night.
Wolf, I'm just counting up how many states we still have out where the polls have closed, and I think I have 11. I may have to count it again because it's late, but we see an election that certainly at this point President Bush has the advantage, and Ohio's hanging in the balance. You've been talking about all the states that are still out there. It seems to me that we may be waiting till tomorrow morning or even longer just because of that provisional ballot issue in Ohio. A lot of people said Ohio was going to be the Florida of 2004. Maybe it is. maybe this will get resolved. But right now, I would imagine there's some lawyers who are looking into getting on an airplane and getting to Ohio tonight or in the morning.
So Judy, the bottom line is that it doesn't look, based on what Candy is saying, based on what Mary Beth Cahill is saying in that written statement, the chair of the Kerry campaign, that they're nowhere near getting ready to concede.
No, they are clearly discouraged, Wolf. I mean, they had hoped to be closer. I mean, they had hoped to be ahead at this point. They poured their heart and soul into Ohio, just as the Bush campaign did. And they see these numbers, and they're discouraged by them. But they also argue that there are, they say, 250,000 provisional ballots out. Now, it's my understanding that Ohio's Secretary of State, Ken Blackwell, who happens to be a Republican, is saying that he doesn't see that many provisional uncounted ballots out there. So there's already some dispute. And when you've got a margin between the president and John Kerry that is, what, about 120,000 right now, you get to a point where even with the provisional ballots, they wouldn't make up the difference. So a lot is going to hinge on looking very closely at how many votes are still out, and is it possible that in those outstanding votes you could make up the difference?
All right, Judy, stand by, because you know what? The Secretary of State of Ohio, Ken Blackwell, is joining us now live. He's in Columbus, Ohio. Mr. Blackwell, thanks very much for joining us. How many provisional ballots do you estimate there are still out there that have yet to be counted?
Well, none of the provisional ballots are counted, and they won't be counted until the 11th day after the election, Wolf. We have very clear laws on how to handle those ballots. And remember, there are overseas ballots from our militaries and others that only have to be postmarked today. And so we have a 10-day window for all of those ballots to get in. This is a very deliberate and cautious process. And so, you know, I tell everybody, just take a deep breath and relax. We can't predict what the results are going to be. We can only guarantee you that you're going to get an honest and fair count through our bipartisan system.
But does anyone know, do you know how many provisional ballots, how many military ballots? I assume the absentee ballots have been counted, is that right?
The absentee ballots have been counted. The provisional ballots are being tabulated as we talk. And early projections showed anywhere from a 30 to 50% increase, and that took us, under 200,000. But it could be 250,000 as the Democrats are claiming. We will know once the counties tabulate their precinct counts and get them into us.
What about military? What about military ballots from coming in from overseas or from around the country?
They have a 10-day window.
But how many do you guess there might be?
Well, I'm not going to project or guess. That's what got people in trouble before. What I'm going to tell you is that we have a system in place that is time-tested. We've been dealing with provisional ballots in Ohio for over a decade. We know how to get the job done, and we have a very transparent process where people can see how those votes are being handled in a bipartisan way. And when it comes time to tabulating them, 11 days after this election, there is a bipartisan system of witnesses that will be there for the count.
Right now,
at the end of the day, we are in a strong position because we have a strong and tried and tested system that has worked for us in the past.
Let me just point out to our viewers, with 92% of the precincts now reporting officially in Ohio, 51% for the president, 49% for Bush. There's about 100,000 spread. If it were to stay like that, 49% for Kerry, 51% for Bush, 100,000 margin, if you will. Would it be wise for the Kerry campaign to avoid conceding, given the provisional ballots that are still out there, if that spread continues along those lines?
I'm not going to advise the Kerry campaign, but I would suggest to you that if the number of votes that make up the difference between the two candidates is fewer than the number of provisional ballots, then I would say everybody should just take a deep breath and relax, because we're not going to start counting those ballots until the 11th day after this election. And what we will start doing tomorrow is taking a look at those jackets of those ballots and trying to reconcile good ballots from from bad ones. What I mean by that is that there's a process where you try to reconcile. People were given a provisional ballot because they couldn't cast a regular ballot. So you check addresses, you make sure that that is a good ballot, and then you start counting them all 11 days after the election.
Why do you have to wait? Why do you have to wait 11 days to count? Let's say 200,000 or 250,000 of the Democrats are suggesting provisional ballots. Why do you have to wait 11 days?
Because that's the law, and that's the way the system has worked, and that is the way that you take time to reflect and you methodically deal with those ballots in a bipartisan way. And at the end of the day, the people have had control, not judges and lawyers. And so, you know, on last evening, Wolf, we asked the people of Ohio to take control of this election. Don't put it in the hands of lawyers and judges. You, in fact, come out, and people came out today. They stood in line, and I can tell you, what I saw today was a great display of civility and patience. And what I can tell the people is that we have 50,000 poll workers, bipartisan poll workers and election officials across 88 counties in this state that did a tremendous job today. And I can tell you right now, you know what state was the Florida of 2004? It was Florida. Ohio has, in fact, always had a superior system of elections that give people good results and results that they can have confidence in as reflecting the will of the voters.
One final question, Ken Blackwell, before I let you go. You're a Republican, you're the Secretary of State of Ohio, but I know you've been sensitive all these many weeks and months leading up to today, that you don't want to be going down in history as the Katherine Harris of Ohio. Katherine Harris was the Republican Secretary of State in Florida who came under enormous criticism for the way she handled the recount, if you will, in Florida. Give our viewers a sense of what's going through your mind as the Secretary of State of Ohio right now to make sure that everyone emerges from the vote tally in Ohio with a pure sense that this was free and fair and perfect.
Well, I tell you, Wolf, a lot of folks flew into Ohio today and the day before expecting that we were going to see the same sort of confusion that was seen in Florida. We have the personnel, we have the procedures and the policies. It is the strength of the system that guarantees that Ohio can deal with a robust election. I'm not in the business of saying that we must have a narrow or a substantial margin of victory. I'm telling you that we have a system that can deal with an honest count and an honest process regardless of the margin. That's why I don't worry about Ohio or Ohioans being considered to be, you know, a problematic state. If, in fact, the race has been robust and close and both candidates have poured their hearts out into this state and in this race, what we can give them as Ohioans is an honest count, just like we gave them a good day today in the way we manage the election process.
Ken Blackwell, good luck to you. Good luck to all the people in Ohio. The whole nation, dare I say the whole world, will be watching the Buckeye State in the hours, maybe days to come, if it's going to take 11 days to even begin counting those provisional ballots. Good luck to you, Ken Blackwell. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And just to show our viewers the count right now, with 92% of the precincts in Ohio reporting, Bush at 51%, Kerry at 49%, a little bit more than 100,000 vote difference. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to continue our coverage as long as it takes here at CNN Election Headquarters. Stay with us.
66,000 people in 50 countries. And every day, a two-person financial operation. You and us, UBS.
Jim has recently started competing. He may not be leading the pack, but there's always a photo finish. Capture what's inside.
You understand that while you're climbing the ladder, it's okay to enjoy the view. And that you often achieve as much during the meal as you do at the meeting. Intercontinental Hotels and Resorts. One hotel understands you.
On a special hour-long insight the day after the polls. A look at how votes were cast in the U.S. election, the results, the controversies, and the international reaction. A special extended edition of Insight, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
The spark of invention.
New, high-tech, breakthroughs.
The business of innovation.
Discoveries, inventions, bright sparks.
Real-world application.
Music, sport, fashion.
When sparks fly,
money is made.
Know the future.
Spark your curiosity.
Spark, a new show with Christy Lou Stout. Every month, only on CNN, in association with HP.
When design and music collide. On the next edition of Design 360, hip-hop moguls making a mint by selling their lifestyle. P. Diddy opens a fashion store on New York's Fifth Avenue. We speak to dynamic duo Russell and Kimora Simmons. Plus, we tour the first venue designed specifically for jazz acoustics. That's Design 360, Sunday on CNN.
Design 360, in association with Siemens.
This is CNN.
Getting close to 2 a.m. on the East Coast. We don't know the results of this election yet. Maybe we will know tonight, maybe not. CNN's Aaron Brown is joining us with some thoughts that he has.
Well, we talked a lot about values tonight. Let's talk about Iraq for a second. Should the president prevail tonight, we're not saying he will. There are votes to count. There are probably lawsuits to be filed. But you got to sort of like his position. And if he does win, Iraq is now his problem to solve. Every poll showed the president had a considerable edge in dealing with Iraq, even as support for the war itself diminished. Perhaps as early as this weekend, there's likely to be a battle for Fallujah. There's no doubt it's a battle the Americans can win, but at what cost? And then come January, about the time the president is sworn in again, should that happen, there are supposed to be elections in Iraq. Today, given the state of play there, it is hard to see how they can be run. Doesn't mean they won't be, but the situation on the ground has to change. The president pushed hard to take the country to war in Iraq, and the post-war has hardly gone well. His legacy will be on the line there. And for all the talk about values tonight, and we take that seriously, his party's prospects will be at stake as well. Colin Powell famously said about Iraq, you break it, you fix it. Should the president win tonight, Iraq is his problem to fix. His place in history may well depend on it.
As you look at these numbers, Aaron, right now, you'd rather be Bush than Kerry.
I'd rather be Bush than Kerry by a lot right now. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of beyond the inside straight analogy. It's Ohio or nothing. I mean, he has to win there. And he's not going to win there, it doesn't seem, tonight. He's going to have to win it 11 days out.
But he has to win the other states, too.
He absolutely has to. Well, but again, I mean, if you look at the map, he is, without projecting anything, the senator stands a good chance of winning in Minnesota. He stands a pretty good chance of winning Iowa. Michigan, certainly. Iowa and Wisconsin are pretty much in play at this point. But let's assume he sweeps them. Okay, let's assume he does that.
Loses Nevada,
Nevada, loses New Mexico. He still has to win Ohio. And we're still not going to, he can't win it tonight. He could lose it tonight. But as I listened to the Secretary of State, it seemed pretty clear to me that we're a week and a half, 2 weeks away from, if that's where we are, that Ohio is the ultimate tipping point. We're not going to know.
We may all be wind up. We may all be going out to Columbus, Ohio, the next 2 weeks. 11 days they're going to wait to count those provisional ballots. And you heard Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State, say there might be as many as 250,000, which is what the Democrats are suggesting.
It's going to make us wish that this election was Florida, because I can tell you that Ohio in late November is a lot less pleasant weather than Florida in late November.
Columbus, Ohio.
Not kidding.
David Gergen has been with us all night. He's still with us. And we may be here for a few more hours. Who knows, David? Give us your take at this moment. What time is it? Almost 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
Well, Wolf, I had a question for you. If we do have to wait on Ohio, is it possible that Bush could go ahead and get his 2021 votes tonight from the states that are still outstanding?
Yeah.
He has a slight lead in Iowa. Could he, if he cobbles together Iowa, Nevada, and New Mexico, for example, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. Is that enough to win? Or can he put together a combination that's still out there?
Well, you know, if you do the math and you take a look at some of those numbers, you know, he's getting pretty close. Iowa has 7, New Mexico has 5, that's 12, and Nevada, which is the other state you're looking at, has 5, that's 17.
He's a little short.
He's still a little short, even if he carries those 3 states.
Yeah, what about of the states remaining? Are there any that he's ahead in there?
Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, those states, I think, as of the last time I checked, Kerry was slightly ahead.
Right. The Bush people thought they might be able to carry Wisconsin. I don't know what the numbers are there.
Well, we could get those numbers for our viewers and put them up. But what's the bottom line of what you're saying, David?
Well, the bottom line is this: that if Kerry sweeps the boards, as Aaron was just saying, on everything else other than Ohio, and Ohio can't be resolved tonight, the country's clearly going to have to wait these 10 days because it's not just the provisional ballots; it's also the military ballots, and there's going to be a lot of suspense about how those all add up together. But that assumes Kerry sweeps the board. What if Bush picks off 2 or 3 or 4 of these states that are still outstanding? He would still win tonight, even without Ohio. We wouldn't have to wait the 10 days.
Yeah, right. That's correct.
You know what we're going to do right now, and I want to go up to the screen, David. Stand by. Ohio. We've never done this before, but this is the first time we're going to do it. Look at this. Ohio, CNN is now projecting, is a green state. Too close to call. A green state. That's because with 93% of the precincts reporting, Bush has 2.595 million votes. Kerry has 2.491 million votes. About 100,000 votes spread, 93% of the vote in. We've got a lot of information based on exit polls, based on real numbers, based on surveys. We are now projecting, and this is a real projection, that Ohio is too close to call. It's a green state, Jeff Greenfield. Before we talk to Jeff Greenfield, let's take a look at the race for the White House as it stands right now. 249 for Bush electoral votes, 211 for Kerry, 270 needed. And you know what? We've never seen this before. A green state, the Buckeye state, Ohio, that's something we didn't necessarily anticipate, although we had it in our color scheme.
Yeah, I think in 2000 it was yellow, but I think, you know, I guess what they'll say in Ohio is it's not easy being green. First, to answer Dave Gergen's question, it is theoretically possible for Bush to get to 270 without Ohio. If he took one of the upper Midwestern states, if he could take Minnesota and Iowa and New Mexico and Hawaii, he could do that. That's possible. The second question is this. 4 years ago in that recount, one of the reasons why Al Gore had some strength to do this was that he had gotten 500,000 more votes in the country than Bush. It didn't mean anything legally, but it had a kind of important political message. If we go out of Ohio with George Bush holding, say, a 50,000 vote lead and it comes down to provisional ballots, John Kerry and his campaign has to challenge George Bush knowing that they have lost the national popular vote by 3.5 million votes. It's a much tougher position, I think, politically.
Well, 2 things. One, they would say 3.5 million, but it's also 3%, and they would point to the last time we had a big controversy like that, 1876, where the popular vote was 3%, but it wasn't 3.5 million. But the other thing that's very interesting, I just spoke to a number of members of the Kerry campaign. Sounds like not only do they not want to concede, but they're now in formal recount mode, and that they may be prepared in the next couple of hours to announce several lawyers who are going to head up efforts not only in Ohio, but significantly in Iowa as well. Remember,
Iowa.
Well, if the numbers initially show that they're losing Iowa, Iowa doesn't have an automatic recount law, but it seems that they're prepared to go to court and try and pursue that effort.
I'm really making a point that I think it gets much tougher to take this into overtime when you're running 3 million votes. But legally, absolutely. The electoral vote is what counts. It's simply
But you know the mood,
emotional.
David, Jeff, you know the mood. You know the mood of the Democratic Party right now. Do you have any doubt whatsoever, despite the 3 million, let's say, whatever the spread is nationally in the general vote, that if they felt they could get more votes in Ohio, they wouldn't do that?
No, if they have a chance to win the presidency by challenging Ohio, sure, they will do that.
Of course they would, because they're looking at 4 years ago. They won an election. They got the highest popular vote in the history of the country, and they didn't seat a president.
Judy Woodruff's at the CNN Election Analysis Center, and she's going to explain to us, Judy, I hope you're going to explain to us, how is it that we were able to project too close to call for Ohio, this critical battleground state right now?
Well, Wolf, because literally with 104,000 vote margin between President Bush and John Kerry, president out in front, there are still, I'm told, something like 387,000 votes still outstanding. Now, we're trying to confirm these numbers because separately we're told better than 90% of the precincts are in, but still that many hundreds of thousands of votes still out. And then you just heard Ken Blackwell, Ohio Secretary of State, saying that there are at least 120,000 provisional votes out. And Jeff Toobin, our legal analyst, was with me. Jeff, you and I were talking about this because the Kerry campaign is saying there could be as many as 250,000. So the math does present itself as possible for Kerry to make up the difference.
If you add up the 387,000 votes plus the theoretically 250,000 provisional ballots, that gives us 600,000 outstanding ballots in Ohio with a 100,000 margin. That seems too close to call.
Now, one complicating thing, of course, is that we don't know those provisional ballots. It's believed that they are primarily Democratic, but we have no way of knowing that.
And we don't know how many there are exactly. It could be 100,000, it could be 250,000.
And we heard Ken Blackwell. The other thing, and I've just been checking with Stu Rothenberg on this, and we want to be clear about that, is that of the vote that hasn't been counted, the actual vote that's outstanding, a lot of it is in areas that George Bush has done very well in. So you can't assume that most of that vote would automatically go to John Kerry. But because we can't be sure, we are saying Ohio is too close to call.
And just to be precise, Judy and Jeff, there may be other news organizations that have projected Ohio a win for John Kerry. CNN is not. We're saying it's too close to call. We have a ton of information about this state, but we can't project it a win for George W. Bush or John Kerry at this point, because as you point out, Jeffrey, there may be as many as 600,000 votes still out there. Go ahead, Jeff. You want to make a point?
Well, that's right. And just to complicate matters a little further, there are also recount provisions in Ohio. Ohio has a law that says if the election is within 0.25%, a quarter of a percent, that's an automatic recount. That is about 13,000 votes. Kerry is well short of automatic recount territory. However, under Ohio law, any candidate and any group of 5 voters can ask for a recount. So that is also a possibility that's out there.
Wolf, if I could just interrupt very quickly and bring some news to our viewers from the state of Iowa. And that is, we are told that because of broken machines, and I'm reading now a report into CNN, because of a delay in opening absentee ballots and apparent fatigue in the office of the election officials, this is all going to delay the Secretary of State's report of a final count in the presidential election in Iowa until sometime on Wednesday. Now, we have just learned this just a matter of a few minutes ago from Iowa election officials. There are at least 2 central count machines. These are machines that are used to read paper ballots used by optical scanners in Greene County and Harrison County. These have broken down, according to the Secretary of State's office. New machines are being sent tomorrow from the manufacturer. Shortly after midnight, we are also told that absentee ballots are still being opened in Lee County. For all these reasons, and because of the fatigue, I'm using the word that the folks in Iowa are using, we're not going to get an Iowa count. So both in the states of Iowa, Wolf, and Ohio, we are looking at a delay in knowing the results of those states.
So we won't know the results of Iowa at least until tomorrow. Larry, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, this is for both of you, Judy and Wolf. Does that mean that unless President Bush takes 4 out of the other 6 states, we don't have a result tonight?
We may not have a result tonight. That's right.
We don't have a result.
We're going to continue to watch Iowa, Iowa, what has 7 electoral votes. Those are very important electoral votes, Judy. Just to be precise, right now, too close to call in Ohio and Iowa. Presumably, we're not going to be able to know the winner of Iowa because of these mechanical problems and fatigue that you're talking about.
That's right, but I think we want to be clear on Ohio, Wolf, and that is that if the regular vote count proceeds and the margin gets down to a very small number, it may become mathematically very difficult for John Kerry to make that up. We're not there yet, but if they keep counting and the president keeps up the margin, or if that margin grows, the provisional ballot safety net, if you will, may begin to look, even more remote. But we're not there yet.
We're learning a lot about these provisional ballots. We'll see what happens there. Judy, stand by. Ed Henry is in Washington. You're getting some information in Washington about Ohio as well. What are you hearing, Ed?
That's right. Wolf, obviously both sides, both parties have had lawyers in place for a long time, whether it's Florida, Ohio, whichever state they need to go to in order to mobilize if, in fact, there's a recount, if there are legal challenges in any of these battleground states. Some information coming into CNN, Democratic sources telling us that the owner of the Boston Red Sox, John Henry, has gotten his private plane ready. The pilot for that plane was told a few hours ago, get the plane ready. We're not sure where it's going yet, but have it ready to go so that Democratic lawyers can be deployed to whichever state they feel they need to go to at some point this evening, overnight, or first thing in the morning. We do not know whether that plane has left. We don't think it has, but we've been told by Democratic sources that the plane for John Henry, owner of the Boston Red Sox, somebody who has endorsed John Kerry for president, has his private plane at the ready for Democratic lawyers to mobilize whenever they are ready to do that. Obviously, the Red Sox, after winning the World Series, have been locked up in the middle of this presidential campaign. Their star pitcher, Curt Schilling, endorsed President Bush. A little bit of controversy about that. Then John Henry and the general manager, Theo Epstein, they endorsed John Kerry a few days later. But now we're hearing John Henry's private plane could be dragged into all of this if, in fact, there are any legal challenges, any recounts.
And if they're heading out to certain states, we presume they'd be going to Columbus, Ohio, the capital, maybe Des Moines, Iowa as well. It looks like there's going to be a delay at least until tomorrow for a certification of who won there. And you know what? We still haven't heard from several other states. Ed Henry, good reporting for us. Let's go back and bring in our analysts. Larry, it gets a little stranger and stranger as we go into this long night.
I'm trying to figure out. The president can still win if he wins what? If he wins Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, or 2 of those 3, and Nevada and New Mexico. He would win, right?
You know what? Look, he's 21 votes short of an absolute majority. Take Ohio out. There's a combination there where he could do it, sure. But we haven't heard for hours what's going on in Michigan, what's going on in Wisconsin, what's going on in Minnesota.
And I think that's a good point. Let's bring up those numbers. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Let's see, and Iowa, of course, where those votes stand. Carlos, you're looking perplexed out there. You usually got a big smile on your face.
Still have a smile on my face. This is as exciting as we hoped it would be. A couple interesting things to think about. Iowa, Democratic control of state government there, the governor as well as the Secretary of State. On the other hand, you go to Ohio, you've got a Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State. We learned in 2000 in Florida how important who controls those 2 seats are, so we may hear about that again. And in Iowa, I understand, and here's a little deja vu all over again, that David Kendall, President Clinton's former lawyer, may head up the recount effort there. So we're likely to start to hear the names of some pretty big name lawyers.
All right, Jeff, come on up with me. I want to take a look at some of these states that are still they're still too close to that we can't project yet. Right. Ohio.
What we're going to have to do is break precedent and ask the nice people in the control room if they can get us the popular vote in each state. These are the states we're talking about, but it would be really good to see the popular vote, the vote totals as they go on in each state. I can tell you, for instance, that in Iowa right now, John Kerry trails George Bush by about 8,000 or 9,000 votes, that he's a little bit ahead in Wisconsin. That in Ohio, we know the margin is about 107,000 votes. It keeps changing with 96% of the precincts, and that's the one we've been talking about. Remember, Iowa is a state that that Al Gore, I'm sorry, carried 4 years ago narrowly. And right now, with 96% of the vote in, as you'll see in a minute, George Bush is leading. On the other hand, Nevada is a state that George Bush carried 4 years ago. Right now, if my memory is right at this hour, John Kerry has a narrow lead in, and we know nothing about what's going on so far in Michigan or in Minnesota or in Hawaii. But as soon as the right buttons are pushed and we pay that electrical bill, we're going to find out what these numbers are.
We're going to see the raw numbers coming in. We do see the projections, the percentages of the precincts reporting, 90% up there, 70%. These precincts are coming in with their numbers. We're going to put the hard numbers up there. Iowa's going to wait at least until tomorrow. Right. Jeff, that's important news that we heard because of fatigue and some malfunction of these voting machines. That wasn't supposed to happen after the last time.
Thank you. All right.
Let's start up here in Ohio first. With 96% of the precincts reporting, 2.687 million for Bush, 2.564 for Kerry. What about 120,000?
About 122,000 vote plurality so far for Bush, and this margin has increased marginally as we approach 100%. That one gets very tricky. New Mexico, which Kerry carried with 93% of the vote, we're not projecting. George W. Bush is ahead by about 28,500 votes.
In a small state like New Mexico, that's significant.
It is, but it would be a takeaway. It would be a takeaway from the Democrats. Iowa, carried narrowly by the Democrat Al Gore in 2000, an 11,000 vote lead with 96% of the vote in.
But we heard that the Secretary of State's going to wait until tomorrow to certify who won. Michigan is a state that Kerry was supposedly going to win relatively easily. 76% of the precincts reporting 1.797 million for Kerry, 1.681 million for Bush.
It's 116,000 vote lead. I like to do these raw numbers because I'm old-fashioned. That's a likely Kerry win, but Lord knows we're not projecting. Hawaii, I'm not sure how we have 120,000 votes in with 0% of the precincts reporting. It sounds like the old Chicago days, but it's a Kerry lead. Wisconsin, this is the state that Al Gore took by 0.2%. Here we are again. John Kerry has a margin of about 25,000 votes with 84% of the vote in. Minnesota, Kerry has a somewhat more comfortable margin of about 118,000 votes, 3/4 of the vote in. And Nevada, which Bush carried 4 years ago, he has got a 5,000 vote lead.
With slightly more than half of the vote in. Right. These are the states that we're waiting for, but this is still, I think it's fair to say, the critical state, Ohio, right now.
It is. It is unlikely to answer Larry King's question that George W. Bush can get to 270 just with this batch of states. Possible, but unlikely.
While we're here, take a look at the popular vote, and I'll show it to our viewers as well. With 85% of the national precincts reporting, 52% for President Bush, 48% for John Kerry, less than 1% for Ralph Nader.
So right now, gentlemen, the likelihood is there will be no winner tonight.
Or at least no announcement, but two interesting wrinkles we should add. Remember that 4 years ago in Iowa, George Bush won the vote among those who showed up at the polls on Election Day. It wasn't until they added in the absentee ballots that Al Gore won by 4,144. Worth remembering that. And in New Mexico, they may have one of the 2 or 3 most liberal laws in terms of provisional ballots and how those are counted. So we may show up with lawyers in New Mexico when all is said and done as well.
And this is the first time all the states are required to have these provisional ballots, which they were not required 4 years ago to have. We don't know how many there are in any of these states. We don't know how many absentee ballots there are. Military ballots coming in from around the country and around the world. I think on that point, though, Carlos and Jeff, if they're going to get down to counting military ballots, that's good news for the president.
And the point about this is, I'm sure people out there are saying, hey, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Other networks have called Ohio for Bush. What are you doing? What we're doing is trying to remember what happened 4 years ago and not make that mistake again. This is not a caution based on any political preference or judgment, except that we want to be sure when we tell you which candidate has won a state that we're right.
If you were President Bush, would you come forward now and make an acceptance speech?
What an interesting question.
That's why I asked.
The answer is until he knows that it's certified, until it's obviously clear that he's going to capture Ohio and maybe not do that well in the other states, I think he's going to be relatively cautious as
Even
well.
though a network has called it for him.
You know what? Networks can do whatever they want. We're not making any projections in Ohio other than to project that it's too close to call right now. We learned a lesson from 4 years ago, and I think that's a smart lesson. And we'll continue to heed that lesson.
So we may get a statement from both camps
Well,
tonight.
see, that's the point. Traditionally, you do not go and acknowledge victory until your opponent concedes. And based on what we heard from the Kerry campaign, they aren't about to concede.
They're not conceding.
So
we heard Mary Beth Cahill, the campaign chair, specifically say they want to see what those provisional ballots in Ohio look like. And to remind our viewers, we spoke with Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, just a little while ago. And even though he's a Republican, he says, you know what, 11 days from now, they will begin to count those provisional ballots. And he did not rule out the possibility, as the Democrats are suggesting, that there may be as many as 250,000 of those provisional ballots.
Here's a key difference from 2000. In 2000, as we had all proclaimed George Bush the winner and we were debating who would run for president in 4 years and who would be in the cabinet, if you looked at the Associated Press numbers, George Bush's lead in Florida was shrinking literally by the minute. If you look at the numbers in Ohio now, and I realize there are provisional ballots out, just in terms of the votes we can count, George Bush's lead has actually expanded in the last 2 minutes to now about 125,000 votes. So there's no sign in these numbers that they're getting, that the Kerry campaign is getting this plurality down to a margin where those provisional ballots make a difference, except that our legal analyst Jeffrey Toobin said they think there are what? 500,000 ballots out there?
I think he said a little bit less than, but one of the interesting things...
That was before 96% of the precincts had reported.
One of the interesting things I think Larry's putting his finger on, though, is that a public relations battle is likely to begin soon. And so even if we don't have a concession speech, we certainly will have people signaling and posturing over the next several hours.
By the way, can we change too close to call, or are we locked into too close? Or we can do anything. We're the network, right?
That's right. We're CNN. If we want to change that, we can change that.
Would you like to say who knows?
No,
Go figure?
Well, because you just pointed out that Bush has increased his lead in Ohio, so I was questioning, can we change too close to call
The
to
answer
say...
is yes. If the more information comes in, raw numbers come in, and other analysis that we're getting, we can certainly move that from too close to call to projected win, let's say, for Bush, if that's what's going to happen.
We have one piece of data that I think we should share in the middle of this. The talk about the youth vote, this explosion of the youth vote and Bruce Springsteen. Yeah. It turns out that based on some of these numbers, the 18 to 24-year-olds voted in no greater proportion this time than they did last time. So apparently it means that they will be happy to go out and listen to Bruce Springsteen and the Dixie Chicks sing, but from there to the polling booth is too far to walk.
Now, do we know that from the exit polls, or do we, which there may be some question?
Why don't they?
That data is actually much better than projections, according to Bill Schneider. I checked with him.
Okay. Why don't they vote, gentlemen?
Why don't they vote?
Yeah.
Younger people historically vote in much smaller percentages than older people. The older you get, the more likely you're going to vote in the United States, for the simple reason that you get smarter and you appreciate the importance of voting. Young people are not necessarily...
Wouldn't young have more at stake in a sense?
You're a
what do we have at stake?
You're a homeowner, you're a taxpayer, you have kids, therefore the schools matter to you more. It's all of that young people also move more. It's a little trickier to register. But anyway, I just thought that piece would be on the...
Stand by, guys. We're going to take another quick break. We'll continue our coverage from the CNN election headquarters in Times Square. There's people outside. They're watching us through this window. They're taking a look at what's going on. Millions of you are still watching in the United States and around the world. Much more coverage coming up.
You understand that cities are just a stop unless you experience them. And you always want somewhere to recharge yourself as well as your phone. Intercontinental Hotels and Resorts. One hotel understands you.
Solutions for producing, transmitting, and distributing the energy the world needs.
Edward Toaster, you're so handsome.
This is Edward.
You're my man.
And this is Emily, Edward's girlfriend. Capture what's inside.
In order to find opportunities to build your wealth, at HSBC Private Bank, we take a different view of the world. We assume nothing.
Trust the King of Talk, Larry King Live, only on CNN.
A lot can be done now for HIV/AIDS sufferers. With financial support, there will be less infections and treatment for those who are infected. Facing up to the human needs of HIV.
Samsung.
Times Square in New York City, our CNN election headquarters. We're watching all of these races, Senate races, House races, governor races. Most important, we're watching the presidential race right now. Look at this behind us. John Thune, the Republican challenger to the Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle, speaking in South Dakota. We have not yet projected a winner in South Dakota, but John Thune is speaking to his supporters. A very, very close race now out there. Tom Daschle fighting for his political survival in South Dakota. What a tight race this has been. Let's take a look at the actual numbers. So far, with 91% of the precincts reporting, Thune has 170,000 votes. That would be 51%. Tom Daschle has 163,000, 49% of the vote. Just more than 6,500 votes or so difference separating these candidates in a small state like South Dakota. 91% of the vote in Ohio is clearly critical right now in the presidential contest. Stuart Rothenberg, Iowa is also very critical. Stuart Rothenberg is looking at Iowa to better understand how close this race is. And Stuart, you've got some spatial logic, computerized analysis that you can share with our viewers why it's as close in Iowa as so many of us thought it would be.
Yes, we do, Wolf. Thanks. This is a spatial logic map. It's a color-coded map that gives us an idea who's winning and where and by how much. And let's look at this map. Al Gore carried the state 4 years ago by about 4,100 votes. This time, George Bush is doing much better in the northwestern corner of the state and the southwestern corner. The western third of the state tends to be the more Republican part. He's bringing out more Republican votes, increasing his margin there. That's helping him. You will note that in the southwest corner, there is one county that has not provided us any returns. That's Montgomery County. We have no results there. I can tell you that in 2000, George Bush won this with over 60% and 1,500 votes. So when it comes in, it will come in. We're pretty sure of that. The president is likely to carry that. There are a number of things that are important here. There are about 15 counties that are still out. They're scattered all around the state. And what we're finding is that the counties that are outstanding, 11 of them President Bush is leading, 2 of them Senator Kerry is leading, and 2 of them are even. The counties that are outstanding are all over the place: Harrison, Greene, Calhoun, Humboldt up here. But what's important is it's harder to see John Kerry winning most of these counties and gaining ground. It's not impossible. We have obviously not called this state or projected this state yet. But the way the map looks, I think the Republicans have to be rather optimistic.
In your experience, Stuart, have you seen a Secretary of State of a state saying, you know what, there's been malfunctions of the machines, there's fatigue, we'll wait a day before we can certify who has won that state? Have you seen that in recent years?
No, it's really amazing. Of course, it's unusual to have so many states this close, a presidential presidential contest this tight. In 3 of the Iowa states that have counties that have apparently suspended voting, one, the 2 candidates are even right now. One, George Bush is ahead, and one, John Kerry is ahead. That's probably a metaphor for the tightness of the race in the state.
All right, Stuart, we'll be getting back to you. Stuart Rothenberg at the CNN Election Analysis Center. Candy Crowley is in Boston, monitoring what's happening with the Kerry campaign. What is happening there, Candy?
We are told by the Kerry campaign that John Edwards is going to show up here at Copley Square to address the crowd, at least the crowd that remains. You know, 2 signals here. One, you can't expect to see the Kerry campaign claim either victory or defeat tonight, because they're sending out the number 2. It's really interesting because in the past couple of weeks, Wolf, they have told us that in fact the Kerry campaign would, if the Florida-like event started, would go out there and fight it very hard. And they had learned a lesson from 2000 when they think that Al Gore was too timid to kind of look like a winner. The problem, of course, with the scenario here of John Kerry coming out and looking like a winner in the way that George Bush did during the Florida recount is that, of course, there already is a sitting president. At the time, neither Al Gore nor George Bush were sitting in the Oval Office. So this is a very difficult situation. Another one of those unprecedented elections, who'd have thought we'd have 2 in a row, in which they're just going to have to feel their way through this. And for now, the process is John Edwards is going to come out and address the crowd.
And there's absolutely no indication whatsoever, Candy, that these Democrats that John Kerry is getting ready to concede anytime soon.
No. That's why they're sending out John Edwards. They have no intention of doing that.
Candy Crowley in Boston, and we'll, of course, listen to John Edwards once he shows up where you are. This is shaping up, Jeff Greenfield, as quite a cliffhanger, I would say, at this point.
Yeah. I'm going to just put this on the table and then let all you people tell me I'm crazy. Unlike 2000, when Al Gore could go to Florida, in this fight because the margin is 500 or 1,000 votes, and I won the national popular vote by 500,000. The Kerry campaign has to say, well, these are the rules. We're 120,000 votes in the count behind in Ohio. We are going to be close to 3.5 to 4 million votes behind in the country. But we're going to go and make a lawyer-like fight in Ohio to get these votes. Do they have every right to do it? Absolutely. Are these the rules by which we play the presidency? Yes. All I'm saying is that the moral force behind an argument like this, as opposed to Gore's argument, it's just tougher.
It's the spread right now. Look at the spread in the national. This is Ohio right now. The spread looks like it's grown a little bit with 97% of the vote. Yeah, it looks like wider as opposed to what the Democrats hoped for would get narrower.
All the money's been spent in the closest. You would do the same if you were the other side, right?
If you'd spent 2 years of your life and hundreds of millions of dollars fighting for the presidency in this intense thing, and you had a chance to win it, of course you would. I am making an argument about the difficulty of convincing the public that you are fighting the good fight. Their partisans will buy it. Look, it's the same thing that the Bush people did when they lost the popular vote. They've got every right to do it. All I'm saying is it's a tough road
So much of what's going to happen tonight and tomorrow, Carlos, is going to be posturing by both the Democrats and the Republicans. Smart for John Edwards to be coming out shortly in Boston to make a speech.
They do. I mean, it goes back to the conversation Larry started a little while ago, the public relations game and the need to say something, to not allow it to be a vacuum. Now, I think what's interesting on the Republican side is who do you put forward? It's unlikely that you would have Vice President Cheney step forward. Wouldn't be surprised to see Jim Baker, but might really expect perhaps to either see Mark Roscoe, the campaign chairman, or maybe Karen Hughes, who we saw tonight. Those are 2 faces that Jeff might think may be able to make the argument, I think, a little bit better.
And what does Senator Edwards say?
The man made $30 million as a trial lawyer.
What does he
I'm going to
say?
wait to hear what he has to say.
What would you guess he'll say?
I think it's a bit along the lines that Carl said. Look, we don't know who won Ohio. And there are hundreds of thousands of provisional ballots out there. They could make the difference. The argument will probably be, and this will sound very familiar to all of us, we need to count every vote.
every vote counts.
Yeah.
And we're going to make sure that every vote counts. That's what presumably he will say once he emerges. We'll take that live. We'll stand by
and I
for
assume
that.
they're going to assume this takes place in an environment where once we find out what happened in Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, and Michigan, Ohio would make the difference for Kerry.
Right, because as you pointed out before, there still, I think, is the mathematical opportunity that the president could win without Ohio.
Just thought it. There'll be people who went to bed knowing another network called it, and then wake up in the morning like a lot of us did, and then learn that it ain't over.
Two other networks projected Ohio going to the president, and that would bring the number up to 269 with the new House of Representatives. It would go to the House of Representatives. Presumably that would be a win for George W. Bush, but to our viewers in the United States and around the world, we are saying that based on all the information that we have at CNN, it's too close to call. That's the green color that we've put up there, too close to call in Ohio for us to project the winner, and as a result, we're not going to project a winner. Carlos?
You know, if Iowa does work out in the president's favor, a big win, again, that was another one of those Dukakis states that Michael Dukakis won among the few states, and one of the people who will certainly get credit for it is Chuck Grassley, the Republican senator, who, while he was running for re-election, spent a lot of his time and, frankly, a lot of his money and even his ads touting the president. So we've still got a ways to go, but if Iowa ultimately works out, it will be a meaningful shift in the geography.
While we're standing by to hear from John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, let's bring back David Gergen. He's joining us once again. David, this has been like a roller coaster that's been going back and forward, up and down, an emotional seesaw, I would suspect, all day for both of these candidates.
It has indeed. And let me, if I might respond to Jeff Greenfield's point, he has an enormously important and a persuasive argument that with the president so far ahead in the popular vote, it'll be very difficult for John Kerry to sustain any kind of long-term challenge. But I would suggest, if you look at the states outside Ohio, it looks very unlikely that George Bush can win without Ohio, and John Kerry clearly cannot win without Ohio. So it really does come down in the end that both candidates need Ohio. And it does seem to me that Kerry has two things he could rely on to make the argument to continue to counting in Ohio. One is that the Secretary of State of Ohio, a Republican, Ken Blackwell, has just told the nation, everybody should take a deep breath. We have a law, we'll count in 11 days, and it'll be settled. So instead of having a Katherine Harris there, he has a Ken Blackwell, which makes, he's got a more reliable foundation for making his argument. The other thing he can argue is, I do not intend to take this to the courts. What I will do is abide by the decision of the Ohio Secretary of State in 11 days, and I promise to you, I pledge to the country, this will be over in 2 weeks. I will not pursue it beyond that, so I do not want to put the country through the ordeal of last time. I think if he were to do that, and to say and to use Ken Blackwell, the Republican Secretary of State, to a Republican Governor Bob Taft, I think the country would say that's fair. That's fair, even though George W. Bush has won the popular vote. That's fair, but we don't want to go through a long agony of the kind we went through last time. If it's 11 days, fair enough.
The country has waited a long time. I suppose the Democrats will say, you know what, the country can wait a few more days if necessary to make sure that every ballot is counted, everyone is satisfied. But I agree with you, David. What we heard from Ken Blackwell when he was interviewed here on CNN just a little while ago was impressive. Let's go to Boston right now. You see John Edwards walking over to the podium. He's going to speak. And we're going to listen to what he has to say. There are still plenty of supporters of John Kerry at Copley Plaza in Boston.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long night, but we've waited 4 years for this victory. We can wait one more night. Tonight, John and I are so proud of all of you who are here with us and all of you across the country who have stood with us in this campaign. John Kerry and I made a promise to the American people that in this election, every vote would count and every vote would be counted. Tonight, we are keeping our word, and we will fight for every vote. You deserve no less. Thank you. Thank you.
There he is, John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential nominee, making it clear to the entire nation, to the entire world, that the Democratic team is not ready to concede by any means. They're going to challenge, they're going to fight, and they're going to see what they can do. We will fight, he said, Jeff Greenfield. I think we predicted basically pretty accurately what he would say.
I think among us, and it's too late in the evening for me to remember who, speech word for word. Count, make every vote. Oh, well, modesty forbids. But that's the line, and that's your point. That, you know, that, okay, we are here to count every vote. That's how the system works.
We've got another projection to make, and I'm going to walk up to our projection screen at this moment. And what time is it? It's 2:30 on the East Coast, 2:30 a.m. CNN is projecting that Michigan and 17 electoral votes will go to John Kerry. Michigan will go to John Kerry. Michigan went to Al Gore 4 years ago. It stays in the Democratic column. Look how close this race is right now. Bush with 249 electoral votes we've projected. Kerry with 228. Michigan, the last blue state that we've been able to project. Michigan going for John Kerry. This green state is too close to call. Ohio, we have not been able to project Ohio. It's too close to call. But Michigan, I guess the Democrats were expecting that, but they could breathe a little bit easier.
So, Wolf, for Bush to win tonight, for the president to win tonight, he has to win. Iowa's not going to come in tonight, and Ohio's not going to come in tonight. So he's got to win Minnesota, Nevada, New Mexico, and Wisconsin.
He's got to run the table.
He's got to run
almost.
3 of those 4.
Yeah.
3 of the 4.
Almost.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, and one other state would do it, but there's no sign he's going to win either one of those.
Yeah, right.
And as we've been looking at these vote totals, this is not a prediction or a projection, but Kerry is ahead in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and Bush is marginally ahead in Iowa, which we're not counting. It means that tonight, unlikely that he can wrap this up without Ohio. So here we are.
Do you think the president speaks tomorrow morning?
I think he has to wait till the Kerry campaign plays its cards. I'm trying to remember.
I think he's got to weigh in sometime by midday.
Or somebody does. Back in '60, Nixon gave a kind of sort of concession. Yeah, he didn't exactly concede. He said if the present trend continues, Senator Kennedy will be elected. But he was holding back some cards, and Kennedy got up and gave a sort of victory statement.
But the president could say, "I'm pleased with what happened. I had trust and faith in the American people." And I like what I see.
But John Edwards was very precise, and every word that he uttered was very carefully thought through. If it takes another day or 2 or 3, in this particular case of Ohio, though, Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State, told us they can't even start counting those provisional ballots for 11 days. But we have another projection that we're going to make right now. CNN can now project that John Kerry will carry Minnesota at its 10 electoral votes. A big win in Minnesota. This is a state that's been very close. It was carried by the Democrats 4 years ago. It stays in the Democratic column. And let's update our viewers right now on the race for the White House. Minnesota going for Kerry. Bush with 249. Kerry with 238. 270 needed to win. Minnesota, a blue state, and remember this green state is Ohio. We're still waiting to see Wisconsin. We're still waiting to see Iowa, but we're not going to see Iowa anytime soon, at least not till tomorrow. The Secretary of State saying they've got some malfunctions in the machinery. There's fatigue, and we'll see what happens. We've got potentially still a long night to go here, guys. But Minnesota and Michigan, both states that the Republicans wanted badly, but the Democrats, according to our projection, are going to be able to keep.
Do we have a long night if 2 of the remaining 4 or 5 states come in for Kerry and 2 come in from Bush? The night is over.
No.
Well, you're not going to get Ohio and Iowa.
If Wisconsin stays the way it is and goes for Kerry, you're now at 249, 248.
Right.
And putting Ohio aside.
And Iowa aside.
Nobody gets it.
That's what I said. You said I said the
We
night's
have another projection to make right now, and CNN can now project another state carried by John Kerry, Hawaii, and its 4 electoral votes. A state in the United States visited only last Sunday in a desperate bid to see if they could grab that state from the Democrats. Hawaii, a state that went to Al Gore 4 years ago, remaining in the Democratic column. Hawaii goes to John Kerry, according to our CNN projection. We're getting a lot of projections in the last few minutes. 3 states all going for John Kerry: Minnesota, Hawaii, and what was the third state already? Michigan, which
4 left.
Yeah, that's right. Not that many states left to go. And if we take a look at the race for the White House, with Hawaii now blue, Bush at 249, Kerry at 242. Remember, 270, we always remind our viewers, needed for this race.
So no one can win tonight. Only 3 states left, and that's Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Nevada. And they can't total enough to give anyone a win.
But here's an interesting, but here's an interesting piece of the public relations psychological game. Does everyone go to sleep tonight with John Kerry far behind in the popular vote, but ahead in the electoral vote?
He could be.
I mean, that's possible, right?
Depends on which network they watch. If they watched us, yes.
But think about the public relations conflict. You talked before about the perception, about the moral weight. There is a chance that Americans wake up to headlines that says John Kerry ahead in the electoral vote, far behind or meaningfully behind in the popular
2 million,
vote.
let's say.
Yeah.
But that is a pretty convincing lead in Ohio, isn't it?
Can we go up to the map for a second?
Sure.
It's late at night.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff, we can do whatever we want.
Let's just without, we don't have
At
the
this
gizmo.
point, you could
If you
dance.
got that, but we could do it on this one. Assume for a minute that Wisconsin goes for Kerry. That's 252 electoral votes. We'll leave Iowa out of the picture.
Got it.
Nevada and New Mexico could easily flip in both states, but let's assume that they do. So that's 257 to 256, with Iowa outstanding and Ohio with a 120,000 vote Bush lead, but provisional ballots, and Bush with a 4 million vote thing. Okay, maybe we can actually do this, and so it'll be a little clearer. Let's, you ready, Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what we call Jeff's electoral worksheet.
Yes, this shows you I have no life. I even do this when there's not a presidential election. Let's give Wisconsin to Kerry. Turn that state blue, if we can, please. Any minute. And now we have 252 votes for Kerry. Now, even though these 2 states may flip, let's just keep them the way they were in 2000. Let's make New Mexico blue with 5 electoral votes, which will bring Kerry up to 257. Let's keep Nevada blue, red, and that would give Bush 256. 254? That's right. So it's basically even with Iowa and Ohio outstanding. Now, Carlos's point, fellas in the control room, bear with me. Take Nevada and turn it blue, which is entirely possible. And Carlos, your point survives. So we go to sleep at night this way. Kerry with 262 votes, Bush with 249, Iowa uncalled but Bush leading, Ohio uncalled but Bush with a 100,000 vote lead, and Bush with a 4 million vote popular plurality.
And lawyers swarming over the Midwest instead of the South this time, and a public relations battle that starts with John Edwards and won't end for a couple weeks, maybe.
And the popular vote, meaningless.
Right.
Except for a public relations standpoint. Meaningless for who's
What
president.
strikes me as another campaign to begin the abolition of the Electoral College, this time by the Republicans.
Agreed. Yeah, they've been in favor of it. They may switch.
We're told, by the way, that the President of the United States is still in the residence in the White House watching all of this on television. I can only assume that John Kerry is watching all of this. No one is going to sleep. We're not going to sleep. Certainly they're not going to be going to sleep anytime soon, although at some point, presumably, they'll want to get a good night's sleep.
What are we now waiting for?
We're waiting to get more information on these states.
Wisconsin, New Mexico, Nevada.
That's right.
Those southwestern states.
Those states would be very important. And remember, that for people looking at Jeff's electoral worksheet, those are only projections. They're not even projections. That's only Jeff Greenfield playing around with numbers.
How about what ifs? That's a good name for that.
That's a what if.
How about it could happen?
All right, well, let's take a look at the popular vote right now, and I'll go over here and show our viewers. With 89% of the precincts around the United States now officially reporting, the president remaining at 51%, Kerry at 48%, Nader with 1%. Take a look at the spread. It's a little bit more than 3 million votes. It's a moral advantage, but in practical terms of politics, as important as the popular vote is, this electoral vote is the critical vote.
First, Nader is now under half of 1%, if I do my math right. This is a 3.8 million vote margin. And every time I listen to academics, I realize I shouldn't, because I was told for 10 years, if you get a margin any more than 1% in the popular vote, it is impossible not to have a clear electoral victory. Guess what?
Does that mean we shouldn't be listening to academics anymore?
Can we say in the American system, the popular vote is moot?
More and more so. That's what I mean, because when you get a spread this big and you don't have a conclusive electoral vote margin, first of all, it shows you how different the country is. Different states vote differently.
Jeff, sit down for a second, because I want to bring in our Jeffrey Toobin. Where is Jeffrey Toobin? He's at the CNN Election Analysis Center. There you are, Jeff. You're a lawyer. And it's not a derogatory term by any means, recovering lawyer, if you will, as we've said before. It looks like the lawyers are about to get deeply involved in this election.
That's right, Wolf. And I think, you know, the other states are interesting. But what really matters, especially to Kerry, is Ohio. If Kerry does not win Ohio, he loses the election, period. So what the Kerry lawyers are thinking about tonight is one thing and one thing only, which is how to find about 120,000 more votes in Ohio. And the way they're planning on doing it is to count on those provisional ballots. And I'm here with two very distinguished lawyers, Lawrence Tribe, who is a university professor at Harvard, and also represented Al Gore in the Supreme Court during Bush v. Gore last year. Also Boyden Gray, who was the White House counsel to the first President Bush, who are thinking over how Kerry or Bush is going to figure out how to win Ohio. How is John Kerry going to win Ohio?
Well, I'll tell you not so much about John Kerry's strategy, but about a simple legal proposition, you know, and that is that it's not a matter of looking for new votes or recounting votes. These provisional ballots are just human beings who have gone to the poll and who have been told that for some reason their ballots are not going to be counted at the moment. And under the law as it now exists, and no one doubts this, Congress passed a statute called the Help Americans Vote Act. They are entitled, absolutely entitled, to have those ballots impounded and counted in the end, unless it turns out that they were improperly voting. So we're not talking about sort of protracting something by ginning up some kind of complicated contest. We're not even talking yet about any going to court. We're just talking about something very simple, and it's the Republican Secretary of State of the state of Ohio who's made the point eloquently, and that is there are votes to be counted.
Professor Tribe and our other guest, Jeff Toobin, C. Boyden Gray. I want to interrupt for a minute. We'll come back to you. Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor of California, is speaking. I want to listen and let our viewers listen to Arnold Schwarzenegger for a minute or so. Let's listen in.
And it is still a little early to tell, but it looks like we defeated Proposition 66. Which was to stop the assault on the three-strike law and to make sure that our criminals are off the streets and behind bars where they belong. And we defeated Proposition 68 and 70, a huge defeat for gambling special interests, and a huge victory for California communities and California taxpayers.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor of California, speaking about California ballot initiatives. We'll continue to monitor what he's saying, but let's bring back Jeffrey Toobin and his two guests, C. Boyden Gray, Lawrence Tribe. And I'm sorry for interrupting. Professor Tribe, go ahead. Finish your thought on why this provisional ballot count, it's not a recount, it's a count, why you see it as all that important.
Well, it's a matter of basic right, and among the provisional ballots that were cast in Ohio in 2000, when Congress had not yet passed this law, I think some 90% ended up being counted as lawfully cast ballots. So in the end, it's not very easy to say how the outcome will be. The arithmetic is not very favorable for John Kerry, but these votes are not his to dispose of. These voters had a right to vote, and until it becomes clear that their votes are moot, those votes have a right to be counted.
Boyden?
Yeah, I can't quarrel with that, except for this proposition. We don't know all the facts at the moment, but it appears as though the president will have 125,000 minimum vote lead in Iowa and Ohio after the voting is stopped in the state. That means for 175,000 provisionals, maybe 150,000 are good. The challenger, Senator Kerry, has to win in order to make up the difference. 125 out of those 150, that's 5 out of every 6. That strikes me as being extremely implausible. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be counted, but what I think is going to happen if we go down this road is they're going to have to start scrambling for votes elsewhere in the state. We're going to see lots of other challenges trying to cobble up a few votes here, cobble up a few votes there, and we could be in for a lot more than simply 10 days.
And let me throw another wrinkle in here. Under Ohio law, each of the 88 counties in Ohio counts its provisional ballot separately. But there's the question left undefined in the law: what standard do they use? How do you decide what's a legitimate provisional ballot and what's not? And do all 88 counties have to use the same standard? Because isn't that what the Supreme Court said in Bush v. Gore?
Well, the Supreme Court said that in a recount situation, which it was careful to limit to a recount situation, under the supervision of one single authority, there has to be a uniform standard. It's not clear whether that applies in a circumstance where the decentralized decisions of the separate parts of the state from the get-go are left to their own devices the way Congress left them in the Help America Vote Act. I suppose if anyone is going to challenge the lack of uniformity here and take it to court, it would probably have to be the President of the United States. Because if in the end, despite the uphill arithmetic, if in the end it is counting these provisional ballots that puts John Kerry over the top, the objection to the way they were counted, perhaps not uniformly, would presumably be that of the President. At the same time, the Secretary of State might decide that they can be counted uniformly within the statutes of the state of Ohio, and I haven't taken a look this evening at whether the statutes give the Secretary that discretion. And rather than scrounging for votes around the state, I'm told that as of now there was a federal injunction that required that people who stood out in the rain for 5 hours and learned that there were no machines there be allowed to vote on paper ballots, and I'm told that they weren't. And it's not clear what the shakeout will be when we look at the total tally in the state of Ohio.
So, Boyden, one standard for all 88 counties?
I don't think, frankly, it really matters. I don't think that's I think it's going to even out. I think the bigger question is, are we down a slippery slope here where the mobilization of these lawyers like World War I, it's tantamount to a declaration of a war, because I do not see that Senator Kerry can get. I have no problem counting.
Gordon, you may not need lawyers. I mean, you know, it doesn't take a lawyer to count a provisional ballot.
Let's hope not.
I'm not on one of those jets going down there, and so far as I know, it is the Secretary of State of Ohio, a Republican, who says he plans to do what the law requires and count the ballots. I don't think it would take lawyers to tell him not to.
Well, I certainly think that it's that no one can say that Senator Kerry does not have the right to have those votes counted.
And that those voters don't have the right.
Those voters don't have. And right. No network, for example, has the right to declare the election over. I just worry that we're going to not stop there, that we'll see a lot more unfold as a result.
It's possible.
Wolf, as you can see, we have some agreement here, but lawyers have a way, as matters get more complicated and get more contentious, the agreements tend to evaporate.
Jeffrey Toobin, we're going to continue talking to you. C. Boyden Gray, Lawrence Tribe as well. Thanks to both of you. Good explanation of what's going on. CNN's Ed Henry is joining us once again. He's getting some more information from his monitoring base in Washington, D.C. What are you hearing, Ed?
Good evening, Wolf. That's right. Now, a lot of huddling going on, obviously, with Senator Kerry. Other top Democratic Party officials, we understand Senator Edward Kennedy and his wife, they've been in the Boston town home of Senator Kerry trying to figure out how far they want to push Ohio, other states, what exactly the strategy is going to be for Senator Kerry moving forward. And I can tell you that some Democratic strategists are now privately saying there's a little bit of a debate developing within the Democratic Party about how hard to push Ohio over these provisional ballots. Obviously, some talk among Kerry people that these provisional ballots could break their way in a major way, but other Democrats are now privately saying that the provisional ballots may be just as likely to be split between Republicans and Democrats, and it might not be wise to push this too hard because they might not all break the Kerry way and might not make the difference to bring Ohio into his column. So there's a little bit of a debate developing here. Democratic strategists telling us that it's not clear-cut about how far, in fact, Democrats are going to push Ohio on this provisional ballot question as to whether or not they will, in fact, break Kerry's way. And, in fact, Dana Bash, CNN's White House correspondent, reporting that a senior Bush aide is also pointing out privately that, in fact, these provisional ballots could be just as likely to go Republican as Democrats. So it's not clear yet that they are clearly Kerry votes.
And if they also have to count, as the Secretary of State of Ohio, Ken Blackwell, told us, the military ballots that are still out there as well. Almost all of the polls that we've done of U.S. military personnel, active duty and reserve, shows a disproportionate majority going for the Republican side as opposed to the Democratic side. That's, I'm sure, an issue that the Democrats are going to have to factor in as well. But you did hear John Edwards and say flatly, if it takes another day or so, they're going to wait. They owe it to their Democratic constituents to make sure that every vote is counted.
That's right.
And you heard him make that case. So if there's a debate underway among Democrats, John Edwards certainly wasn't reflecting that debate.
That's right. Well, he's walking a fine line there because there's a lot of pressure within the party, as you remember. Some Democrats feel that Al Gore did not push hard enough in 2000. Clearly, the Kerry camp wants to send a signal tonight that they're ready to fight. They're not going to fold their tent. They're not going to give in. Some Democrats feel that Al Gore did not fight hard enough. Joe Lieberman did not fight hard enough in 2000. Obviously, Gore and Lieberman would say that they fought as hard as they could. But obviously, the Kerry-Edwards camp wants to make sure and send a signal to the Democratic base that they're not folding their tent just yet. But there is a debate developing about how far they should push this.
And you reported a little while ago that a plane was standing by in Boston from Theo Epstein, the general manager of the Boston Red Sox, to start bringing attorneys from Boston to presumably Columbus, Ohio, maybe Des Moines, Iowa. What are you hearing beyond what you've already reported?
Well, one little piece of information that has just come in is the fact that George Mitchell, the former Democratic Senate Majority Leader, has a small piece of the Boston Red Sox. Some people in Boston saying that behind the scenes, former Senator Mitchell has been talking to John Henry, the principal owner of the Boston Red Sox, about getting active in the Kerry campaign, trying to help out. Just another layer there of some of the Democrats mobilizing to try to help Kerry. Wolf.
Ed Henry, thanks very much. We'll continue to check in with you, check in with all of our reporters. Much more coverage coming up from CNN election headquarters at the NASDAQ market site here in Times Square, New York. Stay with us. approaching 3 a.m. on the East Coast. We still don't know who the next president of the United States is going to be. We're live from Times Square. Let's update our viewers on what we know. These are the states that we have not been able to project winners in yet. Not many left, but they are New Mexico. New Mexico with 96% of the precincts reporting Bush with a slight lead, 52 to 47%. We're watching New Mexico. Wisconsin with 91% of the precincts reporting Kerry with a slight lead, 50% to 49%, 1% for Ralph Nader. We've projected that Ohio is simply too close to call, even though Bush is ahead, 51 to 49%, with 98% of the precincts reporting a difference of about 130,000 votes in favor of Bush right now. But the provisional ballots, the Democrats say, have to be counted, and the Secretary of State of Ohio says they won't even start counting those provisional ballots for 11 days. Iowa, with 98% of the precincts reporting a slight lead for President Bush, 50%, 49%, but only about a 10,000 votes spread. The Secretary of State of Iowa saying they're going to hold off on declaring any certification who won there. They've had some malfunctions of the voting machines, and there's fatigue among the election workers. We won't know about Iowa until tomorrow. Nevada, with 82% of the precincts reporting a slight lead for President Bush as well, 50% to 48%. By our count, based on our projections right now, Bush has 249 electoral votes. Kerry has 242 electoral votes. The blue states for Kerry, the red states for Bush, those white states, we have not been able to project winners yet. The green state, Ohio, it's simply too close to call by our projection, 270 needed. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, John King. He's over at the White House watching all of this together with us. What's the latest from there, John?
Well, Wolf, the ghost and the memories of 4 years ago dictating the White House strategy tonight. The president is in the residence, way past his bedtime, a man who likes to go to bed around 10 o'clock at night with his senior staff. They still say that their plan, they have not locked this in yet, is for the president to go to the Ronald Reagan building and address supporters tonight. Their problem now is the question of just what to say. They are waiting now, we are told, for Nevada and New Mexico. They believe they will win those states. As you just noted, they are ahead in the vote count, but narrowly right now. They want to see those results come in, but they now understand the Democrats have said this campaign will not end tonight. So the debate is, do you go and declare victory, or do you, as most senior Bush advisors are telling us tonight, go over and say it looks good, it looks great, we think we're on the path to victory, but we need to wait this out as the rest of the votes have counted. Obviously, it's a very difficult situation to be in. Some say go declare victory, that the Democratic math in Ohio is wrong, but others say if you are a president who won a contested election last time, you believe you're going to win this time and with a majority, and that is a big deal at this White House. They believe the president will win the popular vote and be over 50%. You want to unite the country. You do not want to antagonize Democrats, so give an upbeat, optimistic speech to your supporters and tell them they need to hang in there for a day or two.
So, John, just to speak in journalistic language, there's no full lid at the White House by any means, meaning that they've told the reporters the president is going to sleep, go home, get out of here, because there's not going to be any more news coming out of the White House.
No, they have not. And both the president and the vice president are here. They are looking at the results. They're talking to key supporters still around the country, and they are debating now exactly what the president should say if he speaks tonight. And we're still told and led to believe that that is their inclination. Obviously, they could have the vice president say something if they wanted to. As a short time ago, though, I was told the plan is still for the president, perhaps with the vice president with him, to go to the Reagan building. But they're in a difficult dilemma, both politically tonight, and if you believe they have won the election, and they believe they will win the election, they have to govern this country come January 20th. So you want to rally your supporters and you want to thank them, but you do not want to do anything to further antagonize the Democrats.
And if the president is leaving the White House, John, we will get word. They'll activate the travel pool. They will in turn notify all members, all the news organizations, that the president is leaving. So we'll get that official word from the White House at some point if the presidential motorcade is going to leave the White House, drive a few blocks over to the Reagan building.
It is a short walk to the Reagan building, but the president, of course, doesn't walk, Wolf. We will know when the president is leaving. They will give us a heads up, and even if they didn't, it's a very long motorcade these days.
John King is not leaving the north lawn of the White House, at least anytime soon. John, thanks very much. Let's walk over to speak with Jeff Greenfield, Carlos Watson, and Larry King. First to you, Jeff. What do you make of it?
I want to broaden the focus a little and realize what an extraordinary event this is, that a president of the United States who never hit much over the 50% in job approval ratings, who lost the debates by every calculation, and who it was widely assumed would go down to defeat if there was a massive turnout, increase in turnout, has now at the position where he's on the cusp of winning a second term with a substantial popular vote plurality, one that exceeds a majority. And it tells you, if you listen to James Carville, one of the best Democratic strategists, it tells you that there is perhaps an endemic weakness in the Democratic Party as it tries to win the presidency in this country, and that when the dust settles in this one, whatever happens, the Democrats are going to have to take a serious look inward at what it is about that party that prevents, except under extraordinary circumstances, the party from reaching out and getting a plurality of Americans to vote for them for president.
Maybe it needs a Clinton type.
Well, that'll be one of several, right? People will say message, people will say messenger, people will say campaign, that any of those three. People will also say context. They may say, frankly, that in the midst of a wartime commander is not turned out. There'll be a lot of conversation. One other thing I wanted to add is that you just heard John King say the president's waiting to hear about those two key states. There might be a great, very powerful headline for the president tomorrow, which is the president goes to bed ahead by 4 million votes, popular votes, and ahead in the Electoral College, and is simply waiting to hear on Iowa and Ohio. And then I think the Democrat position becomes even harder. You talked about the popular vote being one thing that kind of weighs against them. I think if both the popular vote and tonight the electoral vote, even if it's a tentative tally, I think that'd be a tough position to be in.
I think the president also is smart enough to take the high road here and say, let's count Ohio, let's count Iowa. I want a fair count. If there are provisional ballots, people who voted, they're Americans, have every right to vote. Let's see who wins.
We heard that from Ken Blackwell, who was a Republican Secretary of State who wants to run for governor of Ohio in 2006. Boyden Gray, who was one of the legal foot soldiers in the Bush
also
campaign.
said it's correct.
And clearly the tone they're taking is, okay, let's see what happens. But generally, when you make that argument, you have a lot of confidence that your side's
Well, you should have your 140,000 votes ahead. But don't you think that's wiser than saying, we won it and you should declare it now?
I think back in 2000, it was much more of a street fight. The Bush campaign won in Florida, you know, more determined to win than the Gore campaign, just saying, we're going to take this one. I think that you're absolutely right. They're striking a tone of magnanimity. They're striking a tone of presidentiality.
Be above the fray.
Here's another point. The 2002 law requiring provisional ballots in every state, all 50 states plus the District of Columbia, there could be provisional ballots that have to be counted in some of these other states beyond Ohio. If the race is very, very close there, they may want to count those ballots as well. There could be challenges, perhaps even from the Republican side.
Is the Secretary of State of these states required to count? Well, a provisional voter is a voter who was challenged, right?
Someone who shows up and says, I want to vote, and they say, well, you know, there's a question about your residency. There's a question whether you live in this district. There's a question about, you know, who you are. And you know what? Go ahead and vote right now. Here's your provisional ballot. We'll count it later. 11 days in Ohio after November 2nd.
Then what they do is then they take each ballot by ballot and investigate that person, and then determine whether John Jones has the right to vote or not. Then they discard it. And then count it.
Right.
That's why it takes 11 days.
Well, they don't even start counting them for 11 days.
Because they got to first allow.
It could take 11 days to count them after 11 days of waiting to count them.
Although, you know what's interesting? I wouldn't be surprised that things move quickly. In other words, depending on how we end the night and depending on what the headline the news is, where Democrats are today may be very different than where they are 24 hours from now if all the precincts are counted except for provisional ballots, and now that's 200,000. They may be in a very different place. I also wouldn't be surprised if Ken Blackwell, under quote-unquote bipartisan pressure, says, well, let's find a way to expedite this. Let's not wait 11 days before we can.
Well, the law says they can't do it. He said that specifically. Yeah. They have to wait 11 days before they could even start counting those ballots.
10 days first, right?
11 days, he kept saying.
That margin in Ohio has gone from 100,000 roughly to 140,000 just in the last several percent. And that, I think, is the point. It gets to the point that Judy Woodruff was reminding us that there's a feeling out there that these provisional ballots are not a silver bullet that are 90% Kerry votes.
But they deserve to be counted.
Sure.
And remember what one Kerry official told our Jeff Toobin maybe an hour or so ago, before 98% of the precincts had been reporting, that when 100% of the precincts were reporting, he thought, this Kerry official, it would be down to 50,000, which might be within the margin of victory for them. And now if it's gone up to 140,000, that's a lot different than 50,000.
Now explain something to me. I'm new at this question thing in this circumstance. Of course, I've been here 8 hours.
You're not the only one.
No, and the question is, what's holding up Nevada, New Mexico, and Wisconsin? Because we have Hawaii already. We have Alaska already.
I'm going to walk over, and Jeff, come on over with me, and we'll talk about these specific numbers.
What's holding up? Those are the only 3 states now that matter.
Larry, as usual, makes a good point, and these are the states that we're still waiting for.
There they are.
Here they are. Here's big ones. Come over here.
No, Iowa don't matter.
Let's start over here with New Mexico, Jeff, and then we'll walk down wall to wall and check out these states. These are the states that we don't have enough information yet to project, and we'll begin, Jeff, with New Mexico.
All right, this is the state with the widest margin. You got a 5 percentage point margin. This is, I want to remind people again, this is a Democratic state from 2000. It's a 30,000 vote lead for President Bush with 96% of the vote in. You raise a very good question. This looks like a state that it's not, unless there are lots of provisional ballots in New Mexico, this is a state that ought to fall, be a pickup. But Nevada is much closer, right? That could legitimately be too close to call. There's plenty of votes out. This is understandable why nobody's called this one.
And we still have waiting for provisional ballots, potentially in Nevada as well. Look at how close it is in Wisconsin.
And here we go again. 5,000 vote plurality for Al Gore in 2000. I think it was 5,066 votes, 0.2%. Here we are again. The spread is 1%, if that. It's 21,000 votes with Nader not really a factor. Too close to call.
And Iowa don't matter now because they got to wait.
It matters, but we'll have to wait till tomorrow. They're tired. They had to take a break
so the only
before they could
count
for counting.
So Wisconsin, Nevada, and New Mexico count, but none of those 3 can put anyone over the top.
Not yet. Ohio is still going to be critical for this
So if all
election.
3 went for Bush, he still wouldn't win.
But he'd have a little bit, as Carlos keeps pointing out, a little bit more moral authority to say, you know what, it's almost all over.
You know, we still may end up talking more about Ralph Nader before this whole thing's done, depending on how this works out. Now, it's unlikely, but if you look over there at Iowa, right now there's an 11,000 vote lead, but Nader's about half of that, about 5,000. And again, but remember what happened to the absentee ballots last time, right? Bush was ahead. Once you put in the absentee ballots, Gore ended up winning that state. So, and over there, you know, Wisconsin, the reality is right now, in order for John Kerry to win, let me make sure I get this right, he probably is going to need to come through in Wisconsin and Iowa.
Wisconsin and Ohio.
And Ohio. Yeah. And look how close Wisconsin is. Yeah. And if for some crazy reason he ends up winning Ohio, and right now it seems unlikely given the margin, we may focus on Wisconsin. We may focus on those 15,000 votes that Ralph Nader has. We may take a look at provisional
ballots in Wisconsin as well. The Republicans may want to look at those provisional ballots.
Is the only state that changed from 4 years ago New Hampshire?
So far.
One state.
Yeah.
Although New Mexico's looking like it.
Yeah. Stuart Rothenberg is at the CNN Election Analysis Center. You're looking at Nevada specifically. Tell our viewers what you're seeing.
Well, Wolf, I think what we're seeing is a state that is not yet decided. We cannot project it, obviously, but I think the trends are pretty clear, and I want to walk you through it. We've been looking at these numbers, and let's look at the telestrator here. There are 3 counties that have been out. One is just coming in. But the big one that's out is Clark County. That's Las Vegas and the suburbs. Humboldt was clear. It just came in colored deep red as a strong Bush County. It's just a few thousand votes. George Bush won it by 2,500 4 years ago. And Washoe County is not in completely. It's a narrow Bush lead. He won it 4 years ago. And what we're seeing is, when I sat down, the president was ahead by about 16,000 votes. 84% of Clark County was in, I believe. So, since it's a Democratic battleground, they're going to have to get 16,000 votes, maybe more, out of Clark County. The city of Las Vegas is very Democratic. The suburbs are much more mixed. Is it possible? Sure, mathematically it is possible, but it's going to be very difficult given the margin that John Kerry has been carrying the county by to try to get another 16,000 on top of the 25,000 vote majority he had with over 80% in the remaining 15 to 20%. He's got to get a 16,000 vote majority. It's awfully difficult. So when you look at the state, what's in, what's not in yet, you have to say it's much, much tougher for John Kerry to get a majority in Nevada than it is for George W. Bush.
The whole key, Stuart, is Ohio, right? I mean, Nevada technically don't matter how it goes or how New Mexico goes.
No, you're right. I think it's certainly the election is coming down to Ohio. Many of us thought it would come down to Ohio. If you look at where the vote has been slow to come in, the final couple of counties, Cuyahoga, the big Democratic area, is in. The final area to come in very slowly has basically been Hamilton County in the southwestern part of the state, Cincinnati and suburbs, a generally Republican area. And as it's been coming in, the Bush percentage has been going up. The Bush margin has been increasing. You know, I wouldn't say the writing is on the wall, but it's going to take a whole bunch of lawyers to erase the writing, I suspect.
Well, is it lawyers or just the Secretary of State counting the ballots?
Well, until everything's in, provisional's in, until we get every single vote, obviously CNN has decided not to project.
And we should want every vote counted, shouldn't we?
Of course, absolutely.
Who would not want
it's
that?
just from a point of view of the mathematics. It's harder to see, again, harder to see Senator Kerry winning.
I wouldn't bet on him.
All right, Stuart Rothenberg, thanks very much. Thanks. Ohio, too close to call. By our projection, 98% of the vote in, about almost 140,000 difference, 51% for Bush, 49% for Kerry. David Gergen, the pressures on John Kerry and George W. Bush right now are enormous on both sides, although I suspect you'd rather be George W. Bush right now than John Kerry. But talk about the pressures on these two candidates.
Well, each man is very much in the spotlight, and people now are making judgments about their leadership. I frankly was surprised to see John Kerry send John Edwards out to make his statement tonight. It seems to me that's the position that you want to do as the leader of the ticket, not leave it to your number two. And I can't imagine George W. Bush sending Dick Cheney over to the Reagan building to make his statement for him. He's going to go over himself and take his vice president with him. But I think there's a larger point here. Well, when we get beyond the Electoral College, and the president clearly has the advantage now in the Electoral College, we'll have to see how it all comes out. But my sense is that Republicans will look at these overall results, this massive win, really, almost 4 million votes on the popular side, big, important victories in the Senate, and an increase of strength in the House. And they'll look at that as a whomping vote of confidence, a mandate, if you would, for the next 4 years. We've heard some reporting from Capitol Hill about how Republican leaders on Capitol Hill are going to take a more aggressive stance. My bet is that Republicans will read this, and I'll be interested in hearing what Jeff Greenfield thinks about this. My bet is that Republicans will look upon this as a serious mandate, not only for a vigorous foreign policy, but to push ahead with a bold set of domestic initiatives, even more aggressively than they did coming into the first term.
All right, I'm going to bring Jeff in a minute. David Gergen, stand by. John King is over at the White House. He's got some more information. John, what do you know?
Wolf, a couple quick points. Number one, they are waiting here again, as I said earlier, for Nevada and New Mexico, and this is how they're doing it. Karl Rove is literally sitting in his office talking to people in those states. He has the database and the voting database, and he's clicking around. He just clicked for me through the counties outstanding in Nevada and New Mexico, mentioned the president's margins in them, and he says they see no way that the president will lose Nevada and New Mexico. They're simply waiting for those calls to be made. At that point, other senior administration officials are telling us once Nevada and New Mexico are called, and they believe they will win both of those states, if that holds up, and they think that could happen in very short order, then the president will go to the Reagan building. And here is the interesting point. I'm told by senior officials he will declare victory. He will not say we will wait for Ohio. He will say that the math is heavily in his favor, that he is convinced the Democrats cannot make up the ground in Ohio and elsewhere, and that he will declare victory tonight. That is contingent on Nevada and New Mexico, but they believe that will happen, Wolf, and happen quite soon.
How unusual is that for a candidate to declare victory with the other candidate not conceding first?
Well, it's very unusual, of course, and we had the this circus atmosphere almost 4 years ago when Al Gore almost came out and then stopped himself. What the president's aides will say when this becomes an issue tomorrow is that they have two choices. They can look at the math, add it up, believe they have a compelling case and declare victory, or they can wait 11 days, as the Democrats are saying, to let the provisional ballot issue play out in Ohio. The Republicans are saying, and the Bush White House is saying, the math simply does not add. There are not enough provisional votes in Ohio to make up the lost ground, and their argument will be it is better for the country to know who the president is than to wait another 11 days, especially 4 years after the chaos of 4 years ago.
The only risk in that, John, is that, and it's not likely, is that Ohio overturns.
That certainly is the risk. They have checked with this. We just spoke. Our producers down in the booth here, Congressman Rob Portman called from Ohio. He says he's called around to all the key precincts. He says there are 134,000 at the maximum provisional ballots, and the president's lead is bigger than that. They are insisting that it is impossible for that to be made up. Now, of course, that is their case. The Democrats would argue something different, but they say they are convinced. They have double and triple checked, and so they're just waiting on Nevada and New Mexico. But this drama, if the president declares victory, and we are told he could do so within an hour or so, of course, the Democrats will object, and this will play out, but they believe here it is the right thing to do.
The Democrats, as you know, John, are arguing there may be 250,000 provisional ballots that have to be counted. They can't even start counting them for 11 days. And one other point, John, if this general number for the overall popular vote in the United States stands by and the president gets 51% of the vote, that's a majority. It's been a while since a candidate has emerged with a clear majority, 51%, retaining both houses of the U.S. Congress. This would be, as the Republicans would almost certainly point out, a very decisive mandate.
They would claim a mandate. You would still, of course, have a closely divided country, both in terms of the presidential vote and in the composition of Congress, although it looks like the Republicans will pick up some seats in the Senate, hold their majority in the House. So no doubt about it, this president will claim a mandate, and he will claim the American people have backed him in the war on terrorism, has backed his view that he should keep going, whether his issues be tax cuts and other domestic issues. They obviously will also try to offer a unifying tone to try to calm the Democratic anger. But the last president to win more than 50% was this president's father. We have had the presidents elected since then at under 50%. That is a significant number here because, remember, Democrats have always questioned the legitimacy of this president on the grounds that he lost the popular vote. This president will have 51 plus, it looks right now. That is a very big deal here at the White House. They want to lock up those 270 electoral votes because that is the key to victory. But more significant to them, once they get there, will be able to make the case to the country that a majority stood by this president.
John King, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. And I just want to bring Jeff in for a moment on this issue of a president getting more than 50% of the vote. Bill Clinton in '92 didn't get 50% of the vote, and he didn't get it in '96. And in 2000, George W. Bush didn't get 50% of the vote. This is a significant number to get over the majority in terms of saying, I have a mandate.
It is. Clinton did have a 5 million vote plurality in '92 and roughly an 8 million vote plurality, but because of Perot, he didn't crack 50. The reason why what David Gergen points to and what Ed Henry points to is so significant is the other story that was on the front page of the papers today. The grave medical condition of the Chief Justice of the United States, William Rehnquist. So that if you ask what kind of a Supreme Court nominee will a new president appoint, if you assume it's George Bush, and you know how important that is to both sides of this ideological divide, a president who comes in with a popular vote majority, it seems to me, and an expanded Senate is in a position to pick a much more ideologically consistent or sympathetic to their side nominee than say, if let's say John Kerry wins Ohio and somehow makes the president
more likely to choose a model. Well, the president already said that his model justices are Antonin Scalia and Justice Clarence Thomas.
The rumor is he asked Clarence Thomas to be Chief Justice, right?
Yeah, and he'd still point out, but my point is that is a fight that the sides in Washington have been waiting for 4 years. We've gone 11 years without a vacancy, longest since like the 1820s. That both sides are ready for a fight, and if in fact this picture holds up and George Bush winds up a second term with a popular vote majority, I think it makes the congressional majority, the Republicans saying, okay, we can get the kind of Supreme Court justice we want now.
But here's an even, to add to that and build on that, here's an even broader point. The president without 50%, with a Senate that he lost at one point, if you think about all the legislation he got through, whether or not Democrats always agreed with it, he's been extraordinarily effective legislative leader. When you think about Medicare, you think about education, you think about the Department of Homeland Security, you think about 4 tax cuts. He got a lot through. Now with a majority, now with a stronger House and a stronger Senate, you can only stop to think when it comes to issues like Social Security reform, which he's talked about, education on the college level, further tax cuts, that he will do a lot. It'll be a very robust first 2 years.
We have a guest standing by to bring in Ed Gillespie, the chairman of the Republican Party, is joining us now from Washington. You're over there at the Reagan Center. Are we expecting the president and the vice president, Ed Gillespie, to show up anytime soon?
Wolf, that's up to the White House and the campaign to decide and to announce, so I defer to them on that. But everybody's very excited here, and spirits are very high, as you can imagine.
So no one's leaving there. What do you anticipate if the president shows up, knowing the numbers as you've seen, the Electoral College numbers, the popular vote numbers? What do you anticipate the president might say?
Well, Wolf, I'm not going to speculate on that. I think people are waiting to see what some other states come in where the president is leading right now. I think, obviously, in terms of Ohio, we've seen the president's margin increase, actually, recently to 137,606. That's with 98% of the precincts reporting. And, you know, there's about 125,000 provisional ballots out there. And provisional ballots aren't automatically counted. Actually, they're not counted until they're proven valid. And what we've seen in past elections, for example, in Cook County, Illinois, in the recent Democratic primary, between 7 and 23% of the provisional ballots that were cast were actually counted in the election. Let's say it's 25% of those 125,000. That comes up to about 31,000 votes. Let's say 100% of those go for Senator Kerry. You're still looking at a margin of over 100,000 votes. So we feel obviously very confident about Ohio in the Bush column.
The Democrats are insisting that they think there may be as many as 250,000 provisional ballots that have to be counted. Does that change your arithmetic if, in fact, it is 250,000? We spoke to Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, and he thought that was possible.
Well, again, we're waiting to see. What I've been told is it's between 120 and 130,000 provisional ballots, and like I say, you can extrapolate from different numbers, but the numbers I have are what I understand to be the case.
Ed Gillespie joining us. We'll be checking back with you, and we're going to go over there when the president comes over there and the vice president comes over there. If, in fact, they come over there, we'll, of course, bring that to our viewers in the United States and around the world. And I want to just point out to our viewers, if you need more information, you want more information on specific races, go to CNN.com, and you can get all the information you need. This is the best place to get specific numbers, congressional seats, Senate seats, House seats, gubernatorial races, and they'll show you how the actual numbers are coming in. CNN.com, that's the place to be if you want to get a little bit more information than we're able to provide you right here. It's a good idea to watch us and go there at the same time. Much more coverage coming up from CNN election headquarters in New York. We'll take a quick break, though.
Explorers is sponsored by Philips, proud sponsor of the World Technology Summit.
Somewhere between 1.7 and 2, some people say 3 million people, mostly children, die each year from waterborne diseases, preventable waterborne diseases. I'm an expert in water and wastewater treatment in developing countries. The focus of my work in the last 6 years has been on small-scale drinking water treatment systems. The first step in a water treatment process is to remove the particles. But you haven't gone the entire distance to making the water safe to drink. You need a disinfection step. The long-term goal is for the billion people who lack access to safe water to have safe water. It would be a better world if we had that in place.
Go back a little more, a little more. No, to the left, a little to the left. A little bit, now a little bit more back. Back, go back. Good. To the right.
In every moment of the year, Sicily is so beautiful, you won't want to see anything else.
Down. Okay.
Sicily, everything else is in the shade.
At Mace Pearson, we listen carefully to private and corporate clients. We listen to you. We act worldwide, providing tailor-made solutions in wealth management, trust, and corporate services. Mace Pearson has time to listen, capacity to act.
.325 a.m. on the East Coast. We're watching this election very, very closely. We don't know who's going to be the next president of the United States, but Judy Woodruff is joining us now live from the CNN Election Analysis Center with some additional information. Tell our viewers what you can on why we still can't project a winner in some of these states and why we think it's still too close to call in Ohio.
Well, Wolf, I wish I'd majored in math at this point at 3:30 in the morning on election night. Literally what is going on right now, Wolf, our election analysis team, we've been telling you about these people all night. This is Tom Hannon there on the left, our political director. This is Clyde Tucker, who is working at his side all night. They are literally on pieces of legal pad writing down the situation in Ohio. They're looking at numbers in terms of how many votes have yet to be counted, what the margin is right now between President Bush and Senator Kerry, and when you factor in the so-called provisional ballots, those people who, when they went to vote, their names weren't there for whatever reason and they were given a provisional ballot. And they're putting all that together and they're seeing, number one, if there's a mathematical possibility that John Kerry could overcome President Bush's current advantage in Ohio, and if there's a realistic possibility, given the political reality on the ground and what is known. CNN has been talking to both the Kerry campaign and the Bush campaign, factoring the political realities into the mathematical possibilities. So that's what's going on. We are not yet ready to call Ohio. We have said it's too close to call, but we are taking a hard look at it. We're not just letting it sit there and percolate. I mean, we're taking a hard look as these numbers continue to climb and you get a higher percentage of the vote in Ohio. It is incumbent on us to make sure that we haven't overlook something here. So that's what we're looking at.
Judy, we heard Ed Gillespie say there may be 120,000 provisional ballots in Ohio. We heard Democrats earlier saying there could be 250,000. When I spoke to Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, a Republican, a short while ago, and we threw out that 250,000 number that the Democrats are suggesting, he didn't dismiss it. Is there any way we could find out how many provisional ballots there really are in Ohio?
Well, we are clearly trying to do that. I mean, you've been saying, Wolf, Ken Blackwell said it was going to be 11 days before they even take a look at those. There may be a way for us to get a better handle on that. Right now, everybody is estimating. The Democrats are estimating, the Republicans are estimating. Mr. Blackwell himself, I believe, said it was an estimate. So we're all trying to get a handle on this. I doubt that we're going to be able to get a clear fix on it in a very short period of time, but what we can get, I think, a clear fix on is just what the margin is going to be with the known outstanding ballots, both the counted ballots and the outstanding ballots. And we may be able to put something together there and look at the most optimistic scenario for John Kerry and see whether it is mathematically feasible for him to come up with a win. But that's why you've got Tom Hannon and Clyde Tucker in our election team looking over this right now.
Judy, one final question before I let you go back and check those numbers with our election team. Like me, you've covered politics for a long time. Let's assume, as John King was reporting, it's possible the president will show up at the Reagan Center and declare victory at some point tonight, even though the other side has not conceded. In fact, they say they want to continue this count in Ohio. Do you remember a precedent, anything like that happening in this country at any times in recent history?
No, I don't. And I would be, you know, Wolf, given the situation tonight, given the situation in this election, and certainly given the situation in 2000, I'd be very surprised if the Bush people did that. I'm going out on a limb here. Nobody's told me one way or another, but I would think that they would want to wait and let the votes be counted. What's the hesitation in waiting a few hours or even a few days? But you know, you've been saying it, Wolf. The margin, the popular vote margin, is what, 4 million now? I didn't see the number just a moment ago, but it is getting to the point where for the electoral vote to go in another direction from the popular vote gets to be pretty problematic.
All right, Judy Woodruff, thanks very much. Thanks for that analysis. Candy Crowley, where is Candy Crowley? She's joining us now live from Boston. There she is. Candy Crowley's at Kerry headquarters. Looking pretty empty behind you over there, Candy. What's going on?
Well, we've been told that the Kerry campaign will have nothing to say until at least 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They don't have anything planned for 10 o'clock, but that's their start time, should they have anything to say. They are feeling their way through this thing. The staff has been huddling, trying to figure out the next step. I can tell you that they've been very careful about the language. When we heard John Edwards talk, it was about, we promised you that we would make sure that every vote was counted. There's been no mention of lawyers, no mention of, votes disappearing. It's been about allowing Ohio to go through its process. That's the tack that they're taking right now. I don't know if you saw it, and I'm sure the White House people did, but the two Republican senators from Ohio put out a press release urging John Kerry to go ahead and concede, saying based on their history and knowledge of Ohio politics, they think George Bush has an insurmountable lead. I doubt that Senator Kerry will be taking any advice from Senator DeWine or Senator Voinovich, but in any case, the pressure will be on, certainly from the Republican side, for John Kerry to do something. But you heard from John Edwards tonight, and it is the current plan, and again, they're feeling their way through this, but it's the current plan of the Kerry campaign to say, we want these votes to be counted, and then we'll see.
Candy, we have some videotape of some of the Kerry supporters leaving Copley Plaza in Boston. This must have been such an emotional roller coaster for them, because earlier in the evening they were bracing for a big victory, and then to see that victory sort of slip away as the night continued must have made for a lot of depression there.
Sure, and you know, if you're sitting out in Illinois or St. Louis, you must be thinking, well, what made them think that this was going to be a great victory? And you know, and I know that these exit polls begin to come out in the afternoon, and as often as we say, no, I can't tell you, you know, you're asked everywhere along the line, what do you hear, what do you hear, what do you hear? And pretty soon, of course, the crowd out here will begin to say, oh, the exit polls are very good for John Kerry. They expected a victory when they came here tonight. It was very clear that these are the party faithful, these are the workers, the campaign workers. So by word of mouth, they really believed that he was going to win Florida, that he was going to win Ohio, and that it was going to be very clear that it would be an early night. So to all of a sudden have it be so opposite what they had expected really had almost double the deflating impact, it seemed. They just went from, you know, cheering and everything to just almost that dead silence you heard on our air. It was, and every once in a while Maine would go for Kerry or something that was, you know, Delaware, Connecticut, something we expected, and you'd hear this applause, but sort of steadily in the rain, they'd go out. So it was I talked to Democrats back in Washington, said, how are you doing? What are you thinking? And I got a reply back on BlackBerry that said just depressed and bewildered, which I think was a two pretty good words for those who were watching this unfold, feeling pretty helpless.
We're going to show our viewers a contrast. Kenny, I don't know if your photographer can hear me, but if he can't, maybe you could mention to him or her to take a wide shot. I want to see what that area behind you looks like right now. And it looks obviously very, very empty. No one has remained. Everybody has gone home. Up on the stage, it looks like they're dismantling some of the equipment up there. Pretty empty in Boston right now. Now, Candy Crowley, I want to contrast that to what's happening at the Reagan Center in Washington. Look at this. They're all there. All of the supporters of Ronald Reagan. They've gathered in this huge building, the International Trade Center, the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. They're standing by to hear from perhaps the president and the vice president, or John King, saying that they might be heading over there to make some sort of remarks. They're still up. The president is up, and the vice president is up in the White House watching what's going on. A contrast, two images, Jeff Greenfield, that say what to you?
It says the Kerry people think they're going to lose and the Bush people think they're going to win. And I think the point that Candy made needs to be emphasized. These exit polls, we talked for 4 years, we're not going to make the mistakes again. We have it on the air. But there is no question that this afternoon, the political community, based on these early exit polls, believed that John Kerry was headed for a clear victory. I was at a lunch today. There was one of the more prominent Republicans in the United States. He was sulfuric about all the mistakes the Bush campaign had made and what had gone wrong and what John Kerry had to do as president to make things better. I think there were people lining up their resumes on the Democratic side of the aisle based on the exit polls.
The Republican side of the aisle.
No, there were Democrats.
Trying looking for jobs.
Both sides of the aisle.
By the way,
there were Democrats lining up their resumes to join the new administration, and the anger of the Republicans, feeling that the press coverage in the early afternoon had been shaped by the exit polls. Not that anybody actually talked about them, but that everybody had it in their mind. I think there's going to be a lot of hell to pay after all this alleged reform, that these numbers were wrong.
We never broadcast the numbers.
No.
I'm not saying we broadcast them. What I'm saying is when you start listening to the conversation on talk radio and on some of the early cable programs, people don't say what the exit polls are, but there are implications. And more important, they were worried, the Republicans, that the disheartening effect of these exit polls would depress enthusiasm, might get workers not to come out, might get voters not to come out in the later states, because even though we didn't broadcast them, they were all over the internet. In this new era.
Gentlemen, if this were 4 years ago, would we have run with the exit poll story?
We didn't. Nobody reported the exit polls.
But all over the internet.
Didn't they used to report exit polls?
No, we never reported exit polls.
Forget CNN, but others.
No, well, there was, if some of the internet sites would go ahead and report.
No, but he's referring but also, are you referring to 1980 as well?
It's a different. Those were projections of states. It's a whole different issue. Calling states while the West was open.
Right.
What did happen was 4 years ago, as we all remember, we used exit polls to misproject what was going on in Florida. But what I'm saying is that there is going to be focus on how the entire political community, until about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, was convinced, based on these numbers, that John Kerry was going to win.
And I just want to point out, I want to point out to our viewers, I think the question I anticipated from Mueller, where these exit polls come from. This is a pool that has been put together by ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and CNN, together with the Associated Press. We've combined all of our resources, and we've gone to professional pollsters to put together exit poll numbers based on what voters are saying when they emerge from precincts, when they emerge from their balloting, as well as in advance the absentee balloters who went out there, and we've done telephone surveys to get that information. Were showing earlier that there was a slight advantage going to John Kerry, and Jeff is making the point that a lot of insiders, quote, insiders, were already basically assuming that John Kerry was going to be elected.
Were the people lied to?
No. This is statistical error. You can be wrong about this stuff. If the exit polls suggest that John Kerry is going to carry a state by 2 points and he loses it by 3, that's not considered statistically significant. The mistake is often made by people like us who hear these numbers, particularly the first wave exit polls, and call all their friends and start knocking them back and forth. Did you hear Kerry's, one of those polls that carries like 10 points up in a state, and it becomes the coin of the realm in politics. And I do think, and I've been hearing this all evening, there are some angry Republicans not at the liberal media. That's not the point here. At the dynamic that had them all worried, concerned, even depressed that they were going to lose an election.
But I think one of the interesting questions is, did that encourage them in part to redouble efforts?
No.
Did some of these negative exit polls lead to more final phone calls, more knocking on doors, more rides to the polls in some of these states?
I think if you look at what happened in a place like Florida, it doesn't work out that way. But what it does do is to make people angry. And I think we're going to have another round of serious recriminations about what
they also believed the polls because they were blaming the Bush.
Sure.
Where did they go wrong?
Well, one of the things that we might hear is that in some of the exit polls, they had a disproportionate number of women.
They did,
apparently.
but look, statisticians know that, and they will. I'm just suggesting this is a topic that you're going to be hearing about a lot in the next several days.
You know who knows a great deal about these exit polls? In
Who's
fact,
that?
all polls, our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider. Bill, I still have the numbers. I have the numbers here
I've been standing here for 8 hours.
right in front of me of some of these exit poll numbers that we had earlier received, and they're pretty different than what actually is winding up. For example, in Florida, earlier we, based on a couple of waves of these exit polls, we had Kerry, at 51%, Bush at 49%. Florida didn't turn out like that, Bill.
That's right. And the lesson here is put not your faith in exit polls when it comes to calling a race, particularly if the exit poll is close. Exit polls have always been designed for analysis, for what we do over here, for telling us differences between men and women, for telling us what were the reasons on the voters' minds, for telling us that the Republicans did a good job of rallying certain groups like white evangelical Christians, but they are not very good, nor really is any poll very good, for being an absolute exact prediction. When you find an exit poll, as we did in state after state today, saying that one candidate is 51, the other candidate is 49, and you therefore conclude, it's over, Kerry carried the state, that is always like a very misleading conclusion. Don't put your faith in an exit poll unless it's 10 or 12 points ahead.
What goes wrong when it's wrong? If they've got it 52-48 favor one candidate, and it's 52-48 favor the other, what did they do wrong?
An exit poll is a sample of voters. It's not 100% of the voters. When you take a sample of voters, there's always going to be a margin of error in a sample. It's usually 3 or 4% because it's not 100% of the vote.
So broadcast ratings could all be wrong.
Yes.
And now, inside of the campaigns, one of the interesting things when I talked to people inside the Bush campaign earlier today, they were quick to point out that in 2000, some of the exit polls were wrong. Some of the exit polls, some of the first waves of the exit polls showed them down in Arizona, which they ended up winning, down in Colorado, which they ended up winning significantly. So
this has been true for decades, as long as we've used exit polls since the 1960s. The problem with the exit polls is their misuse. The misuse of exit polls is to look at them and leap to conclusions, which is what a lot of people did today. I tried to urge everyone to be very cautious. I said, we're not certain about these. There were some things in these exit polls that made me suspicious of them. You have to be very cautious. But of course, on election day, everyone is very eager to leap to a conclusion.
Yeah, but none of the leaping got on the air, did it?
No, not on our air.
It didn't, but something almost as powerful, which are these internet blogs. We keep referring to these blogs, these internet sites like TalkingPoints.com and Instapundit, where now literally millions of people go to, and political junkies especially. And so when Jeff says it got sent around, it wasn't simply an email chain, or it wasn't just one site. It was sites that people are used to going to multiple times a day.
In fairness to Bill Schneider, our senior political analyst, when he was briefing us earlier, late this afternoon, on some of these exit polls, he kept saying over and over again, there are margins of error. Let's not get carried away. These are just exit polls. These are not final numbers. And let's have everything with a serious grain of salt.
What? Every pundit said this, that if there was a huge turnout, that would help Kerry. Now, we had a super turnout tonight. Where were we all wrong?
Because we had a super turnout of everybody. We had young voters were 17%. That's from an exit poll. They were 17%. You know what young voters were in 2000? 17%. They were exactly the same. I remember speaking to groups who were mobilizing young voters, and they said, they're excited, they're energized, they're rallied, they're mobilized. And I said, that's great, and they're probably going to turn out in big numbers. But you know what? Other groups are excited and rallied and energized and mobilized, including white born-again Christians, including minority groups, including just about every group in the electorate. For every reaction in politics, there's a counter-reaction. So every time one group got energized, there was a counter-reaction. Everybody turned out in record numbers.
When do we get the breakdown of the Jewish vote, the Catholic vote? How long does that take?
Oh, I can tell you what they are right now. The Jewish vote is up a little bit for George W. Bush.
Kerry got what percentage?
He got 25%, no, 22% this time. He got 19% last time. That would be a very small gain. The biggest gain, the most noticeable thing I saw that's interesting is Bush appears to have made a breakthrough with Latino or Hispanic voters, where he got over 40%. I don't recall a time when a Republican candidate for president has broken 40% of the Latino vote. He got 35% last time. That's bound to be noticed.
Bill, stand by over there. I'm going to walk up here and tell our viewers what's happening in New Mexico. We're getting some new information right now with 98% of the vote in New Mexico, at least the precincts reporting. The president's with 51%, 306,000 votes. Kerry is 48%, 286,000 votes. Nader with 1%. But the Secretary of State of New Mexico has just said there are still thousands of ballots that are out there, absentee ballots. They're not going to be able to make a final certification of the winner in New Mexico, at least until tomorrow. So this is another state like Iowa in which the Secretary of State is saying, hold off. We'll continue counting the ballots. We'll know more tomorrow. It's one of the features, I guess, of this very close election.
Well, let me tell you, as has been said, New Mexico is actually the closest state in 2000. It was won by 366 votes, I think, even closer than Florida. But look, Bush, while he's, it's not a huge victory, he's ahead by about 20,000 votes. Well, what's happened around the country appears to be this, and this we do see in the exit polling. Karl Rove did a great job of mobilizing, rallying the Republican base. That's essentially how Bush did so well. We won't say he won in this election. But we are seeing one of the issues that people keep citing, and this is a good use of exit polls, when they're given a list of issues, they're asked, what was the most important factor in your vote? And an awful lot of people, state after state, are saying moral values. Not just terrorism, Iraq, the economy, but moral values. And they're voting overwhelmingly for Bush. And in most states, that's one of the top issues. It appears that religious voters, voters who are traditional in their values, are coming out in extraordinary numbers. That's Karl Rove. That's the Republican operation.
Bill Schneider, stand by. Excellent explanation for our viewers. Seeing as Dana Bash is back in Washington, and she's joining us now live. You've made your way over to the Reagan Center, where there's still a lot of supporters of the president. Dana, set the scene for us.
Hi, Wolf. Well, it's packed here. It really is striking how different this scene is from what we saw from Candy Crowley in Boston, where the Kerry party essentially was supposed to happen. This place is still absolutely packed. I'm sure you can hear the music blasting. People are watching. People are paying attention. They are still expecting the president to come at some point. And Bush aides are saying that that they feel that, as we've heard earlier, that the president is still likely to come here. They are still waiting. They are still looking at Ohio. They still feel that, as one aide said to me, that Democrats are delusional, that they actually think that these provisional ballots could end up swaying this state for John Kerry. And they say that they are looking at these other states and that they do think it is still possible for the president to get to 270 very soon. It's unclear if that's really going to happen when we look at the math, but they are definitely saying that they still feel very confident. And just to sort of set the scene, all over at Bush Cheney headquarters, and it looked very clear at that point about 2 hours ago that Ohio was going to go for the president, and they all told us that they had, as you were talking about earlier in press speak, a full lid there, and they sent everybody over here. The senior staff, they were supposed to be right behind us, and they never made it. They're still over at Bush Cheney headquarters, but they still say that they're going to head here, and certainly, as you can hear, this place is absolutely packed.
All right, we'll continue to watch what's happening at the Reagan Center. Dana Bash, our White House correspondent, let me make my way over here as well as we continue to mull over what's going on. Quiet in Boston, excitement at the Reagan headquarters in Washington, D.C. This is way past. But the president's bedtime as well. He likes to go to bed 10 p.m.
You're a veteran of this. Why has it taken so long for the last 4% of Wisconsin to come in?
Well, we'd have to go and take a look at those precincts.
Well, the big strategy move, though.
In an hour and a half.
Big strategy move just quietly got announced. Remember, we heard John King say that Karl Rove himself was waiting to hear New Mexico and Nevada come in. New Mexico, with a Democratic governor and a Democratic Secretary of State, just heard that too and just said, we're not going to announce tonight. Meanwhile, Wisconsin also has a Democratic governor, and I wouldn't be surprised if those numbers keep moving. If they also say, slow the train, let's be deliberate, let's be careful. We saw in 2000 that it matters who is the Secretary of State and who is the governor, and we can't be surprised that both sides aren't paying attention here.
Forgive me, but that's speculation, correct?
What else at this hour?
But what else can be, maybe to go back to the point that Bill Schneider made, because it's a point that we were signaling hours ago when we were asking what to watch for. The fact that the vote on values was so overwhelming and so and turned out just resonates with what James Carville was saying earlier, what a lot of Democrats have been worried about really for years, what I was trying to make that point about why these traditional Democratic places are no longer Democratic. Right. These are values, not class voters, and it's a key problem for the party.
We're going to take another quick break, but we're going to continue. We're staying here. We're not going anywhere. We're here at the NASDAQ market site, CNN election headquarters in Times Square. We're going to wait and see. We're standing by. The President of the United States may be driving from the White House over to the Reagan Center to speak to his supporters. CNN will, of course, have live coverage of that. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Getting to a Hyatt is now easier than ever. Leaving, that's still pretty hard. The new Hyatt.com Best Rate Guarantee. Quick, simple, and only at Hyatt.com. Book on Hyatt.com now and get 1,000 Gold Passport bonus points.
Business Edge is sponsored by PeopleSoft Manufacturing, the only complete solution that brings together all the pieces of demand-driven manufacturing.
No daily commute, good pay. Pajamas and flip-flops are optional. Sounds like a dream want ad? Well, for Brandon Fisk, it's a reality. As a long-term care specialist, Fisk splits his time between his New Jersey home and the 1-hour commute to his employer's office.
My schedule is mine. It's no one else's. I work when I have to. And when I get my things done, I don't have to look at the clock and say, I have to be here until 5 in order to complete the day.
Fisk is one of the 45 million Americans who work from home on a regular basis, thanks to affordable and accessible internet connections.
The technology is there, and if you look at a lot of our jobs, the way our jobs are designed, we are no longer necessarily expected to be in a particular location.
Your UBS financial advisor can work with nearly 66,000 people in 50 countries. He can work with all the resources of one of the world's largest wealth management firms. But to understand what you need, he will always work right next to you. Could this be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Time. Join the conversation.
Many of us thought this was going to be a long night, and it has been a very long night. We're approaching 4 a.m. here on the East Coast of the United States. We still don't have a winner in this race. There are a lot of trends out there, a lot of numbers out there. Most of the states we've been able to project winners in. We still have not been able to project a winner in Ohio, for example. Let's go to Ohio. CNN's Dan Lothian standing by from Columbus, the state capital. Dan, what are you hearing?
Well, what's interesting, the last time we spoke a few hours ago, we talked how there was still some voting going on hours after the polls closed here in Ohio. Well, what we understand now in Knox County at Kenyon College, which is about an hour north of here, there are still about 10 students who have yet to vote. Now, you might recall that they brought in some additional equipment, brought in some punch card ballots that would speed up the process, but apparently these students decided that they did not want to use these punch card ballots, that they wanted to go inside and use the machines, and it's been described to us that it's almost like a party atmosphere there. So still 10 votes yet to be cast.
Dan, stand by
north
1
of here
second.
in Knox County.
Dan, stand by 1 second. I'm going to get right back to you,
Yes.
but CNN's ready to make a projection right now. CNN is projecting that Nevada will go for President Bush and its 5 electoral votes. Nevada, we can finally project, will be a Bush state as it was 4 years ago. Dan Lothian, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you understand, you're in the news business, why we do that. Go
That's
ahead,
right.
pick up your thought and finish it.
Right. I was just saying, though, that here we are about 8 hours, a little more than 8 hours since the polls closed. So we know that some of these students have been waiting at least 8 hours, perhaps even longer, because they could have been at the back of the line prior to polls closing. And still, 10 students have yet to cast their votes in Knox County. Once again, that's about an hour north of Columbus, where I am right now.
In Columbus, where you are, the state capital of Ohio, is there any way of knowing how many provisional ballots there really are right now? Has anybody done a count?
It really continues to be just a guesstimate. You've heard all the different numbers. The Secretary of State making those projections. He has told us that he's guessing that it could be as high as 175,000, but we really don't have any hard numbers. What they're looking at now are the numbers that they've gotten in, which is roughly around 76,000, but we don't know at this point what the complete total will be.
And presumably we will be finding that out pretty soon. Dan Lothian, thanks very much.
Right.
Let's update our viewers now on the race for the White House with Nevada now projected to go for President Bush. We have President Bush with 254 electoral votes, John Kerry with 242 electoral votes, 270 needed. Still waiting for those white states. Ohio, our green state, we're projecting that, at least for now, still too close to call.
Wolf, take a look at New Mexico.
New Mexico, and I'll walk over and show everybody what's happening in New Mexico. New Mexico is a state where the Secretary of State announced a little while ago they're going to wait to finish counting till tomorrow. With 99% of the precincts in, Bush has 318,782 votes, 50%. Kerry has 317,005 votes with 49%. 1% for Ralph Nader, 3,400 approximate votes. So go ahead, Larry, make your point.
Nader hurts Kerry in New Mexico.
Maybe right now he's double the margin.
Yeah, he's costing him New Mexico.
New Mexico is
right
99% of the vote. There may be provisional ballots out there. The governor, as you point out, Carlos, Bill Richardson, may be looking to see what else is going on. The Secretary of State may be examining. We're not going to know an official result in New Mexico, at least until tomorrow.
Therefore, gentlemen, is Wisconsin the only thing we're waiting for? Wisconsin and the president going to the Reagan Center.
In terms of tonight, that's right. And Wisconsin is a 1-point lead. I mean, all these states are doing exactly, those states are doing precisely what they did 4 years ago. New Mexico was 366 votes for Gore. It is now 1,700 votes for Bush. That was New Mexico. Wisconsin was 0.2% for Gore, 5,000 votes. The margin for Kerry is now 15,000 votes. So, you know, I guess that's a landslide in Wisconsin compared to 4 years ago. But none of that matters.
Nothing changed?
No.
Although one thing that's interesting about the Nevada announcement is, given Nevada's announcement, and given that Ohio and New Mexico and Iowa aren't announcing tonight, we know that President Bush is going to wake up tomorrow morning ahead in the electoral vote. So even if Wisconsin, which is the last one outstanding, goes to John Kerry, we'll end the night 254 to 252 if Wisconsin goes to John Kerry, which is still a question.
people are going to be second-guessing this election on both sides for a long time to come to see what they did right, what they did wrong. Jeffrey Toobin, our senior legal analyst, is watching all of this. The legal question is certainly going to come into play, at least as far as we can tell, in Ohio, Jeff.
Ohio is really it for Kerry. I mean, he cannot win this election without winning Ohio, and the magnitude of his task is becoming increasingly apparent and increasingly grave. I mean, just to review the numbers a little bit, you know, he is now 140,000 votes approximately behind. There may be 160,000, maybe 200,000 provisional ballots. Not all of those will be valid. Maybe 90% will be valid if the last election is any indication. He then has to win virtually all of them to make up the $140,000 vote gap. That seems virtually impossible to me. So Ohio, Kerry's hopes for Ohio seem not non-existent, but awfully close at this point.
If I can ask you, Jeffrey, this is another Jeffrey, this is Greenfield. If the Kerry campaign chooses to pursue this route, even given this arithmetic, is there any way for the state officials to say, I'm sorry, what you're asking is mathematically ridiculous. You can't make up the difference, therefore we're not going to count these ballots, or do they count them anyway?
I think as a general matter, they will count them anyway. I think it's a matter of discretion on the part of the Secretary of State and the boards. But I am not aware of any precedent where they simply refuse to count the provisional ballots. Given the way Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State, has been acting so far, he's been on the magnanimous side, and I think politically it would be very much in his interest to say, sure, we'll count the votes. But
are there any
without
other
the
Jeff, any other legal issues potentially out there still unanswered in Ohio that could affect this race?
Well, the one thing we don't know, and one thing the Kerry people in their conversations with us have been quick to avoid, is the question of will they ask for a recount. There are more than half the ballots in Ohio are cast by the infamous punch cards. You could have a Chad watch. I mean, you could have the Kerry campaign say, we want a recount. They have the right to do that, whether or not they are within any margin in particular. They have the right to do that. So they could open up the whole election and say, we want to recount the votes, and we think we'll catch up that way. They've not said that politically. I think that would be very difficult.
Jeff, I know Ken Gross is over there not far away from you. Maybe you could bring him into this conversation. I'd like to hear what he has to say. He does a great deal about election law around the country.
Yes, hi, Wolf. I agree with what Jeff is saying. This, of course, is going to be a tremendous uphill battle for Senator Kerry, just on the math alone. Now, I think the one thing that could work to his benefit is if this takes time. You know, if there's a process that's going to go on here in the counting of the provisional ballots, in the tabulation of the vote itself, in the certification of the vote, time for more legal action, perhaps viewing the ballots to see whether there's any problem with the hanging chads and other things that can occur. It's a long shot, but as long as this remains open, the better off the Kerry camp has a shot.
Wolf, can I ask Ken a question that I tried artfully to dodge when I believe Jeff asked me? Is there any way that the provisional ballots will not be counted at this point?
No, they will count them. As my understanding is of the law, that they will count them.
They will count them.
And I think as a matter of law, and also it's the wise thing to do in any event, because you want to have finality. I suppose there's an interesting question as to whether Bush would want to even bring a challenge. What we saw last time in Florida was the two campaigns going at it, or will the Bush campaign say, okay, let the process, we've got a big enough margin here where we can be somewhat magnanimous and let this process go on, or are we going to see some counter legal action?
And gentlemen, could Kerry have second thoughts and concede?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a political judgment. That's not a legal judgment.
Yeah.
And he can do that at any point. And, you know, as Ken and I are saying here, I think his legal situation is dire.
John King was making that point, apparently, that there were already Democrats calling up and saying, look, there may come a point at which...
That was Ed Henry.
Yeah.
Ed Henry, our congressional correspondent.
Saying that there may come a point at which you just don't want to do this, that you're going to cause damage to the party by seeming to be just unwilling to accept the results. So unless they think they've got a shot at actually getting the White House, I mean a real shot, not some theoretical one, there may be some pressure on Kerry to say, you know, from Democrats, say, please don't do this. We got enough problems.
Concession ain't legal anyway, right? I mean, if you concede and then they count and you win, right?
Well, that's
just an example. We had that happen in Florida once. The guy conceded the governorship and won it.
That was something I'm not familiar with, but I guess there's
I'm sure John Kerry would accept that result.
No, we had a guy concede and then won it.
While I have you and Ken Gross there, overall, we were expecting for legal problems all over the country. It looks like it went relatively smoothly so far, based on what we can tell, right, Jeff?
Absolutely. You know, the phrase that was on everyone's lips was thousands of lawyers. There are thousands of lawyers out. And there were, but the number of controversies during the day was, in my experience, probably somewhat below average. It was really a very clean election. There were a few small disputes. Interestingly, some of the things we thought would be controversial were not. In the last few days leading up to the election, there was a big fight in Ohio about the presence of challengers in the voting precincts. Some Democrats fought the Republicans very hard. It was racing up and down the federal courts and the state courts. The Republicans won. They got the challengers inside the polling places, and there were no controversies. The process seemed to work pretty well.
Jeff, was the biggest political surprise on the Kerry side the size of his Pennsylvania win, Jeff Greenfield?
Well...
I mean, they still all thought that was nip and tuck, and he won it rather
Yeah,
easily.
but I have a feeling that that's like, apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Yeah, no, I'm just...
Really, I mean, I don't know
We've been in for 9 hours. We're waiting for Wisconsin. I'm trying to make conversation. Jeff, there's a point to this.
I don't know whether or not anybody in the Kerry campaign or the Democratic Party is going to say, well, we're 4 million votes down. We're hanging by, you know, a hair.
But look how we did in Pennsylvania.
But boy, that Pennsylvania came through.
And look at New Jersey. We did really well. That's what they.
I think the Democratic Party is going to wake up tomorrow, or whenever this resolves itself, and say we have some very serious thinking to do about what we are and what's happening to us.
Bad night for the Democrats.
Definitely.
Well, in the House of Representatives and the Senate, and it looks like, certainly looks at this point, like it was a bad night in the race for the White House.
I guess the bright spot is the Senate in Illinois.
Barack Obama.
And in fact,
Barack Obama is the man.
I don't think we had a result in the Florida Senate race yet.
Yeah, do we?
But I don't know that, and maybe we do, but maybe if we do, we haven't been able to project it yet.
That's what I mean. But at least 4 Democratic Southern seats in the South went Republican.
But still a couple more races potentially to hear about. We got to hear about Florida. We got to hear about Louisiana.
But there's a net loss no matter what.
Right. Colorado and Alaska.
Maybe we'll get those numbers updated and see where we can find out what's going on in those races. Jeff, anything else that our viewers need to know right now about the legal issues as we get ready? Looks like New Mexico, they're going to wait till tomorrow to finish up counting the ballots. Same in Iowa because of some technical problems, fatigue as it was called, and Ohio, we understand what's going on there.
Well, the one thing about those outstanding, Ohio, Iowa, New Mexico, they're all close, but none of them are close enough to require an automatic recount. So we really could have them over tomorrow if the numbers come in more or less as they are now. So it's really, again, more a political judgment on John Kerry's part on whether to fight or throw in the towel rather than it is a legal controversy at this point.
I also think it's worth making the point that provisional ballots are not really a problem. Ironically, it was a solution to some of the problems that they had in Florida last time. And while it's a little upsetting because it seems like there isn't finality on election night, it's actually a good thing because people who might otherwise have been disenfranchised, at least their vote is counting at some point in the process.
Ken Gross, Jeffrey Toobin, thanks very much. Let me walk up here and show our viewers what the popular vote looks like right now, with 95% of the precincts in the United States reporting the president. 56.5 million votes, 51%. John Kerry with 52.8 million votes, 48%. Ralph Nader just gone up to 382,989, about 1% of the vote. You know, I'm struck by the fact, Jeff and Carlos and Larry, that in the final CNN USA Today Gallup poll a couple days ago, it was 49%, 49%. There was a 3% margin of error. And if you look at that, that's within the margin of error, right, Jeff?
All of the pre-election polls, when CNN did its so-called poll of polls, where we take them all together and mix them up in a giant goulash so that no one poll has too much influence, the margin right for the last couple of weeks for Bush nationally was about 2 to 3 points. It never changed. And on that score, the pre-election polls were right, and the polls state by state were all over the place. So yeah, this seemed to be where this election was after the last debate, and really basically didn't move. I think what people were looking at were state polls that in some cases were showing dead heats, Kerry competitive in a lot of the battleground states, including states that Gore had lost 4 years ago. But I think the point that Bill Schneider made can't be overlooked. There was a massive turnout of everybody, including people determined not to vote or to vote for the president in support of who he was and what his belief system was, rather than any specific set of policies. And that, you know.
I think we're going to get a picture. I want to put it up on one of these video screens if we have it. Lisa Murkowski, the Republican incumbent senator from Alaska. There it is right now. You see a broadband picture there. We believe she's declaring victory in Alaska. She's been challenged by Tony Knowles, the former governor of Alaska, the Democrat. But this would be a big win for the Republicans if Lisa Murkowski, the daughter of Frank Murkowski, the governor of Alaska, manages to hold on to that seat, Carlos.
She tracked it, you know, she was a state legislator before her father, who was then a sitting U.S. senator, ran for governor, won that, appointed her. A lot of criticism. Democrats even tried to put a ballot initiative out that they called the anti-nepotism law to try and highlight that issue. But if Lisa Murkowski ultimately succeeds here, be a nice win, not only for her, but for Republicans who at one point worried about losing that seat to a two-term former Democratic governor.
The Democrats tried to take advantage of the resentment about the senator turned governor appointing his daughter. They had a bumper sticker that read, "Lisa, who's your daddy?" Apparently that did not have enough impact in Alaska to prevent her from winning, if that's what's going on.
For those viewers who may just be tuning in, and I assume there are some viewers who may just be tuning in, we're standing by, we're waiting. The President of the United States and possibly the Vice President of the United States may be leaving the White House, driving over to the Reagan Building, a few blocks away in Washington, D.C., to speak to a crowd that still remains there. We'll be anxious to hear what the President has to say. We're standing by for that, and we'll go there if the President does leave the White House and make that short little drive. Larry used to live in Washington, D.C. It's not very far from the White House.
I haven't been there in a while, but it's not far. Yeah. I live in California now, Wolf. Out there, the state that's tilting. And
John King is over at the White House, still the north lawn of the White House. He's been there for hours and hours and hours. May still be there for a few more hours. Dark behind you. Normally, John, they turn off the lights behind you, but what's going on?
Usually the First Lady has us kicked off the grounds hours ago, Wolf, to keep it quiet here. What is going on is just a few moments ago, the President of the United States came down from the residence, popped into Karl Rove, his top political advisor's office, and said, "What's the holdup?" He wants to go declare victory. He certainly wants to go and talk to his supporters. They're waiting here, and they are hoping that we will call the race in New Mexico. They will claim Ohio. They think the Democratic math is wrong and that there's no way John Kerry can come back and win Ohio. So they are willing to claim Ohio here at the Bush White House. We have now called Nevada. They want New Mexico called, and they say if you look at the math, there's no way John Kerry can come back there. They say the few remaining precincts out are in counties where Bush is running well ahead, and they say there are only 5,000 absentee ballots yet to be counted, and they have a cushion of roughly 26,000 votes. So the White House is saying that it has New Mexico locked up to the point where Senator Pete Domenici went out and declared victory. The White House trying to create the impression of a fait accompli here, if you will, to try to get us to call New Mexico. At that point, they would claim they have the 270 electoral votes, counting Ohio, which of course is contested right now by the Kerry side, and then the president would go to the Reagan building and deliver to his supporters who have been up all night a victory speech. Now, if they do not get New Mexico called tonight, then they have to recalibrate, and the decision then is, does the president go over and say, we're almost there, hang in, or exactly what does he say, or do they decide to keep him here? But I was told just moments ago the president wants to go. I was about to say he wants to go tonight. He wants to go this morning, and that he is still anxiously waiting for his aides to tell him they believe they have reached the magic number.
John, I want to point out, we had reported about an hour or so ago that the Secretary of State of New Mexico, a Democrat, Governor of New Mexico, Democrat Bill Richardson, Secretary of State said that there's still some ballots they have to count. They're not going to be able to make a formal certification, at least until tomorrow. So if the president and the Republicans are waiting for that announcement from the state officials in New Mexico, it's not going to come anytime soon.
They're not. They understand that, and they say that the Democrats or whoever, the Secretary of State, whether it be a Democrat or not, it is in New Mexico, but they have every right to shut down. What they are saying is if you ask, though, how many ballots are outstanding, this White House is saying the information it has is that there are only 5,000 absentee ballots to be counted, and the president's cushion is well above that. So that is what they are saying, that if we do the math on our part, we should be able to call the state.
Although our numbers, interestingly enough, John, show, and maybe our numbers are right or wrong, show a 3,700 vote lead for the president instead of a larger lead. So I have a feeling that may remain an issue with us projecting the president winning New Mexico.
With 99% of the precincts reported.
It's one of the issues that comes up. They say to us, under normal circumstances, you would have called this race by now, and our response, of course, is these are not normal circumstances.
John, though, with Ohio if they're counting Ohio, the president has more than 270 electoral votes without New Mexico. What's the point of waiting for New Mexico?
They want that state. They believe they have won that state. They may well decide not to wait any longer. They sent Senator Domenici out. They were trying to ask people, and they say in their analysis, and Carlos is suggesting that perhaps there are different numbers out there. They say their analysis gets it there. They set that goal a long time ago that they wanted those two western states called. They believed they would win them, and then they wanted to go. But there is a sense of anxiousness here. They know they have been up all night, just as we have been up all night. And as I mentioned, while they're in Karl Rove's office, several senior staffers, and they're calling into the states. They're clicking up on these counties, looking at the results come in. And the president himself popped in a short time ago and said, what's the holdup? The motorcade is on the other side of the White House. It is gassed up and ready to go. And the Secret Service is here, ready to take the president over to the Reagan building. They're simply waiting the aides to say, let's go.
John, isn't that the president's decision?
It is the president's decision, but this president remembers all too well the contested environment of 4 years ago. So he wants all the people he trusts most to say, let's do it, Mr. President. We believe now it is beyond any reasonable doubt.
John, I want to show our viewers a picture we're getting from South Dakota. John Thune, the Republican challenger to the Democratic leader of the Senate, Tom Daschle. He's speaking to his supporters. We'll put the numbers up that we have with 99% of the precincts reporting in South Dakota right now. We have John Thune with 196,906, 51% of the vote. Daschle with 188,067, 49% of the vote, with 99% of the precincts still out. It's a small state. We have not yet been able to project a winner in this Senate contest in South Dakota. John Thune is speaking now. Maybe we'll just listen in for a minute and hear what he has to say.
And I am enormously grateful that they have given me the opportunity to serve as their next United States Senator. If you had told me 2 years ago that we would be doing this again this year, I would have said you were crazy. We are. These races... These races are hard, they're expensive, and they're bruising. But last fall, when we were debating whether to do this again, we prayed a lot about it, as did a lot of other people, and finally concluded that this was something that we needed to do. I remember, and I need to start first by, of course, thanking my family. And I remember as we were having discussion, some of you have heard me tell this story. We were going around and around about whether to do this again. This was sometime in the last December. And, you know, we did what most families do. We prayed about it, discussed it, considered it, sat down around the kitchen table, and even had a family vote. Secret ballot. Everybody got a chance to vote. Should Dad run for the Senate again or not? And the vote came back 3-1 in favor of running, and I was the no vote. So I do have to say thank you to my wonderful family for putting up with yet another campaign. This literally has been their 6th campaign in the last 10 years. They're troopers.
John Thune declaring himself the victor in South Dakota in that hotly contested Senate race against Tom Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader, the minority leader, 51-49%. David Gergen, a bitter blow if in fact it turns out this way. We haven't been able to project the winner officially yet, but if Tom Daschle goes down, he fought for his political life. He was out there, and it looks like he's not going to necessarily succeed.
Yes, well, it just underscores the magnitude of the Republican victory tonight. I must say I have something of a disagreement with Jeff Greenfield about the polls and what we expected on the presidential side. I don't think anybody expected the president to win by almost 4 million votes, and the 51% was actually, I think, most of the national polls last week showed he was a little bit below 50%, and we never thought he could get to 51. So on the presidential side, they have that. And if you look at the Senate races, the numbers you've been showing up on your board suggest that Martinez is going to win in Florida, and that Vitter has up 51% in Louisiana, which means that the Republicans look like they're heading toward picking up all 5 Democratic Senate seats, as well as South Dakota. The Republicans pick up only 2, Illinois and Colorado, Salazar. That means there's a net pickup of 4, which is far bigger than I think most people thought the Republicans could get on the Senate side. And very importantly, this loss of Daschle for Republicans was an absolutely critical race. I met with about a half a dozen Republican senators recently, and this was the second most important race in the country to them. The president's race was first, but the Tom Daschle race was second, because they see him. Democrats see Tom Daschle as one of their heroes. They think the world of him. Republicans saw him as the obstructionist. They thought if they could knock him off, then Harry Reid would be there waiting in the wings, and that they could work with Harry Reid in a more bipartisan fashion and have a much, much better chance of not only getting their Supreme Court nominees through, but getting their legislative packages through. So this is a major development in South Dakota in terms of the president's prospects for his second term.
Larry, you want to just ask David a question?
What in this whole night surprised you the most?
The magnitude of the president's popular vote.
You had no concept that it would be that big. None.
I think we thought there was a real possibility that the president might win the popular vote, and John Kerry might win the Electoral College. But the size of the victory, I think, is dramatic, and this is across the board a series of disappointments for the Democrats, and frankly, when you go back to Jeff's and Carlos's point about how they reconsider where they are now, there's some Democrats who would like to move more to the center, but there are going to be an awful lot of Democrats who feel that their party would abandon them then. And this is a party that could get very schizophrenic, and a lot of people who really just like a lot of what these values represent and the emphasis upon God that we just heard from soon. They may well start staying home and just get out of politics and say, wash their hands of it.
I guess I'm
all right, hold on a second, Larry, because we got to take a quick break, but we'll continue this. Much more coverage coming up. David Gergen sticking around, Larry King sticking around, Carlos and Jeff, me, our team. We're going to continue to watch. We're waiting to see if the president shows up at the Reagan Center. We'll go there live if he does, when he does. Stay with us.
Algarve, all year round.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Jim has recently started competing. He may not be leading the pack, but there's always a photo finish. Capture what's inside.
The spark of invention.
New, high-tech, breakthroughs.
The business of innovation.
Discoveries, inventions, bright sparks.
Real-world application.
Music, sport, fashion.
When sparks fly,
money is made.
Know the future.
Spark your curiosity.
Spark, a new show with Christy Lou Stout. Every month, only on CNN, in association with HP.
Approaching 4:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Been a very long night, already into the morning hours. Here, we're waiting to see if the president leaves the residence of the White House, drives a few blocks to the Reagan Building, the Reagan Center, also called the International Trade Center in Washington, D.C. on 14th Street. His supporters are still there at Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters. They're waiting for him. They're excited. Of course, if he goes there and speaks, we'll take that live and see what he says. It could be an interesting drama to see how far he goes. Will he declare victory? Will he come close to declaring victory? What will he say?
You know, at this point, I care much less what he says, that he either decides to say it or go to sleep.
That's right.
I don't know, I mean, this notion about waiting for New Mexico,
by the way,
it makes maybe Karl Rove's vengeance on what he might consider a hostile press.
I know, Wolf, you love this, but his remarks tonight will not reign in history.
The President of the United States?
No. I don't think it's going to be among the great speeches ever delivered, nor among the most important ever delivered. I mean, it's interesting. Anytime a president speaks is interesting, but at 4:40 in the morning,
And
this is later than when the governor was nominated.
And frankly, they may wait until a more reasonable hour, which is not that much further along. But one of the things we haven't talked about tonight, which I think a lot of other people around the world are watching this too. So not only are Americans curious about this, but a lot of people around the world have expressed interest.
We're being seen a lot live around the world on CNN International. Judy Woodruff's over at the CNN Election Analysis Center at the Time Warner Building, a few blocks away from where we are at Times Square. Let me bring in Judy. Judy, you look as perky and as lovely now as you did at 7 p.m. Eastern time when we began this extensive coverage.
You all are having entirely too much fun over there, Wolf, considering that it's 4:30 in the morning. We are right exactly where you left us the last time I talked to you, and that is that we have 5 states that we still haven't called. Everybody knows we haven't called Ohio. We're not going to hear any more about New Mexico or about Iowa tonight. There's Wisconsin and Nevada still out there. The White House would love to hear, the Bush campaign would love to hear a call on those. I don't see any evidence that we're going to call them imminently unless my colleagues behind me are about to do something. All right, I'm hearing that we're about to make a call, so maybe you want to hang with me for a minute, or maybe you want to go somewhere else. But we may be about to make a call.
We did call Nevada. We called Nevada.
We did call Nevada. Yeah. I'm sorry, my mistake. We did call Nevada. We did call Nevada.
So the only change
it's early in the morning.
The only change has been New Hampshire. So far, 4 years ago.
So far.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, but in terms of what the president might say if he goes over there, my guess is that it would be brief and that it would be gracious, and it's entirely in the White House interest to have these votes counted. But other than that, I'm waiting with all the rest of you.
What about the Senate? You're looking at some Senate races as well, Judy. You have some Senate projections? Oh, never mind. I thought you had it, but Anderson Cooper. Here's Anderson Cooper. He's still with us. We got some projections, Anderson?
We do. Still with you. We can project. You saw him speaking just a short time ago. John Thune projected a winner for South Dakota. This is a massive defeat for the Democrats. A huge money. This is the most expensive Senate race in South Dakota history. More than $30 million put in by both these candidates, almost $10 million by outside groups, so some $40 million when you consider there are only about 300,000 voters in the state of South Dakota. This a major defeat for Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle. Let's also take a look for Louisiana. Another amazing victory for the Republicans. This is the first time a Republican has been sent to the Senate from Louisiana since Reconstruction. They have a primary system. There were a number of Democratic candidates, but David Vitter, the winner, with a commanding lead, more than 50%. That's what he needed. Also in Colorado, some good news for the Democrats. Democrat Ken Salazar defeating Pete Coors. This another big money race, a very expensive race in Colorado. Ken Salazar running as a conservative Democrat from rural Colorado, a Hispanic American, several generations in Colorado. A lot of new registered voters in Colorado, Hispanic voters. The big question was, would they turn out? Apparently, it has been enough to put Ken Salazar over the top. So this one small victory for the Democratic Party today in a night which has not been good for them at all.
That's a takeover of a Republican seat. Ben Nighthorse Campbell had been the incumbent senator, a Republican from Colorado. Ken Salazar beating Pete Coors, the Republican.
We should also point out that we understand that Tom Daschle is going to make have something to say around 11:30 a.m. from Sioux Falls. Also, Betty Castor is supposed to be speaking around 10:30 a.m. She refusing to concede. Mel Martinez has already declared victory. Let's take a look here. Mel Martinez declaring victory at this point, but Betty Castor refusing to admit defeat at this point, and we have not projected this state at all. Betty Castor will make remarks, we anticipate, at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Another closely watched race.
Mel Martinez, the former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in this Bush administration, he resigned to go back to Florida to run for the Republican nomination, got that, and now he's got 50% of the vote to 48% for Betty Castor with 99 of the precincts reporting.
And Mel Martinez would be the first Cuban American to serve in the Senate if he, in fact, does win, as it looks like at this point he will. But again, we're not projecting anything at this point.
That's the seat being given up by the retiring Bob Graham, the Democrat from Florida.
Right.
If the Republican manages to hold on, that would be a net plus. So anything else that you have?
No, that's it. So right now we're looking for basically a net plus of 4 seats in the Senate for Republicans.
That's a significant win, Carlos.
Anderson, you know what's significant is, as we talked about before, we go from having no Hispanics in the U.S. Senate since the mid-1970s to at least 1, potentially 2 in this election, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican. And on Salazar's side, what's interesting there is that not only was he running for the Senate, but I think his brother,
that's correct,
his older brother, was running for an open House seat.
Right.
Do we have any information as to whether or not?
We don't. We are still actually following that. I don't believe we've called that one yet, so I'll try to get that to you as soon as we can.
Wasn't Pete Coors favored?
Pete Coors for a while had been, although it was very close all along. Pete Coors had a very tough primary, ran against a very conservative opponent. He took some knocks in that primary. The interesting thing in that race, I mean, Ken Salazar was really able to run as a conservative in some respects. He kept stressing his rural Colorado values. So Pete Coors not really able to sort of get much traction as a conservative against Ken Salazar.
Do we know if there's been a pickup of Republican seats in the majority in the House of Representatives, or are we still studying that?
We're still studying.
Okay.
But yes, I do believe at this point there has been a pickup of at least several seats.
That's a pretty dramatic win in the Senate and the House, and maybe the presidency for the Republicans, Jeff.
Well, it means that the Republicans will now have controlled the House for 12 straight years. You have to go back to the first couple of decades of the 20th century to see that sustained a period of control. And except for Jim Jeffords' walk across the aisle, they will have had the Senate for that same length of time. And should the president prevail, I mentioned this, I don't know, several days ago it seems, this is the first time we will have re-elected a Republican and re-elected a Republican Congress and president since William McKinley did it in 1900. I mean, so the nature of the Republican Party as the plausible permanent governing majority of the United States has been reaffirmed tonight in a very dramatic way. And the Democratic Party cannot kid itself anymore.
You know, not only that, but if the president ultimately wins the presidential election and you have these going on, a lot of people are going to have to step back and call him one of the very best political tacticians of his generation. I mean, this will be, if the president wins, this will be his 3rd significant victory in 10 years. Governorship against a sitting governor, Al Gore, a sitting vice president. If he got this good news, and the fact that, as Jeff pointed out, he's been not only able to win some of his own races, but bring congressional members along. In 2002, in contrast to what's normal, where the incumbent president tends to lose seats in some of the congressional races, he actually picked up a couple of seats. And in 2004, very few people expected that there might be an increase both on the Senate and on the House side.
Let's bring in our congressional correspondent, Ed Henry, who's watching the House and the Senate. That's his job. He spends all of his time doing that, knows a great deal about it. What goes through your mind, Ed?
It's hard to put into words, Wolf, how big of a blow the defeat of Tom Daschle is to Democrats. Numerically, the Daschle loss is part of a Republican sweep in the Senate tonight. They started out with the majority, just a slim 2-seat majority, 51 to 49, basically. Now, as Anderson Cooper said, it's basically going to be 55-45, depending on the final results here. That gives the Republicans a very muscular majority. I can tell you, Senate Republicans are already saying that obstructionism was on the ballot here, that Tom Daschle's defeat shows that it's a warning shot to Democrats to stop obstructing President Bush's agenda, and if in fact President Bush, if he's reelected, that a second-term agenda, that there will have a more muscular majority. With 55 seats, they're that much closer to getting 60 votes to break filibusters on judges that Democrats have been launching, number one. But number two, Republicans are already talking about how they want to pass more tax cuts. They think now they can pass tort reform, something they've fallen just a couple of votes short. And symbolically, there has not been a Senate leader to go down to defeat back home since 1952. So there's a lot of history there. Republicans celebrating big time. Before this election night, Republicans were saying that if they could take out Tom Daschle, it would be the equivalent of 3 Senate seats, not just 1, but 3 Senate seats. They've now done that. And the final thing is that for Democrats, they have to not only pick up the pieces in terms of the White House race if President Bush is reelected, they now have to find a new Democratic leader. Harry Reid is the number 2. He's soft-spoken from Nevada. You know, some people are wondering within the party whether he's telegenic enough, whether or not he could be a strong leader. The name of Chris Dodd keeps coming up as somebody who might run against Harry Reid. Chris Dodd more from the liberal wing of the party, somebody maybe a better spokesman on TV. The Democrats now, Wolf, will have to do a lot of soul-searching.
Chris Dodd, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, had wanted to be the majority leader the last time when Daschle got the vote. His main opponent among the Democrats was Chris Dodd, so presumably he'd like to do it again.
Chris Dodd lost the Democratic leaders race in 1994 by just 1 vote to Tom Daschle. So you're right. He obviously has some support within the Democratic caucus still. He might take another run at it. We understand that in recent days, in anticipation of a possible Daschle defeat, Chris Dodd has been calling some of his Democratic colleagues, just putting feelers out. He was not rooting for Daschle to lose. They're friends. But Dodd was putting feelers out there, and you can bet he's somebody who's going to take a long look at this race now. But obviously the Democrats don't want a divisive race right now. They have to pick up the pieces. This is a shattering defeat. They started out with the equivalent of 49 Democratic seats, if you include Jim Jeffords, the independent who votes with Democrats. Now they may be down to 45 Democratic seats. Regardless of what happens in the White House race, this is a shattering defeat for Senate Democrats.
And Ed, with 55, if that in fact turns out to be the Republican majority, the Republicans being very cohesive, they usually vote pretty much down that line with the exception of 2 or 3. Lincoln Chafee is a moderate Republican from Rhode Island. Sometimes John McCain doesn't vote with the other Republicans. But there are Democrats, moderate and conservative Democrats, who are more than happy to join the Republicans on certain sensitive issues like tax cuts, for example.
That's right. You have people like Evan Bayh, who's reelected in a landslide tonight in Indiana, very moderate Democrat, votes with the Republicans on tax cuts. Ben Nelson from Nebraska. So you're going to get, in addition to these 55 Republicans, you're going to get some conservative Democrats to get up to 60 votes on various issues in order to break some Democratic filibusters. That's going to be a big problem for Democrats. If President Bush is reelected, they're now going to have a very hard time stopping his agenda. We've all heard about Chief Justice Rehnquist's health, as Jeff Greenfield was mentioning earlier. If there's 1, 2, maybe 3 Supreme Court nominations in a possible second Bush term, Democrats are not going to have as much steam behind them as if they try to stop these nominations. There is a lot on the line now, and Democrats, this is a major blow to them that they have lost this many seats in the Senate.
What about the House of Representatives? Is there going to be a pickup, you sense, on the Republican side?
For the Republicans, they are picking up seats. That's right, absolutely, in the House as well. Phil Crane, a Republican, longtime Republican congressman, as we know, has already lost. There are some Democratic pickups, but they are more than offset by the fact that, particularly in Texas, because of the new redistricting map, it looks like at least 5 Texas Democrats are going down because of that new map. That's going to offset any Democratic gains. It's looking like Republicans will have pickups. You were speaking to Speaker Dennis Hastert earlier. He's obviously celebrating as well. And let's not forget that this is the first time since the beginning of the 20th century that Republicans have controlled the House of Representatives for more than a decade consecutively. So this is now, you know, when you look back to 1994, it's been more than a decade now that the Republicans took over the House of Representatives. They're now solidifying their majority forward. They have to be very happy about what happened in the House and the Senate tonight.
Ed Henry, we'll get back to you. Thanks very much. Let's just recap what we're doing right now. We're waiting to see if the President of the United States leaves the White House together with the Vice President, drives over to the Reagan Center. That's where the Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters have moved. That's where they're going to make a speech, presumably tonight. We've been told by our senior White House correspondent that the lights are still on at the White House. They're waiting to see if the president goes over there. There's a possibility that even though Ohio, we haven't projected a winner in Ohio yet, the president might declare a victory. You're looking at this live picture now of inside the Reagan Center in Washington, D.C., where the supporters of President Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney have gathered. If the president decides to drive over there, we'll go there live and bring you their comments to our viewers. Larry, looks like a nice, for the Republicans, a nice, pretty nice night for them so far.
I think this is one of the great political nights in the history of that party. A surprisingly great night for them. Everyone predicted it much closer. I think everyone associated with the Republican Party should be very impressed. The job done by their president, their Senate candidates. They knock off the majority leader. I can't
even pick up a governorship in Indiana.
They didn't do much wrong, did they?
Yeah.
Think of the other side. Think of the Democrats who poured in millions of dollars, in some cases individuals, who mobilized, these tens of thousands, these foot soldiers that went out, the army of rock stars, from Bruce Springsteen to the Dixie Chicks, this enormous intensity. We've got to replace George W. Bush. And the battle in the Democratic Party, starting probably already, the Howard Dean force is saying, we told you, you had to energize the base. This notion of going to the middle was the mistake. You nominated the wrong guy. You made the wrong appeal. And indeed, some people within the progressive liberal left who are going to say, maybe the Democratic Party has outlived its usefulness. Maybe we need a different mechanism. Maybe the internet and the new method of fundraising and organization gives us another chance. There's going to be a debate, an argument on the liberal left of this in this country that's going to be as intense as anything we've seen.
And who rises among the Hillary Clinton, obviously, but who else rises? Who else?
I thought we declared a moratorium of 10 days before we have to start thinking about the next presidential election. But the serious point here is, I don't think the debate is just about the next candidate. It's what's the party about? What's its philosophy? The Republican Party has a cohesive philosophy. It is for tax cuts. It is a socially conservative party. The Democratic Party, Bill Clinton tried to reform it. He succeeded personally. He never reformed the Democratic Party. It's been at war with itself on war and peace. It's been at war with itself on whether to be the party of big government or the party of a kind of Clintonian new kind of approach. It doesn't know what it stands for. And I think it's in for a very tough time.
Well, let's not forget one of the key tools that Bill Clinton had in both of those victories. A guy named Ross Perot, who siphoned off, arguably, a number of votes that may have gone to the Republican side. So, you know, you can leave open, you shake your head, you say no.
Ask Bill Schneider what the exit polls show. In 1992, the exit polls showed the Perot vote would have divided exactly evenly between Clinton and Bush. That's a Republican mythology.
No, I don't just mean taking the votes. I mean helping make the argument against the other side.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to turn out what you had was an extraordinarily gifted political figure who was able to go to war with his party to redefine what the Democrats stood for. It didn't take. The big difference between Reagan and Clinton was Reagan transformed the Republican Party. When Clinton left, the party was the party of teachers' unions and the party of government like Clinton had never been there.
I want to bring Judy Woodruff in. She covers politics on a day-to-day basis. Judy, this is shaping up, as everyone seems to be suggesting, is a huge win for these Republicans, although we have not projected a winner in the presidential race, and presumably we won't be doing that until we get more information on some of those states, including Ohio.
That's right, and we still have 4 states outstanding, Wolf. I actually want to pick up on something Jeff was just saying about how the Democratic Party needs to rethink what it stands for. Jeff, I just want to come back to you and ask, doesn't it, though, always come down to the candidate, the person the party chooses to be its nominee, and what that person wants to stand for or not stand for? I mean, for all the talk every 4 years about the party this or the party that, doesn't it always come down to that person and what he thinks is what he needs to say or do to get elected?
I don't think so. I think sometimes that a candidate embodies how a party is changing, but the Republican Party, you know, before Reagan and after Reagan left, established a series of think tanks, established a series of institutions in the media and politics that redefined who it was. And look, Ronald Reagan has left the scene for a long time, and the party is still, intellectually, a cohesive conservative party. I think that's a big difference. You know, the Democrats, even before this year, had begun thinking, well, where are our think tanks? Where's our Heritage Foundation? Where are our publications that are trying to establish a new kind of thinking on the left? And they haven't gotten it yet. And I think without that, what you have is a thing that happened with Bill Clinton, a brilliant campaigner, a man who embodied a very different philosophy, but it never stuck with the party.
All right, let's bring back our John King. He's still on the north lawn of the White House, approaching 5 a.m. John, did you ever think at this point that the President of the United States would, first of all, still be awake?
This president likes to go to bed around 10 and get up around 5, so we're a few minutes away from just skipping the sleep part altogether. Just a few moments ago, I said he had popped into Karl Rove's office a while ago. He's still calling in now, trying to figure out what is going on and when if and when he will go over to the Reagan building. He still plans on going, we are told. And we are told that Karl Rove and another senior White House official, Dan Bartlett, the communications director, among others, are trying to convince some of the networks, people in our business, that New Mexico is a state worth calling in the president's favor. And they are using the numbers they have at their disposal. And, of course, the Democrats dispute their analysis. But they're making the case that New Mexico is in the president's camp. The network should call it, and at that point we are told they're prepared to declare victory, even though there will be a fight at least throughout tomorrow about the state of Ohio.
Let me bring Candy Crowley in, John. Stand by. Candy Crowley is still in Boston, Copley Plaza. Pretty empty over there. They've gone home for the night. John Edwards, though, making a statement before departure. They wanted to count all the ballots in Ohio before making any decisions, those provisional ballots in Ohio, and they wanted to make sure that no vote was left uncounted.
Right. It was pretty much the rallying cry for Democrats, which is, let every vote count and count every vote. And it seems to me the words were very carefully chosen. This is not a campaign that at this point wants to be seen as challenging the results. They want to be seen as the people who say, let's let this process go forward. There are these provisional ballots, there are absentee ballots, or whatever it is that is uncounted, we want counted. They were not willing at this point, nor have they given any indication that what they want to do is challenge, that is legally, bring the lawyers into it. We were told that there was to be a meeting later after Senator Edwards. We are assuming that meeting's over. Very tough and, in fact, impossible to get anyone to call you back at this hour. They said, look, we're gone. We're out of here. We'll talk to you no earlier than 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, Kenny, stand by. John King, stand by as well. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I'm going to make my way up over here. CNN is now ready to make a projection in New Mexico, and the projection would be, based on all the information we have, that New Mexico is simply too close to call. This is now going to be a green state, like another state, like Ohio is, and we're going to make sure that our viewers understand we've got a lot of information. 99% of the precincts in New Mexico have now reported their results. Bush with 50% of the vote in, 333,525. Kerry with 49%, 322,571. Ralph Nader with 3,555 votes. We're projecting, at least for now, that based on all the information we have, we can't project a winner in New Mexico, and as a result, New Mexico too close to call. Here's the numbers that we have in the Electoral College projections. We project Bush will have 254 as of now, 242 for Kerry, 270 needed. Ohio, a green state, too close to call. New Mexico, a green state, too close to call. John King, if the White House officials and Bush-Cheney officials were hoping that networks would make a final projection on New Mexico, at least as far as CNN is concerned, they're not going to get it, at least not yet.
And that would face them with the dilemma of what does the president say, if anything, tonight. If they do not get it, we are told he does want to go and he does want to speak to his supporters. They have, within the past half hour or so, asked the Republican National Committee Chairman Ed Gillespie to keep that crowd together as much as possible. It's only a few blocks away. This is what the scenario they're looking for is this, Wolf. They want New Mexico called. They want these other states called, even if they lose one or two still on the board, so that by tomorrow afternoon we are looking at Ohio and Ohio alone, because they believe, and this is the case they make, and again the Democrats dispute this, they believe when you look at the number of provisional ballots left in Ohio to be counted and you look at the president's margin, that it will be crystal clear that Senator Kerry cannot do it, that he would have to win 100% or 80% or some huge number of the provisional ballots to get over the top. They want to make it as quickly as possible about the one state of Ohio, and they believe political pressure will build on Senator Kerry, if their math here at the White House is correct, to simply say unrealistic, time to call it.
And the fact that in Iowa, John, the Secretary of State has said that because of some malfunctioning of the machines, because of fatigue, they're going to wait till tomorrow at least to make a final count in Iowa. What do the Bush-Cheney officials, White House officials say about that?
It's a state they very much wanted. It is a state the president has courted aggressively. It is a state they still hope to get in the end. They say it is too close to call, but their main scenario is if they get New Mexico, They believe then that the math is impossible for Senator Kerry. It may already be. You have all the charts in front of you without Ohio. So they want this to be about Ohio tomorrow. They want to get the other states counted and get them declared. They think they have New Mexico. They would like to get Iowa, but they can lose Iowa under their scenario. And they essentially want this to be a one-state issue so that the pressure builds on Senator Kerry to do the math and add it up. And they say at the White House, and again, the Democrats went to bed tonight saying they dispute the White House math, but they say by tomorrow evening that they expect many Democrats to be calling Senator Kerry and saying the math simply doesn't work. Do not prolong this.
All right, John King, Candy Crowley, we're going to take another quick break, but stand by over there. We're going to come back and explain to our viewers why we are now saying that New Mexico, like Ohio, is simply too close to call. We can't make a projection based on all the information, even though 99% of the vote is in New Mexico. More coverage from Times Square in New York City when we come back.
Welcome to Egypt's Red Sea Riviera, where the sun always shines, every day of every year.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
7 leaders, one place, one time, one reason. The ultimate leadership experience. Join these extraordinary leaders in Dubai at the International Leadership Summit on November 29th and 30th, where they will share their insights on leadership and what it takes to be a great leader. Register online at www.leadersindubai.com.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner? How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
Kerala Tourism presents Sights and Sounds of Kerala, God's own country.
Algov, all year round.
Trust the King of Talk, Larry King, live only on CNN.
Welcome back. Approaching 5 a.m. on the East Coast here at the NASDAQ market site, CNN election headquarters. Been a long night since 7 p.m. on the East Coast. Seems like a long time ago. Larry, you're about ready to say goodnight to our viewers, or good morning, which might be more accurate.
As the oldest member of this august panel, I just want to say what a great pleasure it's been working with you. What a terrific night this was. I am close to collapse. I'm amazed at you young, invigorating guys.
Young and restless.
But 10 hours is about it, and I'll be back on the air tonight from New York.
You're a young 70-year-old.
I'm a young 70.
Young 70. You got a show tonight coming
Great
up,
working
too.
with Dave. I'll be back here out of New York tonight and then head back to California.
No longer the hardest working man in show business.
Larry King.
The Iron Man legend is fading. Thank you, Carl.
Hey, it was good to join you.
Jeff.
Larry, it's been a pleasure.
Wolf.
We'll do this again
Thanks,
sometime. Maybe 4 years from now.
4 years from now. See you in 4 years.
Larry King. All right, we're going to get some more information now. let me walk over here to New Mexico right now and see what's going on in New Mexico. I want to make sure our viewers know what's going on. Bush, we have at 50%, 333,525. Kerry with 49%, 322,571. Nader with 3,555 votes, 1% of the vote. In Judy Woodruff, I just want to point out to our viewers, we had said that we thought New Mexico was too close to call, but we're not going to necessarily say that anymore. We're going to continue to take a look at the numbers and then readjust what's going on. New Mexico, unlike Ohio, not necessarily too close to call, but we're not yet ready to make a projection in New Mexico. We're trying to be very precise with our viewers to make sure they understand what's going on. Right now, just to recap, 254 electoral votes we've projected for Bush, 242 electoral votes we've projected for Kerry. We've taken what was green in New Mexico, made it white, and to make it clear that we are not ready to project anything. Judy Woodruff, help our viewers understand why we're now going back from the too close to call green column to the white column, in which we don't have enough information yet to make any projection.
Well, we're trying to figure all this out right now, Wolf. Apparently what has happened is that the Associated Press, which we've been telling our viewers all day, they have been the source of these raw vote numbers for us, calling in votes from actual counties all over the country. They were feeding numbers into us, and then suddenly those numbers changed. In other words, there was about, I'm told, a 2,000 to 6,000 vote margin between President Bush's position and John Kerry's position. And then that margin grew suddenly to an 11,000 vote margin. And because of that, we now want to make sure, first of all, we want to find out what happened, and then determine that we want to stick with the too close to call. We are reconsidering that right now. Wolf, right now I'm told there are something like 20,000 provisional ballots outstanding in New Mexico. So technically, with if it is an 11,000 vote margin, it's difficult that one candidate might make up that difference, John Kerry, but it's possible. But if the margin is smaller, of course, it makes it more likely. If I'm being a little bit long-winded here, but what I'm telling you is that the numbers changed, and sometimes these things happen.
In a small population-wise state like New Mexico, 11,000 votes potentially could be a significant gap between Bush and Kerry right now. But we did get an announcement, Judy, from the Secretary of State of New Mexico saying they're going to hold off in making any formal declarations, at least until tomorrow, so they can continue counting ballots, absentee ballots, and other ballots.
That's right. The Secretary of State's office had said that they would hold off for a variety of reasons. We have been told tonight, Wolf, both by the state of Iowa, their Secretary of State, for a variety of reasons, some machine problems, fatigue, they said, on the part of the election officials, understandable under these circumstances. They're closing down, and New Mexico had said that we were not going to hear any more from them. Wisconsin, we are still waiting for more information on, and it's possible there could be a call in Wisconsin. I can't give you any more information right now, but that's possible. Ohio is the one state, though, that we don't have any reason to believe we're going to be able to call because of that great big provisional ballot issue still hanging out there.
Carlos wants to weigh in.
Well, you know, one of the interesting things about New Mexico is whether or not President Bush ultimately wins. This is a pretty significant achievement. Remember, in New Mexico, there are about 200,000 more registered Democrats than there are Republicans. They have a Democratic governor. Yeah. One of the two U.S. senators is a Democrat. So this would be a pretty meaningful achievement just to get this close again. The other interesting thing about New Mexico that we talked about before is that their provisional ballot rules are much more liberal. Remember, there's been a debate over the last several weeks. If someone fills out a provisional ballot, but, for example, they're in the wrong precinct, they're maybe in the right county, but they're in the wrong precinct, does that provisional ballot count? New Mexico is one of the places where, at least it seems for the moment, that it would count, and that could end up becoming an interesting issue.
Jeff?
Well, it just seems to me we're in this sort of state of suspended animation. I think everybody understands what happened last night, that it was a really remarkable victory for the Republicans.
Hold that thought for a minute, because I'm going to walk up here. CNN is now ready to make another projection at this late hour in the morning. CNN is now ready to project John Kerry, the winner of 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin, one of the few states still outstanding. John Kerry taking a state that Al Gore won 4 years ago, 10 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the board right now, the race for the White House, the electoral vote, as we have it based on our projections. Bush with 254 electoral votes. Kerry with 252 electoral votes. 270 needed to be elected. That green dot you see on that map, that's Ohio. We simply are saying it's too close to call right now. We can't make a projection. Iowa, the Secretary of State in Iowa says they're not going to be able to resume counting ballots until tomorrow. We haven't been able to make a projection in Iowa. And New Mexico, the Secretary of State, they're saying they're going to hold off and continue counting ballots tomorrow as well. So that's what you have, 254, 252 in the Electoral College. Jeff, Wisconsin going for Kerry according to our projection.
Well, what this does is to make it very clear that this did all come down to Ohio. And one of the things I think that the Democrats will be looking at is if Ohio breaks for George W. Bush, they would have looked and said, you know, a switch of 60 or 70,000 votes in Ohio would have given the White House to Kerry, even though he would have lost the popular vote by 3.5 million votes. It really illustrates the vagaries of the Electoral College, but that's where we are now. That's what we know. And how the president in the next hour or 2 or 3 or 4 is supposed to go to his supporters and say exactly what. We got 4 million votes from the other guy. We did great in the Senate and the House. I'm almost sure I won Ohio and therefore the presidency, because there's no getting around that. Ohio is the difference now. Whoever wins Ohio is the president of the United States, and the odds are overwhelming.
Because all those other states in the upper Midwest, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin, they all broke for John Kerry, Carlos.
Yeah, as Jeff is saying, before we knew Wisconsin, John Kerry was at 242. And so one way or another, getting the 20 electoral votes from Ohio still would not have been enough to get him to 270. But the fact that he now has the 10 electoral votes from Wisconsin, or at least we're projecting that, that puts him in a place that Ohio could put him over the top. Probably only further intensifies the battle over Ohio. Not that it wasn't going to be intense already.
And there are unanswered questions in Ohio that have to be answered. We don't know how many provisional ballots are out there. We've heard all sorts of numbers being thrown out. And when we spoke to the Secretary of State of Ohio hours ago now, Ken Blackwell, he himself didn't know how many provisional ballots are out there. We've heard from Democrats, maybe 250,000, 250,000. We've heard from Republicans, maybe 100,000, 125,000. Some of them will be thrown out as invalid. Others will be kept. But they're not even going to start counting those provisional ballots for 11 days.
Well, that's still an awful big gap, given what we know about the rest of the country. But it does seem to me to make the point that Jeffrey Toobin was making earlier, that somebody's going to look at the numbers. Somebody's going to say just how many ballots are out there. And if it's really like 120 or 130,000, in which case John Kerry would have to get every one of them to overcome this lead, they may have a different calculus than if it turns out there are 300,000 provisional ballots which could overcome this.
And remember the second door that Jeffrey Toobin talked about, which Democrats seem unlikely to want to knock on at the moment, which is to request a recount. And so to say, let's go through the 88 counties, including 3/4 of them, which use the old punch card system, and say, let's check that out. Again, could be a public relations issue on a number of fronts, but
I suspect that given the mood of the Democrats, tantalizingly, they sense they might be close. You're shaking your head when you don't think they'll ask for a recount.
5,000 votes, 10,000 votes, sure. 125,000 votes, that's an awful lot of votes.
It is an awful lot of votes. And last time around when we were talking about Florida, as Jeff correctly points out, we were talking about a couple thousand at best that ultimately shrunk down to a couple hundred.
And 537 when all the complete dust was settled by whoever counts those kinds of ballots. So now we have to wait and see if the President of the United States is going to leave the White House tonight or this morning. It's already getting light out there. We're at Times Square. We're beginning to see some light in the middle of New York City. We're going to see if the President is still up. Does he still want to go over to the Reagan Center and make a statement to his supporters? Our White House correspondent Dana Bash is over there. What are you hearing, Dana?
Well, Wolf, you know, we saw the pictures here about an hour ago. You saw the music blaring. You saw the lights up. I was just going to say that everything is much more quiet here, but they're watching us, so things have just gotten a little bit more lively here. But certainly the people who have been here for 13, 14 hours, they have been waiting. They've stopped serving drinks. They've stopped serving food, and they are still sort of as tired and as waiting in anticipation as we all are. I've talked to some people over at the campaign, over at Bush Cheney headquarters. There are people over there sleeping on couches. The senior staff, they're huddled around a conference call talking to the folks at the White House. Everybody is trying to figure out what's going on and what to do, whether or not the president is going to come over here. It's very much up in the air at this point.
Dana, I assume the crowd behind you has sort of thinned out a little bit, has it?
Thinned out a little bit, definitely. You can see there are people sleeping on the floor, kind of hanging out. They're all saying that's not true. I think we woke them up here a little bit, Wolf. They all want us to think and want us to see that they are very raucous. They are very much ready for the president to come. So perhaps we did a little bit of a service here to these guys to wake them up.
We want to see them, make sure they don't fall asleep on the job over there. They're strong supporters of the president and the vice president. They're very enthusiastic. I assume they would very much like to see the president and the vice president show up there. But you're saying that's up in the air right now based on what you're hearing, Dana?
They're trying to figure it out, as John King has been reporting, and I've been hearing from the folks over at the campaign. They are trying to figure out whether or not the president, as we are hearing, the president does want to come over, or he does want to make a statement. That's why we are still seeing people waiting here for that to potentially happen. But they are certainly trying to figure out exactly what the numbers are on the ground, Wolf.
Approaching 10 minutes after 5 on the East Coast, 5 a.m. That would be John King's over at the White House, the North Lawn of the White House. John, what are you hearing now?
Wolf, I'm about to disappoint all those suddenly awake people behind Dana Bash, so she might want to run for cover. Told by senior administration officials they have just made the decision here at the White House that the president will not go to the Reagan building this morning. His campaign chairman, Mark Roscoe, will soon make a statement in which he will talk quite optimistic to that crowd and say that the president believes he has won this election. He believes in the end he will be over 280 electoral votes when all the votes are counted, but that because so many states right now, Ohio, Iowa, and New Mexico still among them, are not ready to say that this election is over, that for now they will play this out for another day, but that they believe they had won, but it will not be the president of the United States, despite his several requests to aides that let's go, let's get over there and make that statement. The president will not go. His campaign chairman will make that statement, we are told, quite soon. They will be quite optimistic. They believe they have won this election, but they also know, especially given the experience of 4 years ago, they need everyone in the country to believe it, just as when they say it, they want the country to believe it.
Does that mean, John, we can presume this president's about to get some sleep?
Well, the president usually hits the Oval Office about 7 o'clock and gets his national security briefing. Remember, he is not just a candidate for president, he is the president, but we will assume that he will get some sleep and perhaps start his day a little bit later today. But this president, he is very involved. He was involved in his father's campaigns. He was a campaign manager himself in his younger days. He crunches the polls. He looks at the precincts. So if this is still an open question during the day and people are checking what's happening in Ohio and in New Mexico and in other states, you can rest assured the president will be deeply involved in those details, but perhaps a few hours shut-eye first.
All right, John, stand by. Dana Bash is over at the Reagan Center, the headquarters for the Bush-Cheney campaign. I understand, Dana, Ed Gillespie, the chairman of the Republican Party, just made a little announcement to everyone gathered there.
He just came out and said a couple more minutes, but they've already seen a report, and they're starting to thin out a little bit here, starting to make their way out. Certainly, as we've been saying, that they have been here for hours and hours, since maybe 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. But now that they know that the president is probably not going to be coming here. They're starting to thin out here, Wolf.
So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see what the president has to say, although, as John King is saying, Mark Roscoe, the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, may come over and make some sort of announcement. We'll stand by to hear what he has to say. John, if you're still there, let me get a little sense of the drama that's been unfolding, the decision-making process that the president must be going through. What are the pros and cons of going ahead and saying, I won?
To have clarity in the country, to move forward as quickly as possible, to make clear there will be no transition of power. There are key decisions to be made about military offensive in Iraq. There are key decisions to be made if you are going to be the continuing president of the United States about a State of the Union address that will come up in a month. They would like to move as cleanly and as quickly as possible. But those are the pros. Clean this up and move on. Make it clear to the American people and the world that the United States has a president. It is done and certain as soon as possible. The cons, of course, everyone remembers the bitterness of 4 years ago. Everyone remembers those questioning the legitimacy of this president. Some Democrats have done it since day one, and they continue to question the legitimacy of this president. This president believes he has a majority. He believes within 24, perhaps 48 hours, that will be crystal clear to the country that he also has a victory in the Electoral College. They made the decision here just moments ago, despite their eagerness to declare victory, that in the long term it was better to wait because they believe they not only have an Electoral College victory or will officially quite soon, they have a majority. They have gained seats in the Congress. They believe this will be just fine for them, and they do not want it to be disputed at all, Wolf.
John King at the White House. John, thanks very much. We'll stand by to hear from Mark Roscoe, the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign. We'll go there once he starts speaking. Let's bring in Senator-elect John Thune from South Dakota. He's joining us now live. Congratulations, Senator-elect Thune. We're getting that picture adjusted. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Wolf. Yes, I can.
Well, let me say,
Thank you.
first of all, congratulations. A very fiercely fought battle between you and Tom Daschle. Have you spoken with him? Has he formally conceded?
I did speak with him earlier, Wolf, and he offered his congratulations, and his assistants had a very gracious conversation, and so we're getting ready to move forward.
When you say you're getting ready to move forward, you'll be sworn in early January into the United States Senate. What did you win by? How many votes?
You know, I haven't seen the final tally. I think it was probably, it was a close race, and it was a race that could have gone either way. We were very fortunate to come out on top. I think it came down to, you know, getting the vote out, who turned out, and, you know, certainly having the presidential race on the ballot this year helped us, as it did, I think, a lot of other candidates around the country. But we've got a lot of work ahead of us now, but we feel very fortunate to come out on top. It took us till about 4 o'clock in the morning to get it all sorted out, and I haven't seen the final vote tally, but I think it's at least a margin that is comfortable enough for us to feel confident that we're going to be able to head to the Senate.
What do you believe was the biggest winning issue that you had going for you in this campaign that did the most damage to Tom Daschle?
Well, I think, Wolf, probably it was the whole question of gridlock in the United States Senate, the obstruction and, you know, stopping the agenda. I think people here in South Dakota want to see their institutions of government work for them. They want to see a positive agenda move forward. And I think ultimately that message began to sink in and penetrate. It seemed to me, at least, that that was probably a very defining and compelling argument for people in South Dakota.
Senator-elect Thune, this is Carlos Watson. Congratulations.
Thanks, Carlos, very much.
I wanted to ask you, as you look forward, potentially with an increased, you join an increased Republican majority in the Senate, are there new issues that you think will come on the table that the Senate hasn't approached during the president's first 4 years, that now with a strengthened majority you might take up some of those issues, whether that's Social Security reform or other issues?
You know, I think there are some of those probably bigger ticket type issues, Carlos, that could be contemplated in a second term. I do think that clearly there are issues that have sort of stalled out in the Senate that will get some new life now with a stronger majority, some new leadership there, you know, energy policy, health care reform, medical malpractice reform, you know, doing some things to lower the cost of health care in this country, making the tax relief permanent, getting some of these judges through. I think those are all issues that have sort of been languishing out there, and frankly, that was one of the issues in this race that I think was effective for us, and that was, you know, conveying to the people of South Dakota and the people of this country that it's important to have senators who are going to work together to try and move the agenda forward rather than to block and obstruct it.
John Thune, the newly elected senator from South Dakota, defeating Tom Daschle. Congratulations. Thanks, Senator-elect, very much for joining us.
Thank you. It's good to be with you.
this morning.
All right, we'll see you in Washington once you get there. I just want to update our viewers. We're still standing by. Instead of Mark Roscoe expected to speak before that crowd gathered at the Reagan Center in Washington, we're now told that Andy Card, the White House Chief of Staff, will come over and make some sort of announcement, some sort of statement to these people who are still there, supporters of the president and the vice president. Once Andy Card goes there and gives some sort of word on behalf of the president, we'll go there live and bring his comments to our viewers in the United States and around the world. Jeff Greenfield, you watched Senator Thune, Senator-elect Thune. He lost 2 years ago to Tim Johnson. He beat Tom Daschle. It's a pretty powerful guy in South Dakota to defeat.
Well, he's a pretty powerful guy in the country to defeat. That was one of the points that a lot of our correspondents were making. Next to the presidency itself, taking down the leader of the opposition party who was seen by Republicans as a symbol of gridlock, the guy who led the filibusters against some of the president's judicial nominees, the guy who was organizing a minority in the Senate to prevent the president's passage. This was a particularly sweet victory. And one of the questions that it also raises with me is whether or not some of the Republicans in the Senate who have been unhappy with some of the president's policies, particularly in the spending area, some of the deficit hawks who think that he hasn't paid enough attention to the spending side of things, are, instead of joining in lockstep with the president in the second term and a big majority, are going to say, wait a minute, you know, now that you've been reelected, assuming that this is what happens with Ohio, now you got to start paying attention to the things we care about. So the assumption that there's going to be a unified Senate majority of Republicans, we may have to see how that plays out in the era of big deficits with the Republican Party.
You know, one of the other interesting things when you think about the Senate and you think about this freshman class is this may be one of the most intriguing freshman classes to come into Congress in maybe at least a decade. You've got Barack Obama, who's widely regarded as a rising star in his party. You've got Tom Coburn in Oklahoma, who will clearly be a leader on social values issues, some of the cultural issues that Jeff has talked about. You've got Vitter in Louisiana, who's clearly going to walk in as a hero, having avoided a runoff, winning some 51%. Johnny Isaacson from Georgia is a guy who's relatively well known. There's the chance that Martinez may come in as the first Cuban American in the Senate. A lot of people who may be impact freshmen, if you will, in their first 6 years.
Ken Salazar, the Democrat from Colorado.
Sure, I mean, and obviously John Thune knocking off the Senate Minority Leader. A lot of people who will come in here not just as anonymous freshmen, but with pretty significant victories.
All right, Jeff, let's get back to the presidential race. The president is not going to declare a victory tonight. He's not going to go over and speak to his supporters. Andy Card is going to go over there and say things are looking great. We should be very happy. He's going to say that Republicans are doing great. But it looks like there's going to be at least another day of uncertainty as we see where the dust settles in Ohio.
Yeah. But it seems to me that the end game of this is pretty clear. Unless there are a whole bunch more provisional ballots in Ohio that go overwhelmingly for John Kerry, how he comes out of this with Ohio's 20 electoral votes is frankly beyond me.
The Secretary of State in Ohio told us they've already counted the absentee ballots. It's the provisional ballots that they have to count. They can't start counting those for 11 days. And it's the military ballots from troops around the world who sent in their ballots that they have to start counting as well.
Which are not likely to be overwhelmingly for John Kerry. If anything, they're likely to be overwhelmingly for the president.
That's correct.
So, yeah, I mean, this is the sort of thing where maybe the smart thing to do is everybody should go to sleep for a few hours and wake up tomorrow and see where we are. Because
you mean wake up today?
You're absolutely right. That's what I mean.
It's, what time is it? 5:19, 5:20 a.m. on the East Coast. Carlos, you want to weigh in on that?
Well, you know, it's worth just recapping that there are at least a couple of significant things that have happened tonight in terms of presidential election. One, the fact that the president won not just by 0.5% or 1% in the popular vote, but it looks like he's likely to end up close to 4 million votes ahead. That's meaningful. The fact that Florida was not close by our numbers, but apparently the president enjoyed a meaningful victory there. That means something. The fact that so far only New Hampshire has switched. You know, this race is interesting on a number of levels. We'll end up waiting on Ohio, but a meaningful and memorable race.
Ohio, New Mexico, and Iowa. We're still waiting to get those results. All right, we'll take another quick break. More coverage from the NASDAQ market site. New York City, CNN election headquarters. We'll be right back.
Go back a little more, a little more. No, to the left, a little to the left. A little bit, now a little bit more back. Back, go back. Good. To the right.
In every moment of the year, Sicily is so beautiful, you won't want to see anything else.
Down. Okay.
Sicily, everything else is in the shade.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
7 leaders, one place, one time, one reason. The ultimate leadership experience. Join these extraordinary leaders in Dubai at the International Leadership Summit on November 29th and 30th, where they will share their insights on leadership and what it takes to be a great leader. Register online at www.leadersindubai.com.
Welcome back. Approaching 5:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, New York City. That's where we are. 3 states we are not able to project for various reasons: Ohio, Iowa, and New Mexico. The White House Chief of Staff, Andy Card, expected to head over a couple blocks away from the White House to the Reagan Center to speak to supporters there, to speak on behalf of the president. We're standing by to hear what Andy Card may have to say. We'll bring that live to our viewers. David Gergen joining us now. We've said good morning to Jeff Greenfield. He's going to get a couple hours of sleep before he's back on the air. He's, of course, did an excellent job, as he always does. David, did you anticipate it was going to fall out as it is falling out?
I sure as hell never anticipated doing early morning television like this. No, I didn't anticipate this. I don't think any of us did. We looked at the polls over the last few weeks. Conventional wisdom was the president gets 48, 49% in the final polls. He's not going to get much more than that, maybe 1% more in the actual election. He got way over that, and I think that left everyone sort of puzzled. What the heck happened? I have yet to hear a theory of the case, in effect, for what happened, why it really happened. I mean, we have individual states we look at, we know where he is, but something happened here that's pretty dramatic, and it's, for the Democrats, it's more than just the candidate. Now, I would make this argument. The white vote is about 80% of the national vote. Bush won by 15%. Last time around, he won by a much smaller margin. That went up considerably. But the Democrats haven't won a majority of the white vote since 1964 in a presidential election. They haven't won a majority of the national vote, 50% or more, since 1976. You know, this is a party that's got some serious questions of how do you get a majority of Americans to support it. It's a big, big question. Since 1994 in the congressional elections, this is the 6th one now. In 6 congressional elections in a row, I don't think they've broken 48.5% of the total vote.
So here's going to be one of the critiques that we'll hear tomorrow and going forward, assuming the Democrats lose. They'll say for the 2nd time in a row, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, right? They'll say that Al Gore was coming off a 2-term Democratic presidency with prosperity, with peace, wouldn't use Bill Clinton well, and ultimately won the popular vote but lost that election. They'll say, here came John Kerry with a war that clearly wasn't popular, mixed at best, with an economy that, while getting better, was still somewhat troubled, and particularly in places like Ohio, where the unemployment rate was higher than the 5.4% national average, and still he couldn't ultimately deliver. And so I think one of the other pieces you're going to hear is, are we choosing the wrong candidates? Are we choosing the Ivy League educated, straight, tall, and erect guys who ultimately aren't connecting in the way that Bill Clinton did, aren't connecting maybe in the way that a governor from Plains once upon a time did? And I think you're going to hear that critique again, that we've got to choose not only policy but personality going forward.
I don't want to jump ahead, though. We haven't yet projected Ohio. That's going to make all the difference in the world. The only thing we've concluded so far, it's too close to call. We can't call. It's a green state as far as we're looking at all those numbers. We don't know how many provisional ballots there are out in Ohio. We don't know where they're going to come down, how many will be accepted, how many will go for Bush, how many will go for Kerry. You're sort of smiling as I'm throwing out all the caveats.
I really appreciate how cautious you've been in all of this, because I think it has lent a precision and a sort of a lot of caveats. Had you gone with the exit polls, for example, early in the evening, just think how far afield the analysis would have been. But at the same time, I think that the handwriting is clearly on the wall in Ohio, and perhaps John Kerry can pull it out. But when you add in the military ballots to the provisional, as you were just saying a few moments ago, it seems extremely unlikely that he can win. It may be theoretically possible, but...
So when they wake up in the morning, and it's now almost, the morning's almost 5:30 a.m., John Kerry and John Edwards and all their top advisors, their campaign strategists, and they look at Ohio, and it's all boiling down to Ohio, let's not kid ourselves. What do you think they're going to do?
I think they have to hear from Ken Blackwell there, as Secretary of State, doesn't he have to, in effect, confirm or certify the results of the election? Right. If he says tomorrow, I'm not going to certify the election, and he concludes that there's more out there, then they've got a base on which they might want to push it on for a while.
I bet you the other thing they do, David, too, though, is I bet you Democrats go county by county across those 88 counties and go, did we miss a bunch of ballots, right? Given that 3/4 of these places were punch card ballots, there was a lot going on. I bet you they'll say, let's just fact check everything. Let's double check everything. I bet you that'll become part of the equation. So not just the provisional ballots.
I agree with that.
That part too.
But the John Edwards statement tonight suggested they're going to give this one more day, not 11 more days.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's right. So I think that they ought to push to wrap it up tomorrow.
Let's take a look at that popular vote right now. 97% of the precincts in the United States reporting Bush with 51%, Kerry 48%, Nader 1%. That looks like a pretty good popular victory, 51%, a majority for the president. As far as the Electoral College is concerned, it's very, very close. Let's get those numbers. Here it is right behind me. 254 for Bush, 252 for Kerry. That looks a lot closer than the popular vote, David.
It sure does. Well, it's there are little trophies one can keep in one's case, but the fact is, that he can't make it without Ohio, and he's 140,000 votes behind in Ohio, and it's just not clear that those votes are anywhere to be found. So I would think, Wolf, I would think he'd want to push to resolve tomorrow.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. David Gergen, Carlos Watson, it's been a long night for all of us. We're going to sign off right now, but so much more coverage only beginning here on CNN. Andy Card still expected to make an appearance over at the Reagan Center to speak on behalf of the president. We'll have that live here on CNN. American Morning begins at 7 a.m. Eastern. Our entire team will have all the latest information. I'll be back later today, 5 p.m. Eastern, for Wolf Blitzer Reports, a complete wrap-up of what has happened and what may not yet have happened in this election. In the meantime, let me throw it over right after a short break to CNN's Carol Costello.
Opinions. I think that's one of the things that makes our country great. I want to say I'm excited to see Bush, so far ahead. I think it's awesome because he is a man of integrity. He's an intelligent man, and for the caller that said some things previously about he was shocked about how the votes are turning out. I'm not shocked at all. This is what has made our country great, is people who have, prayer, God. It has made our country great, and I think you're seeing people come out and vote based on what they feel has made the country great. Bush is a man of integrity. He's said some things, and he's trying to go forward with that, and change takes time. So things are not going to, automatically everything is not going to change overnight, and I think we are seeing progression. We're seeing a lot of great things. This is a great nation. I'm honored to be an American, not because I feel better than any other person in the world, because I have friends all over the world, but because I believe that what makes this nation great is that we have the ability to see that in our own power and strength, we're nothing without God. And I'm glad to see a godly leader move forward, do some things to bring about change. I think we're going in the right direction, and I think that, some of the callers who've talked about, reducing the name calling and saying they're ashamed, why are you in this country if you're ashamed to be an American? It's an honor to be an American because we have the opportunity to help other countries, to help other people. In regards to the war, I just want to say this: in order to have peace, you have to have war sometimes, and we have to be in it for the long haul. When 9/11 happened, everybody wanted to let's ensure safety and whatnot. We've gone forth to ensure safety throughout the world, and now that we're in the heat of things, though we miss those who have given their lives for the country. The point is they've given their lives to ensure safety. Now's not the time to back up. It's time to do whatever we need to do to ensure that, and let's not reduce to name calling each other different names and whatnot, and let's look at the issues and let's continue to move forward unitedly together. And I think that as long as we continue to put Jesus Christ first, we're going to do that. So
Thank you for the call. Aberdeen, Maryland, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Well, I voted for John Kerry, and I was Reagan Democrat for a lot of years, and I really liked Mr. Reagan, and I respected him. I didn't agree with all of his economic theories, but I did respect him, and I thought he brought pride back to this country. President Bush supposedly admired Reagan, but I don't see him anything like Mr. Reagan. Mr. Reagan was gracious to his opponents. The way he treated people in foreign affairs was gracious, and I believe that's why he was able to do as much as he was in the Cold War situation. I am proud of this country. I was so proud yesterday at the elections to see the turnout. I just was blown away. And my state went overwhelmingly for Kerry, but I think what struck me through the election was during the Democratic convention, there was clear intention to try to go, take the high road, and then Kerry was being criticized for not fighting back at the attacks and the other things. And I actually sent an email to the White House, not that I expected they cared, but I told them that the reason I wasn't going to vote for the president was that unlike, this whole portrayal of Kerry as a flip-flopper, we just heard a couple of acceptance speeches, and Mr. Thune said, he was going to always keep South Dakota first in his Senate thing. We forget this is a representative democracy, and it was, John Kerry represented the people of Massachusetts for all these years. It was his job to represent their views, and Massachusetts is a very liberal state. To then, when the man runs for president, and he's applying to represent the people of the nation, and his views are different from some of his votes, to say, well, he's a flip-flopper, I think it's misrepresenting the whole point of our nation.
Thank you for the call. There are still a handful of House races yet to be decided. We want to go through some of those numbers, and we're going to begin with Colorado. John Salazar, who's the brother of Ken Salazar, who won in the Colorado Senate race. Right now, with 92% of the vote reporting from the 3rd District in that state, John Salazar, the Democratic candidate, is ahead with about 51% of the vote. In Georgia's 12th District, John Barrow is currently ahead. This could be a Democratic pickup from Max Burns, the Republican incumbent in Georgia's 12th District. In Indiana's 9th District, Barron Hill, congressman from that area, is currently behind by a very narrow margin, about less than 1,000 votes from Indiana's 9th District over Mike Sodrell, the Republican candidate. In the 3rd District of Louisiana, the numbers there, Billy Tozin, the Republican candidate, with about 32% of the vote compared to 23.8% for Charlie Melancon. And in the Louisiana 7th District, right now the race is has Charles Boustany with 38.5%. This is with 100% of the vote, reporting from Louisiana's 7th District. And in New York, Brian Higgins in the 27th District is ahead with 50.8% compared to 49.1% for his Republican challenger, Nancy Naples. And Jim Gerlach, the Republican candidate in Pennsylvania's 6th District, is ahead by a percentage point over Democrat Lois Murphy. Finally, in Washington's 8th District, Dave Reichert is ahead with 51.7% of the vote. Dave Ross, the Democratic candidate, has 46.5%. That's in Washington's 8th District. And look at some of the closely watched House races yet to be decided for the 109th Congress of the U.S. House of Representatives. Our next call is from Clinton, Missouri. Go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I'd just like to say that my vote solely goes for George Bush. And I'd like to, a lot of people don't like the fact that George Bush took us to war, but I would like everybody to know that we're living in such a dangerous day and age where people are flying planes into our buildings and you know, cutting people's heads off. You know, it's very dangerous. I respect the fact that this man's trying to make it right, trying to clean up the world a little bit, at least make it a better place for us. I mean, I think we need to respect the man a little bit more and carry us through and continue it on. And I don't believe you should change your horses in midstream. You know, the man's taken us very far so far, and I believe he can take us the rest of the way. And
thank you for the call. Indianapolis, good morning to you. Next call is from Indianapolis. Go ahead, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning. I voted for Senator Kerry, and did the majority of the United States, which is what I believe. We have the greatest nation in the world. It's hard to believe that the American people are voting for Bush and is not as smart as we claim to be. When I was a kid, we went to school, and the next morning we knew who the President of the United States was. I don't understand how we do not know who the President is this late. History repeats itself. 4 years ago, the same thing happened at the polls where there was a delay. I would like to know what is going on with why we don't have an answer yet. What is the delay? Why is it taking so long, counting the ballots? And the other thing is the people that did vote for Bush, I hope that they have secure jobs. I just want to tell the Republicans out there that did vote for Bush, please be secure in your job, because if you get laid off, if anything happens to you, be prepared to go apply for a Pell Grant. If you're 55, that's what Bush said, go and apply for a Pell Grant. If you got laid off from General Motors or Ford, who outsourced their jobs, please make sure that you have a great education. Not only that, why is Bush going after Saddam Hussein? Yes, planes flew into the World Trade Center. However, Hussein did not fly the planes into the World Trade Center.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. The crowd is getting smaller inside the Reagan building, but they are all still waiting for something, an expectation that either White House Chief of Staff Andy Card or somebody else may happen to speak to the supporters inside the Reagan building. We'll continue with your phone calls. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to say I remember the day at 9/11 and everything, when all the people rose up and united together and the flags flew everywhere and everybody was united. And now I see the papers that says the world is divided in half. And I just like to say that I think that Bush has stood up to what he said he was going to do, and now I don't understand why all the people are going back to vote and, you know, saying it's Bush's fault. Thank you.
Thank you. The headline from the Financial Times has high turnout as divided America makes its choice. What may be a record turnout for those coming to vote for President Bush and Senator John Kerry, the president ahead in the actual numbers with more than 51% of the vote. Next call comes to us from Carlsbad, New Mexico. Good morning.
All right. First off, I want to say, even though that I did vote for Kerry, I am not. That was more of a vote of no confidence for Bush rather than a vote for Kerry. I am a member of the Green Party, and I do support their platform, and they do represent my values. But I will tell you what two of my major values are, and one of them is peace, and the other one is not profiting off of war. And the way I see it, Bush is 2 generations deep in war profiteering. His grandfather invested money for Nazi Germany and made millions of dollars off of that. And also, Cheney is the major architect of both of these Iraq wars, and his company that he was head of, Halliburton, has profited handsomely.
Thanks for the call. Lima, Ohio, good morning.
Good morning. Just wanted to say it's not about really being a Republican or a Democrat. I voted for Bush because I thought he was the right person for the job. And I think that we're seeing across the country people voting for the person that they believe is going to do the job. We need strong leaders who are able to make decisions in this particular time, and Bush is the person for the job. He's a man of integrity. I'm all for him. I'm honored to be an American, and I'm glad to see the polls represent that this nation is a nation based on values, and it's just not going to fly. I was watching a documentary on some of the veterans and their comments in regards to previous wars and different things like that, and we just need a strong person right now. So I think he's making the decisions that need to be made. And for all those people who want peace, listen, peace sometimes has to come by war, the blood of innocent people. Though we hate it, sometimes to ensure peace we have to go to war.
Thank you for the call. Boulder, Colorado, good morning.
Hi, I voted for Kerry, and I had something I just want to talk about the election, because we had a really good turnout actually at our school because there were a lot of people coming by. And but I've been finding this election is more of an election based on individuals and not the parties. So like people attack the person and not the party or anything. And I find that kind of uneducated.
Andrew Card. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you for staying up so late with us, and good morning. I'm Andy Card. I'm President Bush's Chief of Staff. We are convinced that President Bush has won re-election with at least 286 Electoral College votes. And he also had a margin of more than 3.5 million popular votes. President Bush's decisive margin of victory makes this the first presidential election since 1988 in which the winner received a majority of the popular vote. And in this election, President Bush received more votes than any presidential candidate in our country's history. Republicans also scored other great victories in this election. We won important victories adding to our majority in the House and adding to our majority in the Senate. In Ohio, President Bush has a lead of at least 140,000 votes. The Secretary of State's office has informed us that this margin is statistically insurmountable, even after the provisional ballots are considered. So President Bush has won the state of Ohio. President Bush has also been declared the winner in Nevada. The other victories that he has had will be added with the strong showing of margins that we are looking at in Iowa and New Mexico, and we're also going to put those states in the winners column as well. This all adds up to a convincing electoral college victory, as well as a strong endorsement of President Bush by his fellow Americans in the popular vote. President Bush decided to give Senator Kerry the respect of more time to reflect on the results of this election. The President will be making a statement later today. Again, I thank all of you who stayed up these many hours waiting for the opportunity to celebrate this victory. And I also thank all of the volunteers all across this great country that work so hard. But most importantly, I thank the many voters who participated in this important election. It was a great celebration of our democracy. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
President Bush began his day yesterday in Crawford, Texas, made a stop in Columbus, Ohio, and watched the returns from the White House. You just heard from White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, who made the statement declaring the president the winner in the popular vote and in the Electoral College vote. However, no formal victory statement by President Bush. That will come later today, according to the White House Chief of Staff. And the only statement we had from the Kerry campaign came in two forms. First of all, campaign chairperson Mary Beth Cahill announcing that all the votes in Ohio have yet to be counted. She was referring to those provisional ballots. And we heard from Senator John Edwards, who came out and said that nothing further would be said until all the votes are counted. We'll continue with your phone calls for the next couple of minutes. Next up, a caller from Los Angeles. Good morning to you.
Yes, good morning. I'm up in the middle of the night here. It's I think, a great day. I'm very happy to see the results. One of the things that really jumps out at me is the fact that with the high turnout, which usually turns elections for Democrats, I think we've rewritten that rule now, thanks to the job that the Republicans did in getting out new voters. Also, 3.5 million popular vote victory. Let's see if the Democrats, who have been complaining about President Bush not winning the popular vote for the last 4 years, change their tune and stand on the principles they've been standing on for the last 4 years, which of course they won't.
Okay. Thank you for the call from L.A. Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Karl Rove and all of the Republicans who successfully reelected the Lesser George, who grew up a millionaire and has brought us $2 gasoline and hundreds of thousands of jobs lost, and who has never succeeded in any business he's ever been involved in, and was successfully bailed out by his Saudi friends repeatedly. So I hope that if you've liked the last 4 years and where we've come, then you've got 4 more years to see how much further down we can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next call, also from North Carolina in Huntersville. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm 44 years old, and we had an excellent turnout at the polls. I did vote for George Bush, and I'm glad that he did win. But I just want to say that I think we put too much emphasis on the man instead of, we all profess to be Christians, and we say, well, we know God, but do we pray? Because everything that goes wrong, the president gets the blame for it. I understand the loss of jobs. My husband and I both lost our jobs. But that's an opportunity to step up to the next level. Start a small business. Create jobs for other people. I think we need to stop passing the blame, and we need to get out in our own communities and do something. Not only in the communities, but also in our cities and our state, and that's where the change is going to come from. But I'm glad of the turnout, and I'm glad that George Bush did win, and we're looking for another I guess, changed for 4 years, and I think he will make a difference. 9/11 kind of, it steered us in another direction, and nobody expected that, but I think we're on the right track, and I'm looking for, excellent results.
Thank you for the call. We had been waiting for several hours to hear from the Bush campaign, and we have. We heard from White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, who declared victory, and again, as we said earlier, the president will come out formally with some statement later in the day. The president is at the White House. Senator John Kerry is in Boston at his home on Beacon Hill, and we expect to hear from him as well at some point later in the day. We're going to continue with your phone calls and the discussion of this election night, election morning, which is another historic one, with Chris Cillizza from Roll Call and Greg Giroux from Congressional Quarterly. One of the races not yet formally decided is in the Florida Senate race. We heard from Betty Castor earlier, who said that she wants to make sure all the votes are counted. And we heard from Mel Martinez, who served in the Bush administration as the Secretary of Housing.